Chapter 1, Start signing in at 10 million. In September, the autumn wind blows. Although it is autumn, the sun is still scorching. At this time, the Magic City University has a large area of beautiful scenery. The fragrant breeze makes people linger. Rows of women, wearing various miniskirts and exquisite makeup, are waiting for the arrival of a new life. Similarly, it can also be said that they are looking for young and handsome men or rich second-generation men. The day of freshman orientation is the best time to find wealthy junior classmates. There are many senior students who reach the peak of their lives on the first day of school. At this moment, they also hope that they will be one of them. Therefore, I started dressing up early. Mercedes. Look. You can take action now. It's nothing, it's just over 400,000. What a waste of time. Red flag. This should cost $500,000. Ferrari. Look, Ferrari. This is my kind of food. Ferrari. It's time to take action. When everyone saw a Ferrari driving slowly towards them from a distance, their faces became excited. Ferrari, this costs millions. The people sitting in such a luxury car must be young people from wealthy families. Otherwise, it's impossible. In just a moment, many people were already eager to make a move, wishing they could pounce on it directly. Are there still people riding bicycles these days? What the hell? He actually rode a bicycle to report here. Could it be fake? Are you really that poor? Oh my god. This is simply a smear campaign against our Magic City University. For the registration of new students, someone actually came by bicycle. I give up. Even if you want to embarrass yourself, don't embarrass our Magic City University, okay? Can we go next door? Yes. Maybe they just want to attract our attention by being so unique. Yes. Anyway, the effect is very good. Now my attention has been attracted. However, it's useless. While everyone was looking forward to the arrival of the Ferrari, a bicycle came into everyone's sight. A young man was riding a bicycle slowly. The young man has short black hair, a sunny and handsome face with distinct features. His eyes were like the night sky, extremely deep. As for the young man's bicycle, it looks like the ordinary type. However, it is decorated with butterflies. It looks very elegant. However, no matter how elegant it is, few people pay attention to it in front of Ferrari. At the beginning, it did attract a group of people's attention, but it was only for a blink of an eye. When the women present saw this, they immediately looked away, as it would have been a luxury to look at him any longer. In their eyes, those who come to report on bicycles are definitely country bumpkins. As for this moment, the people around him were just surprised for a moment, then looked at them with deep contempt. Yichen didn't care at all and just smiled slightly. They really are a bunch of country bumpkins. What is a Ferrari next to your own bicycle? Not even worthy of carrying the shoes for your own bicycle. Ding dong. Successfully signed in at the gate of Magic City University, reward 10 billion. As Yichen was riding slowly towards the gate of the Demon City, a mechanical voice sounded in his mind. 10 billion, got it. Listening to the words of the supreme sign-in system, Yichen nodded, his face excited. Today is the first day of school. I didn't expect that I would awaken the supreme sign-in system. The bicycle he was riding was given to him by the supreme sign-in system as a gift package for novices. And then there comes 1 trillion. For Yichen, the more gift packages like this, the better. Now, I didn't expect that just a casual sign-in would result in another 10 billion. The supreme sign-in system is really powerful. Signing in every day, it's only the first day, but it has already put you at the peak of your life. College life is so good. I never thought it would live up to its reputation. Looking at the welcoming senior students in front of him, wearing a bunch of short skirts, Yichen couldn't help but look surprised. Shanghai University is indeed one of the top universities in China. Such a high-quality senior sister is really exciting. When I was in high school, my homeroom teacher told me that everything would be easy after I entered college and that college life would be great. Yichen didn't believe it until he reported for duty. And now, looking at the pile of fair-skinned and beautiful senior girls in short skirts in front of him, Yichen had to believe it. However, how good is college life? Everything needs to be tried before you know it. With such high-quality senior sisters, university life can't be bad. Bang! While Yi Chen was looking at the gorgeously dressed women beside him, Yi Chen, who was driving slowly at the moment, suddenly rushed forward and rushed towards the green belt next to him. Seeing this, Yi Chen let go without any hesitation and jumped down. Bang! As for the bicycle, it was like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins, rushing into the green belt, and even the body of the bicycle was deformed. Who? Yi Chen never thought that he was riding slowly and was suddenly rear-ended by someone. This is really too depressing. Today is the first day of school. On the first day of school, I actually rear-ended myself. Is this a way to intimidate Yi Chen? Damn it! Ferrari. When Yi Chen turned around and looked behind him, his expression became even gloomier. It turned out that the car that rear-ended him was not the Ferrari that had just made a bunch of senior schoolmates scream. What else could it be? A broken Ferrari actually had the guts to rear-end its own bicycle. It's simply courting death. Bang! While Yi Chen's face was gloomy, the door of the Ferrari that stopped in front of him suddenly opened. A young man in an Adidas sportswear came out of the Ferrari. His face was gloomy, his brows were furrowed, and his eyes were even colder. Leion never thought that he would be able to report here in a Ferrari with great difficulty. And now, it was actually broken by a bad boy. Looking at the huge dent in front of him, Leon's face became even gloomier. His eyes were extremely cold. He pointed at Yi Chen in front of him and roared. You little brat, don't you look at the road when you walk? Do you know how much my Ferrari is worth? Can you afford it? This guy. Yi Chen, who was already very unhappy, looked even more unhappy when he heard this. He frowned and spoke. It's just a pile of scrap metal. What's the big deal? Chapter 2, Ferrari, just a piece of junk. It's just a pile of scrap metal. What's the big deal? When Leion, who was standing next to him and had an angry look on his face, heard Yi Chen's words, his face suddenly became completely furious, his brows furrowed, and his eyes were filled with anger. My Ferrari worth millions was actually called a pile of scrap metal by a bad boy. How could it not make people angry? Yeah. It's just a pile of scrap metal, what's the big deal? It's only worth a few $1,000,000. You broke my bike, and I haven't asked you for compensation yet. Compensation. When Leion heard Yi Chen's words, he was so angry that he was almost at his wit's end. It's just a broken bicycle. What's the big deal? I'll compensate you. You little bastard, my Ferrari is worth more than 5 million. It will cost at least 300,000 to repair it. It's impossible. Pay me 300,000. Oh my god. Who is this new student? This is trouble. Yeah. How can I afford to pay 300,000 for an outfit like this? He's just a country bumpkin who rides a bicycle. He can't even come up with 10,000 yuan. Not to mention 300,000 yuan. He'll have to work for half his life. Now, it's going to be a good show. It's the first time I've seen someone so arrogant after crashing someone else's Ferrari. That's right. That's a Ferrari. How come this kid calls this luxury car worth millions just a cheap one? This is too unbelievable. Now, it's impossible for me to go to college. I'd better work for others obediently. I can still afford to repair the car by moving bricks for a few years at the construction site. 300,000. In that case, let's just use my insurance. It's too low. However, Yi Chen was not afraid or panicked at all by the pointing and criticizing of the crowd in Leon's anger. Instead, he just sighed softly. I didn't want to cause trouble, but now, I didn't expect the other party to be so aggressive. In that case, don't blame yourself for being rude. Take your insurance, brat. How much is your insurance worth? When Leon heard this, his face sneered even more, and he looked at Yi Chen in front of him with disdain. It's just a broken bicycle, but he actually said he could use his insurance. Did he get kicked in the head by a donkey? My insurance is enough to buy several garbage trucks like yours. Yi Chen heard it, but he didn't care at all and said it calmly. He walked over to his bicycle next to him, picked it up, and saw that it was scratched. My classmate, calm down. Calm down. Harmony brings wealth. We can discuss things together. While Leon was looking angry, a woman's voice came from the side. Then came a fragrant breeze, which made everyone who saw it stunned. Iceberg School Beauty, why is she here? I don't know. Logically speaking, Shui Lufang shouldn't be here. This kind of welcome event won't arouse Shui Liufang's interest at all. Yes. Yes. I didn't expect Shui Lufang to come. Amid the chatter of the crowd, countless eyes were focused on the figure of a woman walking by. The woman has long black hair, a beautiful face, and long, lively eyelashes. As for the two dimples on her face, they looked so charming and clear at this moment. A black suspender skirt, a swan-like long and white neck, and a perfect collarbone that could have raised goldfish. She was extremely beautiful. On the towering mountains, some light landscapes appear. The black lace bra tightly suppresses the beautiful scenery that is about to burst out, round and full. She was wearing a suspender skirt, revealing a pair of long legs wrapped in black stockings and a pair of small white shoes. It looks so charming. As for this person, almost all the students present at the Magic City University know her, Shui Lufang, the sexy campus beauty of the Magic City University. However, what no one expected was that Shui Lufang, the cold school beauty who didn't like to join in the fun, would actually come to this place. This is a bit inconsistent with the identity of an icy school beauty. What a nice view. Looking at Shui Lufang in front of him, Yi Chen's face froze for a moment. Finally, I had to nod my head to show my agreement. At this moment, Shui Lufang was simply a little fairy. It's so fairy-like and very attractive. She is so many times, thousands of times more beautiful than the village beauty Li Meili in her own village. It can be said that this was the first time Yi Chen saw such a beautiful woman. For a moment, I was a little shocked. It's like a countryman suddenly coming to a bustling city, inevitably feeling a little overwhelmed. Harmony brings wealth. You actually told me that harmony brings wealth. Do you know? This is a Ferrari of mine, a Ferrari worth more than 5 million. As for Li Tian, when he heard Shui Liufang's words, his face suddenly became gloomy and frowned, his brows were furrowed, and his eyes were full of anger. No matter how beautiful you are, you can't play any musical instrument for yourself. And your own Ferrari is the most important artifact in your fish pond. In order to buy a Ferrari like this, I spent the entire summer running around, and even my lips were worn out from talking. It was only with great difficulty that I got my father to agree to buy it for me. And now, I didn't expect that on the first day of school, my Ferrari was directly dented. This time, it is estimated that the repair will cost hundreds of thousands or even millions of dollars. If my father knew about this, he would break my legs. What a tragedy. I know. But, what's the use of this? However, what Li Tian did not expect was that Shui Lufang in front of him heard him, but was not afraid at all. He was angry and even roared, but asked back a question. What is it? Li Tian's face was extremely gloomy, with veins bulging on his forehead and bloodshot eyes. What's the big deal? This is a Ferrari worth more than 5 million. You actually asked yourself what you have. Could this person also be a fool? Damn it. Yes. Compared to his bicycle, your Ferrari is really just a piece of junk. I advise you to apologize sincerely. Shui Lufang heard this and nodded calmly. You piece of junk, if that's the case, then tell me what brand his bicycle is. What's so great about it? You want me, Li Tian, to apologize? Impossible. Even if I jump into the pond from here, I won't apologize. Why? When Shui Lufang heard this, she held her forehead with her hand, looked helpless, and sighed softly. He looked at Yi Chen, who had already held the bicycle beside him, and spoke. Kid, have you ever heard of Trek Butterfly? Chapter 3. Everyone is shocked. Trek Butterfly. Li Tian, who was originally full of high spirits, suddenly became completely stunned after hearing Shui Liufang's words. What followed was a pale face, and there was nothing but deep shock in his eyes. His face was full of disbelief, even his expression was petrified. How is that possible? How could it be Trek Butterfly? Impossible. Li Tian originally didn't know about Trek Butterfly. However, during an accidental search, Li Tian saw such a bicycle. It's just that I never paid much attention to it before. After all, even if he sold everything he had, he couldn't afford it. The Trek Butterfly is worth 32 million. How is that possible? And his Ferrari is only worth a few million, which is just a fraction of what others have. This is a tragedy. I originally thought he was just a country bumpkin, but I didn't expect that he was a bronze player on the surface, but actually a king. This is really too unexpected. Trek Butterfly, what kind of bike is this? When the people nearby heard Shui Liufang's words and saw Li Tian's shocked and even petrified expression, his mouth opened wide, and even his eyes were wide open, they were completely stunned. It's just a bicycle, how could it make a rich second generation who drives a Ferrari so shocked and make him show such an incredible expression? This is really too unbelievable. I don't know. He must be very famous. Otherwise, how could this freshman have such an expression? Yes. 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 He should be very famous. It should be. It's possible that it's even more expensive than his Ferrari. Otherwise, he shouldn't have such an expression. It's more expensive than a Ferrari, and it's not made of gold. It's impossible. How is it possible? It's absolutely impossible. Of course it is. It's just a bicycle, nothing big. Oh shit. No way. It's so expensive. While everyone was talking about it, a scream was heard from the crowd, filled with shock. Trek Butterfly, 32 million. Oh my god. 32 million. No way. This. Everyone heard and saw the scratched Trek Butterfly bicycle in front of them. Everyone's face was filled with shock and they didn't know what to say. 32 million is nothing for someone who can ride a bicycle like this, a sports car or something like that. For this young man in ordinary clothes in front of him, it's nothing at all. Just like a motorcycle, anyone who can afford a good motorcycle will definitely have enough to buy a car. Looking at Yi Chen in front of her, she regretted her decision for a moment. They didn't recognize him at first. It turns out that this boy riding the bicycle quietly is the rich man. If they had been able to recognize the value of the bicycle in front of them and provide timely assistance, perhaps their happy life would have been settled. And now, tragedy. I actually missed a rich man and lost a long leg. However, there is no medicine for regret in this world, and they can only watch Shui Lufang, the cold school beauty in front of them, gain favor. No wonder Shui Lufang, the always cold and icy school beauty, would be so enthusiastic about a freshman and actually appear here. It turns out that everything is because of the bicycle in front of me, this Trek Butterfly. I told you to report it to my insurance. You didn't believe me. Now, do you believe me? Looking at Li Tian, whose face was shocked and even petrified, Yi Chen shook his head helplessly and said something. Yes. 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 Brother, I was wrong. I was wrong. I was wrong. As for Li Tian, he didn't hesitate at all when he heard it. He bowed his head and nodded. He looked extremely respectful, with none of his previous arrogance at all. Trek Butterfly, a bicycle worth 32 million, I can't afford to pay for it myself. Now, tell me how you want to solve it. Finally, Yi Chen patted his bicycle without any hesitation and looked at Li Tian. Brother, I know I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Please forgive me. From now on, you are my brother. When Li Tian heard this and saw Yi Chen's cold gaze, she quickly begged for mercy. I can't afford to pay the compensation. Now he is completely unable to maintain his toughness. Ferrari is nothing but a pile of junk. Right. Seeing this, Yi Chen shook his head, walked to the front of Ferrari, and kicked it hard. Bang. And the Ferrari in front of him had another big dent. This made Li Tian so depressed that he slapped him on the face several times, but he didn't dare to say anything. Looking at the Ferrari in front of me, my heart is bleeding. This is the only luxury car that I could get with great difficulty. Now, not only was she severely slapped in the face by Yi Chen in front of the whole school, but the key point was that she was actually disfigured. Bang bang bang. Each blow was like a sharp stab in Li Tian's chest. Ferrari, not that great, can't take a beating at all. After a few times, looking at the deformed Ferrari in front of him, Yi Chen's face became helpless. He clapped his hands, shook his head, and pointed to the lotus pond next to him. Brother, this is not necessary. When Li Tian saw everyone looking at him, his face suddenly turned pale, his eyes were gloomy, and he smiled awkwardly. However, in response to his words, Yi Chen only said 3 words. What do you think? Plop. As soon as Yi Chen's voice fell, water splashed. As for Li Tian, he appeared in the lotus pond. Waste of time. As for Yi Chen, he didn't care at all. He shook his head and left. Junior, what's your major? Do you want me to take care of you? Your gift is too heavy. Let me help you carry it. Yes. Junior, what's your major? I know them all. Junior, you are so handsome. Can you add me on WeChat? Senior, you are proficient in all kinds of arts. You can play any instrument or sing. You can do everything. Junior, would you like me to give you a detailed introduction to Magic City University? I'd be happy to help you. Wait, Junior, you haven't told me what your major is. Wait, Junior, let me help you carry your backpack. Seeing Yi-Chen riding away on a bicycle, all of a sudden, a large group of people in short skirts rushed over and ran quickly. Junior, what major are you in? Let us take you to the dormitory. Yes. Junior, are you from the civil engineering department? Let me lead the way for you. As for the other freshmen, when they saw the seniors who were receiving them, they were all stunned. Looking at the figure of a young man being chased by a bunch of people in short skirts, I felt indescribable envy and jealousy. They were received by seniors, while Yi-Chen was received by various beautiful seniors. What a huge difference in treatment! At the age of 18, others are no longer satisfied with driving a Ferrari with one hand, and riding a bicycle worth more than 30 million yuan is the standard. And at the age of 18, they are still taking the bus. This is simply heaven and hell. The life of rich people is really fun. Chapter 4, Too much money is also a problem. 12:10, this is it. In a dormitory building, a young man ran in hurriedly from outside. Looking at the dormitory in front of him, he nodded, and slowly pushed open the half-open door. It can be said that Yi-Chen spent a lot of effort to get rid of the help of the enthusiastic senior schoolmate. This finally made me breathe a sigh of relief. Sometimes, having too much money can be a worry for yourself. Sometimes, the senior students are too enthusiastic, which is also hard to resist. Squeak! When Yi-Chen pushed open the half-open door in front of him, he saw a young man busy making the bed in the room. The young man was wearing a white top and a pair of Anta sports shorts and was about 1.7 meters tall. He wears a pair of glasses and is a bit overweight. I didn't disturb you, did I? Looking at the young man who was busy in front of him and looked over when he heard the voice, Yi-Chen smiled slightly and said something. No, are you also in this dormitory? Hello? My name is Wu Xiaobo, what's yours? Looking at Yi-Chen coming in from outside, he quickly put his quilt in place. A faint smile appeared on Wu Xiaobo's face and he walked towards Yi-Chen quickly. Hello, I'm Yi-Chen. From now on, please take good care of me. Looking at Wu Xiaobo who was greeting him enthusiastically, Yi-Chen smiled slightly and responded quickly. Where's your luggage? Wu Xiaobo originally wanted to help with the suitcase, but what he didn't expect was that Yi-Chen didn't have the suitcase at all at this time, and his face suddenly looked a little surprised. It's just a backpack, is that so little luggage? That's it. When Yi-Chen heard this, he smiled slightly, patted his backpack and pointed to the door. There was a big bag there, which I received from the dormitory security guard. Inside, there were 2 sets of quilts, a mat, and 2 sets of military training uniforms. Can I help you? No need. It should be ready in a moment. Yi-Chen saw it, said nothing, shook his head, and quickly dragged him in. Someone's already here? How do we divide this? Looking at the bed next to him, which had been completely made, neatly arranged and clean, Yi-Chen's face became a little confused. The beds in the dormitory are bunk beds, but the bookshelves next to them are 2 on each side, for a total of 4 independent ones. In the middle, there is a free space of about 2 meters, where you can walk around freely. And outside is the corridor. The layout of the entire dormitory can be said to be not very large, but not very narrow either. 4 people in one room is quite good. Well, Pan Lao has already taken the lower bunk. Now, the only ones left are mine and his. You have to choose one. It should be okay for you to stay on the upper bunk. I'm heavier. When Wu Xiaobo heard Yi-Chen's words, he nodded and quickly explained. No problem. Listening to Wu Xiaobo's explanation in front of him, Yi-Chen nodded. For me, it doesn't matter where I sleep. As long as I have a mat, even a skywalk is no problem. Don't worry. Even if you want to sleep on the overpass, Magic City University won't let you. After all, Magic City University is a 985 university. And it's a top-ranked university, doesn't it care about its reputation? That's right. Hearing Wu Xiaobo's complaints, Yi-Chen had to nod his head to show his agreement. Indeed, no matter what, Shanghai University is a 985 university. No matter what, you have to have a reputation. Things like sleeping on the overpass are just something you can think about. In that case, I'll choose your bed, is that okay? No problem. Don't worry. My tonnage is enough. The bed won't collapse. Looking at Wu Xiaobo in front of him, Yi Chen nodded. That's not what I meant. However, there is nothing to explain. I originally thought that my roommate might be someone with a cold face. And now, it seems that my luck is pretty good. At the very least, the first one I met now gave a very good impression. Junior, this is your dormitory. A quarter of an hour later, after Yi Chen had made his bed, two seniors walked in from outside. In their hands was a suitcase and a large bag of quilts. Behind them was a young man who was also wearing a pair of glasses and dressed in ordinary clothes. The young man has an ordinary face, and his face is common among the crowd. His appearance is not particularly outstanding, but he has the aura of a talented person. He was dressed in the same ordinary way, casual clothes. This is a young man who, like Yi Chen, doesn't care that much about his outfit. At first glance, they seem to be a perfect match. I've left my luggage here. If you have any questions, you can always ask the seniors. After the two seniors finished speaking, they put down the things in their hands and left in a hurry. Today is the first day to welcome new students, and it is also a very busy day. As college life is a long-awaited experience, many people can't wait to start it on the first day of registration. Take a good look at your university, your roommates, and so on. Therefore, today is the busiest day. Hello? I'm Yi Chen, your roommate. Yi Chen, who was drinking water and checking WeChat nearby, saw the young man coming in with a slightly embarrassed look on his face. He quickly introduced himself and broke the silent atmosphere. I'm Wu Xiaobo, and I'm also your roommate. Wu Xiaobo, who was playing League of Legends nearby, saw this and quickly greeted him. Hello, I'm Lu Maozhong, your roommate. Please take care of me in the future. Looking at the two people in front of him who were greeting him, Lu Maozhong quickly greeted them. It seems that college life is not as stressful as I imagined. My roommate seems very friendly. Oh shit. My pentakill. Charge. 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 The next moment, without saying anything, he picked up Zhao Xin and started shooting. His face looked crazy and he roared quickly, but the mouse in his hand kept moving. Now, it seems that there is only one bed left, and that's the upper bunk. If you want to switch, I can switch with you. However, mine is also the upper bunk. No thanks. I can go anywhere. I like the top bunk. It's just right. When Lu Maozhong heard this, a faint smile appeared on his face and he shook his head. Can I help you? Looking at Lu Maozhong, who had put away his suitcase and was preparing to make the bed, Yi Chen said something quickly. No thanks. It's better for me to be alone. The space is too small. After Lu Maozhong finished speaking, he didn't say anything more and quickly packed his things. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh my god. Our school is in terrible trouble. It's terrible. At this moment, a young man rushed in quickly, his face excited and his eyes excited. This made everyone look over instantly. As for the young man, when he saw Yi Chen, his glasses suddenly fell to the ground with a click. It couldn't be such a coincidence. Chapter 5, A Date with a Senior. Fuck. You. Looking at Yi Chen, who was sitting on the bed playing with his mobile phone next to him, and Pan Lao, who just peeked in from outside. At this moment, he suddenly stepped back with a bang as if it was a conditioned reflex, with a look of disbelief in his eyes. How is that possible? This person turned out to be my roommate. This is too scary and too unbelievable. However, in just a moment, Pan Lao's face became excited, and his eyes were shining. He looked at Yi Chen as if he were a treasure, and the smile on his face seemed a little evil. Pan Lao, what's wrong with you? Wu Xiaobo, who was playing a game next to him, slapped the keyboard at the end and asked quickly with an excited look on his face. On the computer screen, the word pentakill is very eye-catching. He did not forget to take out his mobile phone to quickly record this wonderful moment, and even posed for photos, so conceited. After feeling satisfied, he looked at Pan Lao with a confused expression. What could be so shocking? I have no choice but to do it. After all, this guy is also a rich second generation. It's rare to see something that can shock the rich second generation so much. Hello? I'm Pan Lao, your roommate. When Pan Lao heard this and saw Yi Chen and Lu Maozhong next to him, he smiled slightly and quickly introduced them. Wearing a suit of branded sportswear, he bent down slightly and picked up his glasses very elegantly. Hello? I'm Lu Maozhong. Lu Maozhong, who had already made the bed next to him, heard it and, without saying much, also made the introduction. You don't need an introduction, I know you. When Yi Chen wanted to introduce himself, Pan Lao saw it and interrupted Yi Chen's introduction and waved his hand. Do you know me? Hearing Pan Lao's words, Yi Chen's face was a little shocked. Of course. The most powerful freshman in our school, the freshman who was the most popular today, Yi Chen. That's right. Well. After listening to Pan Lao's explanation, Yi Chen suddenly didn't know what to say. You don't know. As a freshman, it's only the first day of registration, and Yi Chen has already chatted up with our school's cold school beauty. Moreover, the cold school beauty actually stood up for Yi Chen. I don't know how many innocent little boys were heartbroken at the school gate today. The iceberg school beauty Shui Lufang. When everyone heard Pan Lao's words, they were all shocked and stunned. Then he looked at Yi Chen, his face full of gossip. Obviously, they want to know what is going on. The cold and beautiful schoolgirl in Shanghai will never treat any boy well. No matter what kind of boy he is, whether he comes from a good family or a bad family. The principles of the iceberg school beauty are all ignored. And because of this, Shui Lufang is known as the iceberg campus beauty of Magic City University. Not only is she beautiful and rich, the most important thing is that Shui Lufang's family background is also very impressive. It is said that her family has worked in the capital for generations. And such a background has led to countless people pursuing Shui Lufang. However, Shui Lufang did not give them any good face, and they did not have any anger to express. Because, if you really piss Shui Lufang off, you might regret it too late just because of a word from someone else. Yes. Look at the school forum. Looking at the shocked Wu Xiaobo and others in front of him, Pan Lao nodded and explained. Holy crap! Shocked. A new student actually reported on a bicycle. The iceberg school beauty Shui Lufang personally approached him to help him out. Shocked, the new students report for duty by bicycle, and the bicycle is actually shocked. What kind of new student has come to Magic City University? 32 million Trek butterflies. After hearing Pan Lao's words, the two did not say much and quickly entered the forum of Magic City University. Fuck. The two people who were originally sitting suddenly jumped up with expressions of shock and disbelief when they saw the content and photos in the forum in front of them. Where's Yi Chen? After they looked towards where Yi Chen was, Yi Chen's figure was nowhere to be found and had completely disappeared. Brother Yi Chen. Take me with you. The next moment, a huge roar sounded. Luckily, I ran fast. Downstairs in the dormitory, hearing the roar coming from upstairs, Yi Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he ran faster. Otherwise, there might be tragedy. However, the monk can run away, but the temple cannot. What a tragedy! Ding dong! While Yi Chen was thinking about where to buy some daily necessities, a message came from WeChat. The person who sent the message was, of course, a senior schoolmate whom Yi Chen met before school started, also from Shanghai University, with the ID Sure Air Jingfeng. However, there wasn't much small talk between them, just a few words. To be specific, Yi Chen asked about things related to Magic City University. Junior, are you here to report? Yeah. Here I come. What's wrong? Senior. Looking at the message sent in front of him, Yi Chen nodded. I'm going to buy some daily necessities. Where are you going to buy daily necessities? I don't know. Does Senior have any recommendations? If not, I can only buy it at the supermarket. There's a big shopping mall over on Qingyun Road. It has all kinds of stuff. We can go over there and take a look. Do you need me to lead the way? Smiling expression. If possible, that would be great. Proud expression. Having someone lead the way, and it's a senior student, should save me a lot of time. Okay. I'm at the Lotus Pond now, I'll be there soon. See you at the school gate, Junior. Sure Jingfeng saw it and without saying anything, quickly sent a message. Okay. Pretty senior, see you at the school gate. I don't know, what does a senior look like? Looking at the WeChat message in front of him, Yi Chen looked a little confused. This senior sister S space is completely blocked. Even if you are a friend of the senior, you do not have any permission to enter her space. As for what the senior schoolmate is like, I have no idea. Now Yi Chen hopes that his senior sister is a beautiful one with a stunning appearance, or at least one who wears black stockings. After all, who doesn't want to have a senior sister with black stockings who can satisfy all his fantasies? Without saying anything more, he walked quickly towards the school gate. As for his trek bicycle, Yi Chen had no intention of riding it. Because it's really a bit too much to be justified. This time, I had a beautiful senior schoolmate to lead the way. So no matter what, it has to be more advanced. Let us go to the nearby car city first and buy a better luxury car. Then, go buy some daily necessities again. Shui Lufang, look! Shui Lufang. Fuck! Why is Shui Lufang at the school gate again? So beautiful. Is this the cold school beauty Shui Lufang? Oh my god. It's so beautiful. Just as Yi Chen arrived at the school gate, the crowd nearby began to get agitated. It is summer now, yet everything smells like spring. It really is, an animal with the lower body. Yi Chen saw it and shook his head helplessly. Thump thump thump. Amid the crowd's exclamations, footsteps were heard, followed by a faint fragrance lingering around. That's right. Shui Liufang's figure stopped beside Yi Chen at this moment. Smelling the faint fragrance in the air, unknowingly, a certain part of my body suddenly became active. This made Yi Chen helpless and he shook his head vigorously. However, the next moment, Shui Liufang's words made Yi Chen stunned. Shui Lufang just smiled and spoke. Stars in the night sky, it's time to go. Chapter 6 Passionate Iceberg School Beauty. You are, sure Dingfeng. Looking at the figure of Shui Lufang in front of me, she had a sweet smile on her face, was wearing a black short skirt, and her long slender legs were wrapped in black stockings. The expression on Yi Chen's face was completely frozen, and his eyes were filled with shock. No way. Before school started, I wanted to learn about the situation at Shanghai University. A senior student I added casually turned out to be Shui Lufang, the cold campus beauty of Shanghai University. This is too horrible. What kind of fate could allow for such a coincidence? What do you think? Shui Lufang seemed very satisfied with Yi Chen's shock. The smile on her face became even brighter, she nodded slightly, and her long eyelashes blinked. Let's go. While Yi Chen was still in a daze, Shui Lufang finished speaking and pulled Yi Chen out of the school gate. Was it a fight? Looking at the devilish figure and enchanting body in front of me. For a moment, Yi Chen was unable to react. No. I like it, hurry up. However, when Shui Lufang heard this, he shook his head. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. While Yi Chen was looking puzzled, a red Rolls-Royce came rushing over from a distance. It just drifted and stopped in front of Shui Lufang. Miss, please. Under everyone's gaze, a hot girl, wearing a belly-bearing top, came out of a Rolls-Royce. He opened the car door and quickly made a gesture of invitation to Shui Lufang. Let's go. When Yi Chen was a little at a loss, Shui Lufang waved at Yi Chen and said something. Yi Chen saw the envious and jealous eyes around him, which looked as if they wanted to kill him. Without saying anything, he sat in the passenger seat. As for Shui Lufang, he stepped on the accelerator and left. What the hell? What did I see? Where did this country boy come from? He actually got into the Rolls-Royce of the school beauty Shui Lufang. What the hell? This is impossible. A country bumpkin, the icy school beauty actually gave him such a brilliant smile. Ah. Why not me? Because you're not a country bumpkin, you're a city dweller. You're not an outsider. The school beauty is gone. My heart is broken. Country bumpkin, you are the country bumpkin. That brat is not a country bumpkin at all. Others came to school on a 32 million trek butterfly bicycle. Country bumpkin, haha. That's right. Others reported it riding trek butterfly. If you don't know what it is, just check it out. Really? Before you call someone a country bumpkin, don't you look at what you are? Others are country bumpkins, but what are you? A piece of garbage from a stinking ditch. So handsome. What a pity, Shui Lufang got there first. Oh. It seems there is no hope for this little brother. Alas. After Yi Chen followed Shui Lufang away, a critical hit occurred again at the school gate. There was a lot of heartbreaking sound from the boys. As for the girls, they all sighed softly, shook their heads, and looked extremely disappointed. They were snatched away by Shui Lufang, so it was impossible for them to compete. No matter which aspect, they were completely crushed by Shui Lufang. Sister, sister. While in the Rolls-Royce, he looked at the stunning profile in front of him. For a moment, Yi Chen didn't know what to say. "You can call me Lufang." What Yi Chen didn't expect was that when Shui Lufang heard it, she looked over, her beautiful face became serious and solemn, and said something. Lu Fang. For a moment, Yi Chen had no way of connecting her with the word iceberg. How could such a beautiful woman, so gentle and considerate, be described as an iceberg? This is definitely something that everyone has misunderstood. As for Shui Lufang, he heard it, nodded, and quickly entered the underground parking lot. "Oh right. I don't know, junior stars in the night sky, what daily necessities do you want to buy?" Arriving at the elevator door, he nodded and suddenly moved closer. You can see some round white and black lace, and a sweet smile appears on her face. There seems to be a faint fragrance in the air. This made Yi Chen swallow his saliva even more, and his face turned a little red. I am just an innocent little boy. He had never even held a girl's hand, but now he received so many benefits all at once. I'm a little flattered. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? While Yi Chen was stunned, a small hand came to his forehead, touched it, and his face looked puzzled. You don't have a fever. Why is your face so red? After saying that, he nodded and looked over, and before Yi Chen could react, he came closer. The temperature is normal. The temperature is normal, but the heartbeat is abnormal. Looking at the scenery in front of him, Yi Chen wanted to complain, but he just felt dry mouth. Ding dong. Let's go. At this moment, the elevator arrived. Shui Lufang saw this and without saying anything, she immediately grabbed Yi Chen's right hand and walked towards the elevator. Junior brother, the daily necessities here are on the 3rd floor. Senior Lu Fang, you can call me Yi Chen. Yi Chen heard it and said something. In that case, I'll call you Xiaochen. Okay? You're younger than me. Can. Looking at the turbulent waves in front of him, Yi Chen had to admit, indeed. Senior Lufang, I already have an umbrella? Hearing Shui Liufang's words, Yi Chen's face was covered with cold sweat. This senior of mine seems to attach special importance to parasols. Is that so? How much is it? Senior Lufang, my $19.9. Are you kidding me? When Yi Chen heard this, he looked helpless and complained. Oh my god. Phew. When Shui Lufang heard this, she burst out laughing. Her beautiful eyes blinked, but she felt greatly relieved in her heart. Fine. There is still time. Xiaochen, there will be some in the future. It's just that I don't know who you will use it with. If there really is one, I hope to share it with you, Senior Lufang. When Yi Chen heard this, he nodded seriously. Senior Lufang, you probably won't mind, right? After all, I don't want my beautiful senior to get wet in the rain. He. Don't mind. Don't mind. When Shui Lufang heard this, she suddenly burst into laughter. It's so beautiful that I can't describe it. It bounces all over the place. Lufang. Why are you here? When the two walked out of the elevator and reached the 3rd floor, a young man appeared in front of them. When he saw Yi Chen, his face suddenly turned gloomy, his eyes turned cold, and he pointed at Yi Chen and scolded him. Lufang, who is he? Chapter 7. You have no right to say that. Who is this guy? Looking at the young man in front of him with short black hair, a pretty face, and wearing an Adidas sportswear, Yi Chen's face suddenly fell. What Yi Chen hates most is people pointing at him. This is very rude. Okay. Moreover, this guy has such an arrogant attitude, like a superior boss. What is going on? This made Yi Chen very unhappy. Prince, this is my business and has nothing to do with you. Get out of the way. Looking at the prince who was blocking his way, Shui Lufang did not have a good expression at all. He lowered his eyes and gave a warning in a cold voice. Wang Sun, his own suitor, can be said to be one of the persistent pursuers. Shui Lufang hates this kind of person the most. Maybe, in their eyes, this kind of persistence and perseverance is very valuable and very touching to girls. However, what Shui Lufang wanted to say was, how touching. Pursuing a girl in such a persistent way will only make her feel more disgusted and more disgusted. Just like she is now. It has nothing to do with me. Wang Sun, who had been rejected countless times, suddenly turned into a sneer when he heard Shui Lufang say this. There was a strong rage in his eyes, and even bloodshot was spreading in his eyes. How long has he, Wang Sun, been pursuing Shui Lufang? 3 whole years. 3 years. But now, what Wang Sun did not expect was that Shui Lufang did not care at all. What's even more depressing is that he actually said it had nothing to do with her. It feels like I have been working in vain for the past 3 years. And now, the pretty boy in front of him was someone the prince had never seen before. Just by looking at his clothes, you can tell he is just an ordinary person, and you don't know which mountain he came from. Shui Lufang actually scolded herself like that for such a brat. In an instant, my glass heart was broken. He, the prince, had already regarded Shui Lufangmo as his woman. Little did he know that Shui Lufang just treated him as a stranger. If Wang Sun hadn't persisted, Shui Lufang might not have remembered his name at all. I didn't expect you, Lufang, to be so hostile to me just for this pretty boy. Looking at Yi Chen in front of him, Wang Sun's face became even gloomier and he almost roared. What's so good about this brat? He's just a little handsome. Otherwise, he's useless. Prince, I advise you to be more careful with your words. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. When Yi Chen wanted to say something, Shui Lufang's eyes became gloomy, with a hint of anger in her beautiful eyes, and she directly warned him. You. Sorry. Get out of the way. Without paying any attention to the gloomy prince, Shui Lufang suddenly grabbed Yi Chen's hand and left quickly. It's not worth wasting time with this kind of people. Besides, this is my boyfriend. You have no right to tell him what he thinks. Boyfriend. When Wang Sun heard Shui Lufang's words, he felt like he was struck by lightning. How is that possible? When did Shui Lufang have a boyfriend? How come I didn't receive any message at all? In an instant, my glass heart shattered. Senior Lufang, if you do this, will you? Looking at Shui Lufang who was pulling him away, Yi Chen's face became a little confused and he spoke something. No. I don't like him at all, why should I be afraid of him? Shui Lufang's words completely left Yi Chen helpless. That's not what I meant. Senior Lufang, you just casually and unilaterally say that I am your boyfriend. Do you have my consent? Why? You don't agree? When Shui Lufang heard this, he jumped back like a frightened cat. However, her little hand was holding Yi Chen's left hand, and her beautiful eyes were blinking. I agree. How could I not agree? Yi Chen saw it, looked at the round and smooth scenery in front of him, and looked at the long legs wrapped in black stockings, and quickly replied. Who doesn't want to have a stunningly beautiful senior sister wearing black stockings? Who wouldn't be confused by such a senior sister? Ha ha. So you agree? When Shui Lufang heard this, she smiled, with two sweet dimples. This brat hasn't changed at all. He is still the same as before, still the same young man. By the way, Xiaochen, what daily necessities do you want to buy? Finally, as if he had thought of something, he said something quickly. You must change your clothes. They have become white after washing. Yes. This one does need to be replaced. Let's buy some shampoo, shower gel, laundry detergent, paper towels, etc., and that's basically it. Yi Chen had to nod his head to show his approval of Shui Lufang's words. Indeed, I should change my clothes into a new one. Otherwise, it would be a bit ugly and not in line with one's identity. In that case, run. A small hand suddenly pulled Yi Chen and quickly led the way. Without saying much, the two of them quickly bought the goods. Okay. Xiaochen, let's go buy clothes next. Looking at the small cart of daily necessities in front of them, Shui Lufang nodded and pulled Yi Chen up to the 5th floor. The 5th floor is a men's store with a variety of men's clothes. Welcome, how can I help you? At the counter, the waiter saw it, smiled and said something. No, we can just take a look. After Shui Lufang finished speaking, she pulled Yi Chen towards the clothes next to her. Xiaochen, what do you think of these sets? They look pretty good. After a while, Shui Lufang came over with several sets of clothes. Let me try. It looks pretty good. Looking at the clothes that Shui Lufang brought to him, Yi Chen nodded, took them, and walked towards the fitting room. This set is very nice, very princess style. When Yi Chen came out wearing a pink dress, Shui Lufang nodded. This set is also very good. It has a dark style. This set looks pretty laid back. Ah. I don't know which sets I want. Otherwise, I'll buy them all. After trying on 7 or 8 sets of clothes, Shui Lufang struggled a little and looked at Yi Chen. Yes. Sure. When Yi Chen heard this, he agreed without even looking at the price. Wang Sun, why are you here? When the two arrived at the counter, a young man seemed to have been waiting for a long time, which made Shui Liufang's face instantly gloomy. This guy, is he here to cause trouble? If it's true, I don't mind giving him a severe lesson. But when the prince saw this, he smiled slightly, as if he had already won. Looking at Yi Chen, his eyes were full of provocation. Lufang, I'm sorry. I won't sell the clothes here to this brat. Chapter 8. If you don't have money, don't be arrogant. I won't sell the clothes here to this brat. Looking at Shui Lufang with a gloomy face in front of him, Wang Sun's face became even gloomier. The little smile he managed looked so fake. No. Prince, this is not your territory. What right do you have to say no? When Shui Lufang heard this, his face suddenly turned gloomy as he looked at the prince in front of him, and his brows furrowed slightly. Unexpectedly, this guy actually said he didn't want to sell it. Is he trying to make things difficult for me, or what? Yes. I'm very sorry, Lufang, but we don't sell you the clothes here. When Wang Sun heard this, he smiled slightly and looked at Yi Chen next to him provocatively with a strong sense of sarcasm. He is just a brat, but he is so arrogant. How is it possible? This time, since this is the case, I have to suppress him hard and dampen this guy's arrogance. Otherwise, what will happen in the future? The store here, I'm so sorry, I bought it. You. Looking at the prince in front of him with a smug look on his face, Shui Liufang's face suddenly turned gloomy. His brows were slightly furrowed, and there was already a hint of anger in his eyes. What? You're not convinced, brat? If you're not convinced, then just hold it in. Finally, he looked at Yi Chen with disdain, and there was a strong provocation in his eyes. He's just a bad boy. It's impossible for him to fight with a rich second-generation man. Thump thump thump. At this moment, the sound of footsteps was heard, followed by the figure of a middle-aged man running from the side. With a faint smile on his face, he quickly came in front of Wang Sun. Master Wang Sun, these are all the paperwork for our store. The 5 million you just mentioned is all transferred to you. I didn't expect that there would be such a sucker. At this time, physical stores are not having an easy time. I have long wanted to exchange all my cash. Now, God has finally opened his eyes. For you. Wang Sun saw it, smiled slightly, and without saying much, quickly handed over 5 checks. The smile on his face was so bright that he looked at Yi Chen provocatively. People. Sometimes, you have to know yourself. There are some people you can't mess with. Wang Sun, you. Shui Lufang, who was standing by, heard this and clenched his hands when he saw the smug look on the prince's face. He gnashed his teeth and wished he could punch him hard. This guy wants to go against Yi Chen. Damn it. However, when Shui Liufang's face was solemn and she was gritting her teeth, Yi Chen suddenly grabbed Shui Liufang's small hand, shook his head, and looked at the middle-aged man in front of him with cold eyes. Wait. 10 million, I'll buy it. However, when the middle-aged man wanted to hand over a large amount of transfer information in his hand to Wang Sun, Yi Chen next to him suddenly spoke with a faint smile on his face. Yi Chen. Shui Lufang, who was standing next to him, saw this and suddenly became anxious and shook his head. 10 million yuan to buy a store like this is really a huge loss. It's really not worth it to have a good fight with the prince. This. As for the middle-aged man, his face suddenly became gloomy and his brows frowned slightly when he heard it. Looking at Yi Chen in front of him, he examined him carefully. This young man was wearing just ordinary clothes. And now, he actually offered 10 million to buy his shop. This is really hard to believe. After all, if you really have money, you won't wear such low-quality things. I say, uncle, you don't believe that this brat can really come up with 10 million. This is really ridiculous. As for Wang Sun, he became even more sarcastic after hearing Yi Chen's words, with a look of deep disdain in his eyes. He's just a brat, but he said he could come up with 10 million. I won't believe this even if you kill me. If this brat can come up with 10 million, then I will crawl back. In that case, I'm very sorry. Prince, right? I'm afraid you really have to crawl back. While the middle-aged man was at a loss and Shui Lufang next to him was angry, Yi Chen didn't care at all. Instead, he smiled slightly. Without saying much, he took out a black and gold card with a huge smile on his face. Black gold card. How is that possible? Wang Sun was shocked when he saw Yi Chen in front of him who had taken out a black gold card all of a sudden. His face was full of disbelief, his mouth wide open, as if he had seen a ghost. Obviously, Wang Sun never expected that Yi Chen was just a stinky boy in ordinary clothes. And now, an ordinary boy can actually take out a black gold card. What on earth is wrong with this world? This is absolutely impossible. However, now that the facts were before him, he had no choice but to accept them. How could this person have a black gold card? How is that impossible? You are nothing in front of me. When Yi Chen heard this and saw the shocked look on the prince's face in front of him, his face became even more sneering and his eyes were full of disdain. People. Sometimes, you have to know yourself. There are some people you can't mess with. Of course, don't you have any idea of what you are capable of? If you don't have money, don't act cool in front of me. You. How is it possible? This is absolutely impossible. Shui Lufang, I didn't expect that you would give the black gold card to Yi Chen. I really didn't expect this. Finally, as if he had thought of something, his face showed shock. He looked at Shui Lufang next to him, his face gloomy, and his eyes dropped in an instant. How could this brat deserve the favor of the cold school beauty Shui Lufang? How hateful. Apologize. I didn't give her the black gold card. However, what Wang Sun did not expect was that Shui Lufang gave him a contemptuous and cold look in response to his words. Without saying anything more, he took out a black and gold card from his bag with a sneer on his face. Shui Lufang was just guessing about Yi Chen having the black gold card, but she had already vaguely guessed it. After all, he came to school riding a 32 million Trek butterfly. It's a bit unreasonable that there is no black gold card. This. How is it possible? Looking at the black and gold card that Shui Lufang took out, Wang Sun's face suddenly turned pale. His eyes were filled with shock, and his expression actually began to become petrified. A brat actually has a black gold card. What a joke! Impossible! Get out of here! You are not welcome in my shop. However, Yi Chen didn't say much, just waved his hand, his voice cold. You! Looking at the 10 checks for 1 million yuan thrown in front of him all of a sudden, Wang Sun became even more angry and glared at Yi Chen fiercely. You're so cruel. Finally, without saying anything more, he left. If you don't have the capital, don't be arrogant. Please. This is embarrassing, okay? It's nothing. Yi Chen's words almost made Wang Sun stagger and fall down. This brat is so abominable. This is too much. Those who wanted to use the money to humiliate Yi Chen found that others were in the atmosphere. Damn it. Chapter 9 Senior Sister, I don't need it. Xiaochen, I think there's one thing you haven't bought yet. And in the shopping mall, there were two figures, a man and a woman, who attracted the attention of countless people. Looking at Yi Chen beside her, Shui Lufang showed a bright smile on her face, like a flash in the pan. With a hint of complacency, it seems as if he has some conspiracy. At this time, Yi Chen was afraid that others would judge people by their appearance. Finally, I changed into a clean set of clothes. It seems that the whole person has undergone a drastic change. At the very least, he looks much more handsome and attracts a lot more attention. This is the best proof. Of course, Yi Chen originally had a handsome face, but it was completely dragged down by those washed-out clothes. What? Hearing Shui Lufang's words, Yi Chen's face became confused and his brows furrowed slightly. Umbrella? Shui Lufang seemed to be very persistent about this, and it was an umbrella that cost only a few cents or $1. As a countryman, Yi Chen had never seen an umbrella that cost only a few cents. It is possible that I really cannot keep up with the trend of the times. Ha ha. Xiaochen, I didn't expect you to be so humorous. When Shui Lufang heard this and saw everyone nearby looking at her, she just smiled. The smile on her face is sweet, and her two dimples are unusually clear. No. These are the things you need for your military training. Otherwise, you will suffer. Without saying much, he pulled Yi Chen to the side. What is this? Tissue paper, Fluffy? In just a moment, Yi Chen was pulled by Shui Lufang to a place filled with various different packages, like tissues. Sophie. When Yi Chen saw the words on a package next to him, his face suddenly turned red and hot as if he had thought of something. Although, I have never used it or even come into contact with it. However, Yi Chen had heard of the name Sophie. It is said that this is used by girls to protect their younger sisters. However, now, unexpectedly, Shui Lufang actually brought himself to this place. What do I need this for as a grown man? Looking at the gazes of the women beside him who were looking at him, for a moment, Yi Chen wished he could find a crack to crawl into. It's too embarrassing. As an innocent little boy, Yi Chen had never been to such a place. How embarrassing. Senior, let's go. There's no need. Without saying much, looking at Shui Lufang in front of him, Yi Chen just wanted to quickly escape from this embarrassing place. Wait. You need it. Which one do you like? However, when Shui Lufang heard this, she suddenly grabbed Yi Chen's right hand, shook her head, and asked a question. This. When the people around heard Shui Lufang's words, they all looked at Yi Chen with shock in their eyes. Obviously, they never expected that a girlfriend would need to ask her boyfriend's opinion before buying sanitary napkins. This is too horrible. Senior. Looking at the eyes of everyone staring at him, Yi Chen felt like his hair was about to smoke. This is so embarrassing. Now Yi Chen regrets not wearing a mask. What are you thinking? If you don't use this as a cushion during military training, your feet will be crippled the next day. When Shui Lufang saw Yi Chen's expression, she smiled slightly, looked at the shocked people around her, and helped to explain. When the people nearby heard this, they nodded one by one, as if they understood something. Hey handsome guy, if you want to use it as a footstool, I recommend you use this. The waiter next to him heard it, looked at Sophie in front of him, and spoke quickly. Before, many boys came quietly to buy, all wearing masks, and ran away in a flash. Listening to the waiter's words, Yi Chen's face became even more completely autistic. Everyone else is wearing a mask, but I am not. That's it. And in the end, without saying much, he nodded quickly. At this moment, Yi Chen didn't want to stay in this place for a moment. It's so embarrassing. It's so embarrassing that I can save enough space to buy a 1-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment. Let's go. There's nothing left to buy. Before Shui Lufang could react, Yi Chen didn't stop at all. He took Shui Lufang's hand and walked outside. Xiaochen, wait. Slow down. As for Shui Lufang, when she saw it, the smile on her face became even brighter. Xiaochen, you are indeed a virgin. Otherwise, it would be impossible to show such an expression. It has been more than 10 years, I wonder if he still remembers that little girl. A pair of beautiful eyes, with flowing light, let Yi Chen hold her little hand, with the corners of her mouth slightly raised. Bang! When Yi Chen walked out with his head down, he suddenly felt a soft feeling, followed by a woman's sound of pain. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Looking at the woman in front of him with big wavy hair, wearing a black long skirt and with a delicate face, Yi Chen apologized quickly without any hesitation. You. As for the woman, who was about to get angry, when she saw Yi Chen, her face suddenly turned into shock. How can you be so handsome? This is the first time I see such a handsome boy. Wouldn't it be great if this could be my own little dog? Shui Lufang, why is it you? However, when Zhang Lin saw Shui Lufang in front of him, his face showed surprise. How is that possible? Shui Lufang actually already has a boyfriend. When did it happen? For a moment, I was overwhelmed. Shui Lufang is the coldest campus beauty at Shanghai University. I don't know how many famous rich second generations are pursuing her. However, no one can succeed. Someone once spent 100 million yuan in order to make Shui Lufang smile. However, all he got was Shui Lufang's cold face and contemptuous gaze. Now, this handsome pretty boy is actually holding the hand of the cold school beauty Shui Lufang. Could it be that Shui Lufang likes this type? For a moment, Zhang Lin's face was completely stunned, followed by a strong excitement. This stinky bitch was pretending to be so high and mighty before. And now, after seeing the handsome guy, my heart is suddenly filled with joy. She is such an icy school beauty, that's really ridiculous. After all, isn't he still a reserved person? Zhang Lin, why is this woman here? Looking at Zhang Lin in front of him, Shui Liufang's face was a little gloomy and his brows were slightly wrinkled. It was beyond her expectation to meet Zhang Lin in this place. And now, my good mood may be completely ruined because of this woman. Do you know each other? As for Yi Chen, looking at the shocked Zhang Lin and the solemn Shui Lufang in front of him, he asked a question. These two people, it seems that something is not right. Of course I know him. How could I not know him? You said so, right? Lufang. When Zhang Lin heard this, a faint smile appeared on his face. Without saying much, he spoke quickly, his voice full of sneer. We know each other. We've met before. However, Shui Lufang was not polite at all to her sarcastic tone, and her voice was cold, but she did not reject it. Lufang, we have known each other for a long time. How can we say that we are just passing friends? You are making me so sad. We have been through so much together. When Zhang Lin heard this, his face suddenly became a little sad and lost, and he looked at Shui Lufang. Oh right. Lufang, is this your boyfriend? Didn't you say that you didn't want to have a boyfriend before graduation? This woman. When Shui Lufang heard this, his face suddenly turned gloomy. Are you trying to sabotage the show? Right. Last time, I heard that you had agreed to Li Shaoqian's pursuit. I thought you two were still in love with each other. I didn't expect that you actually like this type. Really? How come I didn't even know when I started dating Li Shaoqian? It seems that Zhang Lin, you have quite a lot of information. I don't know where you heard this from. Where's your boyfriend who speaks 6 languages? I heard he's got a muscular body. You're not breaking up, are you? You. When Zhang Lin heard this, his face suddenly became extremely gloomy. This is her eternal pain. I originally thought that I could show off to others that I had a boyfriend who could speak 6 languages. As a result, others are playing both sides. As for her, Zhang Lin, she is just someone else's ATM. Now, I didn't expect that Shui Lufang would actually bring up this matter. Shui Lufang, I wonder how long your boyfriend plans to have fun? And at the end, he smiled slightly and said something quickly. Little did they know that when Yi Chen, who was standing next to them, heard this, his face suddenly turned gloomy. Does this mean that Yi Chen is a duck? Damn it! Chapter 10 I don't care who you are, don't mess with me. Zhang Lin, I advise you to keep your mouth shut. Before Yi Chen could say anything, Shui Liufang's face was already filled with anger when she heard Zhang Lin's words, and there was even more anger in her eyes. This surprised Yi Chen a little. The other party clearly wants to severely belittle himself. And now, I should be the one who is angry. Even if the other party wanted to suppress Shui Lufang by stepping on him hard. There was no need for Shui Lufang to be so angry. Therefore, when Yi Chen saw Shui Liufang's anger, he could not help but be stunned and confused. Honey, what do you think of this? I think it suits you very well. A voice came from the side, followed by a young man walking over. She was holding a black suspender skirt, which was very short. When he saw Shui Lufang, his face froze for a moment. A pair of eyes were staring straight at Shui Lufang, like a hungry wolf, wishing they could pounce on her immediately. Seeing this, Yi Chen, who was standing next to him, took a step forward uncontrollably without any hesitation and stood in front of Shui Lufang. You're quite good at it. As for Shui Lufang, when she saw it, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, she had a sweet smile, and her beautiful eyes blinked. True romance requires no preparation at all. The romance that is expressed unconsciously is the most touching. Deliberately created romance is only temporary romance. The romance that comes from physical instinct is the longest-lasting romance. Hiss, hiss, hiss. And in the next moment, Lu Hao's face suddenly felt painful, his expression was distorted, and there was a lot of cold sweat on his forehead. Because, when Zhang Lin saw this, he did not hesitate at all and twisted Lu Hao hard with his right hand. My dear, this is... Seeing Zhang Lin with an angry face in front of him, Lu Hao reacted suddenly and looked at Shui Lufang, who was wearing a black skirt and black stockings. This is simply the most beautiful thing in the world. It can be said that such a beauty can only be seen a few times in the world. But now, unexpectedly, I saw it. It would be so great if I could get their contact information. Shui Lufang, my friend. As for Zhang Lin, when he heard it, his face suddenly darkened, his brows furrowed, and he introduced it in an unpleasant voice. Especially for the word friends, the tone is emphasized. This is my boyfriend, Lu Hao, who is fluent in 8 languages. English, French, Italian, Japanese, Chinese, and Alman. Looking at Shui Lufang in front of him, his face became even more sneering, with a condescending attitude. Lufang, this is your boyfriend, right? Is he also fluent in 8 languages? Zhang Lin, you. When Shui Lufang heard this, his face suddenly turned gloomy and his brows furrowed. This Zhang Lin, he wants to compete with me in boyfriend status. Yi Chen is a real Chinese and has never been abroad. How could Yi Chen, who was born in the countryside, be able to speak 8 languages? It's great to be able to learn English. Now, if this isn't intentional making things difficult for me, then what else could it be? By the way, Lu Hao is also the general manager of the billion-dollar IR Group. My father is one of the shareholders of the IR Group. Finally, as if he had thought of something, he said something quickly, and the pride on his face could be imagined. As for Shui Lufang, his face became even gloomier when he heard it, and his eyes became sharp and cold. This person is clearly targeting me. No big deal. No big deal. Miss Lufang, nice to meet you. When Lu Hao saw this, a faint smile appeared on his face, but he looked at Yi Chen with a rare disdainful look, with a strong taste of provocation. I didn't expect that such a beautiful and stunning beauty would be possessed by this guy. Lu Hao disagreed with this point. Looking at Shui Lufang in front of him, she has an angelic face, a devilish figure, and her long slender legs wrapped in black stockings are tightly pressed together, fitting perfectly. This made Lu Hao realize that although he had seen countless people, he could tell at just one glance that Shui Lufang had not been destroyed many times at this moment, and should be in a budding state. Even if they have been destroyed, the number will not exceed single digits. Looking at Yi Chen in front of him, his face was filled with deep contempt. If I had a girlfriend like this, it would be impossible for me to be so perfect with her. At the very least, several times a day is certain. I have to doubt that this brat in front of me is not good at that aspect at all. Nice to meet you. Lu Hao, right? However, when Lu Hao wanted to shake hands with Shui Lufang, a hand instantly held his hand, and a faint smile appeared in Lu Hao's sight. And this person, is it Yi Chen? Who else could it be? Obviously, Yi Chen was the first one to refuse to take advantage of Shui Lufang. This brat. Looking at the right hand that suddenly grasped in front of him, Lu Hao's face became full of disgust, and he wished he could shake it off fiercely. This brat is so abominable. Sorry, I also speak 8 languages, and they are the same as yours. Judjujvidvid. After listening to Yi Chen's words, Lu Hao was completely confused and stunned for a moment. What does it mean? Don't you know the Alman language? As for Yi Chen, when Lu Hao was stunned, he smiled slightly and said something. Ha ha. Yes. Yes. But I haven't spoken Alman for a long time. A cold sweat appeared on Lu Hao's face and he smiled awkwardly. 8 languages is bullshit, I just made it up. I just learned a little bit from watching the movie. And now, unexpectedly, I have met an opponent. So embarrassing. I think, even if Master Lu Hao can't tell, he must know what it means. When Yi Chen heard this, he smiled slightly, as if he had thought of something, and said something. I remember it seemed like you meant it well. Right. Yes. I remember now. It means you are hello. When Lu Hao heard this, he clapped his hands, suddenly realized, and nodded in agreement. Sorry. That's not what you meant. I just made it up. It seems that you are very good at speaking 8 languages. Phew. Shui Lufang, who was standing next to him, heard this and saw the smile of triumph on Yi Chen's face, and suddenly burst out laughing. I didn't expect that Yi Chen could be so humorous. You. After hearing Yi Chen's words and seeing the playful expression on Yi Chen's face, Lu Hao's face turned red, and even his eyes were bloodshot. I didn't expect that I would be fooled by a brat, and treated like a monkey. This is simply too much. Do you know who I am? And at the end, without saying anything more, he roared. I don't care who you are, just don't mess with me. Otherwise, even if you are the king of heaven, I will make you regret it. When Yi Chen heard this, he didn't care at all. He took Shui Lufang's hand, walked outside, and casually threw his black gold card. Black gold card. How is that possible? As for Lu Hao, his face became even more depressed when he saw it. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes went black, and he completely passed out. This is too much. Chapter 11, The Iceberg School Beauty, Your Personality Collapses. At the gate of Shanghai University, when a large group of freshmen were still reporting in, a red Ferrari drifted and stopped in full view of everyone. Under everyone's gaze, a young man came out from the passenger seat, carrying several large bags. This made some old students burst into tears when they saw the license plate number. The glass heart that had been mended with great difficulty was broken once again after seeing the stunningly beautiful woman in the driver's seat waving at the young man with a sweet smile on her face. At this moment, their feelings can only be described by one BGM. Snow flutters and the north wind blows. The world is vast. Looking at Yi Chen with the bags in front of him, all the boys had nothing but envy, jealousy, and hatred in their eyes. He gnashed his teeth, as if he wished he could turn into a wild beast and tear Yi Chen to pieces. Senior Lufang, goodbye. However, as if he could not see their anger at all, looking at Shui Lufang sitting in the driver's seat, Yi Chen waved his hand and launched another critical attack. Xiaochen, when we have time, let's discuss life and have an in-depth exchange. At that time, you must prepare a $1 umbrella. When Shui Liuxiang heard this, the smile on her face became even brighter. She pursed her lips and smiled, and her pair of phoenix eyes blinked. You wouldn't be so reluctant to give up a $1 umbrella, would you? I understand. Senior Lufang, if I knew where I could buy it, I would definitely go buy it. Puff puff puff. When the person next to him heard Yi Chen's words, he spat out a mouthful of blood and his heart was broken. $1 umbrella. Damn it! How come this brat is making such rapid progress with their cold school beauty? It's just like taking a plane. However, what made them even more angry was that at this moment, Shui Lufang, the usually cold and icy school beauty, was smiling with her lips pursed, and the smile on her face was so bright. For them, this is a critical hit damage of 10,000 times. Iceberg school beauty, where is your image? It completely collapsed. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. However, Shui Lufang ignored them at all. Instead, he stepped on the accelerator, and with a whoosh, he took off. All that was left were a bunch of heartbroken seniors and juniors. Your reflection is the scenery I can't take away. While everyone was looking depressed and heartbroken, Yi Chen's cell phone rang. He looked at the caller ID and answered the call quickly without saying anything. Hey! Dad! What's going on? Xiaochen! How are you over there? Have you arrived at school? How is the school environment? On the other end of the phone, a middle-aged man's voice was heard. She asked a lot of questions in a row, even more diligent than an old lady. When Yi Chen heard this, he looked a little helpless, but he showed a bright smile. Dad! Don't worry. I'm doing well here at Shanghai University. The seniors here are so nice. Not only are they very pretty, they are much prettier than the girls in our village. Also, the people here speak nicely and are all talented. I like it here very much. Especially the seniors. They are so pretty and gentle. They make me feel at home. If any one of you goes and beats up this brat, I'll give him $300. When the people around heard Yi Chen's words, their eyes became extremely gloomy. She is an icy school beauty. She is not gentle at all and is usually very cold. Unexpectedly, now, all my tenderness is given to this brat. Damn it! I'll give you 1,000. I'll give you 3,000. Teach this brat a lesson for me. 5,000. I'll pay for the medical expenses. How arrogant! While Yi Chen was answering the phone and walking towards the dormitory. Before I knew it, I had offended a large group of people, and they were all gnashing their teeth at me. What's wrong with you? When I returned to the dormitory and opened the door, my 3 roommates stared at me. There was a deep sense of envy, jealousy, and hatred in his eyes. What's wrong? Yi Chen, are you talking like a human being? Damn it! Luxury cars, beauties, champagne, you only have champagne left now. Shui Lufang, the cold school beauty of our Magic City University, picked me up personally. This is too lucky. Why hasn't my peach blossom bloomed yet? Pan Lao, who was standing next to him, saw Yi Chen's confused face and started roaring. This kid is acting like a good kid even after getting the advantage. It's so abominable. That's right. Yi Chen, no. Brother Yi Chen, I am willing to call you the best. The school has just started, and you have hooked up with the icy school beauty Shui Lufang. Did you know each other before? Wu Xiaobo's face was also confused and puzzled. How lucky am I to be able to hook up with the cold school beauty Shui Lufang on the first day of school? Moreover, it was Shui Lufang who drove Yi Chen out for a ride. Still a Ferrari. I'm too envious. No way. I just came from the countryside, how could I possibly know her? When Yi Chen heard it, he denied it immediately. I am just a poor boy from the countryside, how could I possibly know Shui Lufang? Not only does she have fair skin and beautiful looks, her skin is also very tender and smooth, and even her voice is very pleasant, like the sound of nature. Needless to say, he must be a city dweller. And it is impossible for me to know myself. The countryside and the city are like 2 completely different things, and they will never get along in their lifetime. You didn't know each other before, how could Shui Lufang be so enthusiastic? What does the other person lack? Nothing. When Lu Maozhong heard this, his expression also became serious and he looked at Yi Chen questioningly. I don't believe even a single punctuation mark in what you say. Yes, yes, yes. It's up to you. She and I just met. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Yi Chen heard it, waved his hand, and walked towards his desk. Just now, did Shui Lufang take you to buy daily necessities? Looking at Yi Chen in front of him, Wu Xiaobo asked. Yi Chen didn't hide anything and nodded. From a large bag, he took out a series of things including laundry detergent, shampoo, etc. Did Shui Lufang also choose this dress for you? When everyone saw this, they were filled with indescribable envy. They also want to be treated like this. Yi Chen heard it and nodded without hiding anything. What brand? Shui Lufang must have very good taste. After Wu Xiaobo finished speaking, he came to Yi Chen's side and helped take out the clothes from the bag. Snap. At this moment, a mass of something fell to the ground. As for Wu Xiaobo and the others, when they saw it, their bodies stiffened and their eyes were filled with shock. He turned his head mechanically and looked at Yi Chen. Because, there are two eye-catching big words on the packaging bag of this thing. Sophie. Chapter 12. I'm not interested in money. This. Looking at the sanitary napkins in front of them, the expressions of the three people froze at the same time, their bodies stiffened, and even their speech became hesitant. For a moment, I felt as if I was choking with sobs, and I didn't know how to describe my feelings at the moment. It's too unbelievable. It's only been a short time, just the first day of registration. But now, what they didn't expect was that on the first day of registration, their roommate had made such rapid progress compared to the cold school beauty. This couldn't be fake. Even this kind of thing was purchased. The only thing missing is an umbrella. Yeah. This is used as a footstool during military training. Looking at the shocked expressions of the three people, Yi Chen quickly explained, his face becoming serious and solemn. In fact, I don't want to buy this kind of thing. However, there is no way. Shui Lufang directly dragged me to buy this, I couldn't refuse. Another point is that I have no reason to refuse. A man who takes favors from others is soft-hearted and a man who eats from others is soft-hearted. Especially, for a beauty like Shui Lufang, there was no way for him to refuse her. Yeah. Right. Use it as a footstool. Pan Lao, who was standing next to him, heard this and came back to his senses. He nodded quickly to ease the awkward atmosphere and looked serious. In fact, no one would believe Yi Chen's words. I have already helped buy day and night supplies. You can imagine the relationship between them. Yes. Don't worry. We will definitely not tell anyone. But, Brother Yi Chen, does Shui Lufang's best friend have a boyfriend? If not, please help ask her. How about me? Fuck. Don't do that, Xiao Mao. I was clearly here first, and you're cutting in line. That's very shameful. Do you understand the principle of first come, first served? That's right. Shui Lufang's best friend must be very beautiful too. Yi Chen. All of a sudden, everyone looked at Yi Chen, with strong expectations in their eyes. Shui Lufang, perhaps they really have no chance. However, as for Shui Lufang's best friend, they can still give it a try. As beautiful as Shui Lufang is, her best friend must be very beautiful too. Otherwise, it's impossible. I really don't know. Looking at the three people in front of him, each looking at him with a gleam in their eyes. Yi Chen's face was suddenly covered with cold sweat and he smiled awkwardly. I really don't know anything about this matter. Is Shui Lufang's best friend pretty? Does she have a boyfriend? How could I possibly know clearly? They had only known each other for the first day. I don't even have a good understanding of Shui Lufang, let alone her best friends. This, you can ask for us later. Don't ask for too much, just big waves will be fine. Fuck. So many conditions. I just want to look good, with black stockings and long legs. Yes. We don't have many conditions. With more than half of Shui Lufang's beauty, plus black stockings and long legs, you can already satisfy me. You have so many conditions. When Yi Chen heard this, he waved his hands helplessly, shook his head, sighed softly, and looked helpless. Without saying much, he started to organize the things he bought. Oh right. We need to gather tonight in room 201 of Jishue building. What time is it? I remember my senior told me that. Wu Xiaobo, who was browsing on his phone nearby, seemed to have thought of something and said something quickly. 7 o'clock. Now, it's already 5 o'clock. Do you have any plans? Should we go out to eat, or eat in the cafeteria? When Lu Maozhong heard this, he answered quickly while watching a video. I can do anything. When everyone looked at him, Yi Chen's face looked a little helpless. He waved his hand and said something. For myself, anything goes. After all, I'm not a picky eater. In that case, let's go out to eat. This time, brother Yi Chen, you treat us, don't you mind? Yes. 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 If I don't kill you a few times, I'll really be letting your Trek butterfly down. Someday, take me for a ride on the campus. I'm sure you'll attract a bunch of butterflies. I hope it doesn't attract wasps. There's a restaurant outside, Sue's restaurant, I heard it's pretty good. Why don't we go out and have a good taste? Okay. I'll listen to you. Anyway, money is just a string of numbers to me. After seeing everyone talking at once, Yi Chen waved his hand indifferently. To me, money is just a string of numbers. You no longer need to use a 6-digit password to protect your 2-digit deposits. What I need is a 6-digit password to protect deposits of more than 20 digits. Brother Yi Chen, if someone hears you saying this, you will definitely be beaten to death. Money is just a string of numbers to me. I am not interested in money. When can I make such a helpless sound? When Pan Lao heard this, his face suddenly turned helpless and he sighed softly. Let's go. Otherwise, we might not even be able to book a table later. Don't forget, today is the registration day, and there are so many new students. The restaurant outside must be very popular. Yes. 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 Go. When everyone heard this, Yi Chen didn't even have time to react. He immediately pulled Yi Chen and walked outside. ATM, go. ATM. Hearing Lu Maozhong's address to him, Yi Chen didn't know how to complain for a moment. Isn't that right? In that case, then Super ATM, let's go. Looking at Lu Maozhong who was pulling him away quickly, Yi Chen had no idea how to complain. Even if it's a Super ATM, it wouldn't he have as much money as I do. Have you ever seen a Super ATM with so much wealth and billions? Oh my god. Even a small amount of your own money can burst an ATM. Without saying much, after coming down from the dormitory, he quickly went to the west gate of the school. Then we walked onto the overpass and arrived at a food street opposite the west gate of the school. In the center of the food street, there is a restaurant with extremely luxurious decoration. There are 4 large golden characters, full of the atmosphere of wealth, Sue's restaurant. Welcome, how can I help you? When she walked in, the receptionist was wearing a white bodysuit and a black hip skirt. Her long legs were wrapped in black stockings. She had a delicate face, smiled slightly, and asked quickly. I want to book a private room. Is there any left? When Pan Lao saw this, he didn't say much and started asking quickly. Hello? We only have 1 private room for 10 people left. The others are all sold out. The fee is 500. Do you think it's appropriate? The waiter heard it, looked at the computer, smiled slightly, and said. No problem. Ordered. When Pan Lao heard this, he made the decision for Yi Chen without any hesitation. Wait. I have reserved that private room for 10 people. At this moment, a disdainful voice came from outside. Chapter 13, No money, don't show off. Who is this guy? He looks so arrogant. A young man wearing an Adidas sportswear and a pair of Nike sneakers walked in from outside. He had short black hair that was almost standing up, and wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, as if he was afraid that others didn't know he was rich. Next to the young man, there were 3 female figures following him, each with a delicate face and dressed differently. There are black long skirts, white short skirts and JK. The only thing in common is that they both wore black stockings that wrapped around their long legs. When Yi Chen saw this, his face suddenly became confused and he looked at his roommate. This person is too conceited and arrogant. Chen Min is also from our management department. When Pan Lao, who was standing next to him, saw this, his face suddenly became a little gloomy, his brows slightly furrowed, and his eyes showed a hint of displeasure. This made Yi Chen seem to know something. It turned out that this person was an old acquaintance. Isn't this Pan Lao? Long time no see. I didn't expect to see you here. When Chen Min walked in from outside and saw Pan Lao, a faint smile appeared on his face. Without saying much, he walked over quickly and greeted him hypocritically. It's been a long time indeed. If possible, I would rather never see you again. Looking at Chen Min who was walking towards him, Pan Lao did not give Chen Min any face at all. He replied with a cold voice and an even gloomier expression. Unexpectedly, this guy was admitted to Shanghai University. Damn it! Pan Lao, is this your friend? I didn't expect that he's pretty good. He's made a lot of bad friends so quickly. Bad friends? You are courting death, you little bastard. After hearing Chen Min's words, Wu Xiaobo's face suddenly darkened and his eyes became even colder. I didn't expect to be looked down upon and belittled in such a way. Damn it! I didn't expect that he looks well dressed but has no manners at all. Could it be that your mother didn't teach you well? What are you talking about, you little brat? Our master Chen Min said that you are a bunch of bad friends, which means he thinks highly of you. Don't be so arrogant. You are so shameless. That's right. You should be very grateful to our young master for calling you that. Really? You are dressed in rags, and I really don't know where you got the courage to speak of our young master in such a way. After hearing what Wu Xiaobo and the others said, the three women next to them jumped out without any hesitation. They were simply loyal bootlickers. Chen Min, I didn't expect you to be such a stubborn person. Looking at Chen Min who was looking smug in front of him, Pan Lao's face suddenly turned into a sneer, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised and his eyes cold. Last time, I didn't even know who was crying loudly. You. When Chen Min heard this, his face suddenly turned gloomy, his brows were furrowed, and blue veins appeared on his face and forehead. This brat, he keeps bringing up things that are not relevant to the topic. It's simply courting death. It can be said that this is Chen Min's black spot. Let's go. However, Yi Chen, who was standing next to him, didn't pay any attention to Chen Min at all. Instead, he looked at the waiter in a cold voice. Hello, handsome guy. The last private room for 10 people is at 303. The receptionist heard it, but didn't say much. She quickly explained it with a faint smile on her face. Let's go. After hearing this, Yi Chen nodded, looked at Wu Xiaobo and the others beside him, and smiled slightly. When Wu Xiaobo and the others heard this, they nodded without saying anything and quickly followed. Etc. However, when Yi Chen and the others wanted to walk towards box 303, Chen Min's eyes suddenly became gloomy and cold. 500, right? I'll give you 5,000. Without saying much, he looked at the waiter in front of him and slapped the table with a cold voice, looking at Yi Chen provocatively. Chen Min. When Pan Lao heard this, his face instantly fell and his eyes became cold. This guy wants to go against him. Damn it. Master Chen Min, you are so awesome. Right. You want to compete with our young master Chen Min? It's impossible. Country bumpkins, I'll use money to smash you to death, and you won't even know how you died. That's right. It's impossible to compare with our young master Chen Min. One is in heaven, the other is in hell. It's nothing. After all, it's just money. To me, it's nothing. Looking at the three women in front of him, Chen Min sneered and his eyes became more provocative. Pan Lao could never be his opponent. As for the three people next to him, Chen Min didn't take them seriously at all. They are just three poor fellows. And my father is a billionaire. Kid, get out of the way. You're a bunch of poor bastards. Without saying anything more, he quickly came in front of Yi Chen and tried to push Yi Chen away. Bang. However, at this moment, it was as if a spring was squeezed, and he fell to the ground with a bang, his face full of pain. You little brat, you. 50,000. I want the box. However, in response to Chen Min's gloomy expression, Yi Chen didn't play games at all and said something. 50,000. When the waiter next to him heard this, he was shocked, his eyes widened, his mouth opened wide, and his face was full of disbelief. Even his own outlook on life, worldview, and values were completely shattered. Just for a private room, just for the sake of a momentary pleasure, he actually booked a private room for 50,000 yuan. Is this a dream? Could it be that the world of the rich is so luxurious? Yes. 50,000. Get out of the way. When Yi Chen heard this, he didn't think it was a joke at all and looked at Chen Min. A bunch of poor bastards. You. After hearing Yi Chen's words, Chen Min's face turned red, and he felt so depressed. Originally, this was what he said to Yi Chen, but now, to his surprise, all of it was returned to him by this brat. Don't be too depressed. 80,000. I want this box. You guys, get out of here. I'm sorry. You can't afford it. 100,000. However, Yi Chen heard it, smiled slightly, and said something. Master. The three women nearby heard this and looked anxious. 120,000. Gritting his teeth and without saying anything more, Chen Min said again. 1 million. However, a word from Yi Chen just now made him completely autistic. 1 million. Looking at Yi Chen, who slapped a check on the table in front of him, Chen Min spat out a mouthful of blood and his figure staggered. 1 million to book a private room. This person is simply a lunatic. Some people, if you don't have money, don't pretend. Otherwise, it's very embarrassing, and you'll be embarrassed to buy a 1-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment. That's right. I didn't have money to fill the big slot, and in the end, I got slapped in the face. With only 120,000, you dare to act so arrogant in front of big brother Yi Chen. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Puff puff puff. After hearing what Wu Xiaobo and the others said, Chen Min became even more furious and spat out a mouthful of blood. Everything went black before my eyes and I completely lost consciousness. Master Chen Min, what's wrong with you? Wake up. Chapter 14. I believed your lie. Brother Yi Chen, hug your thigh. In a private room, Lu Maozhong and the others were excited as they looked at Yi Chen in front of them. They stared at him closely as if he were a treasure. 1 million to buy a box. The generosity of this move is simply jaw-dropping. Yes. 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 Hold on to your thighs. Do you guys really need to cling to my thighs? Looking at Pan Lao and the others in front of him, Yi Chen shook his head helplessly and said something. Right. Well. When everyone heard this, they didn't know what to say for a moment and could only accept it. By the way, brother Yi Chen, from now on, you are the head of our dormitory. How about that? As the head of the dormitory, you must take good care of us. Right. I agree. I agree too. When can you give me the contact information of the school beauty's best friend? Well. Looking at the smiling faces in front of him, Yi Chen had no idea what to say. It turns out that everything was well prepared. This is very roommate. Handsome man, what can I get you? At this time, a waiter came in from outside. Without saying much, a faint smile appeared on his face and he spoke quickly. What special dishes do you have here? Give me one portion of them all. Wu Xiaobo was not polite at all. He waved his hand without even looking at the menu. He was so generous. Give me the whole portion. I feel like you deserve a beating. Can you finish it? As for Yi Chen, when he saw Wu Xiaobo waving his hand so generously, he complained helplessly. What does it matter? It's not my money. Even if I only took a bite of each, I still ate it, right? Yes. I agree. I agree. Lu Maozhong and others nearby heard it and nodded vigorously without saying anything. For a moment, Yi Chen didn't know what to say and could only let them do as they pleased. Oh, by the way, brother Yi Chen, do you want to compete for the class monitor in the class meeting tonight? According to the information I received, the university will gather everyone at the class meeting in the evening and then determine the class monitor and other class cadres. As if he had thought of something, Lu Maozhong asked quickly without saying much. When everyone heard this, they all looked at Yi Chen with puzzled expressions. No. I like to be free. When Yi Chen heard this, he shook his head without any hesitation. I don't want to be a class leader or anything like that. What I want is a relaxing college life and to fully experience this rare life experience. As for the class leaders, this was not Yi Chen's wish. I support you, brother Yi Chen, in running for class monitor. Wu Xiaobo, who was standing next to him, heard this and quickly expressed his opinion. Yes. I also agree with you, brother Yi Chen, to run for class monitor. If you, brother Yi Chen, are the class monitor, then we won't have to worry about the class fees. Yes. 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 Listening to what everyone said, Yi Chen didn't know how to complain for a moment. I really believed your lies. By the way, brother Yi Chen, how did you get to know the iceberg school beauty Shui Lufang? As if he had thought of something, Wu Xiaobo asked quickly. As soon as school started, he was approached by the cold school beauty Shui Lufang. It's impossible for anyone to believe if they say they don't know each other. Can I say we don't know each other? I don't know what happened, but she came to help me out. Maybe I'm just too handsome. TSK. Are you so conceited? You must know each other, so just don't tell me. I don't believe even a single punctuation mark in your words. Yes. 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 Handsome guy, all your dishes have been served. Please enjoy your meal. While everyone was talking, half an hour later, all the food was served. The waiter smiled faintly, spoke quickly, and then left. Dinner. Dinner. Looking at the people chattering in front of him, Yichen didn't say much and started to eat. Otherwise, if this goes on, there will be no end to it. All right. When everyone heard this, they could only nod and start tasting it. Starbucks, coffee house. At this time, a woman wearing a black skirt and with a stunningly beautiful face sat next to a table. On the table, there were some exquisite snacks. Various shapes. It looks so beautiful. As for the woman, she is none other than Shui Lufang. This beautiful lady. While Shui Lufang was holding a spoon in her hands and gently stirring the coffee in front of her, a man in formal attire walked over from the side. A faint smile appeared on his face, but his eyes were looking greedily at Shui Lufang in front of him, his face excited. I didn't expect to see such a beautiful woman in this cafe. It really is. I can't help but get excited. Sorry. I'm not interested in the opposite sex. However, before the man could say anything, Shui Lufang had already spoken and directly refused. He didn't even have the chance to introduce himself. After finally mustering up the courage, the only thing he could do was to walk to the side with a sad face. In an instant, the people who were eager to try nearby suddenly lost all their courage to come over. Such a beautiful little fairy, it turns out that she can only be admired from afar and not touched. It's time to prepare. After killing the chicken to scare the monkey, he ignored the people around him, looked at his mobile phone, his face became even gloomier, and his brows were slightly frowned. Thump thump thump. Just as Shui Lufang finished speaking, the sound of high heels tapping on the ground was heard, followed by a woman's figure walking towards them. The woman was wearing a long black dress and had a pretty face and a fair neck. Her breasts are very beautiful, basically the same as Shui Lufang's, estimated to be 36E. The slender waist that can be held in one hand reveals endless charm. The slender long legs, now wrapped in black stockings, are simply enough to make one's blood boil. Wearing high heels, she walked step by step to Shui Lufang under the gaze of everyone and sat down. Your coffee. The waiter next to him saw it and without saying anything, quickly handed over a cup of coffee with a professional smile on his face. Thanks. When the woman heard this, she smiled slightly, didn't say much, and nodded. You're late. You know I don't like people who are late. Shui Lufang saw it and said something. He. What does this have to do with anything? There's no need to be so formal between us. When the woman heard this, she smiled and blinked her beautiful eyes. On the first day of school, I heard you made quite a stir. Did you find your prince charming? Chapter 15. What is a 50-cent umbrella? Brother Yichen, have you asked for the contact information of Shui Lufang's best friend? In a private room, the table was in a mess. Looking at the leftover soup in front of him, Pan Lao's face became excited. Yes. 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 What did Shui Lufang say? When Wu Xiaobo, who was standing next to him, heard this, his face turned curious, and all his eyes turned to Yichen at the same time, with strong anticipation. I've already thought about what kind of umbrella to buy. As for Lu Maozhong, he took a sip of tea and his face became equally excited. During college, who doesn't want to have a passionate love, who doesn't want to find a significant other to spend the rest of their lives with? Almost everyone fantasizes about having a passionate and unforgettable love during college. And, we can stay together forever. Not yet. I'm not very familiar with Shui Lufang, I've already said that. When seeing everyone looking at him, Yichen shook his head. As if he had thought of something, he looked at Wu Xiaobo and the others in front of him. Do you know an umbrella that costs 50 cents or 1 yuan? This problem has troubled Yichen for a long time. At least, when I went to buy daily necessities today, Shui Lufang mentioned the word umbrella many times. But now, Yichen has no idea what a 50-cent or $1 umbrella is. now, with my own roommate, I should be able to answer this question for myself. Moreover, I once said that I bought it and didn't mind using it together with Shui Lufang. After all, umbrellas are used to protect girls. Puff puff puff. When Pan Lao and the others who were drinking tea nearby heard Yi Chen's words, they spat out a mouthful of tea, their faces were shocked, their expressions were stunned, and their eyes were wide open. Brother Yi Chen, you don't even know what a 50-cent or 1 yuan umbrella is? How can you be a rich second generation? Don't you need several of these consumables every day? Looking at Yi Chen in front of him, Wu Xiaobo was the first to complain. Are you a fake rich second generation? No. I have never seen such a cheap umbrella. Today, I promised Shui Lufang that if I buy one in the future, I will use it with her. Puff puff puff. As soon as Yi Chen finished speaking, everyone spat out their tea again and their faces turned red. This was caused by choking, and he was completely stunned. The sky is falling. The earth is sinking. The next moment, he started roaring and covered his chest in agony. Brother Yi Chen, are you stupid? You actually missed such a great opportunity. If I were you, I would be so depressed that I would vomit blood. Brother Yi Chen, the 50-cent umbrella is that kind. Nanny. Listening to Wu Xiaobo's explanation, a huge roar resounded throughout the box, and Yi Chen's face was shocked and petrified. How is that possible? This is a tragedy. Shui Lufang, you won't ignore me, right? Fairies like Shui Lufang can be admired from afar but not touched. But today, I said I would share a 50-cent umbrella with her. This is the end. It's over. It's over. Without saying anything more, he ran outside and went to the bathroom. It's hopeless. Brother Yi Chen, are you really a rich second generation? Are you really 18 years old? I don't know. But one thing is for sure, there's no hope. I'm so depressed that I'm about to vomit blood. If it were me, I would have already made love with her and even thought of a name for the baby. Yes. 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 Oh. Such a good opportunity was missed. You will regret it for the rest of your life. Go cry slowly. Poor brother. Poor big brother. Looking at Yi Chen, who ran out in a flash, Wu Xiaobo and the others shook their heads. It's so sad. If they had the opportunity, they would have tried out several types of umbrellas. After all, that's the cold school beauty Shui Lufang. Lufang, that's not what I meant today. While walking towards the bathroom, Yi Chen quickly found Shui Lufang's WeChat and replied. I didn't know that a 50-cent or 1 yuan umbrella was that kind of thing. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. This time, it's a tragedy. My own senior sister with black stockings. It's over. Seeing that there was no reply to the WeChat message in front of him after 5 minutes, Yi Chen's face turned pale. Could it be that this is the rhythm that has ended before it even began? What a tragedy. My happy life is gone. You little bitch, you don't have eyes. My dress is very expensive. Just as Yi Chen came out of the bathroom with a look of loss and dejection on his face, a male voice roared angrily. This made Yi Chen look to the side, and at this moment, a woman's figure was stopped by a young man's figure. The young man's face was angry, and there was deep rage in his eyes. As for the woman, she had long black hair and a face with a little bit of baby fat. It looks a bit immature. Wearing a work suit, she showed off her perfect curves and slender waist. And those slender long legs wrapped in black stockings make people feel the blood rushing. As for the young man, he had an ordinary face and an aggressive expression. On the ground next to it, a tray and several high-heeled glasses had fallen to the ground. But, it's obviously you. What's wrong with me? You little bastard. Do you know how much this piece of clothing of mine costs? You can't even buy it with a year's work. Looking at the woman in front of him, Yang Xiaohua's face turned angry, and he roared and scolded her. Let your manager come over here. If you don't explain today's incident to me clearly, there's no way. This. After listening to Yang Xiaohua's words, Zhao Ying's face suddenly turned pale, she began to stammer, and her eyes became more anxious. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Looking at Yang Xiaohua in front of her, Zhao Ying apologized quickly and her face became even more anxious. I found this job with great difficulty. The most important thing is that it is easy and the salary is high, which can cover most of my expenses. If my manager comes, it won't be so easy to solve. It's possible that all your work has been in vain. I'm sorry. If sorry was useful, what would the police be for? Yang Xiaohua saw this and ignored it at all. Where's your manager? Could it be that this is how you treat your guests at Sue's restaurant? You naughty girl, this young master is taking advantage of you because I think highly of you, don't be so shameless. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Let me help you wash it. Zhaoying heard it and spoke quickly. Ha ha ha. Young Master Yang, it looks like someone has ruined your fun. In the box next to them, several people came out and said something in a sarcastic tone. I didn't expect it, young Master Yang, this is the first time I see you suffer a loss. Snap. When Zhaoying approached Yang Xiaohua's face turned angry and he slapped Zhaoying. As for Zhaoying, she stumbled and fell to the ground, looking pitiful. You little bitch, get your manager to come out. This matter won't end until you explain it to me clearly today. He actually dared to offend me in front of his friends. He was simply courting death. Chapter 16 Girls are meant to be loved. Thump thump thump. Just as Yang Xiaohua finished speaking, a series of footsteps were heard, followed by a middle-aged man walking over with an anxious look on his face. Isn't this young Master Yang? What's wrong? Looking at Yang Xiaohua in front of him, the middle-aged man in formal attire walked up quickly and greeted him with a smile. Manager Huang Tong, your employee has soiled my clothes. Tell me what we should do. Looking at the middle-aged man walking towards him, Yang Xiaohua's face was gloomy, his brows were furrowed, and he spoke with a cold look. Manager, that's not the case. She touched me and that's when I. Before Zhaoying could explain, Huang Tong's face suddenly turned gloomy, and he glared at Zhaoying fiercely with a cold look. When Zhaoying saw this, she looked aggrieved for a moment and stood aside, not daring to say anything. Young Master Yang, all of this is our fault. This girl is new here and doesn't know much. I'll let this girl apologize to you. Young Master Yang, you can get a 20% discount on your purchases here tonight. How about that? Looking at Yang Xiaohua in front of him, Huang Tong still had a bright smile on his face and said something quickly. Huang Tong was somewhat clear about Yang Xiaohua's character. Almost all the good-looking waiters in Sue's restaurant have been sexually assaulted by Yang Xiaohua. And now, what is going on? Needless to say, Huang Tong was also very clear about it. Zhaoying is new here and definitely hasn't had this experience, and I forgot to mention it before. Looking at Yang Xiaohua in front of him, Huang Tong knew that when Yang Xiaohua made his dirty hands, Zhaoying reacted too violently, not only soiling Yang Xiaohua's clothes, but also slapping Yang Xiaohua in the face. But even if we knew, there was nothing we could do. Customers are God, especially customers like Yang Xiaohua who spend tens of thousands of dollars at any time. They are the gods among gods. If possible, Huang Tong wouldn't mind sending one over for Yang Xiaohua to do whatever he wanted. Anyway, in Huang Tong's opinion, touching it won't hurt anything. Just apologize. Young Master Yang, it seems that your deterrent power is not that good. Several well-dressed and respectable young men nearby sneered when they heard Huang Tong's words. That's right. Is our young Master Yang lacking someone to apologize to? Is he someone who wants an 80% discount from you? This is really ridiculous. What do you think of our young Master Yang? That's right. After all, it's a slap in the face. This. Listening to the ridicule from the people around him, Huang Tong's face became even gloomier. I originally thought that I could just make a big deal out of a small matter and a small matter out of nothing. However, what Huang Tong did not expect was that now, things were not going well. Stinky girl. While Huang Tong looked solemn, Yang Xiaohua came in front of Zhaoying with cold eyes, gloomy and solemn face, and frowned. Sorry. Looking at the person in front of him who was staring at him closely, and looking at Huang Tong beside him who was winking at him, Zhaoying apologized quickly without any hesitation, with tears in her beautiful eyes. Snap. However, before Zhaoying could even react, there was a loud snapping sound and her face felt hot. As for Zhao Ying's figure, she fell to the ground with a bang. The broken glass of the goblet pierced into the palm of his hand, and blood flowed out. Fuck. Is this guy still a man? He actually hits a woman. That's right. It's all bleeding, it hurts so much. People like this can only bully the waiters. If it were me, I could easily knock down a guy like this with a sliding tackle. You definitely can't take a punch from me. The people watching nearby saw that at this time, they could only talk, and no one had the courage to be a hero and save the beauty. Because no one wants to cause trouble for themselves. Moreover, it seems that the young man in front of him, who is called Yang Xiao, is definitely not a simple person. Pay me money. Listening to the discussions of the people around him, Yang Xiao's face became solemn, his brows furrowed, and his eyes became even colder. Young Master Yang, this. Just shut up. Huang Tong next to him wanted to say something, but because of Yang Xiao's words, he completely didn't know what to say and completely shut up. 100,000. 100,000. When Zhaoying heard this, she, who was lying on the ground, no longer felt the pain in her palms and her face became extremely pale. 100,000. Even if you work hard for a year and live frugally, you still can't save 100,000. This time, it's all over. Yes. 100,000. Pay me back. This, I don't have it. When Zhaoying heard this, she shook her head and turned pale. No. Snap. When Yang Xiaohua came in front of Zhaoying and wanted to slap her hard again, a hand reached out from the side and grabbed Yang Xiaohua's hand with a gloomy face. Who are you, you little brat? I'm telling you, stay out of my business. After trying hard to pull back his right hand but failing, Yang Xiaohua's face darkened. Looking at the handsome young man in front of him, his eyes became even gloomier. I didn't expect that someone would stop me. It really makes me angry. Snap. However, just as he finished speaking, a snapping sound was heard. But at this moment, Yang Xiaohua in front of him received a burning slap mark on his face with a loud slap. As for his figure, he fell to the ground with an expression of disbelief on his face. Yang Xiaohua never thought that this brat would have the courage to slap him in the face. It's too abominable. How dare you hit me? Snap. As soon as I finished speaking, I got slapped again. This completely stunned Yang Xiaohua, and for a moment, he was unable to react. Are you okay? As for Yi Chen, he paid no attention to Yang Xiaohua who was lying on the ground in front of him and had a short circuit for a moment. Instead, he looked at Zhaoying next to him, walked over quickly and asked. So handsome. Looking at Yi Chen walking towards her with a concerned look on his face, Zhaoying was stunned for a moment. How can you be so handsome? Even my heartbeat began to speed up. The palm is cut and must be cleaned as soon as possible. And Yi Chen didn't pay any attention to Zhaoying at all. Looking at the palm of his hand in front of him, his expression became a little solemn. He took out one of the glass fragments with his right hand and sprinkled some medicine powder on it. Then he took out another handkerchief and helped bandage it. Okay. Don't touch water too often these days, and you'll be fine soon. Who the hell are you, you little brat? After coming back to his senses from his stun, Yang Xiaohua became completely furious and started roaring. This brat not only ignored him, but was also so arrogant and showed off his love in front of him. Damn it! You little brat! You know, girls are not meant to be beaten, but to be loved. However, when Yi Chen heard this, his face also fell, his brows were furrowed, and his eyes were sharp and angry. Apologize. Chapter 17. If you do something wrong, you must bear the consequences. Apologize. Ha ha. Brat, do you know who I am? Hearing Yi Chen's words, Yang Xiaohua suddenly burst into laughter. He looked at Yi Chen like a madman. I didn't expect that someone would ask me to apologize. This is really unheard of. Does he need to apologize? Unnecessary. I don't know, and I don't need to know. Since I did something wrong, I must apologize. When Yi Chen heard this, he paid no attention to Yang Xiaohua who suddenly burst into laughter in front of him. Instead, his voice was cold and his face was serious, without the slightest hint of joking. I did something wrong. You little brat, did you get kicked in the head by a donkey? It was this little bitch who not only soiled my clothes, but also slapped me. Now you say I did something wrong. Could it be that I deserved to be slapped by this little bitch? Hearing Yi Chen's words, Yang Xiaohua's face turned angry. He was so mad that his eyes became even colder and he started to roar. Right. Not only do you deserve a slap, but you also deserve an apology. However, what Yang Xiaohua did not expect was that facing the gazes of everyone looking at him, Yi Chen was not afraid at all. Instead, he nodded seriously with a cold look, without any intention of joking. You. For a moment, Yang Xiaohua's face looked extremely depressed. This person is simply a lunatic. Manager Huang Tong, tell me. How should this matter be resolved? And in the end, without the slightest hesitation, he looked at Huang Tong next to him with a cold gaze and began to question. There was no need for him to reason with this brat. He just needed to make Huang Tong compromise. That's all, isn't it? You little bitch, why don't you apologize quickly? Ask for young Master Yang's forgiveness. When Huang Tong heard this, his face suddenly turned cold and he started scolding. Manager, Xiaoying, who was standing by, heard this and saw her manager's cold gaze. Suddenly, tears welled up in her eyes. Now, it is obvious that I am the victim. I actually have to apologize myself. What is wrong with this world? However, Huang Tong doesn't need to consider her feelings. As long as the customers are satisfied, the business will be prosperous. As for the dignity and interests of the employees, that is their problem, not his. There is no need to care at all. Apologize. Need not. However, when Xiaoying looked aggrieved and sad, Yichen suddenly stood in front of Xiaoying with a cold look. This is not your fault. Thump thump thump. What happened? When Huang Tong wanted to force Xiaoying to apologize and please Yang Xiaohua, a series of footsteps were heard. Following that, a middle-aged man walked over quickly with a gloomy face and cold eyes. Boss, you're here. Looking at the middle-aged man in front of him, Huang Tong showed a bright smile on his face and spoke respectfully and quickly. Just leave this small matter to me. There's no need for you to come here in person, boss. Sorry. From now on, I am no longer your boss. However, what Huang Tong did not expect was that the middle-aged man in front of him shook his head and his face became serious and solemn when he heard it. Finally, he looked at Yi Chen with a bright smile on his face. Master Yi Chen, these are all the materials of the Su family restaurant. Now, they have all been transferred to your name. From now on, the Su family restaurant is yours. Without saying much, he handed a briefcase in his hand to Yi Chen, his face full of joy. The catering business has been very difficult in recent years. And now, there is a silly boy willing to take over, so he couldn't be happier. Boss, this. Huang Tong, who was standing next to him, turned pale for a moment when he heard what his boss said, and even his body began to tremble. The brat in front of him turned out to be his boss. Oh my god. The sky fell and the earth collapsed. This time, I'm done for. Master Yi Chen, I wish you a prosperous business. Goodbye. However, the middle-aged man ignored the stunned Huang Tong, said a blessing, and turned away. Boss. This. As for Xiaoying, she watched her boss hurriedly slip away, fearing that Yi Chen would regret it. Then she looked at Yi Chen with shock and disbelief, as if she had seen a ghost. This handsome guy is actually my boss. This joke is too big. Brother Yi Chen, you bought the Su family restaurant. When Pan Lao and the others heard the noise outside and came out of the box, they were stunned and looked incredulous when they saw the scene in front of them. It was just a meal, but he bought out the entire restaurant. That's too extravagant. Can I eat free meals every day from now on? Yes. 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 For a moment, Wu Xiaobo and the others looked excited and patted Yi Chen on the shoulder. Boss, I. Looking at Yi Chen in front of her, Xiaoying wanted to say something, but Yi Chen immediately shook his head and looked at Huang Tong beside him. Boss. I'm doing this for our restaurant, for the survival of our restaurant. Snap. Before Huang Tong could finish speaking, Yi Chen slapped him. This made Huang Tong stagger even more and fall to the ground. He looked at Yi Chen in disbelief. Logically speaking, Yi Chen shouldn't treat him like this. After all, he was just doing it for the restaurant's business. But now, he didn't expect that Yi Chen would treat him like this. This is a bit hard to understand. For the good of the restaurant. Ha ha. What a pity. Thank you. My restaurant does not need talents like you. From now on, you are no longer the manager of Su's restaurant. Pack up your things, go to the finance department to get your money and get out. Looking at Huang Tong in front of him, Yi Chen didn't care at all. His eyes were cold. Finally, he looked at everyone present and spoke. From now on, in my Su's restaurant, customers are God, but that doesn't mean customers can commit crimes. If you blaspheme my employees, then wait for the punishment of the law. My restaurant has its own principles, not no principles. I welcome your patronage. However, if you are causing trouble, I'm very sorry. Please follow the correct process. Young Master Yang, right? Now, tell me how this matter should be resolved. And in the end, a faint smile appeared on Yi Chen's face. He looked at Yang Xiaohua in front of him with a sneer and cold eyes. Pay compensation. You must pay compensation. These clothes of mine cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. When Yang Xiaohua heard this, his eyes turned cold and he roared. Pay compensation, right? Yi Chen heard it, nodded, and came in front of Yang Xiaohua with a serious and solemn look. Under the gaze of everyone, he stretched out his right hand. In that case, 3 million. Here you go. Chapter 18. I remember you. 3 million. You want me to give her 3 million, you little brat? Looking at Yi Chen in front of him, who actually asked him to take out 3 million, Yang Xiaohua was stunned for a moment. His face was full of disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost, and his eyes were shocked. This brat, is he kidding me? What's going on? How should I know what's going on? I'm totally confused too. I don't understand. Is there any expert who can explain it to me? Yang Xiaohua is a lecher. He took advantage of his wealth to molest waitresses in countless restaurants. This time, it's possible that he did the same. I understand. I understand. I see. The person next to him heard it and finally understood what was going on and nodded. It turns out that it is such a trivial matter. What else? However, facing Yang Xiaohua's questioning, Yi Chen nodded instead, with a serious expression and cold eyes, and asked back a question. You insulted my restaurant's employees and molested them. As their boss, if I don't help them get justice, how will my employees view me? How will others judge me? I think you should know what you did, young Master Yang. Do you have evidence? Seeing the disdainful looks and sighing voices around him, Yang Xiaohua's face became anxious and turned red. His eyes were even colder, his hands were clenched into fists, and he was gritting his teeth. It seems that our young Master Yang, you will not give up until you reach the Yellow River. I think, young Master Yang, you will not forget. There are cameras here. When Yi Chen heard this, he smiled slightly, not caring at all, and took out his cell phone. Do you want to see the glorious thing you just did? After saying that, he shook his phone with a faint smile on his face. See? I guess that's it. It's true. A dog will always eat shit. In the past, Yang Xiaohua might have been able to be very powerful. But now, who would have known that he would meet such a stubborn boss? Today, it seems that he is going to be unlucky. Who says it's not true? With surveillance cameras, the evidence must be in someone's hands. He is really so bold. This time, admit defeat. Or, our young Master Yang, if you want to take legal action, go have some tea. You. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Yang Xiaohua's face suddenly became extremely gloomy, his brows were furrowed, his eyes became even colder, his hands were clenched together tightly, and he looked like he was gritting his teeth. At this moment, I really want to eat Yi Chen's flesh and drink his blood. This brat is so mean. Young Master Yang, you don't want the news that you touched the buttocks of a female employee in a restaurant and got slapped in the face to become the headlines in the Magic City tomorrow. That's enough. Brat, I'll remember you. When Yang Xiaohua heard this, he roared, his eyes became extremely gloomy, and without saying anything more, he threw out 3 checks. As for Yi Chen, he caught it and held it in his hand. Yi Chen, right? I'll remember you. Let's go. He looked at his friends beside him, said nothing more, and walked out. Young Master Yang, welcome back next time. However, next time, it might not be 3 million, but 5 million. Also, there are no surveillance cameras here today. Yi Chen saw it, waved his hand and said something. Yi Chen, I will remember you. Yang Xiaohua, who was walking outside, almost stumbled and fell after hearing Yi Chen's voice. His face was gloomy. He said something viciously, roared, and left. Today, he didn't expect that after being so powerful for such a long time, he would suffer a loss at the hands of a brat. Damn it! You're welcome to remember that sometimes being too handsome can be a problem. It's easy to be envied. Pitiful. The people around saw Yang Xiaohua walking unsteadily, felt a little sympathetic and shook their heads. This is simply losing both the wife and the army, it is extremely depressing. Boss. When Xiaoying, who was standing next to him, saw Yi Chen looking at him, she didn't say much, but bowed respectfully and greeted him. What's your name? Seeing this, Yi Chen coughed lightly and spoke. Boss, Xiaoying. When Xiaoying heard this, she didn't say much and responded quickly. Xiaoying, what a nice name. Yi Chen heard it, nodded, and handed the 3 checks for 1 million to Xiaoying. It's yours. Boss. How can this be possible? When Zhao saw this, she was shocked, quickly stepped back, shook her head, and her face became serious and solemn. Boss, I'm already very happy that you can do justice for me. I can't accept this. No merit, no reward. But it's yours. Consider it as compensation for that brat just now. I'm sorry for letting you suffer this time. Yi Chen didn't care at all and directly stuffed it into Zhao Ying's hand with a serious and solemn look. This is yours. And from now on, the manager of Su's restaurant will be you. Congratulations, Sister Zhaoying. Congratulations, Sister Zhaoying. When the waiters nearby heard this and saw the look Yi Chen was looking at them, they quickly congratulated him. Okay. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. After saying this, he waved his hand without any hesitation. Su's restaurant is now in your hands. If anyone causes trouble, just tell me. Don't keep it to yourself. After saying that, he left. Hey! Brother Yi Chen, wait for me. By the way. Brother Yi Chen, why did you buy the Su family restaurant? There was too much money and nowhere to spend it. So I bought it. Thanks. Looking at Yi Chen leaving, Zhao Ying's face was moved, with tears flowing in her beautiful eyes. This time, I met a brand new boss, a boss who could uphold justice for me. The tender face with the little baby fat revealed a faint expression, and her beautiful eyes blinked as she looked at the figure in the distance, and no one knew what she was thinking. This time, the reason why this young man bought the Su family restaurant couldn't be because of me, right? Otherwise, if it's really just because there is too much money, how is it possible? After all, the money in anyone's hands does not come from the wind, but is earned through hard work. No one would be such a spendthrift. However, if I say it is for myself, it doesn't seem right. My appearance is average, nothing outstanding about me. Zhaoying still understood this point. For a moment, no one knew why Yi Chen bought the Su family restaurant. There was a hint of red on her face, and her beautiful eyes were dotted with stars. She seemed a little upset. Chapter 19 Little Princess Flower Likeness. It should be here. In Jishue building, 4 figures came to the gate at this time. Looking at the teaching building in front of me that exudes the scent of books, I nodded. Wait a minute, Brother Yi Chen, you must run for class monitor. At the same time, Wu Xiaobo, who was drinking a bottle of pulse, saw this and patted Yi Chen on the shoulder with a serious expression, as if he was explaining something important. That's right. Brother Yi Chen, you have to take down this class monitor. Only in this way can we have a steady stream of funding. In the future, if we want to hold some class activities, such as spring outings, summer camps, and autumn outings, it won't be easy. After all, we have a big boss. Brother Yi Chen, please. I heard that there can be social activities between classes. This is so cool. Brother Yi Chen, you must get it. Then, find all the classes to have a social activity. If other classes don't have the funds for the activities, give them the money. Yes. This way, we can get to know a lot of girls. You guys, hey. Looking at Wu Xiaobo and the others who had ulterior motives, Yi Chen had no idea what to say. Without saying much, he quickly walked towards Jishue building. Tonight's class meeting requires roll call. Hello, classmate. It's our first meeting. Please take care of me. When Yi Chen walked towards the classroom, a young man suddenly ran over. Each person was given a box of chocolates with a faint smile on their face. I'm Zhou Yang. I'm waiting to run for class monitor. I hope you can support me and vote for me. Hello? When Yi Chen saw this, he smiled slightly and nodded, but he did not accept the chocolate that Zhou Yang handed over. I didn't expect that right after entering university, I began to doubt whether I had entered society. Of course, Wu Xiaobo and the others didn't care at all. They waved their hands, nodded politely, and didn't accept it. Obviously, this kind of bribery is shameful and disdainful in the eyes of Wu Xiaobo and others. Brother Yi Chen, others are also running for class monitor. This kind of person should never be allowed to be class monitor, right? When Lu Maozhong heard this, he smiled slightly, a bright smile on his face, and patted Yi Chen on the shoulder. The good atmosphere of the class depends on you, Brother Yi Chen, to save it. Therefore, run for class monitor. That's right. The 3 of us brothers support you. If you want to run for election, then go ahead and run. I'm not interested. When Yi Chen heard this, he waved his hands, his face showing helplessness. These people, really? This guy also wants to run for class monitor? When Zhou Yang heard this, his face turned a little gloomy, his brows furrowed, and his eyes became a little colder. However, when he saw Yi Chen and the others, Zhou Yang's face suddenly became disdainful, and he didn't have any sense of crisis at all. They are just a few brats. Is it possible for them to compete with him for class monitor? It can be said that it is impossible. Hello, classmate. Nice to meet you. My name is Zhou Yang, and this is a small gift from me. Looking at the people coming in one after another, he didn't say much and worked quickly and hard. I have money, power, and status. No matter what, I will definitely get the position of class monitor. He secretly found out that she wanted to run for vice class monitor. And if I can run for class monitor, then I can. When I thought of this, my eyes were as bright as if they had been injected with chicken blood, and I couldn't get tired. Brother Yi Chen, it seems that your election opponent is quite powerful. It has been such a long time, and he is absolutely tireless. After finding a seat and sitting down, the bored Pan Lao looked at Zhou Yang, who was trying hard to show off herself in front of him. His face became confused and a little worried, and he looked at Yi Chen. Brother Yi Chen, why don't you go and show yourself? It can be said that if nothing unexpected happens, Zhou Yang might really win the class monitor election this time. Because, if you take something from someone, you will be grateful to them. If you eat something from someone, you will be grateful to them. Generally speaking, everyone will cast a vote. And Zhou Yang took advantage of this. As you can imagine, this guy is very smart. Before entering society, I already regard the university class as society. I have no choice but to do it. Does this guy really need to work so hard? Is there any other reason? Pan Lao, who was standing next to him, looked puzzled and shook his head. Such hard work gives people a sense of conspiracy theory. I don't know, maybe he wants to pick up girls. Aren't there two main dreams for boys? Money and beautiful girls. So beautiful. Which class is this from? This is simply a little princess. Oh my god. So cute. Can I pinch her face? Oh my god. This, love. At this moment, there was a commotion outside the corridor and voices were heard one after another. Thump thump thump. While everyone was looking towards the corridor with puzzled expressions, they heard a series of light footsteps and a woman appeared at the door. She leaned in and looked around with her beautiful watery eyes blinking. So cute. When everyone saw the woman peeking out from the door, their faces suddenly became excited, cheered, and they even roared. The woman had long black hair, a chubby and childlike face, and bright eyes. She has a white neck and is wearing a pink princess dress. She has perfect, snow-white skin, which is so tender and smooth that it seems as if it could be blown away. The waist is so slender that it seems like one hand can hold it up. Long and slender legs, wrapped in white stockings and wearing a pair of small white shoes. When he saw everyone suddenly screaming, he suddenly put his hands back to his chest, took a step back, and looked a little scared. It looks like a frightened kitten, making people want to protect it. Light. Go in. When the woman wanted to retreat again, 3 female figures appeared beside her and said something. Yes. Yes. What are you afraid of? They are just a bunch of perverts. We are here, so you don't have to be afraid. But. Before Hua Chingying could say anything, 3 women pushed Hua Chingying in. Hello everyone, I'm Hua Chingying. Seeing everyone looking at her, Hua Chingying's face turned red. After she finished speaking, she ran directly to the table in front of Yi Chen and sat down. Her delicate body was tense, redness spread to her ears, and a small hand kept drawing circles. He looks a little shy. Hello? While Yi Chen was thinking about the problem, a faint fragrance came, followed by a pair of watery eyes staring at him closely. She grabbed the hem of her skirt with her little hands and became uneasy. Hello? What can I do for you? Looking at Hua Chingying in front of him, who looked like a little girl who had never seen the world, as if she was a little princess raised in a secluded place, Yi Chen smiled slightly and said something. They don't know each other. Little princess, what do you want to talk to me about? Chapter 20. I hate fighting with my daddy. I know you, Yi Chen. What is your relationship with Sister Shui Lufang? As soon as Yi Chen finished speaking, Hua Chingying in front of him asked without any hesitation. A pair of beautiful watery eyes stared at Yi Chen intently, while her small hands grasped the chair. It looks so cute. As for Wu Xiaobo and the others standing nearby, when they heard it, their faces turned curious, and suddenly they became very focused, wishing they could stretch their ears. Yi Chen, it's only the first day, but he's south already very close to Shui Lufang. They also asked the same questions. However, Yi Chen always said that there was no relationship at all, they were just ordinary friends. And now, no matter what, Wu Xiaobo and the others don't believe that Yi Chen and Shui Lufang are just ordinary friends. Impossible. He knows the cold school beauty Shui Lufang. After hearing what Hua Chingying said, Hua Chingying's 3 roommates looked serious, frowned, and seemed so unbelievable. Shui Lufang, the iceberg campus beauty of Shanghai University, is famous for her coldness. Unexpectedly, this freshman actually knew her, and from what Hua Chingying said, there was something a little bit unusual about the relationship between this handsome guy in front of him and the icy school beauty Shui Lufang. What on earth is going on? I don't think I need to tell you what our relationship is. Looking at the light flowers in front of him, Yi Chen smiled faintly and said something. What is the relationship between you and Shui Lufang? You. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Hua Chingying's face suddenly turned red. The 2 canines were gritting their teeth, and the pair of small hands were clenched into fists, and finally they tried hard to calm down. Shui Lufang, she is my sister. Oh. So that's it. Then you can just call me brother-in-law. When Yi Chen heard this and looked at Hua Chingying, whose face was flushed red, he suddenly wanted to tease her. This girl is really interesting. You. Impossible. Sister Lufang can't possibly like you. When Hua Chingying heard this, she pouted and looked a little anxious. Don't think that just because you are handsome, Sister Lufang likes you. You bully me. I will tell Sister Lufang. I originally thought that Hua Chingying would say something, but I didn't expect that after holding it in for so long, she would actually say such a shocking sentence. Looking at Hua Chingying, the girl in front of them with a flushed face and beautiful eyes with a gleam of light, Wu Xiaobo and the others were completely helpless. She really is a little princess who has never seen the world. Quiet. While everyone was about to say something, a woman in a white dress walked in from outside. The woman had long, straight black hair and a delicate face with light makeup. Perfect figure, slender long legs, now wrapped in a pair of white stockings and wearing a pair of high heels. When he came to the podium and saw everyone talking, he tapped the table in front of him with his fingers and his face became serious and solemn. Hello everyone. From now on, I am your counselor Wu Yingying. If you have any questions during college, you can talk to me and I will help you solve them as soon as possible. Looking at the people in front of her, Wu Yingying's face was serious and solemn. Now, welcome to the management department of Shanghai University. Here, I warmly welcome everyone. Maybe many students have heard from their high school teachers that college life is good. As long as you are admitted to college life will be very easy, without having to do exams and memorize questions every day. I can tell you responsibly that college life is indeed very easy. But the only prerequisite is that you can pass the exams. Failing the exams will affect your graduation and your future job search. Here, I sincerely wish everyone present here that you can graduate on time in 4 years. Now, without further ado, let's start introducing ourselves. Starting from the first person on the left, going vertically. Hello everyone, I'm Leion, I'm from Shenzhen, Guangdong. I don't have that many hobbies, just reading books, playing ball, and drinking milk tea. From now on, please take care of me. When the first girl next to them heard it, she didn't say much, her face looked a little shy, she clasped her hands together and started to introduce herself. Hello everyone, I'm Yang Jin, from Chengdu, Sichuan. I like playing basketball. If you have time, you are welcome to play basketball with me. Under the gaze of everyone, in the quiet classroom, everyone was introducing themselves seriously, but they were inevitably nervous. Hello everyone. My name is Zhou Yang, a local. Usually, I like playing basketball, swimming, cycling, etc. From now on, please take care of me. In addition, I was the class monitor for 3 consecutive years in high school. This time, I also want to run for class monitor in college. Seeing everyone looking at him, Zhou Yang smiled faintly and started to introduce himself quickly. Also, Daddy Zhou Long. The Magic City Zhou Long Furniture Company is my dad's business. Holy crap! No way! Zhou Long Furniture Company is actually owned by Zhou Yang's father. Holy crap! It's the second largest furniture company in Magic City. I heard it has a market value of over 5 billion. Oh my god! When the people around heard this, they were all shocked and looked incredulous. Some even froze in thought or even became petrified. They didn't expect that there would be such a powerful person in their class. If he were to run for class monitor, wouldn't that mean? Some people looked at Zhou Yang and nodded. With a rich second generation as the squad leader, generally speaking, you don't have to worry about food and drink. Brother Yi Chen, this guy is too arrogant. What kind of look is that? How dare he provoke you like this? When Pan Lao, who was standing next to him, saw Zhou Yang looking at him, his face instantly darkened, his brows furrowed, and he said angrily. That's right. Big brother Yi Chen, a man can be killed but not humiliated. It's just 5 billion, it's nothing. Give him the upper hand. Yes. 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 Press him. If you want to suppress it so much, go ahead and suppress it. When Yi Chen heard this, he looked helpless and shook his head. Hello everyone, I'm Hua Chingying, a local. I like listening to music, reading books, and writing. From now on, please take care of me. When everyone was looking at her, Hua Chingying's face became a little shy. She stood up, her ears flushed, and spoke in a small voice. After he finished speaking, he sat down before everyone could react. Like a frightened kitten, it lay on the table. Hello everyone. I'm Yi Chen, a foreigner from a small mountain village in Guangxi. As for hobbies, I don't have any. However, what I hate most is competing with my father. Because that will make me look very useless and a waste. When everyone was looking at him, Yi Chen said calmly. However, little did they know that it caused such a huge uproar. Chapter 21, The Bad Roommate First Update. This Yi Chen, could it be that he has some grudge against Zhou Yan? When the people around heard Yi Chen's words, they were all shocked. His face was full of disbelief as he looked at Yi Chen in front of him. Obviously, they never thought that Zhou Yang had just said that his father was Zhou Long, and the Shanghai Zhou Long Furniture Company was his father's business, a furniture company worth 5 billion. Unexpectedly, Yi Chen didn't hesitate at all, didn't care at all, and just slapped him in the face. It's just that it's hard to react. This is not to make things difficult for Zhou Yang, what else could it be? Damn it! This brat! Looking at the eyes around him, Zhou Yang's face became even gloomier. His gaze was cold, but there was already a strong rage in his eyes. This brat, I slapped him hard on the face twice. This. As for Hua Chingying, a faint smile appeared on her face when she heard Yi Chen's words. Looking at Zhou Yang, who looked depressed and angry in front of him, he felt more comfortable and his smile became sweeter. This Yi Chen, although his words were a bit harsh. However, sometimes, it is still very useful. Yeah. Yeah. Keep going. Keep going. Next one. As for Wu Yingying, when she heard it, her face suddenly became embarrassed and she said something quickly. I originally wanted everyone to get to know each other and help each other. Unexpectedly, one likes to show off his wealth and act cool, while the other likes to slap people in the face. Now she could only change the subject. Otherwise, wait, I don't know how long this awkward situation will last. Hello everyone, I'm Gao Shi, from Hunan. At Wu Yingying's command, without further ado, the self-introduction continued. Okay. As it's the first night of school, we asked everyone to gather here today, mainly to let everyone have a preliminary understanding of each other. In the future, I believe you will have a deeper understanding. Secondly, there is another point, this time, we need to elect class leaders. After finishing her self-introduction, Wu Yingying didn't say much, but clapped her hands quickly to attract everyone's attention. This time, the elections include the following positions: Monitor, Deputy Monitor, Study Committee Member, Sports Committee Member, Life Committee Member, Entertainment Committee Member, and League Secretary. As for the specific matters, I think there is no need for me to explain them in detail. I hope everyone will sign up and participate. The election will be conducted by on-site voting. From now on, the stage is handed over to you. After saying that, without saying anything more, he smiled slightly, walked to the side and watched quietly. Snap snap. While everyone was stunned and looking at each other, a woman in a white miniskirt stood up. His face was ruddy, and he walked towards the podium almost mechanically. Hello everyone, my name is Su Huan, and I don't have any experience as a class leader. This time, I want to run for the position of League Secretary, hone my abilities, strengthen my beliefs, and serve the students present here. When Su Huan heard this, he didn't say much. He wrote his name on the blackboard and quickly went downstairs. Snap snap. After more than 10 seconds of silence, a tall and strong man stood up. With a square face, he came to the podium. Hello everyone, I'm Ma Chao. This time, I want to run for the sports committee. In terms of sports, I like playing basketball. As for my hobbies, I like singing and rapping when I have nothing to do. Ma Chao, can you dance? Shouldn't you be singing, dancing, rapping, and playing basketball? The people below heard it and asked quickly. All of a sudden, everyone burst into laughter. The originally tense atmosphere was broken again and turned into a relaxed atmosphere. Hello everyone. With the preparation of the first two people, more and more people came to run for election and they had a lot more courage. Hello everyone, my name is Hua Chingying. And when Hua Chingying stood up, the whole place suddenly became quiet. Countless eyes were focused on the enchanting body, with expressions of disbelief on their faces. Obviously, they never thought that Hua Chingying, who looked weak and small, like a little princess in a boudoir, would actually have the courage to come up. Snap snap. Just when Hua Chingying was feeling nervous and at a loss, and tears were about to appear in her watery eyes, a burst of applause broke the silence. Come on. Looking at the people around looking at him, Yichen didn't care at all. Instead, he gave them some encouragement. Thanks. When Hua Chingying heard this, her originally tense spirit suddenly relaxed. The nervous mood disappeared without a trace miraculously, it was so fucking magical. Looking at Yichen in front of her, a blush appeared on her face and she nodded shyly with her beautiful eyes. Damn it. He tricked me. Why didn't I react earlier? When the people around saw the way Hua Chingying looked at Yichen, they all beat their chests and stamped their feet. If they could react earlier, wouldn't they be the ones to gain Hua Chingying's favor? And now, damn it. This time, I want to run for the position of vice class monitor. Although, I have never held any position. However, I will try my best. Looking at the people in front of her, Hua Chingying's face became serious and solemn. She clenched her fists, looking indescribably cute. Then, while everyone was stunned, he wrote his name and walked off the stage. Snap snap. And the next moment, thunderous applause broke out. Obviously, this is for Hua Chingying, the brave little princess. Hello everyone, I'm Zhou Yang. This time, I want to run for the position of class monitor. After all the applause stopped, Zhou Yang walked up to the podium quickly without any hesitation, his face serious and solemn. In high school, I served as class monitor for 3 consecutive years, and each time, my class was ranked at the top. It can be said that the position of class monitor has been integrated into my blood. I'm sorry to say that among all the students present, no one knows the position of class monitor better than me. This guy is so arrogant. Looking at the people around him who suddenly fell silent, Pan Lao's face became a little gloomy and his eyes were cold. Brother Yichen, don't you plan to put a heavy pressure on him? When Lu Maozhong saw this, his face also became anxious. This guy's expression and provocative eyes are too arrogant. Yes. Yes. I can't stand it either. Wu Xiaobo, who was standing next to him, heard this and seemed to have thought of something. The three of them looked at each other and smiled slightly. Bang. The next moment, Yichen suddenly stood up with a bang as if by reflex. Pan Lao. Wu Xiaobo. Lu Maozhong. When Yichen roared, Wu Xiaobo and the others laughed smugly, looking so smug. Counselor, Yichen wants to run for class monitor. Chapter 22, Garbage is garbage, it can't be changed. Listening to what Wu Xiaobo and the others said, and seeing their sly smiles in front of him, Yichen didn't know what to say for a moment. I've seen people who cheat their dads, but I've never seen people who cheat their roommates. In that case, come on up. Everyone has a fair chance to compete. As for Wu Engying, she just smiled and said something. Come on. Brother Yichen, you can definitely do it. Brother Yichen. Come on. Our future happy life is in your hands. Men, you can't say no. You can do it. Dormitory head, keep going, I'm rooting for you. Those who compete with their fathers are nothing but scum in front of you. You guys are really my good roommates. I really want to thank you. Listening to what Wu Xiaobo and the others said, Yichen's face suddenly became extremely helpless and he sighed softly. With 3 roommates like this, I really don't know what to say. Student Yichen, since you also want to run for class monitor, please come up. Although you are from another place, don't feel inferior. It's okay. When Zhou Yang saw this, his face turned gloomy, but he suddenly smiled brightly and gave an encouraging word, with a look of deep disdain. He is just an outsider who wants to fight with him, a native. Needless to say, it's definitely impossible. Of course, another point is that I have a father worth 5 billion. As for how to choose, we are all adults. Zhou Yang believes that everyone present can make the right choice. As for Yi Chen, he was just cannon fodder in his campaign for class monitor. It can be said that there is nothing to be afraid of. This guy. Hearing Zhou Yang's words, Yi Chen's face suddenly turned gloomy and his eyes became cold. I didn't expect that I would be looked down upon. Indeed, just as Wu Xiaobo and others said, this guy's conceited look really makes people want to beat him up. I originally didn't want to run for class monitor. And now, looking at Zhou Yang who deserved a beating in front of him, Yi Chen was simply filled with anger. Others have already ridiculed him to the extreme, and even stretched out their faces to be hit. At this moment, if I don't give him a good slap, wouldn't it be too incompetent? Thump thump thump. Without saying much, under the gaze of everyone, Yi Chen walked towards the podium. Then he wrote his name on the blackboard in a flamboyant manner. Hello everyone, I'm Yi Chen, a poor boy from the countryside in the mountains of Guangxi. What I can't stand the most is people showing off and relying on their fathers in front of me. So, I stood up. This time, I'm running for the position of class monitor. In addition, what era is this? People are still relying on their fathers. Are you the kind of people who rely on their fathers? Everyone here, when you enter society in the future, who won't be a billionaire? Really? Snap snap. I didn't expect that it was just as what people said on the internet. People from Guangxi speak very nicely. Brother from Guangxi, I like you so much. Awesome. Awesome. People from Guangxi are really talented. Everyone present here is a talented person. You will never work as a part-time worker. You will definitely be a boss in the future. Yi Chen heard this and returned to his seat amidst loud applause. Fuck. Brother Yi Chen, you're awesome. Now, I finally believe that everyone in Guangxi is talented. I have to admire them. Yes. This time, I finally got to see it. When everyone heard this, they all looked excited. Now, there is hope for me to run for class monitor. This brat is so damned. On the other hand, Zhou Yang, who was standing next to him, looked at Yi Chen, who had a faint smile on his face and was walking away amid the cheers of the crowd. His expression darkened, his brows furrowed, and his eyes became cold. If I had known this was the case, I shouldn't have mocked Yi Chen. Now, there is a strong enemy. For a moment, I couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Yi Chen, thank you. Hua Chingying, who was in front, suddenly turned around at this moment, her face flushed and her beautiful eyes shy. After she finished speaking, she turned away in an instant. Brother Yi Chen. When Wu Xiaobo and the others standing nearby saw this, they all had an even more understanding smile on their faces. Unexpectedly, in just a few minutes, Brother Yi Chen actually gained the favor of another beautiful woman. This is a little smart little loli. Little princess. This is so horrible. Go. 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 However, when Yi Chen saw this, he just waved his hand and gave Wu Xiaobo and the others a cold look. Yi Chen was also confused about Hua Chingying's thank you. I didn't help this girl at all. This girl has already said thank you for my help before. What happened this time? Little did she know that Hua Chingying had made a complete mistake and thought that Yi Chen stopped Zhou Yang from running for class monitor because of her. I hate Zhou Yang, but Zhou Yang wants to get close to me all the time. This time, I want to run for the position of deputy monitor, but I don't know how Zhou Yang knew about it. Therefore, I ran for class monitor. As for Yi Chen, when he ran for class monitor, Hua Chingying mistakenly thought it was because of her. In fact, it was entirely because of Zhou Yang's provocation, and also because he couldn't stand Zhou Yang's face. Apart from this, there is no other reason at all. Okay. Now, vote. Write down the person you think is the most suitable on a piece of paper and hand it in. You will have 3 minutes to consider. Wu Yingying saw it and didn't say much, but quickly announced it. Alright. Now, start counting the votes. One person will read out the votes, one will count, and another will check. You, the three of you, come up. 3 minutes later, Wu Yingying randomly selected 3 people, 2 women and 1 man. Class monitor, Yi Chen has 1 vote, and the deputy class monitor, Hua Chingying has 1 vote. One of the women saw it and quickly counted the votes without saying anything. When the other woman saw it, she just nodded, and the boy was responsible for counting the votes. Class monitor, Zhou Yang, 1 vote, deputy class monitor, Hua Chingying, 1 vote. Fuck. Yi Chen, awesome. 2 minutes later, Wu Xiaobo was shocked when he saw Yi Chen in front of him, who had already received 29 votes. All of a sudden, he roared. Awesome! The whole class consists of only 56 people. And now, even if all the remaining votes belong to Zhou Yang, it would only be 27 votes. As for Yi Chen, he is one step ahead. How is that possible? As for Zhou Yang, looking at the growing gap in votes in front of him, his face was shocked, full of disbelief, and his lips trembled. How is that possible? No matter how you calculate it, your chances are the highest. Little do people know that being too arrogant may sometimes lead to a bad outcome. Okay. Now, I declare that our squad leader is Yi Chen, and our deputy squad leader is Hua Chingying. Finally, looking at the number of votes in front of her, Wu Yingying said something quickly. Tonight's class meeting ends here. It won't take up your spare time. In addition, tomorrow morning at 7:30, gather in front of the gate of the boys' dormitory building and wear military training uniforms. Don't be late. Understand? Understand. Disband. Yes. When everyone heard this, they dispersed. This is impossible. Yi Chen. How can you be my opponent? Looking at Yi Chen in front of him, Zhou Yang roared directly, his eyes extremely gloomy. Is it impossible? Ha ha. I told you a long time ago that relying on your father is useless. When Yi Chen heard this, he smiled slightly, didn't care at all, and left. Local natives, don't feel inferior. After all, garbage is garbage. You can't change it. You. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Zhou Yang's face turned angry, his eyes went dark, and he fell down. Someone come quickly. Student Zhou Yang is unconscious. Someone come quickly. Chapter 23, Sister and Lowly. Shanghai University, a food street. At this time, in a milk tea shop, there were two women, attracting countless boys' attention. One of them had a face like a fairy, with a faint smile on her face, and a pair of phoenix eyes that made people feel excited. She was wearing a black short skirt, and her breasts were so volleyed that people were shocked and wanted to pounce on her. The slender waist that can be held in one hand and the long legs wrapped in black stockings are what make people confused. At this moment, she gently took a sip from the straw, and a light pink lipstick was imprinted on the white straw. This made the LSP next to him wish he was the cup of milk tea just now. His eyes were bloodshot and he stared at the Zhudan-like lips in front of him. As for the side, there was a figure of a girl wearing a pink princess dress. The girl had a baby face with a bit of baby fat. Her fair neck revealed a hint of blush, and she had a sweet smile on her face as she looked at the woman next to her. The size of her chest is in no way inferior to that of the woman next to her. A pair of slender long legs were swaying at this time, bringing with them waves of fragrance. She, wrapped in white silk, and the woman next to her, could be the black and white evil spirits. In particular, one is cute and sweet, like a lowly, the other is cold, with a cold gaze, like a queen. This is double the happiness. Sister Lufang, hee hee. I finally got into Magic City University. Looking at Shui Lufang in front of her, Hua Chingying next to her had a sweet smile on her face. Her peach blossom eyes blinked and she looked closely at Shui Lufang in front of her, like a little girl who wanted to be rewarded with a little red flower. You girl! Looking at Hua Chingying in front of him, Shui Lufang showed a faint smile on his face, and his right hand gently stroked Hua Chingying's head. As for Hua Chingying, she was like a little kitten at this moment, enjoying herself indescribably, with a sweet smile on her face. Actually, you can choose the school you like. I said that Magic City University is not your only choice. Shui Lufang saw it, sighed softly and said something. I don't care. I said I wanted to go to the same university as you, Sister Lufang. Now, it's finally come true. Hee hee. Hua Chingying heard this and shook her head, with a sweet smile on her face, a bit like a naive person. Sister Lufang, are you and Yi Chen husband and wife? As if she had thought of something, Hua Chingying's face turned puzzled and she asked quickly. Cough cough cough. As for Shui Lufang, she was choking while drinking milk tea. Her face turned red and tears welled up in her beautiful eyes. This girl, is this even human language? Since when did Yi Chen and I become husband and wife? If it is possible, I would be very happy to do so. However, now, we are just friends. Sister Lufang, are you okay? Hua Chingying saw it and didn't say much. She quickly took a tissue and handed it to Shui Lufang with an anxious look on her face. I didn't expect Sister Lufang's reaction to be so intense. Doesn't this mean that Sister Lufang and Yi Chen are really husband and wife? After all, the more intense the reaction, the more likely it is. When did Yi Chen and I become husband and wife? Without saying anything more, Shui Lufang quickly took the tissue handed to her and asked, "Who on earth did this girl hear that from? Isn't it?" When Hua Chingying heard this, she looked puzzled and her peach blossom eyes blinked. It looks like Carmen's big eyes are looking at Shui Lufang. In class, when I asked Yi Chen what the relationship between you and me was, Yi Chen actually asked me to call him brother-in-law. Damn it! He actually played a trick on me. You are in the same class as Yi Chen. When Shui Lufang heard Hua Chingying's words, her face turned surprised and full of disbelief, as if she had seen a ghost. This is too much of a coincidence. Yes. Now, he is still the monitor of the class, and I am the deputy monitor. Hua Chingying heard it, nodded, put her hands on her hips, and looked angry, like a goldfish blowing bubbles. With that baby face, it is so cute that people can't help but want to pinch it and try the feel of it. Is that so? When Shui Lufang heard this, she nodded as if she understood something. This girl usually looks timid and fearful. I didn't expect that he had the courage to compete for the position of vice class monitor, and now he actually becomes the vice class monitor. Hua Chingying is the apple of the eye of the Hua family in Magic City, a rich girl raised in seclusion, a little princess. And now, being the deputy monitor seems a bit of a stretch. After all, Hua Chingying has never had to do anything since she was a child, but she grew up with a silver spoon in her mouth. Everything will be done by someone, and placed in front of Hua Chingying. Girl, if you don't understand something, you can ask Yi Chen. Yi Chen is very easy to talk to. You two can definitely become friends. Yes, yes, yes. I'll listen to you, Sister Lufang. Hua Chingying, who was sipping milk tea with her little mouth, heard it and finally nodded with a sweet smile on her face. Beauty, two of you? While the two were talking and laughing, a young man walked in from outside. When he saw the two of them, his eyes were bright and cunning, and his look was extremely obscene. He stared at their chests and then spoke. I have never seen such a beautiful lady, and this time, I didn't expect that. I just came out for a walk and wanted to find a cup of milk tea, but I saw such a little fairy. A lowly and a mature woman. If you can get them all, it will be such a great feeling. Moreover, the size of these two people is so large that it makes people a little impatient. Sister Lufang. Hua Chingying, who was standing next to her, turned pale when she saw the young man staring at her. The little hand was grabbing the skirt of Shui Lufang in front of her, and there was a trace of tears in her peach blossom eyes. Especially the young man in front of him, with a scar on his face, he looked so hideous. This person doesn't look like a good person at first glance. Fine. However, when Shui Lufang saw it, he just smiled slightly and nodded. Looking at the young man in front of him, he didn't care at all, let alone feel any fear. It's not two people, but three. Unfortunately, I'm very sorry, the third person is not you. Right. Xiaochen. Chapter 24, Men, Don't Say No. Update 1. Senior Lufang, is it really that necessary? A figure dressed in black who had just come in from outside, heard Shui Lufang's words, and suddenly his face showed deep helplessness. I originally thought that Senior Shui Lufang treating me to milk tea was a good opportunity to enhance our relationship. However, what Yi Chen did not expect was that he was actually here to act as a shield. This is a bit too helpless. However, seeing all the eyes focused on him, Yi Chen had no choice but to walk in. Ha ha. Junior brother Yi Chen, what's wrong? Are you scared? As for Shui Lufang, when she heard and saw that Yi Chen looked a little helpless, she smiled and blinked her beautiful eyes at Yi Chen with a hint of mischief. It can be said that the Yuluo Shuangxiu like Shui Lufang is the most popular and the most irresistible. How is that possible? He's just a piece of trash. Looking at the young man with a scar on his face, Yi Chen didn't care at all. Without saying much, he walked to Shui Lufang's side at a moderate pace. Then, under everyone's gaze, he sat down. Yi Chen, you followed me. Hua Chingying, who was standing next to her, saw this, her eyes widened and she stammered something. I didn't expect that Yi Chen was so hateful. First of all, it is to take advantage of yourself. And now, it's even more outrageous. He is actually following me. Hey, little girl, how could I follow you? We are outside the school. Can't I just walk around and exercise? When Yi Chen heard this, he looked at Hua Chingying, who was shocked, and sighed softly, saying, You. As for Hua Chingying, she had no idea how to refute it. All of a sudden, she took Shui Liufang's little hand. Her beautiful eyes were so pitiful that it made people feel distressed, and one could not help but take care of her. What's more, this time, it was Senior Lufang who invited me to drink milk tea. When Yi Chen saw this, the corners of his mouth slightly raised and he added a sentence. Sister Lufang, you are biased. When Hua Chingying heard this, her face became even sadder for a moment. I came out to get some fresh air and met Sister Lufang. And Yi Chen was actually invited by Sister Lufang herself to drink milk tea. This treatment is too different. Suddenly, the smell of vinegar was overwhelming. Girl, I'm treating you and he's paying the bill. Do you understand? Shui Lufang saw this and touched Hua Chingying's head. If I don't explain it clearly, I'm sure this girl will cry. I see. In that case, I'll take it all away. Waiter, for more cappuccinos, please. Hearing Shui Liufang's words, Hua Chingying's face suddenly became excited. Her watery eyes sparkled brightly, as if she had thought of something. Also, for more of your pink sky desserts. Since Yi Chen paid for it, don't blame me for being rude. I would feel guilty if I don't give Yi Chen a good beating. You really are my good deputy monitor. Looking at the girl in front of him with an excited expression and a pair of watery eyes that had turned into starry eyes, Yi Chen couldn't help but sigh. Of course. I'm your good assistant. When Hua Chingying heard this, she nodded smugly and smiled. I didn't expect that this brat is not only handsome, but also good at praising people. This girl. As for Shui Lufang, when she saw it, she didn't know what to say for a moment. If Hua Chingying knew that Yi Chen's words had a hidden meaning, she would probably jump up and go crazy. Really, so naive. Just let her continue to be kept in the dark. Damn it. You little brat, do you know who I am? Su Tian, who was standing next to him, became furious when he saw Yi Chen walking past him without paying any attention to him and chatting and laughing with Shui Lufang and the others. His hands were clenched into fists, veins on his forehead were bulging, and his eyes were extremely cold. I didn't expect that I would be ignored. I was so angry. I don't know, and I don't need to know. However, Yi Chen just waved his hand casually in response. Are you famous? When Su Tian heard this, he didn't know what to say for a moment. He looked at Yi Chen in front of him with a sneer on his face. Am I not famous? When he looked at the people around him, they retreated instantly without any hesitation. This guy is doomed. Oh my god. This is Su Tian. One of the 4 most evil people in this area. No way. He is Su Tian. Oh my god. I heard that no one who offends Su Tian will have a good ending. Either they lose an arm or they become lame. This young man is in trouble. What a pity. Such a handsome guy. Alas. Unfortunately, he has no eyes. That's right. I didn't expect that you would have the courage to provoke Su Tian. You really are courting death. Stay away. Otherwise, if you are not careful, you may end up in the hospital. When the people around saw Su Tian, some of them who knew him stepped back without saying much, their faces turning pale. Su Tian is one of the 4 most evil young men in this area, and he will never be polite to you. In order to avoid being affected, they made way for a large open space without stopping. This. Sister Lufang. Listening to the discussions of the people around her, Hua Chingying's face turned a little pale. Her delicate body actually began to tremble a little, and one of her small hands tightly grasped the light hem of her flowery skirt. You can tell at first glance that this person is not a good person. After all, his face was ferocious and his eyes were murderous. However, what Hua Chingying did not expect was that this person turned out to be Su Tian, one of the 4 most evil young men in this area. Hua Chingying had heard a little about Su Tian. He was a ruthless man who could make even a child stop crying immediately when he saw him. Don't worry. It's okay. Xiaochen, I'll take care of it. You said so, right? Xiaochen. As for Shui Lufang, she just smiled slightly, not caring at all, and her beautiful eyes blinked. The confidence in Yi Chen seemed to be engraved in his bones. When Hua Chingying heard this, she was surprised for a moment. How could my sister Lufang trust Yi Chen so much? It's almost unconditional trust. Now, Hua Chingying was a little bit hard to believe that they didn't know each other. Impossible. In order to thank the beautiful lady for her trust, I have to show off my skills. Can I still say no? Yi Chen heard it, waved his hand and said something. Men, you can't say no. Shui Lufang heard this, smiled and added. After nodding, Yi Chen looked at Su Tian and a cold voice came out of his throat. Go away. Chapter 25 Yi Chen's Power Update 1. Roll. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Su Tian's face froze for a moment, followed by deep anger, with bloodshot already spreading in his eyes. He was just a brat, and he told me to get out. Where on earth does this brat get all the courage and guts from? How dare you tell me to get out? His face was extremely gloomy, with veins bulging on his forehead. His eyes were slightly narrowed into slits as he looked at Yi Chen in front of him. This brat, is he stupid? Yes. Get out. However, facing his anger, Yi Chen didn't care at all. He said it calmly, as if he was talking about something very unimportant, and waved his hand. Thump thump thump. In that case, I'll ask you to get out of here right now, little brat. As the sound of footsteps came, Su Tian in front of him had already rushed towards Yi Chen. There was a strong rage in his eyes, and his hands were clenched into fists, with veins moving constantly on them. He looked extremely ferocious. Sister Lufang. As for Hua Chingying, who was standing next to her, her face turned pale when she saw Su Tian punching her directly in front of her, and she grabbed Shui Lufang's skirt tightly. It's fine. However, Shui Lufang saw that he was not afraid at all. Instead, a faint smile appeared on his face and he gently sipped the milk tea in his hand. It looks like everything is calm and peaceful. There was actually endless trust in Yi Chen. With Su Tian's strength, it is not enough in front of Yi Chen. Get down. Looking at Yi Chen in front of him, Su Tian's face became excited. I just need to give this brat a light punch and he will definitely lie down obediently. Get down. Indeed, but I think you should be the one getting down. When Yi Chen heard this, a faint smile appeared on his face and he nodded. Looking at the fist flying towards him and hitting his face, he just smiled slightly and gently moved to the side. Puff puff puff. As for Su Tian's fist, it hit the air completely at this time. Yi Chen's figure completely avoided his attack. While avoiding Su Tian's attack, Yi Chen also clenched his right fist, with blue veins bulging, giving people a stubborn and powerful feeling. Not good. Looking at the fist flying towards his chest, Su Tian's face turned pale with shock, anxiety, and fear. How is that possible? How come this brat's ability to adapt and react is so terrifying? It's incredible that they could launch a counterattack in such a short time. Looking at the fist coming towards him, Su Tian wanted to retreat quickly, but due to the inertia of rushing forward, he couldn't dodge in time. The only thing he could do was to watch Yi Chen's fist coming at him. He tried to defend himself with both hands, but it was too late. You dare! Suddenly, veins covered his entire face. It looks extremely ferocious. Why not? However, all he got in response was 4 words from Yi Chen. Of course, there is also the fist that is at hand. Bang! As a voice sounded, Yi Chen's fist hit Su Tian's chest. As for Su Tian, he suddenly knelt on the ground. He covered his stomach with both hands, his face looked extremely hideous, and cold sweat was pouring out of his forehead. It hurts so much, like I'm suffocating. Bang! When Su Tian was about to say something, Yi Chen suddenly swept over with his right leg. As for Su Tian's figure, it fell on the glass table next to him with a bang. Ah! As the glass table shattered, wailing sounds emanated from Su Tian's throat. As for Su Tian's figure, it was instantly covered in blood and flesh. It doesn't seem too incredible. Yi Chen, you. A pair of small hands tightly grasped Shui Liufang's flower. Chingying saw that in a flash, Yi Chen had actually dealt with Su Tian. His face was full of disbelief, his eyes were wide open, and his expression was so wonderful that I didn't know how to describe it. Yi Chen, how can you be so terrifying? You are too powerful. It's just a moment. I originally thought that the one lying down would be Yi Chen. However, what Hua Chingying did not expect was that the person lying down was Su Tian, the arrogant and presumptuous man. Damn it! He tricked me. When he saw the sweet smile on Shui Liufang's face, there was a look of relief in his eyes. For a moment, Hua Chingying felt mixed emotions. It can be said that I am extremely jealous. The people nearby saw that Su Tian was dealt with in a flash, before they could even react. For a moment, I didn't know what to say, and my expression was so wonderful. Su Tian is one of the 4 evil young men. What they didn't expect was that the young man in front of them not only had enough courage to provoke the 4 evil youngsters, but even more terrifying was that he actually knocked down Su Tian, one of the four evil youngsters, in one fell swoop. This is a bit like a dream. After all, Yi Chen in front of him had wheat-colored skin. However, because of his handsome appearance, most people think he is a gigolo. How can a pretty boy have so much strength? Tick-tock. Next to him, Su Tian crawled up from the ground, with drops of blood flowing down his body. Although, there were no injuries to vital parts, but they were basically just minor injuries. But it's so painful. Of course, the most important thing is that today, I originally wanted to kill this brat's arrogance. And now, I have completely lost face. This is the greatest shame. Well, now you can go away. However, Yi Chen paid no attention to his anger. Instead, he smiled slightly and looked at Su Tian in front of him, like a cat playing with a mouse, which was extremely ironic. Roll. When Su Tian heard this and looked at Yi Chen and the other three people in front of him, he suddenly burst into laughter, like a madman. It seems like a bit of a crazy rhythm. You think you can get out of here today? After hitting himself, he still wanted him to get out. There must be something wrong with this brat's brain. Surround them. And the next moment, Su Tian's face sneered and he pointed at Yi Chen and the others. Thump thump thump. With an order, more than a dozen tall and strong figures crossed the crowd and surrounded Yi Chen and his group in an instant. The atmosphere suddenly froze and became tense. Today, even if the emperor comes, you can't leave. You hit yourself and still want to run away? Impossible. Chapter 26, If you have money, you can really do whatever you want. Part 2. What should I do? Sister Lufang. Looking at the tall and strong figures surrounding her, Hua Chingying's face turned pale. No matter how powerful Yi Chen is, it is impossible for him to challenge so many people alone. What's more, each of these people is tall and strong. What else can I do? I'll leave it to you, Shaochen. However, looking at Hua Chingying, whose face was pale and whose body was trembling in front of her, Shui Lufang just looked at Yi Chen and said something. No problem. While Hua Chingying was full of doubts, Yi Chen nodded and agreed. No problem. Brat, do you think you can challenge more than a dozen of us by yourself? After listening to Yi Chen's words, Su Tian's face became completely gloomy, his brows were furrowed, and his eyes were cold. This brat is really arrogant. Who said I was going to challenge more than a dozen of you alone? However, when Yi Chen heard this, he waved his hands and dozed off. I, the young master, do not want to dirty my hands. Why bother? After saying this, he looked at everyone present, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and spoke. Everyone present here is mine. Your people. Ha ha ha. You are dreaming. If they are your people, I will crawl back. Do they dare to touch me? Do they dare? When Su Tian heard this, he couldn't help but laugh for a moment. As expected, he is just an arrogant brat, but he has started to have such wishful thinking. It is really pitiful, so pitiful. When the people nearby heard this, although they looked angry, no one dared to step forward. Su Tian is one of the four most evil young men in this area. Another point is that anyone who offends Su Tian will not have a good ending. Look at them, little brats. They are nothing but a bunch of cowards. Seeing everyone around him lowering their heads, not daring to say a word or take a step forward, Su Tian burst into laughter again. A group of ants, a group of cowards, want to touch him? Impossible. Yeah. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen smiled slightly, took out a pile of checks from his pocket, and looked around with a cold gaze. One punch, 100,000. No limit. 100,000. When everyone heard this and looked at the checks for $1 million on the table in front of them, their faces turned red, they swallowed their saliva, and even their breathing became rapid. How come this person is so rich? One punch costs 100,000, and 10 punches cost 1 million. If you have a little more, you can buy a house in full. This time, it's completely crazy. They were originally frightened, but now they slowly raised their heads, breathing rapidly, and even their eyes were filled with intense heat, with bloodshot veins spreading in them, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. You. Looking at the dozens of people who surrounded him all of a sudden, Su Tian's face turned pale, and there was a hint of coldness on his forehead. This brat doesn't play by the rules. No such thing. I don't even need to take action to deal with you. Yi Chen saw it, smiled slightly, and patted the table. One punch is 100,000. This young master keeps his word. As for the number of times, you can count it yourself. Wait. What do you want to do? Looking at the people in front of him who were staring at him as if they were treasures, they were already eager to try. Su Tian's face became even paler, his brows were furrowed, and his eyes were extremely cold. This brat is great. Start. Bang bang bang. Wait. Don't hit my face. In an instant, the entire milk tea shop was in chaos. The only table that was not disturbed was Yi Chen's. This. Looking at the people fighting in front of him, looking at Yi Chen in front of him, and looking at Shui Lufang with a bright smile on her face. For a moment, Hua Chingying was completely shocked and had no idea what to say. Be rich and be willful. I didn't expect that I could play it this way. Xiaochen, I didn't expect that your way of solving the problem is so unique. When Shui Lufang saw this, she was stunned for a moment, and finally smiled slightly. Obviously, Shui Lufang did not expect that Yi Chen would actually adopt this approach. This is a bit unexpected. Totally, not playing by the rules. Why do it yourself when you can let others do it? However, when Yi Chen heard it, he just smiled slightly. Indeed. Shui Lufang had to agree with Yi Chen's point of view. I hate stupid landlord sons like you the most. When Hua Chingying heard this, she pouted and objected. Why? He's stupid and has a lot of money. With this kind of money, I might as well buy delicious food. It's enough for me to drink milk tea for a long time. Hua Chingying's words actually made Yi Chen a little unable to refute. Yi Chen, let us have a one-on-one fight if you dare. Don't hit my face. Alright. A few minutes later, looking at Su Tian lying on the ground in front of him with a bruised face and nose, Yi Chen said something. You are bullying others with money. Seeing this, Su Tian looked so aggrieved that he started to roar. It's great to have some money. Sometimes, having money is really great. At least, I can do whatever I want. Yi Chen heard it and nodded. I don't need to do anything to a piece of trash like you. You. Listening to Yi Chen's words, Su Tian was almost injured internally for a moment. This brat is so abominable. However, being rich is really amazing. So embarrassing. Throw it out. Before Su Tian could say anything, Yi Chen said something. 1 million. Wait. What do you want to do? Don't do it. As for Su Tian in front of him, it was not even his turn to resist as he had already been carried out. My ears are much more peaceful. As for Yi Chen, he just smiled slightly. Get it yourself. Mine. Mine. All of a sudden, everyone rushed forward looking at the check in front of them. The matter has been resolved. I wonder if you are satisfied, Senior Lufang. Looking at Shui Lufang in front of him, Yi Chen said. Sister Lufang, if possible, I want to beat him up. That expression is so cocky. Hua Chingying saw Yi Chen's smug expression, and her beautiful eyes looked at Shui Lufang. She pouted, clenched her fists, and then let go as if she had thought of something. I am no match for Yi Chen. What a tragedy. Yeah. If possible, I would like to too. When Shui Lufang heard this, she smiled slightly, raised the corners of her mouth, and nodded in agreement. Lady, spare me, I didn't mean it. When Yi Chen heard this, he immediately accepted his fate and surrendered. Shui Lufang saw this and was amused for a moment. The time spent with him is always so joyful. It's getting late, pay the bill. Looking at the two figures walking outside, Yi Chen quickly placed a few hundred yuan on the table. Boss, pay the bill. After saying that, he ran out in a flash. Senior Lufang, wait for me. Chapter 27 Senior, you have to be responsible for me. Update 1. The night is so beautiful tonight. And in the playground of Magic City University, there were two figures, a man and a woman, who attracted countless people's attention. When some old students saw this, they cried out in despair and their hearts were broken. It was not for anything else, just because their cold school beauty Shui Lufang actually took a handsome freshman around the campus late at night, and the smile on her face was so bright, sweet, and intoxicating. It was the first time for them to see their cold school beauty Shui Lufang being so enthusiastic and smiling so sweetly. Normally, their iceberg school beauty Shui Lufang would not say a single extra word, as if that was unnecessary. As for a brilliant smile, let alone that, it is simply impossible. Now, seeing the brilliant smile of their iceberg school beauty Shui Lufang, while he was excited, his heart was completely broken into countless pieces. This smile was not for them, but for the handsome freshman next to them. It's too abominable. It's simply envy, jealousy, and hatred. Indeed. Very beautiful. Looking at Shui Lufang, who had a fairy-like face and enchanting body under the moonlight, Yi Chen had to say that she was indeed very beautiful. In particular, her stunningly beautiful face, under the moonlight, adds a lot of points, making her look like a fairy of light walking out of the moonlight. The black short skirt, under the moonlight, is dotted with stars, just like the stars in the night sky, bringing people a beautiful enjoyment. Of course, for little boys, the most attractive thing at this moment may be Shui Lufang's long legs. There is not a trace of fat, and the legs are still so straight. Wrapped in black stockings, I almost think they can last for years. Gurgle gurgle. Even Yi Chen had to swallow hard at this moment after seeing this, his face becoming indescribably hot. After trying hard to control the anger in his stomach, it finally looked a little more natural. However, the endless fragrance emanating from Shui Lufang's delicate body stimulated Yi Chen's nerves all the time. If it weren't for his strong willpower, Yi Chen would have pounced on him by now. After Shui Lufang found a reason to make Hua Chingying go back obediently, Shui Lufang said he would take her around the campus. When Yi Chen heard this, he agreed immediately without any hesitation. There is a beautiful lady, who is also the campus belle of Shanghai University, and he takes us around the campus. This is simply top-notch treatment. It's impossible not to. Therefore, this is the current picture. Lufang, if Hua Chingying knew about you doing this, I'm sure that girl would cry. Looking at Shui Lufang, who was holding a cup of milk tea with a sweet smile on her face, Yi Chen complained. Then let that girl cry her heart out. Sometimes, girls should cry. Because the harder they cry, the happier they are. However, Shui Lufang smiled slightly when she heard it. There is such a thing. Yi Chen was surprised and puzzled by Shui Lufang's fallacy. However, since it was Shui Lufang who said it, there must be a reason for it. Just write it down yourself. Lufang, what's that over there? When passing by the basketball court, Yi Chen looked at the dim lights next to him and saw a large bamboo forest dotted with stars. He was puzzled and asked quickly. Lover's Hill, I heard that many couples fight there. As for whether it is true or not, I don't know. What's the matter? Xiaochen, do you want to go for a walk? When Shui Lufang heard this, her face turned red, and she looked at Yi Chen with loving eyes and a sweet smile on her face. Fight! When Yi Chen heard this, he seemed to understand something instantly and shook his head. No, unless, Senior Lufang, you are willing to fight with me. It can be said that Yi Chen has a clear idea of what fighting means. After all, in the afternoon, Wu Xiaobo and the others explained some basic things to Yi Chen. Of course, as for some enlightenment movies or something like that, Yi Chen refused them. This made Wu Xiaobo and others, who originally wanted to introduce a lot of teachers to Yi Chen, extremely heartbroken. Then do you have any 50 cents? When Shui Lufang heard this, her face suddenly froze, and then a blush appeared on her face. She looked at Yi Chen and smiled. Unexpectedly, the car speed increased rapidly. No. However, for a beauty like Senior Sister Lufang, I can immediately run to the supermarket outside to buy it. No matter what kind you want, Senior Sister Lufang, it's fine. He. Xiaochen, what if I say I want to? When Shui Lufang heard this, she burst into laughter for a moment. The huge breasts were shaking violently, as if they were about to burst out. Okay. I won't tease you anymore. And at the end, he looked at Yi Chen and said something. Senior, please think about it carefully and we'll talk about it later. Senior, you don't have to think about it. I am, 100%, a good man. I am a good man, I am a good man. Just be so conceited. Ha ha ha. As for Shui Lufang, she just smiled when she saw it. This is the Swan Lake of Magic City University. It is also jokingly called the Love Lake. In the end, the two came to a huge lake. Looking at Yi Chen in front of them, Shui Lufang said quickly. The Love Lake is very large. Of course, it is also the main battlefield for couples. I heard that there is a special smell every night, exuding the breath of life. I understand. Senior Sister Lufang, from now on, I will take you to experience Swan Lake and the couple's bamboo forest. When Yi Chen heard this, he nodded as if he understood something. I've got it in my head. Yeah. Before Yi Chen could finish his words, Shui Lufang next to him suddenly turned around. The red-colored little mouth, without the slightest hesitation, attacked Yi Chen directly with endless softness and fragrance. The soft feeling, as if it could be broken by a touch, and the faint fragrance constantly stimulated Yi Chen's nerves, which made Yi Chen's eyes widen. Obviously, Yi Chen never thought that Shui Lufang would actually do such a thing. I was actually kissed by Shui Lufang. Xiaochen, this is your reward for saving the beauty today. Go back and have a good rest. Goodbye. And when Yi Chen was stunned, the soft lips suddenly loosened. Shui Lufang waved her hand, her face showing a hint of shyness and a little bit of blush, and then she left in another direction. Senior, you have to be responsible for me. Looking at the enchanting figure leaving, Yi Chen said quickly. Chapter 28, The Terror of Shui Lufang Part 2. Fuck. Brother Yi Chen, where have you been? Why do you look so smug? When Yi Chen returned to the dormitory, Wu Xiaobo, who was idly watching short videos, saw him and was surprised. What's with the lipstick on your lips? What? Lipstick. Lu Maozhong and others who were playing games heard Wu Xiaobo's words. Without saying anything, they all looked over. For a moment, I was petrified. Stunned. His mouth opened wide, his eyes widened. I don't know how to describe that expression. Fuck. Dormitory head, this is so unfair. On the first day, he's already single. No wonder, after running for class monitor, he took a nice shower and went out. He didn't say a word, it turns out he went out to have sex. This lipstick looks like the same shade as Shui Lufang's. Shui Lufang. No way. Such an icy school beauty was won over by you, the dormitory head. She must be very soft and passionate. I heard that those who appear cold on the surface have a hot heart. They are the most passionate during exercise. Oh my god. Dormitory head, I envy you so much. Now, dorm leader, you are going to become the public enemy of the whole school. Do I have lipstick on my face? No. Looking at Wu Xiaobo and the others who were talking at once in front of him, Yi Chen looked puzzled and said something. Don't play dumb, dorm leader, look at yourself in the mirror. Lu Maozhong, who was standing next to him, saw this and handed over a mirror. Looking at the different colors of his lips, Yi Chen didn't know what to say for a moment. How could I have forgotten to destroy the evidence? No wonder, on the way back just now, everyone was talking about me and 100% of them turned their heads to look at me. Everything is because of this. Dormitory head, has your brother taken good care of your sister? Is it Shui Lufang? Yes. 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 You are so confused. Although the school has a couple's bamboo forest and a couple's lake. If it were me, I would definitely book a presidential suite and release my passion. Yes. 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 Dormitory head, you are confused. If it were me, I would not come back tonight. Oh. Everyone looked at Yi Chen in front of them, and for a moment, they didn't know how heartbroken they were. Their dormitory head is so confused. What are you thinking? We are just friends. When Yi Chen heard this, he looked helpless and glared at Wu Xiaobo and the others. The relationship between Shui Lufang and I should be that of friends, or even something more than friends. However, there is still a long way to go before they can become boyfriend or girlfriend. As for what Wu Xiaobo and the others said about loving your sister, well, this kind of thing is even more far-fetched. At the very least, they are not in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship yet, let alone being honest with each other. This distance is 100,000 miles. Oh right. Lover's Lake, what's the story behind this? As if he had thought of something, Yi Chen asked. Just now, Shui Lufang kissed herself at Lover's Lake without saying a word. And now, we must figure it out. Otherwise, it would be too slow. Lover's Lake, you guys really went to Lover's Lake? Oh my god. I'm full of this dog food. When Wu Xiaobo heard this, he was completely shocked for a moment. Yes. Just now, Senior Lufang was just taking me to familiarize myself with the campus. Yi Chen heard it and nodded. Then, at Lover's Lake in the bamboo forest, let's have 2 good shots. Hearing Lu Maozhong's words, Yi Chen rolled his eyes fiercely. Why do my roommates have such horrible imaginations? It would be such a waste not to become a novelist. By the way, dorm leader, do you want to play games? Pan Lao, who was standing next to them, heard it and said something to help change the subject. No. No, I'm in double row. Shui Lufang. Fuck. Spread out the dog food. I'm full. I'm so jealous. For a moment, the whole dormitory was filled with the roars of single dogs. Boss, we have investigated it thoroughly. And in another place, in a courtyard. At this time, a figure came in from outside, looked at the young man with a bruised face and nose sitting in the pavilion, and reported respectfully. Who is he? Looking at his servants, Su Tian basically roared, his face ferocious. There were a lot of blue veins on his forehead that were constantly bulging, and his eyes were unusually cold. I didn't expect that I would finally meet two beauties whose looks are simply celestial. And in the end, it was so wasted by a bad boy that it became a scene for others to be the hero and save the damsel in distress. Damn it! This time, no matter what, Su Tian couldn't swallow this humiliation. Boss, that brat is a freshman in the Magic City. He wrote a Trek Butterfly report at the beginning of the school year, with 32 million. According to our investigation, he is obviously from a small mountain village. It is possible that he is a hidden rich man. The servant saw his boss's angry expression and reported quickly, his face pale. My boss is in a very bad mood this time. However, when they thought about how their boss had never suffered such humiliation, they understood. The hidden rich man, I don't care who he is, I'm going to kill him. When Su Tian heard this, he roared and dropped the cup in his hand heavily to the ground. Where are those two girls? It can be said that those two girls, one is a mature lady and the other is a lowly. It is simply the best. If possible, Su Tian wouldn't mind trying something new. Boss, this can't be touched. When the servant heard this, his face turned pale, he shook his head and said something quickly. I can't move. Why can't I move? In the Magic City, there is no one that I, Su Tian, can't move. When Su Tian heard this, his eyes turned gloomy, his voice turned cold, and he roared. No matter what, I must get back the face I lost tonight. That brat, I must kill him. Boss, that woman, Shui Lufang, is from the Shui family in Magic City. The Shui family of the demonic city. Hearing these 4 words, Su Tian's face turned pale and his pupils began to shrink. The Shui family of Magic City is a hidden family in Magic City, and their generations have had people in the officialdom of the imperial capital. Even the giant family in Magic City doesn't dare to provoke the people from the Shui family in Magic City easily. Because, I heard, they are very protective of their own people. No matter who you are, wherever you are, you have to pay the price. Yes. Boss, we still. What else? If you want to die, then go and provoke me. From now on, stay away from me. Where's the other one? Su Tian heard this and roared. The Shui family must not be provoked, and even more so must not be provoked. Boss, that little girl with a Lolita face is from the Hua family in Modu. The Hua family of the demonic capital. Listening to the report from his servants, Su Tian's face turned completely pale and he became deflated all of a sudden. I can't even afford to offend these two giants. You little bastard, I will make you pay the price. Women, you can't mess with them. I can always afford to offend that brat. Sorry, you don't have this chance anymore. At this moment, a woman's voice came from outside, with a strong sense of coldness. Chapter 29 This is My Territory Part 3. Shui Lufang. When Su Tian saw the woman coming in from outside, wearing a black miniskirt, his face turned pale with shock, and there was a strong fear in his eyes. Su Tian never thought that Shui Lufang would find him in the middle of the night. This is really too shocking. Looking at Shui Lufang in front of him, she had a stunningly beautiful face under the moonlight. All of a sudden, I don't know why, my body started to tremble. Bang bang. When Shui Lufang walked in, several figures suddenly rushed in from outside, with painful expressions and wailing. As for Shui Lufang's side, 3 men in black appeared, each of them looking extraordinary. Shui Lufang, what do you mean? We don't interfere with each other. When Su Tian saw this, his face turned gloomy, his brows furrowed, his eyes became cold, and his lips trembled constantly. What's the meaning? When Shui Lufang heard this, a sweet smile appeared on her face. He looks like a devil, making people feel cold all over. Don't interfere with other people's business. Ha ha. Unfortunately, you did. You shouldn't have touched him. Shui Lufang, don't go too far. Listening to Shui Lufang's words and looking at Shui Lufang, whose face suddenly fell in an instant, Su Tian's voice was cold and his eyes were equally angry. I have gone too far. If that's the case, then I have gone too far today. What can you do about it? He looked at the 3 figures beside him with a cold gaze. Yes. Miss. When the three people next to them saw Shui Lufang looking at them with a cold gaze, they nodded without any hesitation and rushed out instantly. This brat actually had the guts to offend their young lady. If this isn't courting death, what else could it be? Shui Lufang, don't go too far. Looking at the three figures rushing towards him, Su Tian's face turned furious. This is my territory. Wait, this is my territory. When Shui Lufang heard this, she smiled slightly and did not show any fear at all. In that case, let's see who is more powerful. His face was extremely gloomy, and without the slightest hesitation, he waved his right hand. When the people nearby saw this, they didn't say anything and ran towards the three figures. Bang bang bang. For a moment, figures kept colliding with each other. And on the ground next to it, there were figures smashing down heavily. Black and blue face. It looks so horrible. How is that possible? Seeing the man in front of him being knocked down in an instant, and looking at Shui Lufang in front of him, Su Tian's face was completely shocked. These people are all powerful people with extraordinary skills. No, of the 36 strategies, running away is the best one. Looking at the people being knocked down one by one in front of him, Su Tian waved his right hand. Everyone picked up the iron rods nearby and ran towards the three people. As for Su Tian's figure, he was slowly retreating at this time, slowly retreating, trying to slip away quietly. I say, Su Tian, right? Weren't you quite arrogant just now? However, at this moment, a figure appeared behind Su Tian with a sweet smile on his face. In Su Tian's eyes, it was simply the smile of the devil. Shui Lufang. Looking at the figure in front of him, Su Tian's face was filled with shock. Without any hesitation, he punched Shui Lufang. What a tragedy! This guy is simply courting his own death. The three people next to them saw Su Tian attacking Shui Lufang, and they shook their heads and sighed softly. Why don't you provoke them? Why do you provoke their lady? Why? Rest in peace. You forced me to do this. Shui Lufang. There was not the slightest hesitation, let alone any mercy towards women, and veins were bulging on his fists. Catch the leader first. Su Tian is very clear about this. As long as I can take down Shui Lufang, everything will be over. Bang. However, when the fist reached Shui Lufang's chest, a white and tender little hand suddenly reached out and instantly grabbed Su Tian's right hand. Then, without any politeness or hesitation, he broke it with force. Click, click. Ah! A miserable wail emanated from Su Tian's throat. As for Su Tian's expression, it instantly became distorted and extremely hideous. The fist that was originally thrown towards Shui Lufang now hung down weakly at the wrist. It looked like there was no connection at all, so terrifying. I just bent it and it broke directly. It looks like it makes people feel like shaking all over. Shui Lufang, you. Looking at Shui Lufang in front of him, Su Tian's face turned pale and his whole body began to tremble. How is that possible? I originally thought Shui Lufang was an unarmed woman. But now, what he didn't expect was that Shui Lufang was not an unarmed woman. But he is the most terrifying among these people. Whoosh whoosh. As Su Tian's face showed pain, a sound of breaking wind was heard. What followed was a powerful kick wrapped in black stockings, which swept across fiercely without any room for holding back. Don't want. Looking at the whip kick sweeping towards him, Su Tian's face turned even paler and he almost screamed. Bang. However, Shui Lufang didn't care at all. He swept his whip kick across and hit Su Tian's chest hard. One could even hear the sound of bones breaking. As for Su Tian's figure, it flew out all of a sudden. He lay on the ground beside him, with fear in his eyes. Bang bang bang. Miss. The three people next to them quickly dealt with the people who rushed over and came to Shui Lufang's side. Too slow. Shui Lufang saw it, shook his head and made a comment. Young lady's magical skills are unparalleled, and we cannot compare with her. When the three heard this, they immediately knelt on one knee, their expressions serious and cold. Su Tian, one of the four evil young men, has harmed countless ignorant girls. You should know what he did. Looking at the three people, Shui Lufang said something. I know. Miss, castrate him. Yes. 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 Miss, castrate me. I don't know if you are satisfied with it. Yeah. Besides, I don't want to see this person in the demon city. Shui Lufang heard this and nodded. Without saying anything more, he walked outside. Farewell, young lady. The three of them saw it, saluted respectfully, and then looked at Su Tian. Wait. What do you want to do? When Su Tian saw this, his face turned pale and his body trembled. What do you think? No. No. Ah. Chapter 30, Canteen Sign-In, Cooking Specialization First Update. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, you have successfully signed in at the cafeteria and have obtained cooking proficiency. And on the second day, in the cafeteria of Magic City University. At this moment, a young man in military training uniform walked in from outside, and a mechanical voice sounded in his mind. Masterful cooking. Okay. Listening to the words of the supreme sign-in system, Yi-Chen could only nod. Money and other things are no longer important to me. They are just a string of numbers. And now, I have mastered cooking skills and feel pretty good about it. Mastery of cooking, master all cooking techniques and cooking methods. Otherwise, how can you be called master of cooking? Note, men who can cook often have a certain priority in choosing a spouse. If you want to conquer her, you must first conquer her stomach. What a unique personality. Handsome guy, what can I do for you? The cafeteria lady in front of him saw Yi-Chen coming and stopped for a few seconds. She didn't know what to order, so she asked quickly. Yes. Give me a cup of soy milk, an egg, and a bun. Okay. The cafeteria lady saw it and nodded quickly. Here it is. Looking at the only empty table in front of him, Yi-Chen walked over without saying anything. The first day of school is also the first day of military training. It seems that many people got up quite early. That's right. After all, it was the first day and no one knew what the situation would be like, so everyone was basically a good kid. Otherwise, you might be in trouble. Yi-Chen. While Yi-Chen was eating breakfast, a woman's slightly angry voice was heard, followed by a faint fragrance. What's wrong? Looking at the pair of beautiful eyes in front of him looking at him angrily, with Hua Chingying's face a little angry, Yi-Chen waved his hand and said something. It's easy to hurt your liver and get angry early in the morning. What's wrong? What's wrong? You. Hua Chingying heard it and saw Yi-Chen's expression at this moment, and he didn't look concerned at all. For a moment, his face became even more angry, he pouted, and sat down opposite Yi-Chen. Didn't you say you were going back to rest last night? And the next moment, she suddenly leaned forward, and a pair of beautiful watery eyes stared at Yi-Chen closely, gritting her teeth. My roommate saw you and Sister Lufang walking around the campus, and you even walked towards Lover's Lake. I really believed your lies. Last night, Yi-Chen clearly said he was going back to the dormitory. When Hua Chingying happily returned to the dormitory and prepared to have a good sleep, her roommate said that she saw Yi-Chen and the cold school beauty Shui Lufang walking around the campus and heading towards the Lover's Lake. If Hua Chingying hadn't been afraid of the dark at night, and if her roommate hadn't pulled her back, she would have wanted to run over there with a 40-meter-long sword last night. It's too much of a bully. He ditched me and secretly dated Sister Lufang. This. Seeing the cute, watery eyes like an elf suddenly approaching and staring at him, Yi-Chen's face was covered with cold sweat. Unexpectedly, I was discovered. A faint fragrance wafted through the air. Although she was wearing a military training uniform, it could not conceal the light and roundness of the flowers, which were still very large in size. According to the speculation of my veteran roommate, it is at least 36D and close to 36E. As for whether it was true or not, Yi-Chen was not sure. Snort! Looking at Yi-Chen who looked embarrassed in front of her, Hua Chingying snorted softly. Without saying much, he just gulped down the soy milk. Sister Lufang, this is mine. After taking a bite of bread, she looked at Yi-Chen seriously with her beautiful eyes, without any intention of joking. I won't let you take Sister Lufang away. This one sentence made Yi-Chen look helpless. The lilies seemed to be blooming particularly brilliantly this year. I didn't expect that this girl would rely so much on Shui Lufang. For a moment, Yi-Chen didn't know what to say. Chingying. How lucky. I never thought I would meet you. While the two were having breakfast, a young man walked over from the side. When he saw Hua Chingying, his face became excited and his pace quickened. As for Hua Chingying, when she saw the young man walking towards her, she didn't hesitate at all and stood up quickly. Then he came to Yi-Chen's side and sat down immediately. Looking at Yi-Chen, there was a big smile on his face. This girl. Looking at Hua Chingying who suddenly sat down beside him, Yi-Chen frowned slightly. It seems that the silly and sweet smile is indeed very charming. But, this girl has made it clear that she wants to use herself as a shield. This is just too sad. Even when I was having breakfast, I was bothered by others. Brother Yi Chen, please. You don't want to see a lovely girl like me being harassed by others, right? Listening to Hua Chingying's words, for a moment, Yi Chen didn't know how to refute. Yes. Brother Sun Yi, you are really lucky. Finally, he looked at the young man in front of him who was also wearing a military training uniform and had a pretty face. Hua Chingying smiled slightly and nodded. This made Yi Chen break out in a cold sweat. Without saying much, I wanted to get up. However, a small hand suddenly held Yi Chen's arm, and a sweet smile appeared in front of him. Brother Yi Chen. This girl. Looking at the light flowers in front of him, and looking at Sun Yi walking over. Yi Chen knew that he couldn't escape. And the shield seems to have become inevitable. Flower is light, this is. As for Sun Yi who was walking over, his expression suddenly darkened when he saw Hua Chingying holding Yi Chen's arm and the bright smile on Hua Chingying's face. He asked with a cold and gloomy look in his eyes. Brother Sun Yi, this is my good friend, Yi Chen. Hua Chingying saw it and didn't say much, but quickly introduced it. Good friend. As for Sun Yi, his face became even gloomier after hearing Hua Chingying's introduction, his brows furrowed, and his eyes became cold. Sun Yi is very clear about this. From childhood to adulthood, there are not many people who can become Hua Chingying's friends. This does not include male friends. Now, unexpectedly, Hua Chingying actually introduced Yi Chen as his good friend. I don't have any male friends who are just casual friends. And now, a very good male friend has appeared. Sun Yi knew very well what this meant. For a moment, I felt a strong sense of urgency and crisis. Yes. Brother Yi Chen is a very nice person. Last night, he even said he wanted to treat me to ice cream and hot dogs. Hua Chingying heard it, smiled slightly and nodded. Looks innocent. Little did he know that Sun Yi's expression had completely fallen. Chapter 31 I advise you not to bring shame upon yourself. Hot dog ice cream. Hearing Hua Chingying's words, Sun Yi's face suddenly darkened, his brows furrowed, and his eyes became gloomy. This guy actually wanted Hua Chingying to eat hot dog and ice cream. Damn it! Hua Chingying, however, is a little princess who lives in seclusion and has no idea of the dangers of this society. This brat is simply looking for death. Now, we are in trouble. I looked at the person in front of me gulping down the soy milk, and then a pair of beautiful eyes looked at me, as if saying, the flower is handed over to you. Then he looked at Sun Yi in front of him, who was looking at him angrily, as if he wanted to tear him apart. For a moment, Yi Chen's face was covered with cold sweat. Is this Hua Chingying a real naive girl or a fake one? For a moment, even Yi Chen couldn't tell the difference. Yes. Yeah. Brother Yi Chen, let's go eat hot dog ice cream someday. When Hua Chingying heard this, she smiled sweetly and nodded. For a moment, Yi Chen didn't know what to say. Last night, I was just coping. And now, I didn't expect that this girl actually took it seriously. For a moment, I really didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Yi Chen, right? I advise you to leave Hua Chingying from today on. Hua Chingying is not someone you can get involved with. Otherwise. Looking at Yi Chen who was holding his arm around Hua Chingying in front of him, Sun Yi's face suddenly turned gloomy and he began to warn him. Don't think that just because Hua Chingying is a naive person, you can get it and then take over all the property of the Hua family. Impossible. Otherwise, what about? When Yi Chen heard this, he originally wanted to say that it was all because she was sticking to me. However, seeing Sun Yi's disdainful eyes, as well as his warning expression and threatening tone, his face also suddenly turned gloomy and his voice became cold. What I hate most is this kind of attitude, as if it is very great. It's really ridiculous. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Sun Yi saw it and added without any hesitation. Snap. And the next moment, a check for 1 million was slapped on the table with a cold look. This is 1 million? Don't think I don't know what you want. Sometimes, if your appetite is too big, you will end up eating too much. 1 million. Master Sun Yi, you are really impressive. Looking at the 1 million suddenly placed on the table in front of him, Yi Chen sneered and didn't care at all. Snap. 2 million disappeared in 2 seconds. Without saying anything more, he quickly took out 2 checks and slapped them on the table with the same sound. If you want to compete with me in money, I advise you not to humiliate yourself. You are still a little young. It is really ridiculous to want to compete with yourself in money. It can be said that no one in this world has enough courage to compete for their own money. And this guy is really brave. What I like most is to step hard on the heads of these self-righteous people. Otherwise, they really don't know how insignificant they are, and their noses are all turned up to the sky. You. Looking at Yi Chen in front of him and the 2 million placed on the table. For a moment, Sunny didn't know what to say. How much money did this brat cheat from Hua Chingying? Damn it! Hua Chingying, as the only daughter of the Hua family, is the apple of everyone's eye. The Hua family is a big family in the Magic City. Therefore, countless people have set their eyes on Hua Chingying from the Hua family, hoping to get rich overnight or even form a powerful alliance. Unexpectedly, this pretty boy actually got there first. Nothing's wrong, is it? If you don't have anything, get lost. Also, if you don't have money, don't act like a big shot, especially in front of me. Yi Chen didn't care about Sun Yi's anger at all. Instead, he made a sarcastic remark, looked at Hua Chingying next to him, and gently lifted Hua Chingying's chin. Chingying. Tonight, I will treat you to ice cream, hot dogs, and freshly ground soy milk, okay? Okay. Okay. Another cup of milk tea. Damn it. Yi Chen, you are simply courting death. Listening to Hua Chingying's words, and looking at Yi Chen in front of him with a faint smile on his face and provocative eyes looking at him, Sun Yi's face turned even redder. He clenched his hands and gritted his teeth, as if he wished he could tear Yi Chen into pieces. Without any hesitation, he rushed towards Yi Chen in an instant. Bang! However, before he could take a few steps, Sunny fell to the ground with a bang, his nose and face bruised. Yi Chen, you. Looking at the chair in front of him that had tripped him, Sun Yi's face was filled with anger. This guy is actually doing something shady. Is it necessary to perform such a great ceremony? I can't bear it. Stop lying down and get up quickly. Looking at Sun Yi, who was lying on the ground in front of him, he fell flat on his face. Yi Chen didn't care at all and said, "You're looking for death." When Sun Yi heard this, veins popped up on his face and he rushed towards Yi Chen. If this guy is not taught a lesson today, how will Sun Yi be able to gain a foothold in front of Hua Chingying in the future? And, more importantly, this brat actually wanted to treat Hua Chingying to ice cream and hot dogs. It's simply seeking death. Why? Looking at Sun Yi rushing towards him, Yi Chen sighed softly, and kicked out instantly without any hesitation. Bang! As for Sun Yi, who had rushed forward, he fell to the ground with a bang. Even the bridge of his nose was broken, and there was a big light bulb on his forehead. I can't accept such a big gift. Yi Chen saw it, took a sip of soy milk, and waved his hand. My dear, get up. Yi Chen, I want. Bang! Before Sun Yi could say anything, a whip-like kick suddenly swept over. Yi Chen, how dare you? Bang! Before he could say anything more, he fell to the ground next to him with a bang. His face was indescribably distorted. He didn't have the strength to get up and just fell down. Let's go. Otherwise, if you get bitten by a mad dog, you'll get infected. Looking at the light flower next to him, Yi Chen said. Yes. Brother Yi Chen, wait for me. Hua Chingying looked anxious when she saw Yi Chen walking outside. He grabbed the bun in front of him, put it in his mouth, took the soy milk next to him, and quickly chased after him. Now, it's getting late. As it's the first day of school and as the deputy monitor, I can only arrive early no matter what. I absolutely cannot be late. Otherwise, how will others see you? Damn it! Yi Chen, I will never let you go. When Sun Yi saw that Hua Chingying was actually obedient and followed Yi Chen happily, his face became even gloomier for a moment. We must not let Hua Chingying fall into the hands of this brat. Little did people know that Hua Chingying was catching up quickly because she was afraid of being late. Chapter 32 Military Training in Progress Part 3. Counselor. When Hua Chingying skipped to the downstairs of the boys' dormitory, a woman in a white short skirt had already arrived. She has long black hair and is dressed very freshly and beautifully with light makeup. This made Hua Chingying jump up and down, and she took the bun from her mouth and said something quickly. Deputy monitor, so cute. Some people nearby saw this and sighed, saying something teasingly. When Hua Chingying heard this, her face turned even redder and her beautiful eyes became shy. Well, it's not time yet. When Wu Yingying saw this, she looked towards a shady place nearby and winked at Hua Chingying. Aha! Looking at Hua Chingying, who was confused in front of him, Yichen grabbed her and pulled her to the side. This girl is really naive. Squad leader. He. Quiet. Looking at the people in front of him who were making a fuss, Yichen said something quickly. We still have 8 minutes before departure. Does anyone need to go to the bathroom? Did anyone forget anything? Check carefully. We will leave as soon as the time is up. When Yichen saw Wu Yingying nodded at him and then stepped aside, he spoke quickly without saying much. Don't wait a moment. If you forget to take something, just go find the instructor and ask him to let you go. Take some tissues to wipe your sweat. If you are afraid of getting tanned, you can put on some sunscreen. Thump thump thump. As soon as Yichen finished speaking, everyone ran away without any hesitation. As for Wu Yingying, who was standing next to them, she didn't know how to complain for a moment. Isn't it just a military training? Is it really that serious? Okay. Now, start counting. Checking the time on his phone and looking at the people in front of him, Yichen said something quickly without saying much. Line up, get in line. Without further ado, he started counting. Counselor, all the staff are here. He carefully counted the number of people, looked at Wu Yingying, and quickly reported. Well. In that case, let's go. Wu Yingying saw it, nodded, and without saying anything more, led the way. And everyone followed Wu Yingying's figure, crossed the campus, and finally came to the gymnasium. At this time, in the gymnasium, there were also rows of figures, basically all wearing military training uniforms. The scene looks grand. Everyone, stand at attention. After arriving at the specific location, Yichen looked at the people in front of him and said something quickly without saying much. Align forward. Now, everyone, wait quietly. This morning, there is the general mobilization for military training. Also, get to know our class instructor. In the next month, you will conduct military training under his leadership. As for who it will be, I don't know. Looking at the people in front of her, Wu Yingying said something quickly. When everyone heard this, they could only wait slowly. Classes came in one after another. It didn't take long before the entire playground was filled with people. Aha! A quarter of an hour later, one figure after another walked into the stadium and finally came to the stands. He was wearing a formal suit, had a big belly and a round face. At first glance, you can tell that he is a person who is eloquent and very tactful in dealing with people. Needless to say, everyone knew it, at least the principal. Otherwise, it would be the level of dean or something like that. Hello, students. I am your president, Lin Gang. I welcome everyone here to choose Shanghai University. I am also very happy that all of you here can become a member of Shanghai University. I hope that from today on, your life at Shanghai University can be just like the university life you want. Of course, what I hope most is that you can graduate on time. After 4 years, you can leave Shanghai University happily just like when you reported, and create value for the society. Of course, those who are studying for a master's degree are excluded. In addition, starting today, all the students here will receive a 1-month freshman military training. During the military training, if you feel uncomfortable, please report to the instructor or class teacher in time. We will do our best to provide adequate protection for all the students here. I believe that within this month, all the students here can have an unforgettable experience. Of course, there is also a strong physique. Looking at all the people present, the middle-aged man in formal attire sitting in the middle of the podium spoke without saying much. Now, I declare that the 101st freshman military training begins. Snap snap. When the middle-aged man finished speaking, thunderous applause broke out and everyone's faces were excited. Obviously, no one wants to stay. Now, let's move on to the second item. Please invite our instructor to come in. Stand at attention, march in step. Just as Lin Gang finished speaking, a loud voice rang out. Then came a figure, leading dozens of figures in from outside, 2 teams. They all walked in step, wore uniforms, had serious and solemn expressions, and had short hair. So handsome. So cool. I wish the second instructor was in my class. So handsome. The third one is so handsome. When the instructor came in, murmurs were heard in the playground. Stand at attention, at ease. Starting from the first team, each instructor will lead a class. When the instructor came to the middle, he suddenly stopped. As for the team leader, he saluted everyone present, then looked at the instructor present and gave a quick order. Yes. The instructors present heard this and said nothing more. They quickly assigned their classes from beginning to end. This is our instructor. When everyone saw the middle-aged man walking towards them with a serious and solemn expression, they were surprised. Unexpectedly, their instructor looked very handsome. Now, please take your students to the designated positions and start your military training. I wish you all a successful completion of your military training. Dismissed. Looking at the instructor in front of him who had already assigned the classes completely, Lin Gang said quickly without saying much. All of them. As for the instructors, they didn't care at all when they heard it. They looked at the freshman with cold eyes. Stand at attention, march in step. After saying that, he took the lead and left the gymnasium with his students, heading towards the larger grass playground outside. Stand still. In a large lawn, Yi Chen and his companions followed the instructor and stopped quickly. Stand at attention. Looking at the people in front of him, the middle-aged instructor spoke with a serious and solemn expression. Hello, students. First of all, let me introduce myself. I am Hu Hui, you can call me Instructor Hu. From now on, I will be your instructor for a month. I hope that through this training, all the students present can get a strong body. There are 2 contents this morning. The first is to introduce yourself. The second is to practice some simple military postures. For example, stand at attention, at ease, march in step, etc. Now, everyone is here, sit down. This. Looking at the colorful venue in front of them, some people looked hesitant. It's dirty and obviously very unsightly in the eyes of some people. All of them. Sit down. Or, run 10 laps. Snap, snap. When everyone heard this, they gritted their teeth and sat down. Obviously, no one wants to be fined. Very good. Soldiers are supposed to obey orders. Now, start by introducing yourselves. You go first. Chapter 33, The Iceberg School Beauty Delivers Water First Update. Instructor, it's no use. Someone has fainted. It was a hot summer day. At this moment, in a corner, someone in the crowd quickly reported something. Yi Chen, hurry up and help him to the school infirmary. Hua Chingying, who was watching nearby, saw it and said something quickly. Okay. Looking at the woman in front of him, her face was pale, even her lips were a little pale. This made Yi Chen say nothing, and he quickly supported her and walked towards the school infirmary. I didn't expect that I had only been standing at attention for more than 10 minutes. Some people actually fainted because they couldn't bear it anymore. This made Yi Chen shake his head, feeling a little worried. City people are like flowers in a greenhouse, unlike people in the countryside who are exposed to the sun all day long without any problems. Everyone, take a 10-minute break. After 10 minutes, continue. When Yi Chen suddenly carried the woman in front of him on his back and ran quickly towards the school infirmary, we looked at the people in front of him who were about to give up and said something. Who? When the people present heard this, they didn't say anything, but quickly looked for a place to get shade, gasping for breath. His forehead was covered with sweat and even his clothes were soaked. You guys are the worst class I've ever led in all these years. It's only been 10 minutes of standing at attention, and you can't even keep up. How are you going to handle this? There will be even more difficult training later. This is just the beginning. Look at your squad leader, he's a real man. Looking at the people in front of him, he couldn't help but say something discouraging. Everyone who heard this wanted to refute, but as they watched Yi Chen running away with a girl on his back, no one complained. Obviously, they had to admit that their squad leader was even more evil. You have 3 days to learn the basic skills such as standing at attention. You must master them all in 3 days. After 3 days, we will proceed to our real project. No way. When everyone heard this, there was wailing everywhere for a moment. Fuck. Dormitory head, awesome. Awesome. When Yi Chen came back from outside, Wu Xiaobo and the others saw him and couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Nothing. I'm used to it. However, when Yi Chen heard it, he just shook his head and said something. Oh right. Who has water? I'm dying of thirst. The person next to him had a puzzled look on his face, looked around, and kept fanning himself. Yes. 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 Does anyone have water? The store is too far and I don't want to run. I'm thirsty too. I should have brought a bottle of water. What a tragedy. I don't want to move anymore. Squad leader, is there any water? This. Listening to what everyone said, Yi Chen's face froze for a moment. He looked around and finally looked at Wu Yingying. There should be bottled water during military training. The bottled water has been ordered, and it will take another half an hour for it to be delivered. Wu Yingying, who was standing next to him, saw this, became anxious, and answered quickly. Who knew I'd feel thirsty so soon? Half an hour, oh my god. Half an hour, I can't hold out any longer. Someone go to the store and bring me a bottle. Yes. Yes. Don't worry, everyone. I've asked someone to send bottled water over. Everyone get some. While everyone was talking, Zhou Yang said something quickly. Brother Zhou Yang, you are so thoughtful and considerate. Brother Zhou Yang, you are awesome. Brother Zhou Yang is indeed very thoughtful. He is unlike some people who don't care about us at all. Alas. That's it. That's it. Leion, what are you talking about? When Wu Xiaobo and the others nearby heard the chattering of several people nearby, their faces suddenly turned gloomy. Don't think that Wu Xiaobo can't hear these people. Aren't they just making indirect accusations? Damn it. They actually said that Yi Chen didn't care about them. Just now, when the female classmate fainted, who was the first one to run over and help her up? Who was the first one to run over, pick him up on his back and send him to the school infirmary? I didn't expect that these people would slander Yi Chen like this. Wu Xiaobo simply couldn't tolerate this anymore. What on earth am I talking about? Don't you know? When the young man called Li Yun heard Wu Xiaobo's words, he sneered and retorted. When Wu Xiaobo was angry and wanted to roar, Yi Chen next to him suddenly grabbed Wu Xiaobo and shook his head. A mad dog wants to bite you, do you want to bite it back? What's the difference between you and a dog? Phew. The girl next to him burst into laughter after hearing Yi Chen's words. I didn't expect that their squad leader was so humorous. You. Li Yun wanted to say something, but his face turned red and he didn't know what to say. Yeah. Don't be too joking. You still have to get along with each other for 4 years. I hope that all the classmates can live in peace. Wu Yingying, who was standing next to them, saw this and became anxious, and immediately stopped them. This time, it's all my fault. I just called to urge them, and they've already arrived at the school gate. I guess we'll have to wait a few minutes. Brother Zhou Yang, the water you asked me to buy is here. At this time, 2 figures came over pushing a small cart with a large box of Nongfu Spring on it. Yeah. The speed is pretty good. When Zhou Yang saw this, his face immediately brightened. He looked at the young man pushing a cart in front of him, nodded, and finally looked at everyone present. Everyone, I've asked someone to buy some water. If you're thirsty, feel free to take some. If you don't have any, I can buy more. Looking at the people in front of him, Zhou Yang's face became smug. Finally, he looked at Yi Chen next to him provocatively with a hint of contempt in his eyes. This brat is just a brat from a mountain village. It is impossible for an outsider to be compared with a native like me. However, last night, the position of squad leader was taken away by this brat. To say I'm happy is impossible. Zhou Yang now hates Yi Chen so much that she is just like a nagging woman. Brother Zhou Yang, you are so nice. In that case, I won't be polite. Yes. I'm dying of thirst. Brother Zhou Yang is so considerate. I should have voted for you as class monitor last night. Yes. Wu Xiaobo, Lu Maozhong, Pan Lao, do you want any? Feel free to take any. Looking at the people around him vying for Nongfu Spring, Zhou Yan looked at Wu Xiaobo and the others, his face sneered, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Don't worry. Anyone who sees it gets a share. This guy. Looking at Zhou Yang in front of him, he had his hands folded in front of his chest, his face looked so proud, like a rooster raising its head proudly. Wu Xiaobo and the others' faces turned gloomy and they gritted their teeth. It can be said that I wish I could punch them. This guy's face and provocative eyes really deserve a beating. Team leader Yi Chen, do you need it? As for Zhou Yang, he didn't care at all. A smug smile appeared on his face and he looked at Yi Chen. No need, because mine has arrived too. However, when Yi Chen saw it, he just shook his head and smiled slightly. The iceberg school beauty Shui Lufang. Just as Yi Chen finished speaking, there was a sudden commotion nearby. This made everyone look over with shocked expressions. Chapter 34 Everyone is Shocked Part 2. Shui Lufang, the iceberg school beauty. How is this possible? This is Shui Lufang, the iceberg school beauty who is loved by everyone at Magic City University. She's so beautiful. Oh my god. Such a figure is simply hot. An angel's face, a devil's figure. The one you are talking about might be Shui Lufang. Those who can be called school beauties are indeed fairies, none of them are vegetarians. Of course. No matter what, this is Magic City University. Do you understand? Magic City University. What a nice view. Shui Lufang, I like you. Shui Lufang, can you be my girlfriend? Senior, your black stockings are so beautiful, can I look at them forever? When everyone looked over, everyone's faces were filled with joy. Some of the successful people in society have even started thinking about other things. What are the people next to you doing with all that water? I don't know. It should be Shui Lufang who called him. Women, aren't they all made of water? A little more water, don't you like it? I like people who repay kindness with gratitude. However, what made everyone look puzzled was that there was a girl named Shui Liuxiang who was wearing a black miniskirt, had a beautiful face, and had her hair like a waterfall blown up by the wind. There were several people pushing a small cart carrying several kinds of water. There is Coke, Sprite, and Nongfu Spring. It looks a little unbelievable. Why did the school beauty Shui Lufang go to the management department? What shocked them even more was that Shui Lufang walked over from the playground at this time. He paid no attention to the cheers of everyone present, as if he didn't exist at all. Instead, he walked straight to the management department next to him without even looking at the other freshmen. There was a cold aura emanating from his whole body, extremely cold. She is indeed worthy of being called the iceberg school beauty. I don't know. Could it be that this water was brought over by the iceberg school beauty Shui Lufang specifically for the management department? If that's true, I'm so envious. Impossible. How is it possible? She is an iceberg school beauty, an iceberg school beauty. Do you understand the meaning of the word iceberg, brother? So what if she's an iceberg school beauty? She doesn't need to eat ice cream. She doesn't have the time to be moved. She doesn't need the comfort of boys. Yes. 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 Brother, I agree. Even if he is an icy school beauty, sometimes there is a need, and it is necessary to find out the truth. Fuck. Bro, you're going too fast. I don't even have a driver's license. Amid the discussions around him, Shui Lufang paid no attention at all and came to the shady tree where the management department was located. Just put it here. This is your reward. Looking at the people who were helping nearby, Shui Lufang smiled slightly and handed over 100 to each of them. When the people nearby heard it, they nodded without saying anything and left. Here he comes. Here he comes. He's coming towards me. Zhou Yang, who was distributing mineral water nearby, became excited when he saw Shui Lufang walking towards him. I never thought that I would be chosen by Shui Lufang, the cold campus beauty from Shanghai University. It must be because my figure just now was too majestic and too loving. And now, Shui Lufang was deeply attracted to herself. That's why I came here. Looking at Shui Lufang walking towards him, Zhou Yang had even thought of the name of his future child. And now, it's just the finishing touch. Hello, senior. Let me introduce myself. I'm Zhou Yang, and Zhou Long is my father. Looking at Shui Lufang in front of him, Zhou Yang's face showed a faint smile. Without saying much, he quickly stretched out his little hand and greeted her. This. However, what Zhou Yang did not expect was that Shui Lufang acted as if she did not see his greeting. She paid him no attention at all, her eyes still cold, and she walked right past him as if she didn't exist. When Zhou Yang saw this, he was stunned for a moment. His right hand remained in the air, his face full of embarrassment. Obviously, Zhou Yang never expected that Shui Lufang would ignore him to this extent. No matter what, when someone greets you, no matter what happens, you should give them a way out. However, what Zhou Yang did not expect was that the reason Shui Lufang was called the iceberg school belle was that Shui Lufang was too cold. And isn't this current state Shui Lufang's usual state? Looking at Shui Lufang walking towards him, Zhou Yang's face turned red for a moment. It is wrong to retract the right hand that is stretched out, and it is also wrong not to retract it. It can be said that I don't know how embarrassing it is. Senior, let me introduce myself. I'm Zhou Yang, and Zhou Long is my father. My father is worth 1 billion. Wu Xiaobo and others nearby saw Zhou Yang's red face and suddenly started to imitate him. Sorry. I'm not interested. Don't you know what you are doing? I don't shake hands with trash because it will dirty my hands. When Lu Maozhong heard this, he smiled slightly and replied, but the smile on his face looked a bit mean. You. Looking at the two people in front of him who were actually imitating his embarrassing expression, Wu Xiaobo, Zhou Yang's expression became even more depressed, his eyes were angry, and his face turned red. These two people are deliberately trying to leave me with no way out, aren't they? Little did he know that he was just too arrogant. Sister Lufang, bring me something to drink. When Shui Lufang was walking towards Yichen, Hua Chingying, who was standing next to him, saw it and without stopping at all, pounced towards Shui Lufang. In just a moment, the charming body fell into Shui Lufang's arms. It looks like it is full of endless softness. This made everyone around look very bright. The flower is light, but she is a lowly. But Shui Lufang now is a royal sister. Yu Luo has 2 days off a week, which is endless happiness. Girl, how do you feel about the military training? Is it okay? Looking at Hua Chingying in front of him, Shui Lufang gently stroked Hua Chingying's head and asked. Hua Chingying is the daughter of the Hua family. In the Hua family, she is treated as the apple of the eye. From this we can see how precious it is. Yeah. Sister Lufang, I'm fine for now. It's just that I'm a little tired. But I will overcome it. Hua Chingying heard it, nodded, and her expression became serious. Good. My lightness is the best. Shui Lufang heard it, nodded, touched Hua Chingying's head, and her beautiful eyes instantly looked at Yichen. Under the gaze of everyone, he smiled slightly and spoke. Xiaochen, you must be thirsty. I brought you some water. Nanny. When everyone heard this, they were all petrified in an instant. No such thing. This is simply super dog food. Chapter 35. As long as you like it. Update 1. The school beauty sent me water, this. Looking at the icy school beauty Shui Lufang with a faint smile on her face, everyone around was stunned for a moment. His face was full of disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. This is their cold school beauty Shui Lufang. And now, he is actually delivering water to a freshman. This is too horrible, too unbelievable. It is simply unprecedented and a dream-like existence. This can't be true. It's definitely not true. Oh my god. How could this kid be so worthy to be cared for by the iceberg school beauty Shui Lufang? I'm so envious. I'm so jealous. Listening to the people around talking. This. How is it possible? As for Zhou Yang, she just looked at the person in front of her for a moment and actually talked and laughed with Yichen, and her smile was still so sweet. His face was completely stunned, even petrified. Unexpectedly, the iceberg campus beauty of their Magic City University actually, it was actually taken down by a brat. This is too unbelievable. Yeah. I was thirsty just now. Looking at Shui Lufang, who was looking at him with a pair of beautiful eyes, Yichen nodded without saying much. However, there was still a hint of surprise in his eyes. Because, even Yichen himself didn't know that Shui Lufang was actually bringing him coolness. What Yichen didn't expect was that there were so many different kinds of water. This was far beyond Yichen's expectations. In that case, Xiaochen, what kind of water do you want? Nongfu Spring, Coke, or Sprite? Looking at Yichen in front of her, Shui Lufang's smile became even brighter. Oh my god. I feel like my heart is broken. Shui Lufang, you are the iceberg school beauty. How can you do this? When the people around saw Shui Lufang's appearance in front of them, they were all shocked. I almost vomited blood, and my heart was suddenly broken. Facing Yichen, Shui Lufang at this moment was just like a maid serving a young master. It's too helpless. No, my iceberg school beauty is gone. Nongfu Spring, maybe. It's a little sweet. What shocked everyone and made them so depressed that they wanted to vomit blood was that when Yichen heard Shui Lufang's words, he didn't care at all, but said it calmly. It seemed as if Shui Lufang delivering water to Yi Chen was a natural thing. In an instant, countless people, when they heard and saw Yi Chen's expression, wished they could eat Yi Chen's flesh and drink his blood. This is too bullying. Xiaochun, as long as you like it. I thought there wasn't anything you liked. I even bought a few more on purpose. When Shui Lufang heard this, the smile on her face became even brighter. She was so happy that she looked so sweet. It looks so clear. Hey! Why do I feel full? I don't even feel like drinking water. Wu Xiaobo, who was standing next to him, saw Shui Lufang looking at Yi Chen lovingly and made a comment. Indeed. I don't feel thirsty anymore. At this moment, I even want to punch Yi Chen. You can imagine how depressed the others are at this moment. When Pan Lao heard this, he also nodded. It's tragic. Wait a minute, if they rush over, what are we going to do? Can we handle it? Looking at the angry eyes looking at Yi Chen, Lu Maozhong became confused and frowned. Even if you can't bear it, you have to bear it. After all, he is our dormitory head. Yes, yes, yes. We share the good times and the bad times together. This guy, damn it. Sure enough, after seeing Shui Lufang being so obedient at this moment, the people around wanted to press Yi Chen to the ground and rub him. This brat is so abominable. No matter what, that is the cold school beauty Shui Lufang. The iceberg school beauty is something that countless people dream of, but there is no way to get her. If they get it, they would like to hold it in their arms and love it well. And now, this brat is so hateful. I don't know how to cherish it at all. This made them grit their teeth, and bloodshot eyes were already spreading. Sister Lufang, where's mine? Where's mine? Hua Chingying, who was standing next to him, saw this and suddenly looked a little unhappy, and said quickly. The little hand tightly grasped the hem of Shui Lufang's skirt, her eyes were anxious and there was a hint of tears in them. You girl, this is for you. Shui Lufang saw this, took a cup of milk tea from the side and handed it to Hua Chingying. He. Sister Lufang, I love you so much. Wait. You girl. Looking at Hua Chingying who suddenly flew towards him, Shui Lufang was a little bit amused and helpless, and quickly hugged her in his arms. Why are you just standing there? Everyone has a share. Everyone has a share. As for Yi Chen, he saw his classmates standing there in shock and said something quickly. Class monitor, if that's the case, then we won't be polite. The water sent by the iceberg school beauty must be very sweet. Yes. I hope I can be as lucky as you, class monitor. I don't need a school beauty, the campus beauty will do. If that doesn't work, then the department beauty will do. Yes. I agree. Wu Xiaobo and the others heard it and looked at the stunned people in front of them. After hearing Yi Chen's words, he didn't say much and was the first to break the silent atmosphere. Holding a bottle of Sprite, he started slurping it. So sweet. Indeed. It's quite sweet. What are you all standing there for? This is water sent by the cold school beauty. If you tell others that the cold school beauty sent me water during military training, it will be quite a face. Not bad. This is the first time I drink such delicious mineral water. Nongfu Spring, it's too sweet. Give me a glass. I want a bottle too. Give me one too. I want a Coke. I want Sprite. Nongfu Spring, a little sweet. Hateful. He looked at the bottle of mineral water in front of him, but he didn't even taste it and just put it aside. As everyone went to get the mineral water that Shui Lufang had sent over, Zhou Yang's face was gloomy, his eyes were cold, and veins on his forehead were constantly bulging. He clenched his hands and gritted his teeth, as if he wished he could eat Yi Chen's flesh and drink his blood. If looks could kill, Yi Chen would have been torn into pieces by now. You're no good either. However, what was even more depressing was that Yi Chen saw this at this time, smiled slightly, and made a thumbs-down gesture. If you provoke me or want to crush me, you must bear the consequences of paying it back 100-fold. Puff puff puff. As for Zhou Yang, he became so angry that he vomited blood and passed out. This is simply too much. Someone come quickly. Student Zhou Yang is unconscious. Chapter 36 Yi Chen, you don't have martial ethics part 2. I'm so tired. I'm almost dying of exhaustion. My body. It feels like it's been drained dry. My feet hurt so much. I feel like they are useless. I don't want to move anymore, dormitory head, help. In a dormitory, several figures walked in from outside. When he saw the bed in front of him, he lay down on it without any hesitation. I didn't want to move at all, and my face looked so painful. Isn't it just standing at attention? Do you have to be so exaggerated? It can't be that exaggerated. Looking at Wu Xiaobo and the others lying on the bed in front of him like useless people, Yi Chen didn't know how to complain at all. He was completely helpless. It's just standing at attention. Dormitory head, do you know? Keep your head up, chest out, and stand on tiptoe. Do it all day long. How horrible is that? It's hell. When Lu Maozhong heard Yi Chen's words, he couldn't help but start complaining. He looked at Yi Chen in front of him with shock and blinked. Yes. Yes. It's exhausting. The most important thing is that the posture is not correct. Just run. One run is 1,000 meters. If you can't finish it within 10 minutes, do 50 push-ups or continue to run 1,000 meters. Tell me, this is not the devil, then what is it? Instructor, you really don't treat us as human beings. Of course he doesn't treat you as human beings. He treats you as his students. When Yi Chen heard this, Wu Xiaobo and the others were speechless. You guys? You still lack exercise. Dormitory head, if possible, I really want to beat you up. Yes, yes. Unfortunately, we have no strength left. Oh, right. Dormitory head, what's wrong with you? How come you don't feel any pain at all? My soles feel like they're cracked, it's so painful. Pan Lao's words made everyone look at Yi Chen with a look of deep doubt on their faces. Indeed, just as Pan Lao said, Yi Chen sent several girls to the school infirmary throughout the whole day. Running back and forth, dizzying around, but not feeling tired at all. This isn't right. It's because I'm too powerful. When Yi Chen heard this, he patted his chest and said something. TSK. You're just being conceited. Tell the truth. We don't believe even a single punctuation mark in what you've said so far. Maybe that kind of thing was used. Looking at Pan Lao and the others who were staring at him closely, Yi Chen said something. That kind of thing? When Wu Xiaobo heard this, he frowned. For a moment, I couldn't think of anything. Sophie. Lu Maozhong, who was standing next to him, heard what happened and sat up with a bang as if he remembered something. Is it really useful? Dormitory head, I want a pack too. I want one too. Give me one pack too. Fuck. I only bought one pack. In that case, give me one. That's all. I want one too. I want one too. I'll talk about it after we get through tomorrow. Oh, right. Dormitory head, why don't you go buy a bag? The three of them seemed to have thought of something, and they looked at Yi Chen at the same time and spoke. After all, you know the route well. Fuck. That's unacceptable. Squad leader, you're the best. How corny. Go buy it yourself. When Yi Chen heard this, he refused directly. Don't forget to bring me a pack. It's a deal. Fuck. Dormitory head, you have no moral principles. Looking at Yi Chen, who was walking towards the bathroom with his clothes, the three of them roared at almost the same time. On the other hand, in a villa, a figure was lying in the living room, resting his long legs on his head. The woman was wearing a bunny girl outfit, with a charming body and perfect curves. She had a first-rate appearance. She looked at the young man in front of her who was resting his head on her long legs. She picked a grape from the glass table next to her and put it into the young man's mouth. The young man looked at the woman in front of him with indescribable enjoyment, and his hands had already begun to make trouble, not at all calm. Master, is this strength okay? As for the end of the sofa, there was also a female figure wearing bunny girl clothes, and her appearance was also first class. She had a charming figure and her small hands were helping with the massage, and she asked. Hiss, hiss, hiss. As for the young man, his brows were slightly frowned, and he felt a little painful. Yes, yes, yes. This is the right strength. It feels good. Looking at his mate in front of him, Zhou Yang nodded, and was quite satisfied. It hurts. Be gentle here. The next moment, his face looked a little painful and he said something. I didn't expect that it was only the first day of military training, but I almost completely ruined myself. And now, it hurts so much. However, the most heartbreaking thing is that guy Yi Chen. he is just a bad boy, a poor boy from the mountains. How could he deserve the favor of the cold school beauty Shui Lufang? Oh my god, you are so blind. When Zhou Yang thought of this, he became so depressed that he vomited blood. Not only was Yi Chen's position as class monitor taken away, but he was also severely slapped in the face in front of the whole class. And today, he was slapped hard again in front of the whole school, making him completely embarrassed. When I think of this, I feel so heartbroken that I can't breathe. Bastards! Bing! When the maid in front of her felt Zhou Yang suddenly exert force with his hands, her face suddenly turned painful. However, he didn't dare to say anything. After all, they knew their young master's temper very well. At this moment, no matter what, you must not provoke your young master. Master, I found it. I found it. I found it. At this moment, a young man ran in quickly from outside, his face excited and holding a document in his hand. Found it. Looking at the servant running in front of him, Zhou Yang, who was originally lying on the sofa with a drunken beauty on his lap, jumped up instantly when he heard it, his face excited and his eyes excited. Hurry up and tell me. He looked at the servant who ran in front of him and gave an order. Master, the brat you asked me to investigate is a rural person with no power, no influence, and no status. He is a poor boy, also known as the Three-No Youth. When the servant heard this, he handed over the documents in his hand without saying anything. Yi Chen. You just wait. If I don't take revenge, I'm not a gentleman. Looking at the document introducing Yi Chen in front of him, Zhou Yang's face became extremely cold and his eyes became even gloomier. All of a sudden, it hit the ground. After repeated confirmation, Yi Chen is just a poor boy and nothing more. And if that is the case, then it wouldn't be easy for me to deal with Yi Chen. Looking at the introduction of Yi Chen in front of him, the smile on his face became even brighter, and the corners of his mouth raised. To go against him is simply to seek death. Chapter 37 Handsome guy, what do you think of me? This should be the place. On the other hand, in a cafe. At this time, a young man came in from outside, looked at the coffee shop in front of him, a faint smile appeared on his face, and he nodded. He straightened his clothes, said nothing more, and walked in quickly. Handsome guy, what can I do for you? When the waiter at the front desk saw Yi Chen walking in from outside, he didn't say much, but a faint smile appeared on his face and he asked quickly. A white tight-fitting top wrapped with a black hip skirt, a perfect professional outfit. Where is table 16? Looking at the waiter in front of him, Yi Chen nodded and asked. Hello, handsome guy. Table 16 is over there, please follow me. A waiter next to him saw this and walked towards Yi Chen quickly without saying anything. He made a gesture of invitation and led the way. Handsome guy, what can I do for you? Coffee, with sugar. Another cup, without sugar. Yi Chen heard it, nodded, looked at the menu in front of him, and started ordering without saying anything more. Also, give me some desserts. This, and this. Okay. Handsome guy, please wait a moment. The waiter heard it, nodded, quickly wrote it down, and left. It seems that she hasn't come yet. Looking at the waiter who left in front of him and the quiet environment around him, Yi Chen sighed softly. I looked at the time, my face felt a little embarrassed, and I smiled. I actually arrived half an hour early. Isn't this too hasty? Senior, are you here yet? Finally, without saying much, he quickly opened WeChat, looked at the avatar in front of him, and sent a message. Xiaochen, I'm still on the way, wait a few minutes. Just as Yi Chen sent the message, the other party quickly replied with a message. When Yi Chen saw this, his face became excited. Such an environment is really suitable for two people to get along with each other. Today, because Shui Lufang brought him water, he avoided embarrassment and saved his reputation. For a moment, Yi Chen had no way to repay Shui Lufang, and the only thing he could do was to treat Shui Lufang to ice cream. However, Shui Lufang did not accept the ice cream because she could not eat icy food. And in the end, I chose Starbucks. Now, Yi Chen is here to fulfill his promise. You were introduced by Aunt Wang, right? While Yi Chen was waiting silently, a woman appeared. She was wearing a super short tube-top skirt, black stockings, and delicate makeup on her face. A big wave looks quite attractive. However, it could not attract Yi Chen, because Shui Lufang had already raised Yi Chen's aesthetic standards to an unprecedented level. After seeing the fairies in the sky, do you also like the wildflowers on the ground? This is obviously impossible for Yi Chen. After all, everyone has pursuits. In that case, I won't waste any more time talking and will get straight to the point. Looking at Yi Chen, who was stunned in front of him, Wu Min didn't say much and spoke quickly. This young guy is still very handsome. I didn't expect that Aunt Wan was so sensible. I don't know how much this suits her taste. Looking at Yi Chen in front of her, she felt so satisfied, her legs tightly pressed together, and her face was rosy. If possible, I don't mind eating ice cream and drinking soy milk tonight. Is there a room? Looking at Yi Chen in front of him, Wu Min started asking questions without any hesitation. I said you. That is, there is nothing left. It doesn't matter, my sister has 150 square meters. When Wu Min saw what Yi Chen wanted to say, he interrupted him quickly without any hesitation. Do you have a car? I said, you must have made a mistake. When Yi Chen heard this, his face looked extremely helpless. I'm not here for a blind date. I am so handsome, do I need to come here for a blind date? I am really helpless. It doesn't matter if you don't have a house or a car. After all, you are still young. My sister has them. However, regarding Yi Chen's words, Wu Min felt that Yi Chen was hesitant because he was too inferior, and he spoke with a serious expression. I am very satisfied with you. Come hang out with me. We will have seafood and abalone. Finally, without saying anything more, he nodded, his face became serious, and made the decision. Snap. I said, did you make a mistake? However, Yi Chen was not at all excited about his words. Instead, his face was extremely gloomy. With a cold look in his eyes, he took out a black and gold card and slapped it on the table. First of all, I don't need a blind date. Secondly, I have a house, a car, and savings. Also, did you come to the wrong place? I don't know any Aunt Wang. Black gold card. Looking at Yi Chen, who suddenly slapped a black gold card on the table in front of him, Wu Min's face was shocked. When the people nearby saw this, they were also shocked and looked incredulous. No way. It's actually a black gold card. Oh my god. It's really very low-key. Are all the rich people nowadays so low-key? This is simply too unbelievable. Yes. Yes. Rich people nowadays are too low-key. Black gold cards are a symbol of status and money. It's too scary. What a shame. If I had known earlier, I should have approached him. He's a handsome, rich, and powerful man, oh my god. Oh my. How could I miss such an opportunity? For a moment, the girls nearby regretted deeply and were so heartbroken that they felt like they couldn't breathe. As for the boys, they only had expressions of envy, jealousy, and hatred. After all, sometimes, comparing yourself with others can really make you angry. Some people are born with a silver spoon in their mouth. Some people, from the moment they are born, can only rely on their own hands and start from scratch. Handsome guy, do you have a girlfriend? Looking at the black and gold card in front of him, Wu Min's face became excited and hot. He stared at it closely and his heart beat faster. If I could win the heart of this little boy, wouldn't I be able to live a worry-free life? Sister, I can treat you handsome guy to seafood, guaranteed to be all natural. The ones that are heavily polluted. They're battered. They even have sand in them. When Yi Chen heard this, his face turned cold and his eyes gloomy as he said something. An old cow wants to eat young grass, but he doesn't even consider whether he has the ability to do so. You. When Wu Min heard this and saw everyone looking at him, his face turned red for a moment. He was angry. Handsome guy, if she can't do it, how about me? At this moment, a woman's voice came from outside. This made everyone look over and be stunned for a moment. Chapter 38, Senior, are you following me? Sorry, I already have a girlfriend. You can't. As for Yi Chen, when he heard the woman's voice coming from outside, he didn't care at all. He waved his hand and directly refused. Why are these people so troublesome? I already have a girlfriend. Don't you want to taste the natural flavor of seafood? As for the woman, she did not give up at all when she heard it. She opened her mouth again and asked. Sorry. I don't like it. However, when Yi Chen heard this, he didn't pay any attention to the shocked people around him. Instead, he waved his hands casually, and there was even a hint of impatience in his voice. Although, I know that I am very handsome. But it shouldn't be like this. What a nice view. As soon as Yi Chen finished speaking, the faces of the people around him were shocked and excited. Their faces were filled with disbelief, and some even screamed. They were originally sitting, but at this moment they suddenly stood up, staring at the figure of the woman coming in from outside with endless greed. What a nice view! As for Wu Min, who was next to Yi Chen, when he saw the woman coming in from outside, his face was also shocked, and his eyes even became full of envy, jealousy, and hatred. We are all women, but how can this person be so beautiful? This is too unreasonable. What a nice view! As for Yi Chen, when he heard the voices of the crowd, his face became confused, his brows slightly frowned, and he looked outside. Seeing the woman with an angelic face walking in front of him, wearing a black miniskirt, Yi Chen was shocked and stunned for a moment. And the person who came in was none other than Lufang. Her long hair was casually draped over her shoulders, and she had a stunningly beautiful face with a faint smile on her face. It looks like he is out of touch with the world. In particular, the devilish figure, wrapped in a short skirt, is outlined with endless seductive curves. It looks so enchanting. In particular, her long legs, wrapped in lace, are simply the eternal goddess. Lufang. Looking at Lufang walking in front of him wearing a pair of crystal high heels, Yi Chen was stunned for a moment, his face was full of shock and his eyes were shocked. I didn't expect that Lufang would appear in front of me in this way. Yi Chen had never expected this. I originally thought it belonged to someone else. What Yi Chen didn't expect was that it was Lufang. This is so damn embarrassing. Sorry. Can you please move aside? This is my place. Under the gaze of everyone, Lufang walked to Yi Chen step by step at a moderate pace, looked at Wu Min with her beautiful eyes, and spoke. As for Wu Min, when he saw Lufang walking towards him, his body actually moved aside involuntarily. Besides, my little puppy is not someone you can flirt with. Go away. In the next moment, his face turned cold, and his eyes suddenly dropped to look at Wu Min and warned him. You guys don't deserve it. You. Wu Min was about to say something, but when he saw Lufang's cold eyes, his face suddenly turned pale. Without saying anything more, he quickly slipped away. If you don't leave now, what are you still doing here? It's embarrassing or something. Xiaochen, I didn't expect you to like this kind of stuff. Looking at Yi Chen in front of him, Lufang smiled faintly and said something. Senior, I don't. How could I possibly like this kind of stuff? I like you. When Yi Chen heard this and saw the smile on Lufang's face, his expression suddenly became anxious and he quickly explained. This is simply the devil's smile. If the matter is not explained clearly as soon as possible, Yi Chen believes that the consequences will be very serious. Really? Don't you already have a girlfriend? Lufang heard this and smiled. All of a sudden, she smiled brilliantly, which was so charming. Especially the fullness of her chest, which was shaking at this moment, as if she was afraid that it would tear through her clothes. Senior, what if the girlfriend I'm talking about is you? When Yi Chen heard this, his face became serious and solemn, and he spoke directly. When the people around heard this, they were all shocked and looked incredulous. If you just stay up like this, it will be a complete failure. Another point is that few people would go straight to a like this. Not romantic at all. A straight man, there's no hope. It's hopeless. Oh. There's no hope. Old straight man. Yeah. However, what no one expected was that Lufang did not show the slightest bit of disgust, but instead smiled slightly, a sweet smile. You're not romantic at all. Guess, will I agree to your request? Looking at Yi Chen in front of her, Lufang complained and pouted. It's so cute, with her arms folded in front of her chest. When everyone heard this, they were shocked. However, what made everyone even more furious was what Yi Chen said next. Of course. Just one sentence made everyone who was drinking coffee spit out their coffee. His face was shocked, his eyes widened. It's so straightforward, but it's useless. Ha ha. Xiaochen, you are so humorous. Lufang heard this, smiled slightly, took a sip of the coffee in front of her, and nodded. Not bad. It's the type I like to drink. I didn't expect that this little brat actually knew that he was afraid of bitterness and liked to drink sweet things. By the way. Xiaochen, how do you feel today? As her little mouth gently tasted the dessert in front of her, her face turned puzzled and she asked quickly. It's okay. Just a little tired. Looking at the beautiful eyes staring at him, Yi Chen nodded. I have to say, senior sister is senior sister, the things she recommends are always useful. If Sophie hadn't been there to help me, I would have been lying prone like Wu Xiaobo and the others. How could he still have the energy to be here? Military training is indeed tiring. You will have more projects to prepare for. Do your best. Oh, by the way. Senior, how did you know I was doing military training there? And how did you happen to bring me water? Looking at Shui Lufang in front of him, Yi Chen looked puzzled and asked quickly. Today, it's too much of a coincidence. It's just such an incredible coincidence. There is no such coincidence in this world. Senior, are you following me? Yes. Yes. Writing is not easy. Click and generate power with love. It's free. Crab. Chapter 39. You are teaching me how to do things, part 3. I didn't expect you to follow me, senior sister. If you like me, why don't you just tell me directly? Why do you need to follow me? I am really looking forward to falling into your arms. Looking at Shui Lufang in front of him, Yi Chen was shocked and said in disbelief. It looks so exaggerated. It would be a shame if he didn't go into acting. What a waste of talent. Xiaochen, you are really humorous. When Shui Lufang heard this, a faint smile appeared on her face. She smiled and blinked at Yi Chen. But I really like you. In that case, let's hug. When Yi Chen heard this, he was stunned for a moment and was almost unable to react. Shui Lufang, you must be kidding. However, no matter what, since I have already add in and Shui Lufang add back, I absolutely cannot admit defeat. As soon as Yi Chen finished speaking, his eyes suddenly widened and his face was filled with shock. An extremely soft feeling came over me, and I felt so comfortable. A faint fragrance wafts through the air, and it's so intoxicating that it makes you linger. Also, there was the sound of Shui Lufang's accelerated heartbeat. Yi Chen never thought that he was just talking. And Shui Lufang actually went straight up with a. For a moment, I was overwhelmed. Sure enough, it's worthy of being 36E. Some black lace came into Yi Chen's field of vision, adding a bit of sexiness. Senior. There is also the faint fragrance of Shui Lufang, which makes people linger. However, before Yi Chen could say anything, a small hand suddenly pressed down the back of Yi Chen's head. This made Yi Chen unable to react and breathe for a moment. This is too scary. Lufang, why are you here? While Yi Chen was immersed in the tenderness, a young man's voice came into his ears. Who is he? The next moment, the young man's voice became gloomy and cold, and one could feel his strong anger. Hu Fu never thought that he just came here to have a cup of coffee. And now, I actually saw the goddess I had been pursuing for several years hugging a boy in her arms, with her head completely buried in her eyes. For a moment, he was completely gloomy and furious. It was like the cabbages that I had grown for more than 10 years were suddenly eaten by a stranger. But I, on the other hand, got nothing. Shui Lufang is his goddess. As for Shui Lufang, Hu Fu has already decided that Shui Lufang is his girlfriend. And now, it's impossible not to be angry. I came here to drink coffee, but you were showing me your love, and you were showing me your love in front of your most beloved woman. For a moment, his face was covered with dark clouds, and bloodshot eyes were spreading. Why am I here? This seems to have nothing to do with you. Hu Fu, you are teaching me how to do things. As for Shui Lufang, he looked at Hu Fu in front of him with a gloomy look and a cold face, and then spoke. Lufang, that's not what I meant, you know. When Hu Fu heard this and saw Shui Lufang's cold face, he felt so anxious and helpless for a moment. I have no idea. However, the only response he got was Shui Lufang's cold voice. Other than that, there was no good look on his face. Stinky boy, tell me your name. Lufang is not someone you can touch. Looking at Shui Lufang, who had an unhappy expression in front of him, and Yi Chen, who was sneering, Hu Fu was extremely furious. This brat is looking for death. Senior, who is this person? Why is he so fierce? He looks just an ordinary person. When Yi Chen, who was in Shui Lufang's arms, heard this and looked up at Hu Fu, he looked puzzled and said something. He's not that good looking. He's ugly and he's also a troublemaker. Phew. When Shui Lufang heard this and saw Yi Chen's disapproving expression, she burst out laughing. You little bastard, I'm telling you to let go. Shui Lufang is not someone you can touch. As for Hu Fu, when he saw Yi Chen was still lying in Shui Lufang's arms, his face became even angrier and he growled with gritted teeth. This brat actually defiled his goddess. He is simply courting death. Xiaochun. And in the next moment, Shui Liufang's face suddenly turned red, and she looked at Yi Chen shyly with her beautiful eyes and said something. This guy actually pinched it. Although I don't mind, please don't do it in front of so many people, okay? Smells so good. As for Yi Chen, he was a little bit rogue at this time. He sniffed his right hand, his face indescribably intoxicated. Click, click. Hu Fu, who was standing in front of him, saw that his face was completely furious, with deep anger in his eyes. A pair of hands were clenched into fists, even the nails were deeply embedded in the flesh, and the brows were tightly furrowed. This brat is so abominable. I told you not to touch Shui Lufang, but you actually pinched her. Not only did he pinch it, he even sniffed it. It would have been fine if he just sniffed it, but he actually showed off in front of me. At this moment, Hu Fu wished he could eat Yi Chen's flesh and drink Yi Chen's blood. This is not enough to relieve the hatred in my heart. Who are you, little brat? Tell me your name. And in the end, without saying much, he looked at Yi Chen in front of him with a cold gaze. If you're a man, don't hide in a woman's arms. Hu Fu, what do you want to do? When Shui Lufang heard this, his eyes suddenly became angry. If you want to spar with me, I don't mind sparring with you. Lufang, that's not what I meant. When Hu Fu heard this, his face turned pale as he looked at Shui Lufang in front of him and he quickly explained. Shui Lufang, Hu Fu can't afford to offend her. Otherwise, you will only be unlucky. After all, behind Shui Lufang is a mountain that 99.99% of people cannot cross. Of course, including him. As long as Shui Lufang is unwilling, there are basically few people who can make her agree. If Shui Lufang's anger was directed at me, there would be no need to struggle, just accept my fate. You little bastard, if you're a man, don't hide behind a woman. Hu Fu, you are looking for death. Senior. Let's solve the issues between men ourselves. When Shui Lufang wanted to say something, a hand was placed on her shoulder and said something. Yi Chen, may I ask what you can do for me? Looking at Hu Fu in front of him, Yi Chen was not afraid at all. Instead, he took a step forward and smiled slightly. Chapter 45 million, Get Out of Here Update 1. What advice do you have? Looking at Yi Chen, who had a faint smile on his face and did not take him seriously at all, and listening to Yi Chen's words, Hu Fu's face became completely gloomy. This brat defiled his goddess. And now, he was so arrogant and even asked me what advice I could give him. This is simply courting death. Yes. What advice do you have? Looking at Hu Fu in front of him, Yi Chen was not afraid at all. Instead, he nodded with a serious and solemn look. If there is nothing wrong, then please don't act like a mad dog. Don't you know that this is very ugly? You. Listening to Yi Chen's words, he looked at Shui Lufang who was smiling beside him. For a moment, Hu Fu's face became even gloomier. A pair of hands were clenched tightly, and there was a strong coldness in the eyes, which was indescribably gloomy. If you don't have any, then please get lost. I don't like people ruining my date. Yi Chen, right. Get away from Shui Lufang. When Hu Fu heard this, his eyes darkened and he said this with gritted teeth, his eyes fixed on Yi Chen. This guy is so damn annoying. If looks could kill, Yi Chen would have died countless times at this moment. He is just a brat, yet he is so arrogant. Is there any justice in the world? Why? When Yi Chen heard this, he sneered and didn't care at all. You are not my relative. Why should I listen to you? You bastard, you are not worthy of Shui Lufang. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Hu Fu's face turned gloomy, his eyes turned cold, and he roared. You are nothing but a stinky boy, a poor boy. No matter your status or position, you are not worthy of Shui Lufang. That's right. He's just a brat, not worthy of me at all. Yes. Such a beautiful little fairy, it's really a waste. This guy is just too lucky. His luck with women is just too strong. I'm so envious. It turns out that poor boys can have their day. Who says they're not worthy? I think they are. A talented man and a beautiful woman. That's right. A little money is nothing. I also started from scratch. Really? You're just a second-generation rich kid. What's there to be proud of? The money you inherited from your ancestors. How can you feel superior? That's right. His nose is so high up in the sky that he actually said that we poor boys don't deserve to have a fairy. When the people drinking coffee nearby heard the argument, some agreed with Hu Fu and thought that the poor boy had no right to be favored by the fairy. However, most people do not agree with Hu Fu's words. Poor boy, there is also his spring. I don't deserve it. In that case, then you do. Looking at Hu Fu in front of him, Yi Chen showed a faint smile on his face, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, but his eyes were gloomy to the extreme. I made an appointment with Shui Lufang to have coffee, but unexpectedly I met someone who was looking for trouble. The land of gentleness, I haven't yet fully experienced it. Surprisingly, there is no follow-up. No matter who it is, they will be very angry about this. Of course, brat, let me tell you. My father is worth 10 billion. I am not talented, but my company is currently worth 2 billion. Do you think I am worthy of it? When Hu Fu heard this, he sneered and looked at Yi Chen in front of him with his hands folded across his chest. The only thing missing from his nose is his cocky look, and that smug and proud look makes people want to slap him hard in the face. Some people are destined to be born with a silver spoon in their mouths. Some people are destined to face the earth and work hard all their lives. Wanting a pheasant to turn into a phoenix, or a toad to eat swan meat? With me, Hu Fu, this is impossible. If a toad wants to eat swan flesh, with Hu Fu around, it is absolutely impossible for Yi Chen to succeed in his goal. Otherwise, I would be in tears. Hu Fu knew very well how powerful the force behind Shui Lufang was. If the Hu family can get the support of the Shui family, then they will become a powerful alliance. After that, their Hu family will surely rise rapidly to the top. Huff. When Shui Lufang, who was standing next to him, heard Hu Fu belittling Yi Chen in such a way, her face suddenly became angry and cold, and her eyes were fixed on Hu Fu. Lufang, I can't stand watching you destroy yourself like this. This person is not worthy of you at all. You are playing with your own future like this. I must stop you. I must be responsible for you. When Hu Fu heard this, his expression became serious and he looked at Yi Chen in front of him with cold eyes. Yi Chen, right? I know why you approached Shui Lufang. Isn't it just for money? Hu Fu knew very well what this kind of person wanted to do by approaching Shui Lufang. Isn't it just that you want to turn a pheasant into a phoenix and want money? Such a little trick can be seen through at a glance. Snap snap. However, while Hu Fu's face was serious and solemn, Yi Chen, who was standing next to him, just clapped his hands and sneered when he heard Hu Fu's words. Without caring at all, he spoke with a cold look in his eyes. For the future of my senior sister. Ha ha. Hu Fu, right? You are really evil. You said it in such a high-sounding way, it's really ridiculous. It's obviously for your own selfishness, to satisfy your own selfish desires. What do you mean by for the future of my senior sister? You are so noble, does your mother know? Looking at Hu Fu in front of him, Yi Chen sneered and looked disdainful. This guy, don't think he doesn't know, doesn't he just want to take senior sister Lufang for himself so that he can continue to grow stronger? After all, it's all for the sake of getting Shui Liufang's support and the Shui family's help. Yi Chen knew about Shui Liufang's background. After all, Wu Xiaobo and the others had told Yi Chen roughly what was going on. And now, Yi Chen has already guessed clearly what Hu Fu wants to do. Lufang, don't listen to his nonsense. I am sincere to you, the sun and the moon can testify to that. After hearing Yi Chen's words and seeing Shui Liufang's cold face and gloomy eyes beside him, Hu Fu's face became a little panicked and he quickly explained. If Shui Lufang misunderstood, then she would be in great trouble. He must get Shui Liufang's support. Only in this way can he compete with his elder brother. Otherwise, you won't be qualified to compete at all. Yi Chen, right? This is 1 million. I don't want to see you and Shui Lufang together in the future. People like you are not sincere at all. You are just greedy for Shui Lufang's beauty and money. You don't deserve it. Looking at Yi Chen in front of him, Hu Fu's face was gloomy and his eyes were cold. He directly threw out a check for 1 million, just like the Almighty God giving alms to the poor. Looks so arrogant. 1 million. Looking at the check thrown in front of him, Yi Chen's face darkened and his eyes became even colder. I hate it when people use money to get rid of me, because I'm always the one using money to get rid of others. 1 million is not enough, right? In that case, 3 million, leave Shui Lufang right now. This is enough for you to eat, drink, defecate and urinate for half your life. When Hu Fu heard this, his eyes turned cold and he even spoke in a commanding tone. I advise you not to be shameless. Snap. However, when Yi Chen heard it, he didn't care at all. He slapped the table with an angry voice. 5 million, get out of here. Also, shut your stinky mouth. Chapter 41 I'll remember you, wait for me second update. 5 million. Hu Fu, who originally thought that he could send Yi Chen away with 3 million, was shocked and his eyes widened when he saw Yi Chen in front of him suddenly bid 5 million. This brat, it's only been such a short time, but he was able to get 5 million from Shui Lufang. If this goes on, doesn't it mean that all of Shui Lufang's belongings might be taken away by this brat? When he thought of this, Hu Fu's face became even colder and his brows furrowed slightly. As expected, this brat is a gigolo. Other than that, it's nothing. Now, you can go away. Yi Chen paid no attention to Hu Fu's shock. Instead, he waved his hand, looked coldly, and said something. You. As for Hu Fu, seeing Yi Chen's arrogant expression, his face became even more depressed and gloomy. I wanted to say something, but for a moment, I didn't know what to say. Because, at this moment, Hu Fu discovered that it was simply not feasible for him to use money to crush Yi Chen. For a moment, it was a bit embarrassing, with no way out. I've said before, I hate it most when people give me money to get rid of me. Because, in my eyes, you are nothing. Before Hu Fu could get depressed for a few seconds, Yi Chen didn't hesitate at all and slapped the table in front of him. Black gold card. How is that possible? Looking at the black gold card that Yi Chen threw on the table in front of him, Hu Fu's face became shocked, incredible, and full of surprise. Obviously, Hu Fu never thought that Yi Chen actually had a black gold card. This is too horrible, too unbelievable. No matter what, the black gold card is a symbol of status. With the black gold card, you have the capital to crush everything in the Magic City. From this we can see how terrifying the black gold card is. No. That's impossible. Lufang must have given it to you. Looking at the black and gold card in front of him, Hu Fu almost roared. This is definitely impossible. It must have been given to Yi Chen by Shui Lufang. Otherwise, how is it possible? Shui Lufang has a black gold card, and Hu Fu is very clear about this. And now, what Hu Fu did not expect was that Shui Lufang actually handed the black gold card directly to Yi Chen, the brat. This is too horrible, too unbelievable. For a moment, this made Hu Fu's face even more angry, and even more envious and jealous. The black gold card was actually given to Yi Chen. Doesn't this mean that they may have already done something fait accompli? When I thought of this, I felt like vomiting blood and I kept comforting myself. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Sorry. My black gold card is still in my hand. This black gold card really belongs to Xiaochen. Shui Lufang, who was standing next to him, heard Hu Fu's words and saw his crazy face, but smiled slightly. Without saying much, he took out the black gold card in his hand with a faint smile on his face. This. How is it possible? When Hu Fu saw Shui Lufang actually took out another black gold card, his face was so shocked that he was completely stunned. His face was full of disbelief and he was completely stunned. I didn't expect that the brat in front of me was actually a hidden super rich second generation. This is too unbelievable and too terrifying. How is that impossible? Sorry. I'm sorry to disappoint you. Actually, I'm a first-generation rich kid. In my eyes, second-generation rich kids like you are nothing at all. When Yi Chen heard this, he just smiled slightly, not caring at all, and said something. You. As for Hu Fu, he was furious at this moment. I originally thought that Yi Chen was just a poor boy who was kept by Shui Lufang. But now, unexpectedly, he is actually a billionaire, the first generation of rich people. It turns out that from the beginning to the end, the real clown was actually himself. This is too depressing. If you have nothing else to do, you can go away. A toad wanting to eat swan flesh. How ridiculous. You. Looking at Yi Chen in front of him, listening to Yi Chen's words, and looking around, every look in his eyes was full of ridicule, which made Hu Fu almost spit out blood. From childhood to adulthood, I have always crushed others. But now, what he didn't expect was that the situation was reversed. I was actually crushed by others. This is so painful. What do you mean by you? If I were you, I would run away in disgrace right now. Instead of being treated like a monkey by everyone. Okay. Okay. Yi Chen, I'll remember you. Just wait for me. Listening to Yi Chen's words, Hu Fu's face suddenly became completely gloomy, his eyes were cold, and bloodshot was spreading in his eyes. It looks so terrifying. Without saying anything more, he left in a flash, abandoning his weapons and weapons. If I don't leave now, will everyone really look at me like a monkey? Oh. Sometimes, being too handsome can be a problem. It's easy to be envied. Looking at Hu Fu leaving, Yi Chen sighed softly, with helplessness on his face, and shook his head. This caused Hu Fu, who was leaving, to almost fall down on the ground. His eyes were cold and he glared at Yi Chen fiercely for a few times, then he shook his hand and left. Who on earth is this brat? I really want to beat him up. He's so abominable. Right. Who on earth is this brat? I want to give him a good beating, he is so despicable. I'm so envious. Rich people's lives are so good. Why? If you say that, aren't you afraid that the people around you will beat you up? Ha ha ha. Looking at Yi Chen in front of him, Shui Lufang smiled faintly and said something. I'm handsome. This is a fact. Even if they beat me up, it can't change this fact. You say, right. Senior sister. When Yi Chen heard this, he sighed softly and his face became serious and solemn. Ha ha. I've seen narcissistic people before, but I've never seen anyone as narcissistic as this. When Shui Lufang heard this, she smiled slightly and blinked her beautiful eyes. In that case, do you think I'm handsome? Looking at Shui Lufang in front of him, Yi Chen's expression became serious and solemn. So handsome. So handsome. If that's the case, then that's fine. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Oh right. Senior, what's going on with that guy? Looking at Shui Lufang who was smiling charmingly in front of him, Yi Chen's face became puzzled and he asked quickly. This guy, for no reason, actually attacked me harshly. This is a bit unbelievable. Your suitor? Chapter 42, you want to flirt with a senior? Well. You can say that. Sometimes, being too beautiful is also a sin. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Shui Lufang nodded without any hesitation and sighed softly. However, he is also one of my most annoying suitors. Don't think I don't know why this guy approaches me. Isn't it just to get my help, the help of the Shui family, so that he can soar to the sky? Of course, there is another point, because of her beauty. Shui Liuxiang knew very well why Hu Fu approached her. It can be said that, first of all, it is because of one's family background. With the help of his own Shui family as his backing, their Hu family can basically take off from the ground. As for the second reason, it is of course because of her beauty. No one knows your own face and figure better than yourself. They are impeccable. Besides, this guy has harmed countless ignorant girls, and he actually wants to harm me. Is it possible? Right. Xiaochen, you must protect me well in the future. I am still pink. Looking at Yi Chen in front of her, Shui Lufang showed a faint smile on her face, pouted and said something. Cough cough cough. When Yi Chen, who was standing next to him, heard this, he suddenly started coughing violently, with tears flowing from his eyes. It looks like he has no idea how painful it is. Obviously, Yi Chen never expected that Shui Lufang would drive so fast and at such a terrifying speed. In just a blink of an eye, he was already far behind. Xiaochen, what's wrong with you? Looking at Yi Chen who was coughing violently in front of her, Shui Lufang looked anxious. Without saying anything more, he quickly handed over the tissue next to him and gave it to Yi Chen. Senior, could you please not say such shocking things? Looking at the snow-capped mountains in front of me, there are also some black lace. Yi Chen's face was embarrassed, he coughed lightly and said something. Really? Xiaochen, could it be that you don't want the pink one? I hope that the pink one is you, and the black one is also you. From pink to black, it has always been you. When Shui Lufang heard this, she looked at Yi Chen with her beautiful eyes blinking, a faint smile appeared on her face, and her beautiful eyes blinked even more. I hope that I am the one who will open up the wasteland. Only I can help you open up the meridians in your body. When Yi Chen heard this, he didn't say much, but added a sentence with a serious and solemn expression. Cluck, cluck, cluck. As for Shui Lufang, when she heard it, she just smiled. Looking at Yi Chen, she took a sip of the coffee in her hand and nodded with satisfaction. Xiaochen, are you so impatient to get into senior sister's new room? I'd love to if I could. In that case, let's go to the presidential suite tonight. When Shui Lufang heard this, she smiled slightly, nodded, and had a bright smile on her face. Hee. I'm just kidding. When Shui Lufang saw Yi Chen's rosy face, she smiled even more coquettishly. Unexpectedly, sometimes, Xiaochen is really very good looking. Right. Next, you might be in a lot of trouble. As if he had thought of something, he gave a serious warning. Senior sister, it's not that easy to pick up. And the senior sister you want to pick up is the cold and beautiful schoolgirl of Magic City University, and she's pink. I know. But if you don't give it a try, how can you know if the senior is easy to pick up? Who knows, you might succeed by accident. Ha ha. In that case, I look forward to my Prince Charming overcoming all obstacles and finally coming to my castle and entering my new room. Shui Lufang heard this, smiled, and looked at Yi Chen in front of her without saying anything more. I have something else to do. Xiaochen, I won't accompany you anymore. I am very happy today. After saying that, without saying anything more, he stood up with a sweet smile on his face. Thank you for staying with me. Senior, I should have said this. Thank you for accompanying me. Looking at Shui Lufang waving and leaving in front of him, Yi Chen said something quickly. I will definitely enter your new room, senior. In that case, wait for me, senior sister. After Shui Lufang finished speaking, she walked out of the cafe and disappeared into the crowd. Waiter, pay the bill. After Shui Lufang left, Yi Chen didn't say much. He looked at the waiter next to him and said something quickly. Okay. Handsome guy, your total spending is 300 yuan. May I ask if it's Alipay or WeChat? The waiter next to him heard it, didn't say much, nodded, walked over quickly with a professional smile on his face. WeChat. After Yi Chen finished speaking, he looked at the pastries in front of him that had basically not been touched. Pack it up. I want to take it away. Okay. Handsome. When the waiter heard this, he nodded without saying anything and quickly helped pack up. When everyone around saw this, they were all shocked. I don't know what to say at all, it's too unbelievable. A man who casually took out 5 million and had a black gold card actually needed to pack up some pastries. They really don't understand the world of rich people at all. Little did they know that Yi Chen was the one who would not even look at the parking lot even if it was 20% off for the sake of a $2 parking fee. Packing, naturally, this is my own fine tradition. Is this person a first-generation rich man? The first generation of rich people are actually so frugal? Am I dreaming? Oh my god. This is too unbelievable. I can't understand it. I can't understand it. Amidst the shocked voices of the crowd, Yi Chen walked away, not caring at all about the shocked looks. My car should be here. Coming out of the coffee shop, Yi Chen didn't say much and walked quickly towards where he parked his car. This time, I rode my own bicycle here. Of course, another point is that I don't have time to buy a luxury car at the moment. After all, today is the first day of military training, and I went out to have sex with my senior sister in the evening. Where is the time to buy a car? What's going on? However, when Yi Chen walked to the side, he saw a large group of people watching where he parked his bicycle. This made Yi Chen look confused. What happened here? Please make way, please make way. Looking at the crowd in front of him, he quickly pushed aside without saying anything. I don't want to waste time. Now that my senior has finished reading, she should go back and have a good rest. However, when Yi Chen pushed through the crowd and saw the scene in front of him, his face suddenly turned gloomy, his brows furrowed, and his eyes became even colder. There was already a strong rage in his eyes, and his hands were clenched. Damn it! Chapter 43 You Can't Afford to Pay. Looking at the woman in front of him who was actually riding on his bicycle to take pictures, Yi Chen's face suddenly fell and his eyes were cold. Obviously, Yi Chen never thought that he was just going in to have a good date with his senior. And now, I just came back and encountered such a hateful thing. It is simply unbearable. What is this? He was taking pictures with his Trek butterfly. The most annoying thing was that he actually threw his Trek butterfly aside and stood on the seat to take pictures. This is simply infuriating. Yes. That's right. That's it, another one. Next to him, there was a middle-aged man holding a SLR camera. Looking at the woman in front of him, he took pictures without any hesitation. It looks so professional. Wait. This angle is wrong. A little to the right. Yes. A little to the right. In front of him was a woman with black curly hair and a delicate face. She was holding Trick Butterfly in front of her with a faint smile on her face. That's right. Sit on it and smile even brighter. As for the side, the middle-aged man was constantly giving instructions, while the SLR in his hand was constantly taking pictures. Look! Isn't this a white rabbit? Some onlookers nearby were shocked and surprised when they saw the woman in front of them constantly making various poses, and some even screamed. Bailatu was a super internet celebrity on TikTok with 10 million fans. An occupation, model. Of course, Bailu too will also shoot some other videos. However, most of them have long legs or something like that. Therefore, in a short period of time, I don't know how many perverts I have harvested. And now, unexpectedly, they could actually see white rabbits in this place. You can imagine the mood there. White rabbit. That's right. It's a white rabbit. White rabbit. So beautiful. Bailu too, I didn't expect that Bailu too would come to our city. Oh my god. Is this the white rabbit? I didn't expect that the white rabbit would come to our city. Which merchant invited the white rabbit to come this time? Now, I don't know what kind of car Bailetu will model. No matter which one it is, I will definitely go and show my support. White rabbit. Oh my god. What long legs. When the people around saw the woman in front of them with long legs wrapped in black stockings and a delicate face, their faces became excited. The only thing missing is that my saliva isn't flowing out. It looks like I can't wait to pounce on it. Is this person also an internet celebrity? Looking at the people around him who were eager to pounce on the woman in front of them, Yichen was a little shocked. His brows were slightly furrowed, and his face looked a little unbelievable. Yichen never thought that this person was actually an internet celebrity. And it can be recognized by so many people at once. It is possible that he is also a super internet celebrity. That kid over there, get out of the way. Get out of the way. The middle-aged man who was taking pictures nearby saw Yichen walking towards Bailetu. He suddenly walked into the camera, his face became a little gloomy, and he waved at Yichen. As for Yichen, he didn't care at all and walked over step by step. Wait. Boy, this road is blocked. If you want our white rabbit's autograph, please wait in line. Everyone gets one. When Yichen wanted to continue walking forward, several security guards nearby saw him and without saying anything, they quickly came in front of Yichen and stopped him directly, with gloomy faces and cold eyes. Sign? Looking at the security guard in front of him, Yichen's face froze. For a moment, I didn't know what to say. The woman in front of him was indeed quite pretty. However, in Yichen's eyes, it was just some pretty looks. Other than that, it's nothing at all. If Shui Lufang becomes an internet celebrity, Yichen believes that she will definitely be a super internet celebrity. There is no doubt about this. After all, Yichen was very clear about Shui Lufang's beauty. And now, do I look like someone who needs an autograph? Oh my god. These people do nothing all day long, yet they still have wishful thinking. It's so helpless. Of course. Don't you just want Bailuatu's autograph? In that case, wait patiently. The security guard heard it and nodded. As for what Yichen saw, he just gave him a caring look for the mentally retarded, and uttered 2 words. Idiot. You. When the security guard heard this, he wanted to get angry, but Yichen didn't care at all and just walked past. Handsome guy, what can I do for you? I'm still live streaming. As for Bailetu, when he saw Yichen appearing in his camera, he smiled slightly and said something quickly. Now is the time to build your popularity among the public. Similarly, this is also the time to accumulate everyone's favorability. And now, we must hurry. Looking at Yichen in front of her, a faint smile appeared on Julie's face. It looks so brilliant. If you want an autograph, wait until my live stream is over and I'll give it to you. There's one for everyone, so please wait. After that, without further ado, the figure sat on the Trek butterfly and began to sing. Thanks for the carnival for your big brother. Love you. Moa. When he saw the gifts in the live broadcast room, he didn't say much, but just said something quickly. Can you give way? However, what no one expected was that when Baileta continued the live broadcast, Yichen appeared in front of her with a gloomy face and even colder eyes. Looking at the trick butterfly being casually trampled in front of him, his expression became even gloomier and his brows furrowed slightly. This is the second time that my trek butterfly has been devastated. This is too helpless. When Julie heard this, she looked at Yi Chen in front of her with a puzzled expression and her brows slightly furrowed. What does this person mean? You can't afford to pay for dirtying my bike. However, when Yi Chen heard it, he didn't care at all. With cold eyes and gloomy face, he said, this person is actually pretending to be stupid. I can't afford it. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Julie's face froze for a moment. It's just a bicycle, there's nothing you can't afford to pay for it. Handsome guy, you don't want to tell me that your bicycle costs millions. It's just a bicycle, but he said he couldn't afford the compensation. This is really shocking. No matter what, it's impossible that it would cost 1 million. Now, he actually says that he can't afford the compensation. It's really ridiculous. That's right. It's just a bicycle, why can't you afford to pay for it? It's just a few $1,000s. Our goddess can earn hundreds of thousands of dollars in a live broadcast. What's so arrogant about a broken bicycle? It's just a broken bicycle. Our goddess can use it as a background for the live broadcast and as a foil. This is a blessing that he has cultivated for 3 lifetimes. He actually said that he can't afford to pay for it. Brat, I advise you not to be so arrogant. That's right. Using our goddess as your live broadcast background can also increase the value of your bicycle. You actually said that our goddess can't afford it. This is really ridiculous. You little bastard, it's your honor that our goddess uses your bike. You should be grateful, instead of repaying kindness with hatred. Yes. It's just a brat, a bicycle, just an ordinary one. Don't think that having a few butterfly stickers can increase its value. It's just a bicycle. Yes. Don't be so arrogant, little brat. It's just a bicycle, what's the point of broadcasting it live? When the people nearby heard this, they sneered and looked at each other with disdain. It should be an honor for a bicycle to be favored by their goddess. It's just a bicycle. When Yi Chen heard this, he sneered and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. In that case, you guys check it out. Is your so-called goddess worth the compensation? This. But when they opened their phones and took photos to check, their faces were stunned. Petrified, eyes widened, face full of disbelief. How is that possible? Oh my god. Chapter 44, 1 Step, 3,000,005 updates. How is that possible? Looking at the search interface that suddenly appeared in front of them, everyone's faces were stunned, their expressions became hard, and even petrified. His face was full of disbelief and his eyes were wide open, as if he had seen a ghost. It's too unbelievable. What's wrong? Some people nearby saw this and, not knowing what was going on, quickly took out their phones to take pictures. For a moment, his face froze, his eyes widened, and even his hands remained in the air, as if they were frozen. How is that possible? How could this bicycle in front of me be so expensive? This is too terrifying. It is really unbelievable that a bicycle costs as much as a high-end villa. What's wrong? The middle-aged man who was taking pictures nearby looked at the stunned people around him, his face suddenly became confused, his brows slightly furrowed, his eyes cold, he had no idea what was going on. The people who were trying to crush the brat in front of them just now suddenly became silent. It's too unbelievable. Without saying much, he stopped what he was doing, took out his mobile phone, and started taking pictures and searching. This time, he didn't believe it. What on earth could a bicycle like this be capable of that could make so many people look so shocked, stunned, and even petrified? Trek, butterfly. However, when the middle-aged man saw the search results in front of him, his face was completely stunned. His face was full of disbelief, and even his jaw dropped to the ground. The middle-aged man never thought that it was Trek Butterfly. This is the Trek Butterfly. It costs 32 million, and there is still no demand for it. This time, I was completely shocked. Trek Butterfly. Similarly, in Bailetu's live broadcast room, there were also barrages of comments appearing at this time. As for the comments, most were filled with shock and disbelief. Apparently, they never expected that it would be Trek Butterfly. A brat actually has a Trek Butterfly. How is that possible? Trek Butterfly. Oh my god. It's Trek Butterfly. This time, the goddess is going to bleed profusely. Goddess, please be gentle. This is Trek Butterfly, you can't afford to offend him. Yes. Goddess, please be merciful below your buttocks, please get out of the way. Get out of the way. This is Trek Butterfly, it's a tragedy. You stinky internet celebrity, get out of the way before you damage the bike under your feet. That's right. Don't damage the bike, or you won't be able to pay for it. Trek Butterfly, oh my god. I can finally see the real version of Trek Butterfly, I'm so excited. Auntie, please move aside. Don't block us from watching Trek Butterfly. Yes, yes, yes. Auntie, move your thighs away and don't block us from watching Trek Butterfly. Auntie. Can you please move aside? You're blocking our view of the Trek Butterfly. Auntie. Can you please move aside? We want to see Trek Butterfly. Yeah. We want to see Trek Butterfly. And in the barrage, at the beginning, I don't know how many people supported Bailu too. After all, these are her fans. What Bailetta didn't expect was that, after such a short while, they all rebelled collectively. This is too unbelievable. What's going on? Looking at the barrage in front of him, Bailetta was completely dumbfounded for a moment and had no idea what to do. How come in just a moment, he completely betrayed me? Little did he know that this was entirely because of the Trek Butterfly under his feet. For those who love bicycles, the Trek Butterfly is simply the best and the eternal god. Similarly, Trek Butterfly is also their ultimate pursuit. After all, this is 32 million. How can you not like this Arabian horse among bicycles? Oh my god. Miss, this is Trek Butterfly. When the middle-aged man next to him saw Bailetta's puzzled expression and confused eyes, he didn't say much and quickly explained. Trek Butterfly, I know. Bailetta heard it and nodded, but her face was still confused. Her brows were slightly furrowed and she pointed at the screen in front of her. There is no need to introduce this point. Smart netizens have already told her the answer. Miss, the Trek Butterfly is worth 32 million. It can be said to be the god among bicycles, the Arabian horse among bicycles. When the middle-aged man heard Bailetta's words, he didn't say much and explained quickly. The butterflies on the surface are not sprayed on or painted on. They are real butterflies. Real butterflies. Hearing the middle-aged man's words, Bailetta was shocked and turned pale all of a sudden. Just now, she thought it was just a spitting butterfly. At best, it was just applied casually. But now, what Bailetta didn't expect was that it was actually a real butterfly specimen. If that's the case, then isn't the Trek Butterfly under my feet a butterfly museum? This is too horrible. Well, the reason why the Trek Butterfly is so expensive is because it uses real butterfly specimens. That's why the price is so high. Looking at the butterflies in front of him, several of which had been scratched by him, as well as some others, Baila Rabbit's face turned pale. Doesn't this mean that it will cost at least a large sum of money to repair it? Now, please get out of the way. While the two men were stunned and pale, Yi Chen's face turned gloomy and his brows were furrowed. These two people have absolutely no idea what to say. Handsome, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. In the end, White Rabbit Julie didn't say much and came down quickly. Looking at the scratched Trek Butterfly in front of him, his face was so embarrassed. Don't worry. I will be responsible for my actions. This is a tragedy. In that case, how do you want to take responsibility? Yi Chen heard it, but didn't care at all, and asked in a cold voice. Handsome guy, look, how much compensation do I need? Looking at Yi Chen in front of him, Bailetta's face became embarrassed and he spoke quickly. No matter what, this time, it's all my fault. I destroyed your things without your consent, handsome boy. This time, Bailetta's heart was bleeding. I didn't expect that I was just looking for a good place and a good background to broadcast live. But now, the loss outweighs the gain. What a tragedy. Well. In that case, this number. After hearing this, Yi Chen looked at Bailetta, who was sincerely admitting his mistake, nodded, and held up 3 fingers. 30,000. In that case, I'll let my assistant give it to you. Seeing Yi Chen extending 3 fingers, Bailetta's face was surprised. He quickly looked at the middle-aged man next to him and said something. 30,000. When Yi Chen heard this, he shook his head, his face extremely cold. You think my Trek Butterfly is worth only this much? 30,000, you think you're sending away a beggar? He caused such great damage to my Trek Butterfly, and now he actually wants to compensate me with 30,000 yuan. He really thinks I can be easily fooled. Impossible. In that case, handsome boy, I wonder how much you think. When Bai Leta heard Yi Chen's words, he didn't say much, but smiled slightly and said, 300,000. No. However, when Yi Chen heard it, he shook his head, his face serious and cold, and spoke. 3 million. 3 million. Why don't you go and rob it? Fuck. 3 million. This time, the goddess really lost both her wife and her army. 3 million, isn't it too much? 3 million. Hearing the sounds of surprise around him, Bai Leta's face was also stunned, with a look of disbelief. With 3 million, I can buy myself a Ferrari. And now, the compensation is actually the damages for trampling on a bicycle. It's too unbelievable. Yes. 3 million. This is the account. If you don't transfer the money within 3 days, wait for the lawyer's letter. After Yi Chen finished speaking, he didn't care at all and rode away on Trek Butterfly. Wasting time with these people is simply trampling on your own life. You can refuse to accept it. If you refuse, just tell my lawyer. Chapter 45 The Moonlight is So Beautiful 6th Update. What do you want, handsome guy? At a barbecue stall in the food street outside Mata University, a young man was riding a bicycle with butterflies all over the body. Finally, we stopped in front of a barbecue stall. Boss, give me 3 roasted chicken legs. Looking at the boss in front of him, Yi Chen didn't say much and said something quickly. 3 chicken legs, okay. Wait a moment, please. The middle-aged man heard it, nodded, said nothing more, and quickly got busy. Let's go buy some fruit. Looking at the fruit stall next to me, I walked over quickly. Boss, give me $20 worth of grapes. Okay. Hey. Yi Chen, why are you here? While Yi Chen was buying fruit, a woman's surprised voice was heard and he looked in the direction of the source of the sound. Why did this girl come out? When Yi Chen saw Hua Chingying, a girl with 2 ponytails in front of him, his face showed a little surprise. Why did this girl come out? At this time, it is already very late. Another point is, isn't this girl shy? And now, why did he come out alone? Moreover, Hua is light tonight, wearing a pink princess dress, and her long slender legs are wrapped in white silk. Coupled with that innocent expression, it is very easy to be tricked by some strangers into eating ice cream. Late in the evening, seeing such a cute princess would inevitably give some people some bold ideas. For example, it's so cute that I really want to sit on it and die. Can't I come out? Can only you come out? Looking at Yi Chen in front of her and listening to Yi Chen's words, Hua Chingying's face became a little angry. She put her hands on her waist, pouted, and said something. He looked obviously angry. At first glance, it actually makes people feel a little cute. Yes. Looking at the light flower in front of him, Yi Chen's face became a little helpless. The only thing he could do was nod. There is no other way. Where's your roommate? As if he had thought of something, he asked. Given this girl's shy personality and the fact that she is not yet completely familiar with the surrounding environment, even if she wants to go out, she should first find her roommate to go with her. Instead of fighting alone. They are all lying down. After returning from military training, none of them want to move. Hua Chingying heard it and complained. Originally, I wanted to find food, after all, I was very hungry. However, what Hua Chingying did not expect was that her roommates actually lay down on the bed one by one and did not want to move at all. After hearing that I came out to look for food, without the slightest hesitation, I immediately stared at me closely as if I were a treasure. And at the very end, without any hesitation, they all uttered 3 words at the same time. Help me bring it. For a moment, Hua Chingying was completely helpless. I didn't want to come out at first, but unfortunately, I was hungry. Therefore, in the end, I had no choice but to come out. And now, it has become like this. It's fine if they don't want to come out. But they actually asked me to bring food to them. Humph. With a pair of small hands clasped in front of her chest, Hua Chingying pouted and made a direct complaint. However, Yi Chen could see the excitement in this girl's eyes. My roommate is the same way. It's really abominable. Looking at Hua Chingying who was pouting in front of him, Yi Chen echoed and his expression also became sarcastic. That's right. Right. When Hua Chingying heard this, her face became excited and she nodded vigorously, as if she had found a confidant. By the way, Yi Chen, what did your roommate ask you to bring? Grilled chicken legs. My roommate is also a troublemaker. Looking at the boss in front of her, Hua Chingying didn't say much. Boss, I want grapes, give me 100. 100. Are you sure? The middle-aged man who was buying grapes in front of her was shocked and looked incredulous when he heard Hua Chingying's words. 100 yuan worth of grapes, how can a little girl eat so much? Besides, for things like grapes, if they are kept for too long, they will no longer be fresh. Sure. Any questions? Looking at the shocked middle-aged man in front of her, Hua Chingying nodded, her face serious and solemn, without the slightest hint of joking. My grandma said that when you buy things, you should buy in whole numbers. We have plenty of money. Well. Listening to Hua Chingying's words and looking at Hua Chingying in front of him, Yi Chen almost stumbled and fell. Could it be that this girl doesn't know how to keep a low profile? It's really helpless. Now the whole world knows that you are not short of money. Boss, $20 is enough. Looking at the middle-aged man in front of him, Yi Chen said quickly. 40, already given. Okay. The boss heard it and nodded quickly without saying anything. Handsome, your chicken leg is ready. The middle-aged man at the barbecue stall next to him saw Yi Chen and said something quickly. Yeah. Another one. 4. Yi Chen heard it, but didn't say much, just said something quickly. Okay. Aren't you going back? Hua Chingying, who was standing next to him, looked at Yi Chen, who was playing with his phone idly in front of him. While waiting, she looked puzzled and asked. Wait a minute. Do you dare to go back alone? Yi Chen heard it, smiled slightly and said something. Who said I didn't dare? Just now, I came out by myself. When Hua Chingying heard and saw the smile on Yi Chen's face, her expression fell a little. She patted her chest, her expression serious and solemn. Just now, I had the courage to run out alone. As for going back, how is it possible? This. However, when Hua Chingying looked around, her face turned a little pale and her body trembled slightly. He suddenly grabbed Yi Chen's clothes with his right hand, with a hint of panic in his eyes. When I came out just now, there were still a lot of people. However, what Hua Chingying did not expect was that within a short period of time, the flow of people suddenly dropped by 2/3, leaving only a few scattered people. Even some vendors who were selling things here just now had already started to pack up their stalls and leave. This is too unbelievable. For a moment, Hua Chingying, who originally still had a little courage, lost all her courage when she saw the scene in front of her. This seems so deserted. Yi Chen. Looking at Yi Chen in front of her, Hua Chingying wanted to say something, but for a moment, she swallowed it back. I just said I wasn't afraid, how could I admit defeat? However, a pair of small hands were tightly holding Yi Chen's clothes. Looks like he's full of anxiety. The scenery here is nice, let me take a look at the night view first. After sensing Hua Chingying's uneasiness, Yi Chen's face showed a faint smile. He said something and his eyes looked into the void. Today's moonlight is so beautiful. Moonlight. The middle-aged man who was roasting chicken legs heard Yi Chen's words, looked up at the sky, his face filled with shock. At this moment, there was no moonlight, it was pitch black, without even a star. It was good that it didn't rain, and the moonlight was beautiful. For a moment, I didn't know what to say. Handsome. Sure. And in the end, as if I thought of something, I had to give Yi Chen a thumbs up. I didn't expect him to be so handsome, that's all. He is actually so good at making girls happy and picking up girls. Really, I have to admire it. Yes. It's beautiful. When Hua Chingying heard this, a faint, sweet smile appeared on her face. I don't know why, but I have a very strange feeling. Being with Yi Chen, I feel inexplicably relaxed and safe. Alright, pretty girl. It's yours. A quarter of an hour later, looking at Hua Chingying in front of him, the middle-aged man handed over the roasted chicken leg. Hua Chingying heard it and took it carefully. Let's go. Girl. As for Yi Chen, he just smiled slightly, pushed his bicycle and left. Yes. Yi Chen, wait for me. Hua Chingying saw it and quickly followed without saying anything. What an enviable love. Simple and unpretentious. Looking at the two people who followed Yi Chen obediently and finally disappeared into the night. The middle-aged man sighed softly and said with emotion. Chapter 46. You are no match for me. Stand at attention. At ease. Turn left, turn right. The next day, the boring military training continued in full swing. And in the playground, a large group of people were sweating profusely, with sweat pouring out of their foreheads. Like bamboo shoots after the rain, they popped up little by little, densely packed. You, step out. One of the young men, looking at the others facing him, suddenly blushed. The instructor next to him saw it and quickly invited him in without saying anything. Same old rules, or do you want to show off some talent? Looking at the young man in front of him, the instructor's face was cold and serious, and he gave him two choices. The devilish military training. On the second day, those who did the wrong movements were required to do 50 push-ups for boys and 30 squats for girls. Or a talent show is going on hotly. Push-ups. Seeing the eyes looking at him, the young man thought for a while. Under the expectations of everyone, he didn't say much. He waved his hand and said something. Shhhhhhh. After hearing the young man's choice, the people who had been waiting for a long time began to sigh, their faces looked helpless, and their eyes looked a little lost. I originally thought that I could have a good look at the talent show. I didn't expect that I would choose push-ups. It's too helpless. Instructor Hu, I'd like to have some entertainment. What do you think? The young man in front heard it and looked at the people around him. Finally, he looked at Hu Wei next to him, a faint smile appeared on his face, and he said something. I agree. I agree. I agree. When the people nearby heard this, they all became excited and cheered. They are now worried that no one will send the instructor away so that they can relax and have a good rest. And now, someone is providing them with time to rest, there is no way they would refuse. Therefore, I definitely agree. In that case, it seems that everyone wants to see your talent show. So I wonder what exactly you want to perform. Hu Wei, who was standing next to him, saw everyone looking at him and asking for his opinion. He sighed softly and said something. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Let me tell you, your instructor went through the same thing. So, I know your tricks very well. Ha ha. When the people nearby heard this, all they could do for a moment was laugh to ease the awkwardness. Instructor, did you perform any talents at that time? Yes. Instructor, how about one? Come one. Come one. Come one. Ahem. A hero never brags about his past achievements. Since you're going to show your talent, then let's get started. When Hu Wei heard this and saw everyone suddenly making a fuss, he didn't say much and his face became serious and solemn. Cut. Shhhhhh. When everyone heard this, their faces turned dejected for a moment. All of them. Sit down. However, looking at the people in front of him who suddenly sighed, Hu Wei didn't care at all and said something. Yes. When the people nearby heard this, their expressions suddenly became serious. Without any care or hesitation, he sat down on the ground. Now is the time when I can finally take a good rest. If they continue to be slow, their rest time may disappear soon. Such an opportunity must be cherished. Instructor, I want to challenge the squad leader. After everyone sat down, the young man looked at Hu Wei in front of him without the slightest hesitation, his face serious and cold. I want to compete with the squad leader to see who can do 50 push-ups the fastest. Challenge me. Yi Chen, who was just about to sit down and take a rest, froze when he heard the young man's words. What happened to me? I was shot even when I was lying down? So helpless. Gao Chou, this is your own business. You made a mistake and you should accept the punishment. It has nothing to do with whether or not you challenge squad leader Yi Chen. When Wu Xiaobo and the others beside Yi Chen heard this, they looked at the young man in front of them and their faces suddenly became a little angry. That's right. Instructor Hu, this is not fair. Squad leader Yi Chen did nothing wrong. It was Gao Chou who did something wrong. If he didn't do this, what else could it be? When Pan Lao heard this, his expression also turned serious and he quickly made an excuse. If this is really possible, then from now on, Instructor Hu, if I make a mistake, I will challenge you with a performance and do 50 push-ups with you. Are you willing? Right. This is too unfair to the class monitor. That's not fair at all. Unless, Gao Chou, the 50 push-ups you challenged the monitor to do don't count toward the 50 push-ups you got punished for doing the wrong moves. Yes. Otherwise, it would be too unfair to squad leader Yi Chen. Yeah. I also think this is unfair. A challenge is a challenge, and a punishment is a punishment. As for dragging others to participate in the talent show, it's only if they are willing. Looking at the people in front of him looking at him, who we didn't say much, but nodded quickly to show his agreement. If I agree now, maybe later when these people make mistakes and are punished by me, they will pull me to do push-ups. Once or twice, I can still bear it. If these people deliberately make trouble and make mistakes, they will tire themselves to death. I am not that stupid. This loophole must be filled. After all, no matter how severe the punishment is, you can't punish yourself. Sure. This time, I want to challenge squad leader Yi Chen to see who can do 50 push-ups the fastest. However, what no one expected was that when Gao Qiu heard it, his face became serious and solemn. He nodded and agreed. I don't know, squad leader, what do you think? Finally, a pair of eyes looked at Yi Chen, a faint smile appeared on his face, and there was a hint of contempt in his eyes. Our squad leader Yi Chen, you don't dare to agree. Or, you can't do 50. How about I give you 10? This guy really deserves a beating. When Wu Xiaobo and others nearby heard Gao Qiu's words, their faces suddenly turned gloomy. This is so unfair to our dorm head. Gao Qiu is a sports student. Damn it. Now, our dormitory head is in trouble. Isn't that what sports specialty students rely on to make a living? No way. A sports student. Impossible. How can there be a student with sports expertise in the management department of Magic City University? Yes. Gao Qiu was indeed a student with sports expertise, but he was only in his second year of high school. As for the university, Gao Qiu was admitted there with real experience. A high school student. He's also a sports student. Isn't this bullying? When the people around heard this, they all looked worried and looked at Yi Chen. Yi Chen, it seems that his muscles are not well developed. How can he be compared with the students with sports expertise? He is simply not comparable. However, under the gaze of everyone, Yi Chen smiled slightly, said nothing more, and stood up. Since you want to give it a try, I don't mind fulfilling your wish. Otherwise, it would ruin everyone's fun. Besides, you are no match for me. Chapter 47, Losing Both the Wife and the Troops. You are no match for me. When Gao Qiu heard Yi Chen's words, his face suddenly turned gloomy, his brows slightly wrinkled, and his eyes suddenly became cold. Obviously, Gao Qiu never expected that Yi Chen was not only not afraid at all, but also had the courage to mock him. He was really arrogant. Before, I was a student with sports expertise. And now, I was actually being ridiculed. Really? Squad leader Yi Chen, I originally wanted to give you some face. But now it seems that you don't need me to give you any face. When Gao Qiu heard this, his face suddenly became gloomy and his eyes became even colder. In that case, I don't need to give you face. Do I need you to give me face? However, when Yi Chen saw it, he smiled slightly. Sometimes, when you speak too bluntly, it's hard to back down from that position. Coach Hu, can we start? Yes. It's okay. Hu Wei, who was standing next to him, saw Yi Chen's gaze and expression, and without saying much, he nodded, and his expression suddenly became serious. In that case, then get ready. Who do you think will win this time? When the people around saw Yi Chen and the others starting to get ready, their faces suddenly became excited and their eyes brightened. This is a very exciting moment. How strong is their squad leader? Now, it's finally revealed. It must be Gao Qiu. After all, Gao Qiu is a sports specialty student, and not just any ordinary person can be compared to him. Yes. It must be Takawaka. Isn't this a very suspenseful thing? It must be Takawaka. I don't think so. It must be squad leader Yi Chen. Squad leader Yi Chen will definitely win. Yes. Squad leader Yi Chen will definitely win. Yes. I believe Yi Chen can win. When the people nearby saw this, they began to talk about it, and their faces were filled with curiosity. In that case, 3, 2, 1, start. Hu Wei heard it, looked at the two people in front of him, and said something quickly without any hesitation. Yi Chen, do you want me to give way to you? Looking at Yi Chen next to him, Gao Qiu sneered and mocked him. I can give you 15. No need. I can give you 20. When Yi Chen heard this, he smiled slightly, shook his head and said something. 20. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Gao Qiu's face suddenly became extremely gloomy, and his eyes were filled with deep anger. I've seen arrogant people, but I've never seen anyone so arrogant. I have seen arrogant people, but I have never seen anyone as arrogant as this. Damn it. In that case, I will let you know what crushing means. In the end, Gao Qiu didn't say much and quickly did push-ups. Fuck. Squad leader, this must be fake. While Gao Qiu had a sneer on his face and was determined to win, the people around him were shocked and looked at Yi Chen in front of them. At this moment, Yi Chen was so fast that he seemed to be flying, without any need for any strength at all. Team leader Yi Chen, you are too scary. It's horrible. He's not even human. Squad leader, are you cheating? You definitely are, it's too scary. It's simply so scary. What's wrong? Gao Qiu, who was standing next to him and thought he could crush Yi Chen, became confused after hearing the excited and cheery voices next to him. This. However, when Gao Qiu saw Yi Chen moving up and down beside him, he was shocked and looked incredulous, as if he had seen a ghost. At this moment, Yi Chen's figure was moving at an extremely fast speed. 2 per second is not too much. 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50. The people nearby saw this and started counting without saying anything. How is that possible? As for Gao Qiu, when he saw Yi Chen who had stopped in front of him and then looked at himself, his face was completely shocked and he didn't know what to say. 50, in just a moment, Yi Chen had actually finished them all. As for myself, there are only 20 of them. 20 of them. This is too horrible. It seems that I will disappoint you. Looking at Gao Qiu who was shocked in front of him, Yi Chen smiled faintly and said something. If you want to crush yourself, you actually choose something like push-ups. This is too much of a self-deprecation. I am a farmer's son, and my strength is not something that can be easily obtained. You. When Gao Qiu heard this and looked at Yi Chen in front of him, he didn't know what to say for a moment. This time, I have to admit that I misjudged him. Push-ups are something that are impossible to fake. With so many people watching, how can I cheat? Squad leader, awesome. 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 Class monitor, do you have 8-pack abs? Of course there is. Squad leader, I want to see 8-pack abs. How is it possible? Yi Chen is so powerful. Looking at Yi Chen in front of her, Hua Chingying's face was confused and surprised, and her beautiful eyes blinked. Waste. And in the crowd, looking at Yi Chen in front of him, Zhou Yang's face became a little gloomy, his brows slightly wrinkled, his eyes became colder, and his hands were clenched. Originally, I wanted to send people to crush Yi Chen, but now it seems that they can't crush Yi Chen at all. Instead, they are severely crushed by Yi Chen. Moreover, Yi Chen got a lot of attention. This time, it can be said that the loss outweighs the gain. This may be what it means to lose both the wife and the army. So embarrassing. All right. This talent show ends here. Takaoka, right? Please continue with your performance. Hu Hui, who was standing next to him, saw this and said something quickly without saying much. Come on. Yi Chen saw it, looked at the high hill in front of him, clenched his fists, and cheered himself up. Oh, right. Don't forget to settle the remaining 30 push-ups from the talent show before you start your punishment. You. This one sentence made Gao Qiu's face turn red. He wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say. He could only swallow it. What a tragedy. Squad leader, Gao Qiu will be unhappy if you say that. Right. Monitor, I didn't expect you to be a little bit bad. So, you are this kind of monitor. Squad leader, I didn't expect you to have such a side. A bad one. You are so bad. I like it so much. Wu Xiaobo, 50 push-ups, get ready for me. Looking at Wu Xiaobo in front of him, Yi Chen said something quickly. Squad leader, you don't have the final say. The instructor hasn't given the order yet. Yes. Wu Xiaobo, step out. 50 push-ups, ready. Hu Hui saw it and added with a serious expression. Instructor. Don't do that. Chapter 48, Library Sign-In, Photographic Memory Part 2. Ding dong. Congratulations to the owner for signing in successfully, and rewarded with the talent of photographic memory. Note, photographic memory, as the name suggests, everything you have seen will be deeply engraved in your mind. Outside a library, when a young man walked into the library, a mechanical voice suddenly came into his mind. I have a photographic memory. Looking at the talent in front of him, Yi Chen's face was surprised. If you can take a look, you will see that there is not a trace of the fragrance of the water at all. With the gift of photographic memory, wouldn't it be possible to make an instant memory last forever? Just thinking about it makes people feel excited. Since we are here, let's take a good stroll. Looking at the library in front of him, Yi Chen didn't say much and walked over quickly. If you come to Shanghai University and don't take a good look around its library, you will feel a little sorry for yourself. Without saying much, we started strolling around. So many seniors. Looking at the figures in front of him, Yi Chen's face was a little surprised. Each of them is so beautiful in their clothes. It can be said that the quality of the senior sisters in the library is even more advanced and more beautiful than those outside. Little brother, is this your first time in the library? And the figure of a woman next to her was wearing a white short skirt and black stockings. She has long straight black hair and a delicate face. When she saw Yi Chen browsing books on the bookshelf, she didn't say much, but walked over quickly with a bright smile on her face. Looking at the woman in front of him, with her charming body and gentle and amiable smile, Yi Chen nodded. Any recommendations, senior? Little brother, if you want literature, we have the 4 great classics and so on. If you like scientific research, we also have that. I don't know, what type do you like? Lin Ling heard it and asked quickly without saying anything. Senior, do you like youth literature? Looking at the several books of prose poems held by the woman in front of him, Yi Chen's face was a little surprised. It seems that young girls like these prose poems. What's wrong? When Lin Ling heard this, a faint smile appeared on her face and she nodded. Thank you, senior. I'll just take a look. In that case, if you need anything, you can tell me, little brother. When Lin Ling heard this, she nodded without any hesitation and left. Let's find something better to look at. Looking at the bookshelf in front of him, Yi Chen quickly browsed through it. Thump thump thump. When Yi Chen walked to a bookshelf and turned the corner to another bookshelf, he saw a woman standing on 2 stacked small chairs. She has 2 ponytails and long, smooth black hair that flutters in the wind. She was wearing a JK skirt, wrapped in white stockings, and a pair of small white shoes. At this moment, she stood on tiptoe because she couldn't reach the bookshelf above. All of a sudden, the JK skirt was pulled up, and some beautiful scenery appeared in front of Yi Chen. Pink. Looking at the woman in front of him, Yi Chen's face was a little stunned and a little surprised. This library is really too fairy-like. Can I help you? Looking at the little girl in front of him who was constantly stretching her body, Yi Chen quickly walked over and started asking. Can I? Big brother, I want that book. Yi Chen, who was originally worried about not being able to pick up a book, looked at Yi Chen all of a sudden when she heard Yi Chen's words. Her face became a little excited, and she pointed at one of the books and spoke quickly. Why? When Yi Chen pointed at the bookshelf above her head and leaned back, the chair in front of her suddenly loosened and became shaky. Etc. Bang. Before Yi Chen could say anything, when he came behind Yi Chen in front of him suddenly fell down. This made Yi Chen look anxious, but he couldn't react at all. Bang. As a loud noise was heard, the entire bookshelf began to tremble. As for Yi Chen's figure, he suddenly fell to the ground. Bing. As for Yi Chen, her face was slightly red and her beautiful eyes were closed. How come it doesn't hurt at all? However, what Yi Chen did not expect was that although she had thought it would be very painful, she did not feel any pain at all. This made her beautiful eyes slowly open, and her face looked puzzled. Divine beast. As for Yi Chen, looking at Yi Chen who was sitting on his chest all of a sudden, and looking at the pink in front of him, he blurted out for a moment. Of course it doesn't hurt when you sit on my chest. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. When Yi Chen saw this, her face suddenly turned red. Without even a smidgen of hesitation, she jumped up instantly, her beautiful eyes even more shy. Wet? Classmate, I didn't mean it. Looking at Yi Chen in front of her, Yi Chen's face became anxious and she lowered her head. Classmate, do you want to go to the hospital? My waist. Looking at Yi Chen, who was lowering her head with a ruddy face and tears in her beautiful eyes, Yi Chen shook his head and sighed softly. You want this book, don't you? Looking at the books on the bookshelf, Yi Chen pointed at one of them and said. I was sat on hard, but I saw the beautiful scenery. I don't know whether I made a profit or a loss in this deal. Classmate, Can you help me get it? When Yi Qianshan heard this, her face turned red and her beautiful eyes became shy. Unexpectedly, his divine beast was actually seen by Yi Chen. When she thought of this, her face became even redder and her beautiful eyes became even more shy. Can. When Yi Chen heard it, he didn't say much. He quickly took it and handed it to Yi Qianshan. For you. Big brother, you are so nice. Thank you. When Yi Qianshan saw it, she didn't say much and quickly took it, with a bright smile on her face and her beautiful eyes blinking. My name is Yi Qianshan, what's yours? Yi Chen. Yi Chen saw it and said nothing. He looked at the little hand stretched out in front of him and quickly stretched out his right hand to hold it. In that case, I'll call you brother Yi Chen. Can. Yi Chen heard it and nodded. Oh no. Oh no. Brother Yi Chen, thank you. I'll treat you to milk tea when I have time. Yi Qianshan seemed to have thought of something, looked at the time, looked anxious, and waved her hands. All of a sudden, he ran outside. I'm late. I'm late. Ouch. It hurts. When she ran out, she accidentally hit her head at a corner, which made Yi Qianshan shed tears. Without saying anything more, he ran away quickly. This girl is quite interesting. Seeing this, Yi Chen smiled slightly and shook his head. Indeed. After all, that's the divine beast little brain axe. Right. Mr. Yi Chen. Just as he finished speaking, a woman's voice came from the side. Chapter 49, Cafe, Shura Field Update 1. What a nice view. Looking at the woman who was walking towards him and finally appeared next to him, Yi Chen's face froze. The senior girls at Shanghai University are all really pretty. Are they so beautiful? This is too scary. In particular, the senior girls in the library are several times or even dozens of times more beautiful than those outside the campus. As for the woman in front of him, she is not inferior to senior Shui Lufang at all. A head of long straight black hair was casually draped over her shoulders. A face as beautiful as a fairy, with a sweet smile on her face, and eyes as bright as the night sky, deep and clear. She was wearing a black suspender skirt, revealing her perfect collarbone, and a jade pendant on her white neck. The fullness of her chest, according to Yi Chen's estimation, was at least a size 36E. It looks like it is simply eye-catching and makes people unable to help but look over. The long and slender legs are now wrapped in white silk. Black skirt and white stockings, indescribably sexy. As for the woman's small hands, they were holding a book at this moment. It looks like it is full of the scent of books. Looking at the woman in front of him, Yi Chen's face was confused. He was stunned and a little unable to react. The woman in front of him was someone he had never seen before. And now, the other party seems to know who he is, but he doesn't know who the other party is. So embarrassing. Senior, who are you looking for? We don't seem to know each other. Looking at the woman in front of him, Yi Chen's face was puzzled, his brows slightly furrowed, and he asked quickly. The senior schoolmate in front of me has a fairy-like beauty like Shui Lufang. And at Magic City University, the only woman like this that Yi Chen knows is Shui Lufang. There is no one else besides this. Indeed, you don't know me. But I know you. But when the woman in front of him heard Yi Chen's words, she smiled slightly. The smile on her face was sweet. She blinked her beautiful eyes and looked at Yi Chen and said something. In that case, I don't know, senior sister, what do you want to talk to me about? Looking at the woman in front of him with a bright smile on her face, Yi Chen looked puzzled and asked. Why did this little fairy come to see me? For a moment, his face was full of confusion. Come over and sit down. When the woman heard it, she smiled and pointed outside. The coffee in the cafe outside is quite good. Can. Hearing the woman's words, Yi Chen nodded and agreed without any hesitation. What exactly this woman wants to do will naturally be revealed soon. Ha ha. I didn't expect that, junior brother Yi Chen, you would be so casual. Aren't you afraid that I'll kidnap you? When the woman saw it, she smiled slightly. The smile on her face was so bright, sweet, and extremely beautiful. That would require you to be charming enough to seduce me. So, you think I'm not charming enough, Junior? When the woman heard this, a faint smile appeared on her face and she smiled. Seeing this, Yi Chen explained quickly without any hesitation. This smile always gives people a dangerous feeling. No. Senior sister, with your looks, I will go with you if you just flirt with me. But I have decided that I cannot go with you casually. Unless, senior sister, you can be honest with me. Looking at the woman in front of him, Yi Chen's expression became serious and he nodded. That's right. Just be honest. Ha ha. I didn't expect that, Yi Chen, you are really humorous. Looking at Yi Chen in front of him, Guo Xiaoxiang smiled faintly and said something. Want something? After sitting down at the table in the cafe, Guo Xiaoxiang asked quickly. Coffee, no sugar. As for Yi Chen, he saw it and said something quickly. Coffee, with sugar. Senior, may I ask why you are looking for me? Looking at Guo Xiaoxiang in front of him, Yi Chen looked puzzled. I don't know this person. But this person knows himself. Now, to say that nothing happened is certainly impossible. There must be something important, finding myself. Nothing, I just want to talk to you. When Guo Xiaoxiang heard this, he smiled slightly and took a sip of the coffee handed to him by the waiter. Brother Yi Chen, what is your relationship with Shui Lufang? This has always been what Guo Xiaoxiang wanted to know most. Since there is no answer from Shui Lufang's throat, the only way to find the answer is from Yi Chen's throat. Well, we are just friends. Looking at the woman in front of him who was staring at him with curiosity, Yi Chen did not say much, but waved his hand instead. Before you ask about my relationship with Senior Shui Lufang, shouldn't you introduce yourself properly? Yi Chen still didn't know the name of the woman in front of him. And now, I have to wonder. Ha ha. Guo Xiaoxiang. When Guo Xiaoxiang saw this, she didn't hesitate at all and quickly stretched out her white and tender little hand. Yi Chen. Seeing this, Yi Chen stretched out his right hand very gentlemanly and asked. Junior Yi Chen, I don't think this is a greeting from you. Instead, you are trying to take advantage of me. I didn't expect that you would take advantage of me so quickly. Well. Looking at the white and tender little hand in front of him, Yi Chen's face became a little embarrassed. However, it must be said that it is very smooth, like a piece of jade, which makes people love it. No. No. This is a serious greeting. Finally, he corrected her with a serious look on his face. Ha ha. Junior Yi Chen, are you and Shui Lufang really just ordinary friends? When Guo Xiaoxiang saw this, a faint smile appeared on his face and he smiled with his lips pursed. I think, maybe not. Guo Xiaoxiang didn't believe that Yi Chen and Shui Lufang were friends. After all, Shui Lufang's attitude towards Yi Chen is not just the attitude between friends. If they were just friends, Shui Lufang wouldn't be so angry and want to kill that guy. Therefore, he would never believe it. Brother Yi Chen, is it delicious? When Yi Chen took a sip of coffee, Guo Xiaoxiang looked at Yi Chen in front of him with a bright smile on his face. Without saying much, he sat down next to Yi Chen. As for Guo Xiaoxiang's right hand, it was suddenly placed on Yi Chen's shoulder, and her beautiful eyes blinked at Yi Chen. Delicious. Yi Chen saw it and nodded. In that case, would you like to drink something more delicious? Freshly ground soy milk or something like that? Want it? Xiaoxiang, why are you here? While Guo Xiaoxiang was holding Yi Chen, a surprised voice came from the side, and his face was shocked. Lufang. Looking at Shui Lufang walking towards him, Yi Chen's face suddenly turned pale. Sure, a field. Oh my god. Chapter 50 Yi Chen, he is mine part 2. Lufang, long time no see. I didn't expect you to come to the cafe so late at night. Guo Xiaoxiang, who had one hand on Yi Chen's shoulder, smiled faintly when he saw Shui Lufang coming over. He didn't say much and asked quickly. Indeed. Xiaoxiang, long time no see. Shui Lufang saw it, nodded and smiled slightly. Without saying much, he sat down next to Yi Chen with a bright smile on his face. Oh no. As for Yi Chen, when he saw the smile on Shui Lufang's face, his face suddenly turned pale, and beads of cold sweat continued to seep out of his forehead. This time, needless to say, Yi Chen knew that Shui Lufang was angry. But if you don't coax your child well, you may be very unlucky. It can be said that it is a tragedy. In just a moment, it felt like a sure field. It's too scary and too unbelievable. Give me a cup of bitter coffee. Shui Lufang heard it and said something quickly without saying much. When Yi Chen heard and saw Shui Lufang's expression, his face turned even paler, with beads of cold sweat oozing out of his forehead. It looks so horrible. Lufang, it's not what you think. Looking at Shui Lufang in front of him, Yi Chen's face became anxious and he explained quickly. This time, he was really caught red-handed. As the saying goes, a man of integrity fears no slander. However, Yi Chen had no idea how Shui Lufang understood it. Yeah. I know. When Shui Lufang heard this, she looked at Yi Chen in front of her with an anxious expression, without any anger or cold look on her face. Instead, she nodded and responded nonchalantly. When Yi Chen saw this, his face turned pale. Yi Chen knew that Shui Lufang was really angry. What are you doing here? Lufang, I just want to come here to find some books to read. When Yi Chen heard this, he explained quickly, fearing that he would explain too late and Shui Lufang would simply ignore him. I didn't ask you. However, what Yi Chen did not expect was that Shui Lufang did not care at all when she heard what Yi Chen said. Instead, she looked at Guo Xiaoxiang next to her with a cold gaze. Unexpectedly, she would meet Guo Xiaoxiang in a coffee shop, and what Shui Lufang did not expect was that Guo Xiaoxiang was so close to Yi Chen. This is really a bit surprising. Ha ha. What's wrong? Could it be that only you, the icy school beauty Shui Lufang, can come to this place, and I can't come here? When Guo Xiaoxiang heard this, a bright smile appeared on her face. She looked at Shui Lufang, who was wearing a black long dress in front of her, and smiled slightly. She was not afraid at all, nor did she retreat at all. Oh my god. Isn't that the sexy school beauty Guo Xiaoxiang? While the two were confronting each other, some people nearby were surprised and shocked when they saw Shui Lufang and Guo Xiaoxiang in front of them. Obviously, they never expected to meet Shui Lufang and Guo Xiaoxiang in the coffee shop. Shui Lufang, the iceberg campus beauty of Shanghai University. As for Guo Xiaoxiang, she is the sexy campus beauty of Shanghai University. Both of them are the most handsome students in Shanghai University. Normally, it is impossible for them to encounter the two of them in the same frame, but they didn't expect that they would meet them this time. This is really surprising. Sexy school beauty Guo Xiaoxiang. Oh my god. This is too unbelievable. It's actually the sexy school beauty Guo Xiaoxiang, I must be dreaming. This is the sexy school beauty Guo Xiaoxiang. She is so beautiful. As expected, she is worthy of being the sexy school beauty. The iceberg school beauty is also very good. Yes. 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 They are equally matched. I don't know what kind of sparks will be created when the cold school beauty and the sexy school beauty meet this time. I think I still like the sexy campus beauty Guo Xiaoxiang a little more. The iceberg school beauty is my favorite. Who is that young man between Guo Xiaoxiang and Shui Lufang? I don't know. When did Magic City University have such a big shot? How come I have never heard of him and don't even know him? Yes. Who is that person? I have never seen him before. How I wish that person was me. If it were me, it would be so wonderful. I'm willing to exchange 3 years of my life for this opportunity. 3 years? How is that possible? If possible, I'd like to do it for 10 years. 20 years. The people around were shocked when they saw several people sitting at the coffee table in front of them and enjoying coffee. His face was full of disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. One is an icy school beauty, and the other is a sexy school beauty. This is really too happy. How could this brat be so lucky in love? Looking at Yi Chen in front of them, they couldn't help but feel envious, jealous, and hateful. This person is a sexy school beauty. As for Yi Chen, after hearing the voices of the people around him, his face was shocked and full of disbelief. Obviously, Yi Chen never thought that the woman in front of him named Guo Xiaoxiang was actually the sexy campus beauty of Magic City University. It was really too unbelievable. I originally thought that the woman in front of me was just a prettier senior student at Magic City University. But now, what he didn't expect was that it was the sexy campus beauty from Magic City University. This is really a bit too unbelievable. In just a moment, the cold school beauty and the sexy school beauty were both caught on both sides of this young man. It is simply like, in the left hand is the iceberg school beauty Shui Lufang, and in the right hand is the sexy school beauty Guo Xiaoxiang. Looking at Yi Chen in front of them, everyone couldn't help but feel envious, jealous, and hateful for a moment. If possible, they really want to replace Yi Chen and protect the two school beauties. Do they know each other? Looking at the two people who were confronting each other in seconds, Yi Chen's face was puzzled. It seems like these two people actually know each other. Really, I can't figure it out. When Shui Lufang heard this, she did not object at all, but nodded seriously. If that's the case, then that's fine. When Guo Xiaoxiang heard this, he smiled slightly, waved his hand, and said something. However, I hope you don't have any ideas about Yi Chen. And in the end, his face was solemn, his brows were furrowed, and his eyes were cold. There was a strong warning in his eyes. Why? He's not yours. Wu Xiaoxiang heard this, smiled slightly, and took a sip of the coffee in his hand. How sweet. Under everyone's gaze, Shui Lufang didn't care at all and spoke slowly. Yi Chen, he is mine. No one is allowed to have any ideas about him. Do you hear me? Chapter 51 Sexy Campus Belgua Xiaoxiang First Update. No way. No way. This brat is actually called Yi Chen, and this brat is actually Shui Liufang's man. Oh my god. What's going on with this cold school beauty? This is the first time I've heard a cold school beauty say that a boy is hers. Yes, yes, yes. Oh my god. This doesn't seem like the personality of an icy school beauty at all. It's too shocking. Confirmed, this is the icy school beauty Shui Lufang. That's impossible. Iceberg school beauty. Iceberg school beauty, your image has collapsed. Tell me, is it possible that this is a fight between an icy school beauty and a sexy school beauty for a man? No way. No way. Do cold school beauties and sexy school beauties lack men? They just wave their hands and I will go over to them happily without any resistance. Even if they want to completely exploit me, I will not object at all. I would rather die under the peony flowers. Even without a drop left. Yes. 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 After all, she is a super beauty. Oh my god. No way. No way. Two school beauties are actually fighting for the attention of a stinky boy. I'm so jealous of this. When will I be able to receive this kind of treatment? It's like God-level treatment. Go back now and cover yourself with a blanket. In dreams, everything is possible. When the people nearby saw the icy school beauty Shui Lufang and the sexy school beauty Gui Xiaoxiang suddenly starting to quarrel with each other and being jealous of each other, they were all shocked, stopped, and completely put down the work in their hands. The chance to meet an icy school beauty and a sexy school beauty on the same stage is very rare. And now, not only did they meet, but these two people were actually jealous of each other because of a man. This makes people even more excited about what will happen next. Your man, Lufang. Since you said Yi Chen is your man, do you have any evidence to prove that he is your man? As for Guo Xiaoxiang, when he heard it, he looked at Shui Lufang in front of him with a gloomy face, and smiled slightly, not caring at all, and said something. You. As for Shui Lufang, when he heard it, he didn't know what to say for a moment. Ha ha. That's all. In that case, I can also say that junior brother Yi Chen is mine. Right. When Guo Xiaoxiang saw Shui Lufang's face turned red with anger, she smiled instead, blinking her beautiful eyes with a sweet smile on her face. When Shui Lufang saw this, his eyes suddenly became even colder. With his brows furrowed and a hint of anger on his face, he looked at Yi Chen. No way. No way. Two school beauties are actually fighting for one man. Oh my god. Are you kidding me? Oh my god. I also want an icy school beauty on my left hand and a sexy school beauty on my right hand. It's too scary. It's simply unbelievable. Yes. Yes. I want it too. Unfortunately, none of us are qualified. Who do you think this Yi Chen will choose? Only children answer multiple choice questions. If it were me, I would definitely answer all of them. These are two beautiful women. You are not afraid of not being able to enjoy them. But someone might die. As the saying goes, if you die under the peony flowers, you will be a romantic ghost. Yes. 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 If it were me, I would definitely have them all. Why are you asking multiple choice questions? My sexy school beauty. Ah. 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 My sexy school beauty is gone. I didn't expect that the sexy school beauty would pay for me. Oh my god. My glass heart is broken. No love. There's no love anymore. Why am I always the one who gets hurt? There's no love anymore. My heart hurts so much. Some people nearby were jealous of the two school beauties fighting for Yi Chen's favor and even asked Yi Chen to choose between them. For a moment, everyone felt like vomiting blood. That glass heart shattered into pieces with a snap, and it was broken into pieces all over the floor. I never thought that such a brat could win the favor of two school beauties. It's so excessive that it makes me bleed. Aha! Looking at Guo Xiaoxiang, who suddenly put her little hand on his chest, and Shui Lufang, who had a cold face in front of him, Yichen coughed lightly and his face became serious. Senior, please respect yourself. This time, if I don't make my attitude clear, Shui Lufang might get completely furious. Yichen is very clear about this. As for the sexy school beauty Guo Xiaoxiang in front of him, Yichen had no idea what her attitude towards him was. Maybe he is digging a hole and waiting for you to jump in. If I jump down, I will lose both my life and my money. By that time, millions of lives will have been wasted. That would be really tearful. At the very least, Yichen has a very good impression of Shui Lufang. Moreover, looking at Shui Lufang in front of him with an angry face and clenched fists, Yichen knew that Shui Lufang cared about him. As for what exactly was going on, Yichen was not quite sure. However, Yichen believed in his first instinct. Ha ha! Junior brother Yichen, don't you want to open up new land with me and break into my palace? Grasp the two central points. Find the target and move forward. Tear through all obstacles and reach the final destination. When Guo Xiaoxiang saw Yichen's expression and what he said, she suddenly smiled. The smile on her face was bright and sweet, her voice had a hint of seduction, and she licked her lips, looking indescribably sexy. With her head lowered and her body leaning forward, you can see some black lace, as well as a large area of towering mountains and a vast expanse of white. Her figure and appearance are both of the celestial level. And this is Guo Xiaoxiang's capital and the key to becoming a sexy school beauty. Xiaoxiang. Shui Lufang, who was standing next to him, saw Guo Xiaoxiang's actions and listened to Guo Xiaoxiang's words. His face suddenly became gloomy, his brows slightly wrinkled, and his eyes became much colder. Shui Lufang knew Guo Xiaoxiang quite well. And now, no matter what, Yichen must not be allowed to fall into this man's clutches. He. I didn't expect that, Lufang, you would be so nervous and concerned at times. When Guo Xiaoxiang saw this, a faint smile appeared on her face and her beautiful eyes blinked, but she didn't care at all. Instead, he looked at Yichen next to him, and the smile on his face became even brighter. Junior brother Yichen, what do you think? Consider it. Be my little puppy, and I can let you taste endless amounts of soft facial cleanser. Also, if you ever feel thirsty, you can also try the freshly ground soy milk. If that doesn't work, and you want to eat some fruit, I have grapes and peaches for you. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Oh my god. Sexy schoolgirl, please pay attention to your image. When the people nearby heard this, they were all stunned and completely shocked. Do you know that your image has collapsed? In an instant, countless people's glass hearts were shattered. Chapter 52 Two School Beauties at Loggerheads Part 2. Senior Xiaoxiang, stop joking. I really mean it to Lufang. Looking at Guo Xiaoxiang, who said shocking things in front of him, Yichen's face froze for a moment, and finally he shook his head and said seriously. I am sincere to Shui Lufang. Really? I thought you would throw yourself into the arms of Senior. It seems that Senior's charm is not enough. When Guo Xiaoxiang heard this, she smiled with a hint of loss in her eyes. Finally, she sighed softly and looked helpless. Xiaochen, can you go back first? We still have something to deal with. Shui Lufang saw it and looked at Yichen with a serious and solemn expression. All right. As for Yichen, he could only nod his head when he heard it, which was considered as his agreement. Now, Shui Lufang must have some things to deal with, and it is not convenient for me to be present. Similarly, Yichen also felt that it would be better for him to leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, it will be a sure field. If you are not careful, you will be the one in trouble. Tell me. What exactly do you want to do by approaching Yichen? Watching Yichen leaving, Shui Lufang looked at Guo Xiaoxiang, who was sitting next to her. Her face became a little gloomy, her brows slightly furrowed, and her eyes became even colder. Shui Lufang has no idea what this woman wants to do. And now, suddenly getting close to Yichen is too incredible. He. Lufang, what's wrong? Are you nervous? When Guo Xiaoxiang heard this, he looked at Shui Lufang in front of him and smiled. The smile on his face was so bright. Junior Yichen is so handsome, I like him. Is that not okay? You. After hearing what Guo Xiaoxiang said, Shui Lufang's face became even gloomier, his brows were slightly furrowed, and his eyes were cold. Sometimes, I feel lonely and need comfort. After all, no one can be a saint without desires. Sometimes, it is inevitable to feel a little empty, lonely, and cold. I think that junior brother Yi Chen is very good. At least, he is handsome and very warm-hearted. Whenever I need it, I think I can let junior brother Yi Chen help me to open up the wasteland and clear up the meridians. Isn't it? You. When Shui Lufang heard this, he looked at Guo Xiaoxiang in front of him, his face suddenly turned gloomy, his brows slightly wrinkled, and his eyes were cold. Yi Chen is my man, don't go after him. Finally, a word was uttered in a cold voice. Otherwise, you know. Ha ha. Lufang, I'm so scared. When Guo Xiaoxiang saw Shui Lufang's gloomy face, her face turned a little pale, she clasped her hands in front of her chest, and her beautiful eyes blinked. You said you were just ordinary friends. Now you can't fool me. Finally, a complaint. I don't believe even a single punctuation mark in the nonsense you said, Shui Lufang. When Guo Xiaoxiang heard this, he looked at Shui Lufang in front of him with a cold face, his eyes a little helpless, and shook his head. I never thought that this brat could get a cabbage like you. This is the first time I see you angry. If you want to continue to act like a demon, I believe you will have more opportunities to see me angry. When Shui Lufang heard this, she spoke in a cold voice without any politeness. Lufang, I think that Junior Yi Chen is just a little bit handsome, but not that fascinating. How could you, such a cool person, fall in love with such a brat? Watch your words. Shui Lufang's face was gloomy, his eyes were cold and his brows were furrowed. Do I need a reason to like someone? This. When Guo Xiaoxiang heard this, for a moment he didn't know how to refute it. Indeed, there is no need for any reason to like someone. This is so embarrassing. Enjoy your coffee. As for Shui Lufang, when he saw the stunned Guo Xiaoxiang, he didn't say much. He just gave some instructions and walked out. Lufang, pay the bill. No. You should pay. These guys are damned. On the other hand, at this moment, a young man walked towards the gate of Magic City University, with a helpless look on his face and a pout on his lips. After coming out of the coffee shop, Yi Chen asked his roommate if he wanted to go out for barbecue. However, what Yi Chen did not expect was that Wu Xiaobo and the others directly asked Yi Chen to help take care of them. For a moment, Yi Chen didn't know how helpless he was, and he even wanted to pick up the knife and go back. If it weren't for his stomach problems, Yi Chen would have really returned directly. Uncle, give me a plate of fried rice noodles. Wait a minute. I don't want it spicy. The figure came to a small cart, and looking at the middle-aged man who was busy in front of him, Yi Chen said something quickly. Okay. 1 serving of fried rice noodles, no spicy. As for the middle-aged man, he heard it, nodded, said nothing more, and continued to be busy. These people actually want me to run so far. Looking at the street across the street, Yi Chen couldn't help but complain. However, he walked over quickly without any hesitation. What happened? When Yi Chen walked across the overpass and came to the street opposite, a group of figures suddenly gathered in an open space next to him to watch. It's really packed. When Yi Chen saw this, his face suddenly became curious and he couldn't help but move over to take a look. After all, the spectators are very curious about everything. It is unlikely that you will not eat the melon when you have it. Lin Ling, I am sincere to you. When Yi Chen pushed through the crowd and finally came in to see the excitement, his face suddenly became surprised and there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. Senior. When Yi Chen saw the woman in front of him wearing a miniskirt, long legs wrapped in black stockings, and a delicate face, he recognized her at a glance. Yi Chen originally wondered who it was, but what he didn't expect was that it was the enthusiastic senior schoolmate he met in the library. This is a bit surprising. I'm sorry, I don't have any feelings for you, I'm not interested. Looking at the young man in front of her, who was full of expectations, Lin Ling refused quickly without any hesitation. How did this guy know that I would come out tonight? It's a bit unbelievable. Why? In front of him, there was a young man in black clothes with a handsome face. After hearing Lin Ling's words, his face froze for a moment, and then he asked. I'm sincere to you. Promise me. Be my girlfriend. I already have a boyfriend. However, facing the young man's words, Lin Ling spoke quickly. Then, a pair of beautiful eyes looked at Yi Chen who was watching the fun in the crowd. No way. As for Yi Chen, he shuddered all over when he saw it. This is, eating the melon has ended up happening to yourself. No way. Chapter 53 Yi Chen, you don't want Shui Lufang to know, right? Who is it? As for the young man, when he heard it and looked at Lin Ling in front of him, his face suddenly became completely gloomy. His eyes were sharp and cold as he looked at Lin Ling in front of him. It's only been a few days since we last met, and I didn't expect that Lin Ling already has a boyfriend. This is impossible. Looking at the young man in front of her with a gloomy face and angry eyes, when Yi Chen wanted to slip away quietly, Lin Ling quickly pointed at Yi Chen in the crowd. Her face became serious and solemn, and then she smiled slightly. Brother Yi Chen, you are here to pick me up. As for the young man, when he heard it, he looked in the direction Lin Ling pointed, and his face was surprised for a moment. The figure of a young man with a handsome face came into Ma Yuan's sight. He was wearing casual clothes and looked like a pretty boy. That's right. This is my boyfriend, Yi Chen. When Lin Ling heard this, she looked at Yi Chen in front of her and trotted over without any hesitation. Then she hugged Yi Chen's right hand, a faint smile appeared on her face, and she spoke sweetly and quickly. When did I become your boyfriend? Looking at Lin Ling who was hugging him in front of him, Yi Chen's face became a little anxious. He was confused and muttered softly. Brother Yi Chen, isn't it? As for Lin Ling, when she heard Yi Chen's muttering, the smile on her face became even brighter, and she hugged Yi Chen tightly with both hands. There is a large area of snow white on the chest, with white lace, wrapping up a large beautiful scene. A deep ravine runs through it. It looks so charming. No. Senior, I'm not that kind of casual person. I'm a gentleman. Please respect yourself. Looking at the beautiful scenery in front of me, a faint fragrance came. Yi Chen's face became serious and solemn, and he said something. Respect yourself. Junior brother Yi Chen, you have good eyesight. As for Lin Ling, when she heard it, she looked at Yi Chen in front of her, and her beautiful eyes blinked. A bright smile appeared on his face and he smiled with his lips pursed. You don't want Xue Lufang to know that you, Yi Chen, peeked at other people's little brains, right? Senior, you. When Yi Chen heard this, he looked at Lin Ling, whose beautiful eyes were blinking at him with a bright smile. His expression suddenly became a little unhappy and his brows were slightly frowned. Brother Yi Chen, help me this time, and I can agree to any request you make. Including the presidential suite. How about it? When Lin Ling saw this, she looked anxious and started to explain quickly. This guy is not my type. And, according to the information I got, the number of girls who have suffered at his hands is already in the double digits. Junior Yi Chen, you don't want your senior sister to be ruined by this guy, do you? Okay. After hearing Lin Ling's words and looking at Lin Ling in front of him, Yi Chen originally wanted to say something. In the end, all I could do was sigh softly. Protect the weak, especially a beautiful woman like you, senior. Men, you can't say no. Ha ha. Junior brother Yi Chen, I didn't expect that your fish pond is so big. Senior sister, sometimes, I also want to be a fish in your fish pond. Is that okay? When Lin Ling heard this, she smiled even brighter and her beautiful eyes blinked. I see, you are also coveting the beauty of the senior sister. Yes. Senior sister, respect yourself. Respect yourself. I already have Lufang. When Yi Chen heard this, his expression became serious. Yeah. However, when Lin Ling heard this, her delicate body suddenly pressed tightly against Yi Chen. I could feel a touch of warmth, and the smile on my face became even brighter. Bo. Without Yi Chen's knowledge, a soft feeling came over him. As for Yi Chen's cheek, there was already a lip mark. The pink lip print looked so dazzling. Who the hell are you, you little brat? As for Ma Yuan who was standing next to him, after seeing Lin Ling actually leaving a pink lip print on Yi Chen's cheek, his face became completely furious, with a strong rage in his eyes. Ma Yuan never imagined that Lin Ling would be so intimate with a pretty boy in front of so many people in public. This is so infuriating that it makes me explode. He couldn't bear it any longer and finally started to roar. He is just a brat, how could he deserve Lin Ling's favor? Now, Ma Yuan, you should believe it. I already have a boyfriend, so just give up. While everyone was stunned, Lin Ling looked at Ma Yuan without the slightest hesitation, her face serious and solemn, her eyes cold, and she said something. Don't bother me in the future. I only give seafood to my junior brother Yi Chen. I like pretty boys, not old bacon. Lin Ling, you. Looking at Lin Ling in front of him and hearing Lin Ling's words, Ma Yuan's face became even gloomier to the extreme. His eyes were filled with deep coldness as he stared at Yi Chen closely. This guy is actually Lin Ling's boyfriend. Looking at Yi Chen in front of him, he wished he could eat Yi Chen's flesh and drink Yi Chen's blood. This guy is really too hateful. Now, please get out of the way. Lin Ling didn't care at all about Ma Yuan's gloomy face and walked towards him step by step. What the hell? What happened? The people watching nearby were all shocked and curious when they saw the scene in front of them. In just a moment, I became a spectator. Obviously, I didn't expect to see such a hot scene. When you confess your love to the goddess in your mind, you suddenly find out that your goddess already has a boyfriend. Moreover, she has already eaten ice cream and hot dogs, and even seafood has been eaten by others countless times, and there is also soy milk to quench your thirst. At this time, may I ask, how would you feel? Fuck. If this is true, I want to die. This is too embarrassing. No way. No way. If that's the case, wouldn't that make me a super bootlicker? That's too depressing. No way. No way. Who on earth is so unlucky? If it were me, I would have wanted to find a crack to crawl into. This is so depressing that I am about to vomit blood. If it were me, I would be so depressed that I would vomit blood. Get out of the way. While everyone was talking about it and Ma Yuan's face was as gloomy as water, Lin Ling came in front of Ma Yuan and spoke. Lin Ling, this is impossible. You are not that kind of person. As for Ma Yuan, his face turned ferocious when he saw it. There were blue veins bulging on his forehead, and his eyes became even more angry. How could this person be Lin Ling's boyfriend? Impossible. Is it impossible? When Lin Ling heard this, she smiled slightly, looked at Yi Chen in front of her, stood on tiptoes, and suddenly came forward. Bo. Yi Chen. Among the crowd nearby, there was a figure of a woman in a pink princess dress. When she saw Yi Chen and Lin Ling touching each other in front of her, her face was completely shocked and she ran over quickly. Yi Chen. Are you doing this to Sister Lufang? Looking at Yi Chen in front of her, Hua Chingying's face became completely angry, and she pointed at Yi Chen and roared. Sister Lufang still believes in you so much. Chapter 54 Shura Field Part 2. Hua Chingying never thought that she was just out to buy some midnight snacks. And now, Yi Chen was actually seen being intimate with another girl, even kissing each other. When Hua Chingying thought of how gentle Sister Lufang was to Yi Chen, and saw Yi Chen in front of her, her face suddenly turned angry, and her eyes became even colder. Sister Lufang gave all her tenderness to Yi Chen, and how Yi Chen treated Sister Lufang. This brat is actually having an affair outside. Damn it! If Hua Chingying had the knife in her hand, she would have come straight at him with a knife in her hand. It's too much of a bully. Hua Chingying, why is this girl here? Looking at the light flowers in front of him, Yi Chen's face turned pale. Obviously, Yi Chen never expected that Hua Chingying would appear in this place. What's even more tragic is that it happened at this time. This is really too unlucky. Without any hesitation, looking at the beautiful scenery in front of him and Lin Ling in front of him, Yi Chen quickly pushed it away, his face serious and solemn. Flower likeness is not what you think. Now, if Shui Lufang knew about this, wouldn't I become a scumbag? What a tragedy. It's not what I thought. What exactly is it like? You're already like this. Hua Chingying heard this and looked at Yi Chen in front of her with an angry expression and cold eyes. Yi Chen, I misjudged you. What the hell? No way. Could this person be Aquaman? When the people around saw Hua Chingying, who was wearing a princess dress, with two ponytails and an angry face, walking towards them step by step, they were all shocked and looked incredulous. He has such a lovely girl, but he is still messing around with other women. What the hell is wrong with this era? Some are dying of thirst, some are dying of hunger. It really makes me so angry. Me too. I never thought that this guy, who already has such a cute girlfriend, would still be fooling around outside. If I had such a lovely girlfriend, I would definitely exercise every night and make her cry. Fuck. How could you have the heart to do that to such a lovely girlfriend? If it were me, I definitely wouldn't have the heart to let her not cry, I would definitely make her cry. This person is simply making me angry. Yes, yes, yes. This is too abominable. He already has a girlfriend, but he still wants to be the king of the sea. Why? Don't you want to try different seafood flavors? Although they are all abalone, they are different, with different flavors and different cooking methods. Yes, yes, yes. And there are also differences between old and young. If it were me, I would definitely prefer fresh and tender ones. Fuck. This isn't a car for kindergarten, don't weld the door shut. The car door has been welded shut. No one can get out. That's right. A man is a young man until he dies. If it were me, I would do multiple choice questions like a kid would. I would definitely take them all. Sure enough, none of the men are good. Yes. 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 They are all scumbags, none of them are good. Women don't love men who are not bad. Don't you like scumbags who say sweet things? In the end, it's the honest people who take the blame. What era is this? Who still wants to be an honest person? That's right. I don't want to do an appraisal and come to the conclusion that love is a light that makes you panic. When the people around saw this, they were all shocked and looked incredulous. It's actually possible to play like this. However, this time, we've been caught on the spot. It must be a tragedy. Chingying, it's not like that. Let me explain. Seeing Hua Chingying turning around and wanting to leave, Yi Chen became anxious and quickly chased after her. He grabbed Hua Chingying's hand and said something. Yi Chen, you should talk to Sister Lufang about this matter. I didn't expect that Sister Lufang would actually like you. Hua Chingying said this without any hesitation and turned and left. That's not it, what's it like then? At this moment, a woman's voice came from the side, with a faint smile on her face. She was wearing a black miniskirt and black stockings, and her beautiful eyes were blinking. I didn't expect that after getting rid of Guo Xiaoxiang and coming out, I would actually see such a scene. This is too unbelievable. Fuck. Little fairy. When the people around saw Shui Lufang appear in front of them, they were all shocked and looked incredulous, with their eyes wide open. I didn't expect that there is still one. How many fish does this young man raise? This is too terrifying. With such a little fairy, he actually likes to flirt with other girls outside. When everyone saw this, they all wished they could cut Yi Chen into pieces. It's really, really abominable. How can you be so beautiful? When the people nearby saw this, their faces turned serious. The woman in front of me was wearing a black short skirt, and her long legs were wrapped in black stockings. She has a charming body and a stunning appearance. It looks so enviable and jealous. It's so beautiful, and it even has so many fish. Does this guy have a knife? I want to kill him. Add me one. Add me one. When the people around saw Shui Lufang, who had a stunning face and a devilish figure, walking towards them, they were all shocked and looked incredulous. Such a beautiful little fairy is actually still fooling around outside. They really can't figure this out. It is true that the timid will die of starvation, while the bold will die of gluttony. Lufang. As for Yi Chen, when he saw Shui Lufang walking towards him, his face was completely shocked and full of disbelief. Yi Chen never thought that not only Hua Chingying came out here, but also met him. And now, what Yi Chen did not expect was that even Shui Lufang came out. This time, a flood really washed away the Dragon King temple. Mars hits the earth. Xiaochen, I didn't expect that you seemed to be having quite a good time. As for Shui Lufang, when she saw and heard Yi Chen's words, a faint smile appeared on her face, without the slightest bit of anger. This made Yi Chen's face turn even paler, with a trace of cold sweat on his forehead. Shui Lufang's smile looks very cold. Instead of this, Yi Chen would rather Shui Lufang vent his anger on the spot and give him a good scolding. And now, seeing that he remained silent, Yi Chen knew that things were in trouble. The longer you keep silent, the more serious the situation becomes. Yi Chen is clear about this. Lufang, that's not the case. Let me explain. Light, let's go. However, when Shui Lufang saw it, he didn't care at all. He pulled Hua Chingying, who was watching the fun nearby, away. Yes. Sister Lufang. Lufang, wait for me. Chapter 55. I just want to eat your seafood. This. When Lin Ling saw Yi Chen and the others running away all of a sudden, her face froze and her beautiful eyes were filled with surprise. Lin Ling never thought that Shui Lufang would appear in this place. But this time, it was a complete misunderstanding. How can such a serious misunderstanding be explained? So embarrassing. This. Not only Lin Ling was stunned, but even the people around her were also stunned. His face was full of disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. This brat is actually having 3 affairs at the same time, and each of them is so beautiful. This is really outrageous. This Aquaman is so worthy that they all feel ashamed of themselves. Lin Ling, look at this. Look at this. I can tell at a glance that Brat is not a good person. When Ma Yuan, who was standing next to him, saw Lin Ling standing in a daze, he thought that Lin Ling was having a hard time accepting it, so he spoke quickly. A stinky boy like this is simply the rubbish of society and the scum of humanity. Do you really want to follow such a person? I didn't expect that my goddess was actually a fish in someone else's pond. When he thought of this, Ma Yuan's face turned completely angry. His eyes became even colder and his hands were clenched tightly, as if he wanted to eat Yi Chen's flesh and drink his blood. It's really too abominable. Ma Yuan, you don't need to care about my affairs. However, what shocked Ma Yuan was that Lin Ling ignored him at all. Without even looking at him, he quickly caught up with him. Sister Lufang, wait. If I don't explain this matter clearly, it might turn out to be very tragic. The people nearby were completely stunned when they saw Lin Ling chasing after them. His face was full of disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. Is this Aquaman so powerful? It's already like this, but the boat hasn't capsized yet? It's too unbelievable. Yi Chen. As for Ma Yuan, when he saw Lin Ling, who didn't care about him at all, and quickly caught up with her, his face became extremely gloomy and his eyes became even colder. How could this brat deserve the favor of his goddess Lin Ling? I will definitely make you pay. He gritted his teeth, through his sleeves, and turned away. This brat must be made to pay the price. Otherwise, I would not be Ma Yuan. Lufang, please listen to my explanation. On the other hand, in a milk tea shop, there were 3 figures sitting beside a table. Looking at Shui Lufang in front of him, Yi Chen's face became anxious and he explained quickly. Yi Chen, from now on, Sister Lufang is mine, and it has nothing to do with you. I didn't expect you to be such a person, and I trusted you so much. Are you worthy of Sister Lufang? Hua Chingying, who was eating ice cream nearby, suddenly became angry and sulky after hearing Yi Chen's words. He folded his hands over his chest, his face serious and solemn, and said, I originally thought that Yi Chen was a good person. I didn't expect that Yi Chen was such a person behind the scenes. This time, she had chosen the wrong person. It's adult business, kids, stay away. Looking at the light flowers in front of him, Yi Chen didn't care at all. He waved his hand, handed over a cup of milk tea, and said something. Yi Chen, you. Hua Chingying saw this and was about to say something, but when she looked at the milk tea handed to her, she took it without saying much and started slurping it. It was just a moment, and he shut up completely. That look makes people feel a little bit amused and helpless. Don't think you can bribe me with a cup of milk tea. You must explain Sister Liufang's matter clearly. In that case, I'd like to hear your explanation, Xiaochen. Could it be that my seafood is not tasty and I have to go find someone else's? Looking at Yi Chen in front of her, Shui Lufang had a faint smile on her face, her eyes deep and clear. When Yi Chen saw this, his face turned pale. Yi Chen knew that Shui Lufang was extremely angry. Lufang, I just want to eat your seafood. Other people's seafood is not mine. Yours is mine. Looking at Shui Lufang in front of him, Yi Chen did not hesitate at all and explained quickly. This matter begins from the moment I stepped into the library. What is a divine beast? Hua Chingying, who was standing next to him, looked puzzled after hearing Yi Chen's explanation. A pair of peach blossom eyes looked at Shui Lufang, with a somewhat puzzled expression, and blinked. Obviously, Hua Chingying had no idea what the mythical beast was. And now, it's embarrassing. Why do I feel like I can't get involved in the conversation? Without saying much, he gulped down a few more sips of milk tea and looked at Shui Lufang seriously. When you grow up, you will understand. When Shui Lufang heard this and saw the watery eyes staring at her, she gently stroked Hua Chingying's head and said something. Sister Lufang, do I have one too? Hua Chingying heard it, nodded thoughtfully, and asked a question. Cough cough cough. This made Yi Chen, who was drinking milk tea next to him, almost spit out the milk tea. His face turned red, as if he was choking. Obviously, Yi Chen never expected that Hua Chingying would ask such a question. This is too shocking. Yes. You have it, and I have it too. Shui Lufang heard this, smiled slightly and nodded. I see. As for Hua Chingying, she nodded very calmly, with a natural expression on her face, not shy at all, but sweet instead. This girl. As for Yi Chen, he didn't know what to say at this moment. If Shui Lufang said she didn't, she would probably cry on the spot. This is really laughable. Sure enough, it was just a child. So, you're helping that girl Lin Ling so much because you saw someone else's divine beast and got caught, and you're afraid that I'll find out? Shui Lufang, who was standing next to him, finally understood what was going on after hearing Yi Chen's words. It turns out that everything is like this. This is just too ridiculous. Yes. Looking at Shui Lufang in front of him, Yi Chen's expression became serious and he nodded vigorously. Can seeing a divine beast be used as leverage, Sister Lufang? When Hua Chingying heard this, she seemed to have thought of something. Her face became serious and solemn, and she looked at Yi Chen. Brother Yi Chen, how about I show you my divine beast? Puff puff puff. After listening to Hua Chingying's words, Shui Lufang and Yi Chen suddenly spat out a mouthful of milk tea, their faces turned red, and they looked incredulous. What on earth is this girl thinking about? Chapter 56. How do you want to compensate your senior sister? What's wrong? Isn't it possible? Looking at Shui Lufang and the others who suddenly spat out a mouthful of milk tea in front of her, Hua Chingying's face was filled with confusion. Her brows furrowed slightly and her eyes became even more confused. If Yi Chen saw his divine beast, wouldn't he be able to threaten Yi Chen and keep him away from Sister Lufang? When she thought of this, Hua Chingying couldn't help but applaud her own wisdom. She was really a smart little girl. However, what Hua Chingying did not expect was that Brother Yi Chen and Sister Liufang's reactions were so big and intense. This is a little different. Can't. When Shui Lufang heard this, she looked at the woman in front of her with a puzzled expression, blinking her beautiful eyes at Hua Chingying, and directly refused. His eyes were cold, his expression became more serious and solemn, he shook his head and refused. Do you know what a mythical beast is? After hearing this, Yi Chen looked at Hua Chingying, who had a confused expression in front of him, and said something. This girl is really a little devil. She won't stop until she says something shocking. It's too helpless. I don't know. What's wrong? You girl, the divine beast is. Looking at Hua Chingying in front of him, Shui Lufang next to him pulled her over and began to whisper in Hua Chingying's ear. Brother Yi Chen, you are a pervert. The next moment, listening to Shui Lufang's explanation, Hua Chingying's face turned red in an instant, full of shyness, and even her beautiful eyes became shy. Obviously, Hua Chingying never thought that the so-called divine beast actually meant this. This is unique to some special girls. It can be said that it is the patent of a few people. But now, unexpectedly, Yi Chen actually looked at other people's. It's simply perverted. I'm a pervert. I don't even know who said they wanted to show it to me. Looking at Hua Chingying, whose face was flushed and even her ears turned red, Yi Chen sneered and said something. You. As for Hua Chingying, when she heard it, she looked at Yi Chen in front of her with her beautiful eyes. There was a hint of anger in her eyes, and she gritted her teeth. She was so angry that she couldn't even express it. He stomped his feet hard and his eyes became even colder. This Yi Chen is so hateful. All right. You girl. Looking at Hua Chingying with an angry face in front of him, Shui Lufang beside him shook his head helplessly and touched Hua Chingying's head. Sister Lufang, Yi Chen bullied me. When Hua Chingying saw this, her face suddenly looked even more aggrieved, and she was almost about to cry. You girl, be quiet. As for Shui Lufang, he saw it and said something. Hua's light figure, without any sign of striving, suddenly became quiet. When Yi Chen saw this, he couldn't help but be a little surprised. This girl really listens to Shui Lufang. Xiaochen, are you sure what you said is true? Finally, Shui Lufang looked at Yi Chen with her beautiful eyes, with a faint smile in her eyes. This made Yi Chen shudder and get goosebumps all over his body. It's true. Lufang, I definitely didn't lie to you. Looking at the serious and solemn gaze in front of him, Yi Chen nodded, his expression also becoming serious and solemn. What I said is absolutely true. Really? Sister Lin Ling. Just as Yi Chen finished speaking, Shui Lufang looked behind Yi Chen with a faint smile on her face. Lin Ling, when did this girl come behind me? Why didn't I feel anything? When Yi Chen looked behind him, he saw a graceful woman standing there quietly. And this woman, who else could it be but Lin Ling? Unexpectedly, Lin Ling appeared behind him. Yi Chen really had no idea when it appeared. Yes. Sister Lufang, that's probably it. All of this is my fault. As for Lin Ling behind him, when he heard Shui Lufang's words and saw Shui Lufang in front of him, his face suddenly turned pale, nodded, and spoke seriously. Sister Lufang, I didn't know that Junior Yi Chen was your boyfriend. If I knew, I would never have resorted to such a desperate measure. Ma Yuan has been pursuing me for a long time. I don't know what happened today. He actually knew that I would leave the campus, so he set up everything outside to confess to me. In the end, I was powerless and could only ask junior brother Yichen for help. Among so many onlookers, I only know junior brother Yichen. As for what happened in the end, I didn't expect it to be like this. Please forgive me. Ma Yuan, the number of girls he has ruined is no less than 24. Although some of them were for money or some other purpose, and it was a fair deal that was consensual. However, I will never agree with such a person. I must get rid of such a person. I see. When Shui Lufang heard this and saw Lin Ling's serious and solemn expression in front of her, she finally understood what was going on and nodded. Sister Lufang, don't worry. I promise, there won't be a next time. Well, you can leave now. When Shui Lufang heard this, his face became serious and solemn. He waved his hands with a cold look. I don't want there to be a next time. My patience is limited. Understood, Sister Lufang. In that case, goodbye. After hearing this, Lin Ling's pale face improved a little. Without saying anything more, he nodded, bowed respectfully, and left. Lin Ling is very clear about Shui Lufang's horror. No matter what, you can't mess with people like this, you can't afford to mess with them, and you mustn't mess with them. Unexpectedly, the cold and beautiful campus girl of their Magic City University actually fell in love. This was far beyond her expectations. Xiaochen, don't you have any expression at all for this mistake? After Lin Ling left, Shui Lufang blinked her beautiful eyes at Yi Chen beside her, a faint smile appeared on her face, and she spoke. When Yi Chen heard this, he looked at Shui Lufang in front of him and his face turned pale for a moment. Yes. Lufang, as the saying goes, if you make a mistake you must correct it, and if you are beaten you must stand at attention. Ha ha. I didn't expect that, Xiaochen, you are quite knowledgeable. When Shui Lufang heard this, she smiled, a bright smile appeared on her face, and she nodded. In that case, how do you want to compensate me? Well, I don't know, Lufang, what compensation do you want? Looking at Shui Lufang in front of him, Yi Chen's face became puzzled and he asked. Don't you think the answer I gave you was very perfunctory? Think about it carefully. I'll give you 1 day. Reply to me before this time tomorrow night. After saying that, he stood up and walked outside. Xiaochen, you pay the bill. Chingying, let's go. Yes. Sister Lufang. Hua Chingying heard it, nodded, and looked at Yi Chen with her beautiful eyes. Think carefully. After saying that, he quickly caught up. As for Yi Chen, his face turned pale when he saw Shui Lufang and the others leaving. No. Chapter 57 Love her, give her a home update 1. Here. Your chicken legs. When Yi Chen returned to the dormitory from outside, he looked at several roommates who were playing LOL and King of Glory in front of him. He looked a little helpless, shook his head, sighed softly, and handed over the roasted chicken leg in his hand. Dormitory head, what's wrong? You look unhappy. Lu Maozhong, who had won a game nearby, was a little confused when he saw Yi Chen in front of him sighing softly and looking a little worried. Shouldn't my dormitory head be happier than anyone else right now? After all, that's the cold school beauty Shui Lufang. Not only does she have a face like a fairy, but she also has a devilish figure. Such long and slender legs, I just wish I could hug them and eat them. And now, Yi Chen, who was envied by everyone, has become like this, sighing. I really can't figure it out. No way. Dormitory head, you are still unhappy. Not only is there the iceberg school beauty Shui Lufang, but the deputy monitor also seems to have a crush on you. A queen and a lowly, it's double the happiness. You are still unhappy. Can I punch you? Really, you are dying of thirst and you are dying of fullness. Wu Xiaobo, who was playing LOL, heard this. After getting a pentakill, he looked at Yi Chen who was eating fried rice noodles with a shocked expression. Yi Chen is now surrounded by beauties on both sides. Now, he is still unhappy and I wish I could punch him. This is too much of a bully. What happened? Dormitory head? Pan Lao, who was playing games nearby, heard it and stopped what he was doing without saying much. Several people looked at Yi Chen in unison. Even a dorm leader who has reached the peak of his life would have troubles. This script is wrong. Do you know how to make someone happy? Looking at Wu Xiaobo and the others in front of him, Yi Chen's face became puzzled and he asked quickly. Yi Chen was now completely confused as to what he should give to Shui Lufang as compensation. He was completely bewildered and his face was filled with confusion. Yi Chen had no idea what girls liked. Of course, another point is that I have never given a gift to a girl. No way. Dormitory head, you are not going to have a rift with Shui Lufang. No way. What happened? Fuck. Dormitory head, don't let go. If you don't want a beauty like Shui Lufang, there are many people waiting for her. We are counting on you. Nothing, it's just that Lufang was upset because of something. She asked me to compensate her, but I don't know what I should give her as compensation. Looking at his three roommates, Yi Chen sighed softly. The head of the dormitory, Shui Lufang, is the daughter of the Shui family. She will definitely not be short of money. To Shui Lufang, money is just a string of numbers. Therefore, if it is expensive things, such as luxury cars and mansions, you can completely get rid of them. It is not recommended. Because it is useless and redundant. Yes. Dormitory head, the gift you give to Shui Lufang must be original. Otherwise, it will be impossible to impress Shui Lufang. How about that? Dormitory head, you try a triple combo. Diamond ring, umbrella, presidential suite. Sometimes, thousands of words can't replace direct action. If you love her, help her open up the wasteland, dredge the meridians in her body, and let her cry all night long. No. How can a whole night be enough? After all, for a beauty like Shui Lufang, it would take at least 3 days and 3 nights. Dormitory head, I think it's okay. If you love her, give her a warm home. Yes, yes, yes. Plus 2 little girls. Go away. Go eat your roasted chicken legs. Looking at Wu Xiaobo and the others who were coming up with evil ideas, Yi Chen looked a little embarrassed. He waved his hand and said something. I originally thought I could ask them for their advice, but I didn't expect that they were all driving. There is absolutely no possibility of learning from such an idea. Hee hee. Dormitory leader, be brave, maybe you can spend a night with us. Yes, yes, yes. Fuck you. When Yi Chen heard this, he waved his hand, said nothing more, and started watching short videos. When Yi Chen saw the short video in front of him, his face became excited and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Maybe, you can give it a try. Miss, you're back. On the other hand, in a villa. Looking at the woman who walked into the living room from outside the courtyard, a middle-aged woman quickly came to greet her. He asked with a faint smile on his face. Looking at the middle-aged woman in front of him, Shui Lufang nodded with a bright smile on his face. Miss, you must have encountered something happy today. I haven't seen you so happy for a long time. The middle-aged woman saw it and said something. It's just so. After coming in from outside, Shui Lufang's delicate body suddenly lay down on the sofa with a sweet smile on her face. He took the cup of bird's nest handed to him by the middle-aged woman and started to taste it. And you can go and rest now. He looked at the middle-aged woman in front of him and waved his hand. Yes, miss. The middle-aged woman next to her heard it and nodded. When you're done, just put the bowl on the stove. Xiaochen, I wonder what you will give me. Looking at the starry night sky outside, Shui Lufang's smile became even brighter. She is so curious now. Shui Lufang, I didn't expect that you actually fell in love. On the other hand, at this time, a woman wearing a black short skirt and with a stunning appearance was sitting in the small pavilion in the courtyard. Looking at the moonlight pouring down, his face showed a little surprise and his brows were furrowed. The slender long legs, folded together at this time, wrapped in black stockings, reveal endless temptation. And this person is none other than Guo Xiaoxiang, who else could it be? At this moment, her face looked a little dazed, and her eyes became even colder. I originally thought that Shui Lufang would not fall in love. After all, it is a block of ice. However, what Guo Xiaoxiang did not expect was that at this time, a piece of ice like Shui Lufang was actually melted by one person. Yi Chen, right. Looking at a document on the table in front of him, his expression became even more confused. According to the information I have investigated, Shui Lufang and Yi Chen have no connection at all. However, just after school started, Shui Lufang took the initiative to approach Yi Chen. Based on Shui Lufang's personality, this is definitely impossible. Hua Xiaoxiang really didn't believe it at all when he was told that there was no relationship at all. I will definitely investigate this. No one can take away what belongs to me. We agreed to be single together, but you quietly left me. Chapter 58. See you at the school gate at 8 p.m. Second update. Ding dong, check-in mission, check-in at the Bank of China on Shushan Road, reward for making money. And in the early morning of the next day, when the sunlight shone in from outside, a mechanical voice sounded in Yi Chen's mind, followed by several lines of text appearing in Yi Chen's mind. Make money the right way, reward 100 renminbi every second. 100 RMB. Looking at the notes in his mind, Yi Chen's face became shocked and incredible. 100 RMB per second, that means you can earn 6,000 RMB in 1 minute. If this continues, it will be 360,000 renminbi per hour. The total amount for 1 day is 8.64 million renminbi. When he thought of this, Yi Chen's face became excited. Rounding it off, that's 8 million renminbi a day. This is too outrageous. It's not too far. Let's go over there tonight and see if there are any sports cars for sale. Opening his mobile phone and quickly checking the location, Yi Chen nodded. Wake up! When Yi Chen saw the time on the phone in front of him, his face suddenly became anxious. Looking at Wu Xiaobo and the others who were still sleeping soundly beside him, he basically started roaring. I'm late! I'm late! I'm late! I'm late! Wu Xiaobo and the others, who were sleeping soundly nearby, heard what happened. Without saying anything, they stood up instantly, their faces anxious and pale, and they became busy. If you are late, you have to run 10 laps around the playground. 10 laps, you can imagine how terrifying it is. It can be said that almost no one wants to run 10 laps around the playground. Because it is really too painful. This is the Devil's military training instructor who will be introducing new content today. If you are late, it will be very painful. Yes, yes, yes. Hurry up, hurry up. I haven't had breakfast yet. I don't want to wait for a painful rhythm. These guys. Looking at Wu Xiaobo and the other three who suddenly jumped up and then jumped off the bed in front of him, Yi Chen's face was a little bit amusing. I didn't expect these guys to have such a lovely side. Dormitory head, hurry up. Otherwise, I won't care about you anymore. A quarter of an hour later, looking at Yi Chen putting on his shoes in front of them, Wu Xiaobo and the others took a sanitary napkin without any hesitation and put it into their shoes. Fuck. You guys are immoral. Looking at the sanitary napkins left in front of him, Yi Chen complained helplessly. You guys really are my good roommates. Of course, dorm leader, if you don't have any, just go ask Shui Lufang for 2 packs. After saying that, the three of them left without any hesitation. Seeing this, Yi Chen looked extremely helpless. He shook his head and sighed softly. These people are really something. Xiaochen, have you thought of a gift for me? At this moment, a message was sent via WeChat. What followed was a photo of a pair of long legs wrapped in white silk stockings, slender, straight and smooth. This made Yi Chen feel a little hot. And the person who sent the message was none other than Shui Lufang. Lufang, I've already thought of it. But keep it a secret. Looking at the message in front of him, Yi Chen nodded, smiled slightly, and sent a drooling emoticon. Tonight at 8 o'clock, at the school gate. In that case, I am very much looking forward to your gift, Xiaochen. Shui Lufang heard this and smiled slightly. Well. I'm going to military training first. Well. Xiaochen, I hope your legs are okay. What's wrong? Looking at Shui Lufang's message in front of him, Yi Chen's face became confused and he sent a string of question marks. Keep it a secret. Looking at the reply in front of him, Yi Chen's face froze for a moment, and then he shook his head helplessly. Oops. I'm late. Looking at the time in front of him, Yi Chen ran downstairs quickly without any hesitation. Then he bought a loaf of bread in the cafeteria, ate it while running, and looked anxious. Yi Chen didn't want to do the 4,000-meter punishment early in the morning at all. All right. Today, all personnel are here. Just as Yi Chen ran into the team, Hu Hui, who was in uniform in front of him, looked at the time and spoke. Next time, I don't want anyone to step on my feet. Now, on to today's new project. Looking at the figure in front of him, his expression became serious and solemn, and his eyes were sharp and cold. Instructor, what will our training be today? When the people in the crowd saw this, they all looked confused and curious. The content of our training today is the most basic content. It's very simple. We will do horse stance. As for Hu Hui, he did not hesitate at all when he heard it. He explained quickly with a serious and solemn expression and a cold look. Horse stance. When everyone heard this, their faces turned pale and there was a trace of cold sweat on their foreheads. Yes. That's right. I'll show you the horse stance first. When Hu Hui heard this, he ignored the size of the crowd and nodded seriously. Without further ado, he began the demonstration. Stand with your legs together, feet parallel, about 3 times the length of your feet. Bend your knees in half squat, keep your thighs slightly flat, toes inward, 5 toes gripping the ground, center of gravity in the middle of your legs, knees out and perpendicular to your toes. Keep your crotch rounded, while keeping your head straight, neck straight, chest tucked in, abdomen tucked in, anus lifted, waist upright, hips open, shoulders lowered, buttocks tucked in. Put your hands together, place them in front of your chest, and look forward. So tired. It hurts. My waist. When everyone saw it and tried to imitate it, their faces turned pale instantly. Your legs are not solid enough. Your posture is wrong, hold your stomach in. Your posture is wrong too. Are you doing horse stance? You are squatting. Tighten your abdomen and lift your anus. Your posture is wrong too, open your hips. Looking at the people in front of him, Hu Hui's face was filled with complete helplessness, and he began to point fingers at them one by one. Instructor, I'm so tired. Tell me you're tired? No. Be lazy, just do 50 push-ups and 30 squats. No. If you can't even stand steadily, how can you do horse stance? This is the basics. If you can't even learn this, how can you proceed with the following projects? Very good. Very good. Everyone, look here, your squad leader Yi Chen's posture is very good. Yes. That's it. Looking at Yi Chen in front of him, Hu Hui nodded and his expression became serious. Squad leader, awesome. Awesome. Squad leader, awesome. Sharp. When the people around heard Hu Hui's words, they didn't say much, but instantly relaxed, turned around, and gave him a thumbs up. No one would miss this opportunity to be lazy. However, whether it will work or not still needs to be verified. However, Hu Hui saw it and said nothing. Under the gaze of everyone, he quickly turned it into a whip kick and swept it towards Yi Chen's horse stance. The speed was so fast that I couldn't react at all. Bang! Chapter 59 Sexy Campus Belgua Xiaoxian arrives Update 1. Instructor. When the people around saw Hu Hui sweeping a whip kick towards Yi Chen, they were all shocked and looked surprised. Obviously, they never expected that their instructor would be so unexpected and kick Yi Chen across the face. What on earth is this trying to do? It can be said that they don't understand even more. Bang! Under the gaze of everyone, Hu Hui's whip kick swept across Yi Chen's right leg. As for Yi Chen's right leg, it just moved a little. As for the others, there was no movement at all. However, everyone could see that Yi Chen's face was slightly distorted. Needless to say, there was definitely a hint of pain. After all, it looks so powerful. Very good. Very good, the horse stance is very stable. Looking at Yi Chen, who had only moved a little bit in front of him, Hu Hui's face showed a hint of surprise and his eyes were shocked. Obviously, Hu Hui never expected that a freshman could be so steady in horse stance. This is really surprising. Everyone, I'll give you 2 days to train your horse stance to be as steady as your squad leader. Otherwise, I don't mind giving you extra training. Finally, he looked at everyone present with a serious and solemn expression. Horse stance, this is just the beginning. No way. Instructor, please don't. This is too difficult. Oh my God. Kill me. It's over. This is an impossible task. All of them. As for Hu Hui, he paid no attention to the people around him who were groaning. His face was serious and cold as he said something. No. From now on, we will do horse stance training. If you are not doing it to the standard, do it until you get it to the standard. Squad leader Yi Chen, you will supervise. Looking at Yi Chen next to him, Hu Hui said something. Yes. As for Yi Chen, he heard it, nodded, said nothing more, and looked at everyone. No. Monitor. When everyone heard this, they all looked embarrassed and complained. It looks like he doesn't know how aggrieved he is. Don't worry. This time, I will seriously correct your movements. However, when Yi Chen saw it, he smiled slightly, with a hint of evil on his face, and nodded. Your back is not straight enough. Your legs aren't open enough. You don't have enough momentum. When Yi Chen came in front of Zhou Yang, he looked at Zhou Yang, whose face was pale and had a lot of cold sweat on his forehead. He shook his head helplessly and sighed softly. You are too weak. As a man, you are not good enough. Look at who is like you. You are just doing a horse stance, but you are still swaying from side to side. You are too bad. You are not good enough. Ha ha. Yi Chen, you. Hearing the laughter of the people around him, Zhou Yang's face suddenly turned gloomy. His brows furrowed slightly, and his eyes became even colder. Zhou Yang never thought that Yi Chen would target him at this time. This is simply abominable. Bang. However, Yi Chen didn't care about his anger at all, instead he swept him with a whip-like kick. As for Zhou Yang's figure, he fell to the ground with a bang, and fell flat on his face. It looked so miserable that it even had a piece of grass in its mouth. Instructor, I want to complain. Yi Chen is seeking revenge for personal gain. Looking at the figures beside him looking at him with such bright smiles on their faces, Zhou Yang's expression suddenly turned gloomy, his brows slightly wrinkled, and his eyes became even colder. Obviously, Zhou Yang never expected that Yi Chen would kick him hard and slap him hard in front of so many people. This is really too abominable. Instructor, I didn't. So many people are watching. Besides, Zhou Yang and I are not enemies. We don't have even a little hatred. How can this be considered as revenge? Looking at Zhou Yang, who was angry in front of him, and seeing Hu Hui, who was looking at him from the side, Yi Chen's face became serious and solemn. I never thought that I was just checking your horse stance like an instructor, but I was falsely accused of revenge. It's too difficult to be a squad leader. Continue. When Hu Hui heard this, he looked at Yi Chen in front of him with a serious expression and nodded. Instructor, Zhou Yang wanted to say something, but when he saw Hu Hui looking at him, his face suddenly turned pale. You can only grit your teeth and swallow the bitterness. Starting today, for 2 days, let your squad leader verify whether you can do the horse stance or not. After Hu Hui finished speaking, he looked at Yi Chen. Continue. Yes. Yi Chen, you. And a few minutes later, Yi Chen appeared in front of Hua Chingying. When Hua Chingying saw this, her face suddenly turned red. Open your legs. Looking at the light flowers in front of him, Yi Chen's expression became serious. Make fists with both hands and lift your hips. You. When Hua Chingying felt a hand on her buttocks, her face turned even redder, and even her ears began to turn pink. Tuck in your stomach. And the next moment, Yi Chen's hand came to Hua Chingying's lower abdomen and he said something with a serious expression. Yes. That's it. When Hua Chingying wanted to say something, Yi Chen's expression suddenly became serious and he nodded. This made Hua Chingying, who was about to explode, completely extinguish her anger in an instant, and she could only grit her teeth in the end. Buttocks, abdomen, thighs. Almost all the advantages were taken by Yi Chen. Damn it. So tired. So tired. My leg. It's broken. My old waist. Instructor, I can't do it anymore. And after a quarter of an hour, everyone's face turned pale. The figures were shaky, and some had even turned into squatting positions. It looks like it's all crooked and in all kinds of postures. All of them. Rest where you are. Hu Hui, who was standing next to him, saw this and shook his head helplessly. He sighed softly and looked helpless. Yes. When everyone heard it, they nodded. Without saying anything more, he sat down immediately. You guys are the worst class I've ever taught. You can't even teach us how to do a horse stance. Hu Hui saw this, shook his head slightly and sighed. Oh my God. So beautiful, who is that? At this moment, the class next to them suddenly started to make a commotion, surprised. I don't know. Black skirt and black stockings, this is my type. Senior sister with black stockings, why whiteous? So white. No, such long legs. Oh my God. Is this a fairy? Love it. Love it. How beautiful. What's wrong? When everyone heard the noise nearby, they looked into the distance. For a moment, their faces were stunned and they uttered 2 words at the same time. What a nice view. Why is she here? As for Yi Chen, his face suddenly turned gloomy and his brows were furrowed. Guo Xiaoxiang, why is she here? Chapter 60 Sexy Campus Beauty Sends Warmth Part 2. Oh my god. Sexy School Beauty Guo Xiaoxiang. No way. No way. Sexy School Beauty, my god. As expected, she is worthy of being called a sexy school beauty. She is so sexy, and she lives up to her name. At this moment, if there is a gust of wind, it will be good. I guess it must be black. White. I like white. It should be pink. I like pink. It must be black. Otherwise, how can she be called a sexy school beauty? Black skirt, black stockings, long legs, and lace. This is absolutely stunning. What the hell? What is this sexy school girl doing? Is she delivering water to someone? No way. No way. Before, the cold school beauty Shui Lufang sent water, and now there is a sexy school beauty sending water. Oh my god. It's impossible. How is it impossible? Even the cold school beauties have already been given away, let alone the sexy school beauties. It's just that I don't know who will be the lucky one. How can I deliver water? I didn't see the sexy schoolgirl bring water. Brother, you are so superficial. Oh. Too backward. Women are made of water. Not only can we deliver water, we can also deliver soy milk and milk. No way. No way. This shabby road can actually lead to the highway. Fuck. What do you mean? I don't understand. I'm still a child. No. Have you noticed that the sexy schoolgirl seems to be heading towards management studies? No way. No way. Last time, the cold school beauty Shui Lufang walked towards the School of Management and gave water to that stinky boy in the School of Management. I don't know how many people's glass hearts were broken. And now, the sexy school beauty is doing the same. This is unfair. Of course not. I won't agree with that. This is impossible. It's not true. Yes. It's not true. It's definitely not true. Looking at the direction Guo Xiaoxiang was walking in front of them, the people who were sitting on the ground resting nearby were all shocked. How is that possible? Last time, Shui Lufang, the cold and beautiful schoolgirl from their Magic City University, fell into the hands of a brat who studied management. And now, unexpectedly, the sexy school beauty Guo Xiaoxiang is also heading towards management. This is so unfair. What on earth does she want to do here? Under the gazes of everyone and in everyone's shocked eyes, Yi Chen, who was studying management, turned pale when he saw Guo Xiaoxiang walking towards him. His brows furrowed slightly, and his eyes looked a little confused. Now, during the military training, what exactly does Guo Xiaoxiang want to do? Yi Chen has no idea at all. No way. The sexy school beauty Guo Xiaoxiang is coming. Wu Xiaobo and the others standing nearby were all shocked and stunned when they saw Guo Xiaoxiang walking towards them. Finally, everyone in the class looked at Yi Chen, who was resting nearby, as if they had a telepathic connection. Thump thump thump. Under everyone's gaze, accompanied by the sound of high heels, there was a faint scent of roses in the air. As for Guo Xiaoxiang, she appeared in front of Yi Chen at this time with a faint smile on her face. A breeze blew, bringing with it the rich scent of roses. The black skirt fluttered in the wind, revealing her flawless long legs. Brother Yi Chen, I didn't expect that we would meet again. Looking at Yi Chen in front of him, seeing Yi Chen's face full of astonishment and everyone's stunned gazes, Guo Xiaoxiang smiled slightly and spoke. The smile on her face was brilliant, like a flash in the pan, indescribably sexy and beautiful. So beautiful. Oh my god. It's really Yi Chen. Oh my god. It's Yi Chen again. The icy school bell brought water to Yi Chen. I didn't expect that now even the sexy school bell Guo Xiaoxiang is also sending warmth to Yi Chen. This can't be fake. Oh my god. God, you are blind. It's okay that the cold school beauty was seduced by this stinky boy. But now, even the sexy school beauty was seduced by this stinky boy. This is totally unreasonable. How could this brat have the goodness to be favored by two school beauties? It's really too unbelievable. I hate it so much. I wish I could press this brat to the ground and rub him. It's so painful. I also want to pin this brat to the ground and rub him. He is so arrogant. He makes people too envious and jealous. Is there anyone who can bring up my 40-meter-long sword? When the people nearby heard this and saw Guo Xiaoxiang standing in front of Yi Chen with a bright smile on her face, they all looked envious and jealous. Some of them even wished they could tear Yi Chen apart. Why, luckily, it's always this guy. Damn it! This guy, why is it always this guy? God, you are not fair. When Zhou Yang, who was standing next to him, saw Yi Chen, who had just suddenly become the focus of the whole audience again, everyone's faces were shocked and their eyes were filled with surprise. Obviously, he couldn't figure it out. Yi Chen, just a bad boy, a poor boy, a bad boy who came out of the mountains, how on earth could he win the favor of two school beauties? An iceberg school beauty is enough to make people envy, jealous and hate her. And now, there is such a charming and sexy school beauty. OMG. This is not true. And he, a rich second generation whose father is worth billions, can't even win over Hua Chingying. When I think about this, I feel like vomiting blood. Comparing yourself with others can sometimes be really frustrating. Under the gaze of everyone, when everyone thought Yi Chen would be polite, looking at Guo Xiaoxiang in front of him, Yi Chen was not polite at all. Instead, he spoke with a cold voice, sharp and solemn eyes. Why did you come to see me? It can be said that Yi Chen has no idea what this woman is up to. Yesterday, I almost created a rift and disagreement between me and Shui Lufang. And now, in such a hot day, he actually came to see me. This is too confusing. If you have nothing else, please go back. Looking at Guo Xiaoxiang in front of him, Yi Chen was even less polite. There was a strong sense of unwelcome in the tone. Because Yi Chen knew that Guo Xiaoxiang must have other purposes. Otherwise, it's impossible. Nanny. When the people around heard Yi Chen's words, they were all shocked and looked incredulous. That expression was as if he had seen a ghost. This is a sexy school beauty. And Yi Chen was not welcome at all. Could it be that he was kicked in the head by a donkey? With such a good figure, she actually refused the seafood that was delivered to her door. It's so heartbreaking that I wish I could tear Yi Chen into pieces. This must be a joke. Chapter 61, Junior Yi Chen, Senior Sister Treats You to Soy Milk. First update. No way. Did Yi Chen get kicked in the head by a donkey? He actually chased the sexy school beauty away. Oh my god. This is impossible. This is the sexy campus beauty Guo Xiaoxiang. This guy is so abominable. No, please don't hurt her. Hurt her. I promise to make her cry. This brat is too pretentious. I really want to punch him. This is a sexy campus beauty. I never thought that the sexy school beauty I had always dreamed of was worthless in the eyes of others. I was so pissed. Who the hell is this brat? I'm so jealous and envious. When the people around heard what Yi Chen said, their faces were shocked. His face was full of disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. The Guo Xiaoxiang in front of me is the sexy campus beauty of Shanghai University. Not only does she have a face like a fairy, but more importantly, she has a devilish figure. The skin is so white and tender that it seems as delicate as a baby's. That slender waist that can be held in one hand has attracted countless heroes. Not to mention that pair of straight and seamless long legs wrapped in black stockings. It's so beautiful that one can't wait to pounce on it. And now, what none of them expected was that this brat didn't even cherish it at all and just pushed it away. Brother Yi Chen, do you have the heart to chase me away? After hearing Yi Chen's words, Guo Xiaoxiang's face suddenly became lost, and there was a hint of tears in her beautiful eyes. She looked so pitiful and heartbreaking. This made the people nearby look angry and their eyes became even colder. This brat actually treated their sexy school beauty Guo Xiaoxiang in such a way, it really makes people angry. If you have nothing else to do, please go. I still have military training to do. As for Yi Chen, he didn't care at all. His voice was cold and his face became even more serious. This person came here for no reason, so it must not be that simple. Otherwise, he wouldn't believe it. Brother Yi Chen, the weather is so hot and people are so kind to bring you some drinks. But you don't appreciate it at all. It's so sad. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Guo Xiaoxiang's face became even more helpless and she pouted. It looks like she is so cute when she is angry. When the people around saw this, they almost drooled. I didn't expect that their sexy school beauty Guo Xiaoxiang could be so cute at times. I ordered milk tea for you, do you like it? When Guo Xiaoxiang saw that Yi Chen wanted to say something, he stretched out his left hand without hesitation. And your roommates? I don't know what kind of drinks you like. So, I'll go with the type I like. Junior Yi Chen, you shouldn't mind, right? I don't mind. I don't mind. Why would I mind? When Yi Chen was about to speak, Wu Xiaobo and others beside him came over with a smile and took over. Yes, yes, yes. School bell Gu Xiaoxiang, you are able to send milk tea to our dormitory head. This is a blessing that our dormitory head has cultivated for 3 lifetimes. I won't mind. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you, school beauty Gu Xiaoxiang, we like her very much. You. Looking at Wu Xiaobo and the others who took it over without any hesitation. For a moment, Yi Chen didn't know what to say. These guys are simply the kind that make people want to grit their teeth at them. Junior Yi Chen, your roommate is more likable. When Guo Xiaoxiang saw this, he smiled slightly, and his aggrieved face was suddenly filled with a smile. Looks sweet. There was a glimmer of tears in his eyes. Are you really okay? However, Yi Chen didn't care at all about Guo Xiaoxiang's words. He asked again in a serious and solemn voice. It's okay. Can't I come over to see you? Okay. This is your personal behavior. I can't control it. Yi Chen heard it and nodded, not caring at all. By the way, Junior Yi Chen, I'm coming over. I want to eat you and drink soy milk at night. How about it? Sweet and salty, I guarantee you'll be satisfied. As if remembering something, Gui Xiaoxiang suddenly spoke. If you want to eat peaches, you can. No. I have something else to do tonight. Junior Yi Chen, you really don't want it? It's warm soy milk. You can have as much as you want. Unnecessary. Everyone, all of them. Assemble. Hu Hui's voice came from the side, serious and solemn, and he spoke quickly. Xiaoxiang school beauty, thank you for the milk tea. When Wu Xiaobo and the others heard this, they did not hesitate at all. He took a big sip of milk tea and ran over quickly. If they don't hurry up, then that might be the time when they'll be in trouble. After all, they knew very well how terrifying the instructor was. It's quite delicious. Also, let me tell you a secret, our dorm leader not only likes to drink soy milk, but also likes seafood the most. Pan Lao. Yi Chen, who was standing next to him, heard this and roared in an icy voice. Ha ha. Junior brother Yi Chen, it seems that I didn't expect that you actually have such a hobby. How about it, is it a purely natural hobby? There is not even the slightest contamination. When Guo Xiaoxiang heard this, she smiled, and the smile on her face was so bright. She looks so gorgeous, especially with her chest shaking, she is so charming. It's exactly the same as Lufang's. It's all natural, without any impurities. I only like Lufang's. When Yi Chen heard this, he looked at Guo Xiaoxiang, who was dressed up in front of him, and said nothing. He waved his hand and ran over quickly. Ha ha. Really? I don't believe that. When Guo Xiaoxiang heard this, she smiled and blinked her beautiful eyes. No one should think of hurting her. Junior brother Yi Chen, guess, will I let you succeed? Lufang is mine. Yi Chen, do you know Guo Xiaoxiang? Looking at Yi Chen next to her, Hua Chingying's face was puzzled, her brows slightly wrinkled, and her eyes were puzzled. I don't know him. Looking at the light flower in front of him, Yi Chen's face became serious and solemn, and he said something. I don't know you. Impossible. If he doesn't know you, how could Guo Xiaoxiang know you? When Hua Chingying heard this, her expression became serious and solemn, and her eyes became even colder. I won't allow you to do anything to let Sister Lufang down. Otherwise, I will never let you go. Could it be that Yi Chen wants to have the best of both worlds? Damn it! This is adult business, kids, stay away. However, Yi Chen heard it and said something. You. Looking at Yi Chen in front of her who didn't care about her at all, Hua Chingying's expression became even more solemn. Her eyes were cold, her teeth were gnashed, and her hands were clenched tightly. I won't let you hurt Sister Lufang. Sister Lufang belongs to me. Chapter 62 Is 100 million enough? Part 2. Ding dong, congratulations to the owner for signing in successfully. Gained the talent of making money. The right way to make money, reward 100 renminbi every second. In a bank of China on Shushan Road, when a young man walked through the door, a mechanical voice echoed in the young man's mind. Success. Looking at the lines of text that appeared in his mind, Yi Chen's face became excited. 100 RMB per second is a very considerable amount in a month. By the way, get some money. As if he had thought of something, he didn't say anything, but quickly took out his ID card, swiped the card, and got a number. Sometimes, it's a bit difficult to get used to not having even a little cash. Number 198. There are 4 more. Looking at the electronic screen in front of him, he sat down on the sofa next to him without saying anything and began to wait quietly. There are 4 people ahead, so it shouldn't take long. I still have plenty of time. The night gave me black eyes. At this moment, the Huawei M50 in my pocket rang. Without any hesitation, he took it out quickly, and when he saw the caller ID, a faint smile appeared on his face. Hello? Boss, we have already communicated. According to your request, our fees may be a bit high. Because we need to urgently mobilize resources from other places, and time is too tight. Look, this. On the other end of the phone, a middle-aged man's voice came, hesitatingly saying something. The fee is a bit high, how much is it exactly? When Yi Chen heard this, he didn't say much. His brows were furrowed, and his eyes became even gloomier and more solemn. Boss, I told you before that it might cost 500,000. But now, due to the tight schedule and other reasons, it might cost 1 million. How about this? I'll give you a 10% discount, 900,000. What do you think? The middle-aged man looked a little hesitant and spoke cautiously. We have no other options. We don't have enough operators to meet your requirements. I see. 1 million, right? Just enough to make it a round number. When Yi Chen heard this, he nodded, his expression becoming serious and solemn. The remaining 100,000 yuan will be considered as my reward for your hard work. Thank you, boss. I wish you a happy marriage. Let's have seafood and soy milk tonight. When the middle-aged man heard this, his face became excited. This business is so easy to do. I am willing to do this, even if I don't have the money to do it. If you mess up, you should know what the consequences will be. I have already transferred 1 million to you. Yi Chen finished speaking, his voice becoming serious. Don't ever doubt my ability. Don't worry. Boss, we are professionals. You have to trust us. The middle-aged man patted his chest after he finished speaking. In that case, then so be it. Don't let me down tonight. After saying that, Yi Chen hung up the phone. It seems that now, there is only one last thing left. Looking at the electronic screen in front of him, Yi Chen's face showed a faint smile. He nodded, his eyes becoming serious and solemn. It's my turn. After Yi Chen waited for 40 minutes, he looked at number 197 in front of him and a faint smile appeared on his face. He walked towards a vacant window next to him after finishing his business. Handsome guy, now, it seems that it is not your turn yet, please wait. When the counter clerk in front of him saw the number Yi Chen handed over, he smiled professionally and said something. It's not my turn? Didn't number 197 just come? I'm number 198. As for Yi Chen, he was completely confused when he heard it. How is it possible that it hasn't come to me yet? I clearly reached number 197 just now. And now, what Yi Chen didn't expect was that he was told that it was not his turn yet. This must be a joke on him. Get out of the way. Can't you see? 197A. Boy, it's not your turn yet. Cutting in line is very rude. While Yi Chen was confused, a middle-aged man's voice came from behind him with a thick sneer. Could it be that your mother didn't teach you? You. Looking at the middle-aged man in front of him, who was wearing a black suit, had a square face, a sneer on his face, and looked at him with mocking eyes. Yi Chen's face suddenly turned gloomy, his brows were furrowed, and his eyes were cold. That's right. Young man, go get in line. I'm 197C. 197C. 197D. Sorry. 197E, poor boy, get out of the way. When the middle-aged men behind him heard this and saw Yi Chen's gloomy expression and eyes, they sneered and said something. You. Looking at the display on the electronic screen in front of him and the mocking faces in front of him, Yi Chen's face became completely gloomy. Please 197A to window 3 to handle your business. The announcer sounded, completely ignoring Yi Chen's anger. I'm sorry, young man. I'm a VIP. Poor boy, I can only ask you to wait for a while. After all, the time of us rich people is very precious. You. Looking at the middle-aged man in front of him, he actually walked past him and made a mocking sound. Yi Chen clenched his hands instantly, his eyes sharp and cold. I didn't expect that it could be done this way. I originally thought it was my turn. But now, I have ended up in such a situation. This is too depressing. Yi Chen had to say something about this operation. That's awesome. Sorry. Handsome man, please wait a moment, we will be quick. The counter clerk saw it and said something politely. Snap. However, when the middle-aged man wanted to sit down to handle business, Yi Chen stepped forward and sat on the chair. Get in line, little brat. When the middle-aged man saw this, his face darkened and his eyes became even colder. Obviously, he never expected that Yi Chen would do such a thing. Isn't this a slap in his face? Sorry, handsome guy, it's not your turn yet, we. Snap. When the counter clerk wanted to say something, Yi Chen didn't hesitate at all. He slapped the marble in front of him with a serious and cold expression. How much do I need to save to become your highest level VIP? This, handsome guy. When the waiter heard this, his face became anxious. Could it be that this handsome little guy got kicked in the head by a donkey? If you have the ability to become their VIP, why did you wait so long just now? But now, it's obvious that it was just spoken in anger. Just tell me, how much do we need to save? Is 100 million enough? However, when Yi Chen heard it, he ignored it and said it in a decisive tone. Chapter 63. Damn it. He pretended to be me. Update 1. 100 million. You little brat, even if you want to save face, you don't have to do this. When the middle-aged man next to him heard Yi Chen say 100 million, his face was shocked, followed by a thick sneer. Obviously, he never expected that the young man in front of him would say such outrageous words in order to save his little bit of pathetic dignity. This person is indeed still a person who has not entered society. For the sake of a little bit of dignity, he actually made up such a big lie. Isn't this deliberately blocking one's own retreat completely? This is really a matter of laughter and tears. 100 million, ha ha ha. Isn't this a joke? Young man, I already admire you very much for being able to save 100,000. 100 million, that's just a dream. Let's go to TND Bank. 100 million, young man, sometimes you should not be so arrogant. You need to be low-key. Otherwise, you will have no way out. 100 million. You can come up with 100 million, you must be kidding me. What if I can come up with 100 million? Looking at the people in front of him who were sneering and even mocking, Yi Chen frowned slightly, his eyes became even colder, and he spoke. These people are so short-sighted. Young man, if you can come up with 100 million, I will wash my hair upside down when I get back. How about that? Is that okay? You. Stop joking. Do you know how much 100 million is? Even if you don't eat or drink, a foreigner like you can't even earn 10 million in your lifetime. Not to mention 100 million. If you can give it to me, I'll crawl back. 100 million. If you can give me that, I won't touch a woman for a year. What if you can't get it out? When everyone heard this, they all sneered and said it with a solemn oath. If I can't get it out, I'll crawl back to my hometown in Guangxi. When Yi Chen heard this, he looked at the sneering faces of the people in front of him without caring at all. His face became serious and solemn, and he said something. Handsome boy, this. The counter clerk next to him wanted to say something, but when he saw Yi Chen's eyes looking at him, his face turned pale in an instant, and he could only let them do as they pleased. Anyway, in the end, it wasn't her who was unlucky. Save money. Regularly, for 5 years, 100 million. As for what Yi Chen saw, he didn't care at all. He slammed the bank card on the table with a cold face. Let this young man go first. I want to see how long he can be so arrogant and how he steps down. The middle-aged man next to him saw the waiter looking at him, waved his hand and said something. Okay. Handsome, please enter the password. When the counter clerk heard this and saw that no one had any objections, he nodded. He looked at Yi Chen and made a gesture of invitation. Beep beep. When Yi Chen saw this, he did not hesitate at all and quickly entered his bank card password. This. When the waiter saw the screen in front of him, his face was completely shocked and full of disbelief. His mouth opened wide, and even his eyes widened. What's wrong? What's wrong? When the people nearby saw the counter lady in front of them with a look of shock and disbelief, they were confused and stunned. What's going on with this expression? Boy, now I want to see how you can still pretend to be cool. You have been exposed. That's right. It's ridiculous for someone who hasn't even entered society to say he has 100 million. You have no way out now. Just now, I gave you a way out, but you refused to take it. This time, I want to see how you get off the stage. This is going to be ugly, isn't it? However, what they did not see was the excitement in the eyes of the counter girl in front of them, and the look on her face that seemed as if she wanted to pounce on Yi Chen. Without saying much, she quickly took off her mask and a sweet smile appeared on her face. Handsome, are you free? Let's drink soy milk together. It's sour and salty, I guarantee you'll like it, and it keeps warm. Another thing is, it's absolutely fresh. Nanny. The few people who were mocking Yi Chen saw the waiter's eyes and expression, and when they heard the waiter's words, their faces were completely shocked and full of disbelief, as if they had seen a ghost. How is that possible? What exactly happened to this 180-degree change in attitude? Could it be that this guy really has a small amount of savings? Sorry. I have no interest in contaminated seafood. However, Yi Chen didn't care at all about their shock. His voice was cold and his eyes were sharp. You. The waiter wanted to say something, but in the end he could only grit his teeth. Handsome guy, we can be close friends. The kind that knows you inside and out. Sorry. You don't deserve it. Thump thump thump. Just as Yi Chen finished speaking, when the waitress was silent, the sound of high heels tapping on the ground was heard, followed by a woman's figure walking out. The woman had big wavy hair and was wearing a white tight top and a hip skirt. Delicate face with light makeup. Her long legs were wrapped in black stockings and she was wearing a pair of red high heels. As a faint scent of jasmine wafted over, the woman appeared in front of Yi Chen, smiling. Hello, handsome Yi Chen. Hello. I am the manager here, Ma Lulu, you can call me Xiaolu. Looking at Yi Chen in front of him, he didn't say much, stretched out his right hand, and quickly introduced himself. Yi Chen. Looking at the little hand stretched out in front of him, Yi Chen didn't say much. He symbolically shook it and let go immediately. Handsome Yi Chen, we can have a good talk about the interest rate on deposits. I can definitely satisfy you, please, please, please. When Ma Lulu saw this, a hint of displeasure flashed across her face and she quickly made a gesture of invitation. Yi Chen heard it, nodded, looked at the peach twisting in front of him, and followed behind without saying anything. By the way. Just now, who said that he wanted to crawl back, and who was the one who washed his hair upside down? Don't forget your promise. As if he thought of something, Yi Chen turned around and looked at the people who were stunned beside him. With the corners of his mouth slightly raised, he said something. Otherwise, what kind of man would you be? You. When several people heard this, they looked at Yi Chen who was walking into the manager's office in front of them, and their faces looked extremely depressed. Damn it! I was tricked by this brat. It's such a tempo that makes one vomit blood. What to do? I'm going back to wash my hair. I'll crawl back. It's impossible for me not to touch women. What's the use of this iron rod? Damn it! He tricked me. Chapter 64, Stay away and go to update 2. In an office, a woman and a young man were sitting face to face. On the table in front of him was a cup of fine tea. There was a faint scent of tea in the air, which made people feel shocked. Handsome Yi Chen, if you keep your deposit for 10 years, I can raise your deposit interest rate again. If the base is larger, the interest rate can be increased a lot more. What do you think, handsome Yi Chen? Looking at Yi Chen in front of her, a faint smile appeared on Ma Lulu's face. She leaned forward and could see a lot of snow-white scenery. No. Looking at Ma Lulu who was blinking at him with a faint smile on her face, Yi Chen did not hesitate at all. He just shook his head, waved his hand and refused. I just can't stand the arrogant faces of some people. As for the interest rate, I am not interested. This. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Ma Lulu's face was a little stunned. This person deposited money not for the money? Oh my god. In order to vent his anger, he actually deposited 100 million yuan. This is really too much of a tycoon. Master Yi Chen, why don't you consider it? We have a variety of products here that you can invest in. The returns are still very considerable. And if you, handsome Yi Chen, are willing to support my sister's work, no matter what you want to do, my sister will not resist at all. The small hand gently slid down her thigh, and her body leaned forward, feeling indescribably sexy and smooth. Anything is fine. I promise I can make you feel comfortable. Ma Lulu didn't believe that she couldn't take a boy like Yi Chen down. No matter what, Ma Lulu knows this kind of young hunk very well. High school students are the toughest. Moreover, Yi Chen in front of her is still so handsome. Even if she has to pay for him, she would be willing to do so. Not to mention, if you can attract huge deposits, your performance will definitely be greatly praised. At that time, income will also increase. Such an opportunity to kill two birds with one stone is exciting just to think about. Sorry. I don't like other people's leftovers. What I like is pure, natural, and pollution-free. However, what Ma Lulu didn't expect was that Yi Chen didn't pay any attention to her at all and his voice was cold. If not, then I'll leave. Okay. Looking at Yi Chen, who was about to get up in front of her, Ma Lulu's face became anxious and she spoke quickly. Thump thump thump. A woman walked over and handed some documents in her hand to Ma Lulu. Handsome Yi Chen, this is your deposit certificate. In addition, these are the clothes and bags we gave you as a gift. As for the interest rate, I will explain it to you in detail. Looking at Yi Chen in front of her, Ma Lulu said quickly. No thanks. Where do I need to sign? However, Yi Chen didn't care at all about her favor and asked. Handsome Yi Chen, just sign here. His face looked extremely embarrassed, but he still forced a faint smile and pointed to the place in front of him that needed a signature. Handsome Yi Chen, do you really not need to learn more about financial products? If you want, no matter what kind of seafood you want, we have it here and you can eat your fill. Unnecessary. Yi Chen saw it, but didn't care at all. He waved his hand and left. Hateful. As for Ma Lulu, when she saw Yi Chen leaving, her face showed a hint of anger and she stomped her feet fiercely. This guy doesn't respond to any persuasion or suggestion, and he won't accept any of the choices I make. Such a person is not a man after all. Damn it! After all, being surrounded by beautiful women is the dream of many men. Not to mention, there are just a dozen or so to pick from. He didn't even look at it, which really pissed me off. Manager. This. The woman next to her was surprised to see Ma Lulu's angry expression. I didn't expect that even my manager, the Sea King, would sometimes be unable to defeat someone. Go down. Looking at her servants, Ma Lulu waved her hands, gritted her teeth, and had a sharp look in her eyes. Yes. Manager. When the servant heard this, he left without saying anything. Hateful. As for Ma Lulu, she clenched her hands tightly and looked cold. The duck that was in hand flew away. You can imagine how depressed he was at that moment. Shanghai Auto City, as the largest auto city in Shanghai, has a variety of famous cars and stores. The flow of people coming to Shanghai Auto City every day is still very huge. Is this the Magic City Auto City? Outside the Auto City, a young man came out of a taxi. Looking at the Auto City in front of him, a faint smile appeared on his face. He stretched his waist and walked in without saying much. I finally made an appointment with Shui Liuxiang to go out tonight. How can I do that without a luxury car? After all, luxury cars and beautiful women are indispensable. Now that we have made an appointment, no matter what, we must do our best in everything. BMW, this one isn't good enough, it's not high-end enough. When passing by the BMW store, looking at the car in front of him, Yi Chen shook his head and rejected it. Shui Liuxiang already owns a Ferrari, so if I drove a BMW to the school gate to pick her up, wouldn't it seem very low class? Therefore, this time when buying a car, it must at least be as flat as a Ferrari. Otherwise, you will be the one who is embarrassed. Ferrari. Let's take a look. When Yi Chen passed by the Ferrari store, he looked at the cool-looking Ferrari in front of him and walked in quickly without saying much. For a Ferrari, it's not bad. Hello, handsome. Is there anything I can help you with? Next to her was a woman with a delicate face and slightly curly long hair. She was wearing a white tight top and a black hip skirt that was very short. Her long legs were wrapped in black stockings and she was wearing a pair of black high heels. She has a charming figure with perfect curves, which makes people want to pounce on her. When she saw Yi Chen walking in from outside, she smiled slightly, walked over quickly, her chest shaking, which was so attractive. Whatever you need, we will do our best to satisfy you. Looking at Yi Chen in front of her, a faint smile appeared on the woman's face and her beautiful eyes blinked. Anything you need? Looking at the slender long legs and the charming scenery in front of him, Yi Chen nodded, his face a little excited. Yes. Customers are God. As long as you buy our products, we will satisfy any requirements. Looking at the fiery eyes in front of him, Luoka knew that the little boy had taken the bait. If you are a rich second generation, this business is a sure thing. After all, having controlled so many young boys, Luoka didn't believe that he couldn't control Yi Chen in front of him. However, what Luoka did not expect was that Yi Chen heard it, nodded, waved his hand, looked cold, and spoke. In that case, just stay aside and I'll take a look. Chapter 65. Can I test drive it? Stay aside, I'm just taking a look. When Yi Chen's words reached Luoka's ears, Luoka's face was shocked and full of disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. After all, Luoka is very clear about his figure and appearance. But now, what Luoka did not expect was that the young man in front of him did not care about his figure and appearance at all, and simply ignored his existence. This is too painful. Handsome guy, do you really not need it? Looking at Yi Chen in front of him, Luoka didn't care at all, but asked again. No need. If you keep talking, I'll just leave. Okay, handsome guy, please take a look. If you need anything, just let me know. In the end, the only thing Luoka could do was to nod, put a faint smile on his face and made a gesture of invitation. As for Yi Chen, he didn't care at all and walked to the side. Sir, how can I help you? When Yi Chen walked to the side, a middle-aged man with a big belly walked in from outside. Seeing this, Luoka walked up quickly without any hesitation, with a professional smile on his face. I didn't have enough ability to take down that brat just now. But now, facing the greasy and wretched uncle in front of him, Luoka no longer believed that he did not have enough strength to take him down. Looking at the greasy uncle in front of him, Luoka knew that he had a sure win. Anything? Sure enough, when the middle-aged man saw Luoka coming over, his face suddenly became excited and his eyes became completely excited. I didn't expect that she was such a pretty little beauty. Black stockings and long legs, this is a man's favorite. It is also a favorite of otakus. I didn't expect that the waiter in front of me was so sensible and understood the customer's needs so well. I have to give him a thumbs up. Yes, sir. As long as you buy any type of vehicle product from us, we can satisfy all your fantasies and needs. When Luoka saw the fiery eyes of the middle-aged man in front of him, his face suddenly became excited. A faint smile appeared on his face. He nodded and became extremely serious. Luoka knew that based on his several years of work experience, he could definitely get this person's order. As long as you get this person's order, your income will increase. After all, the commission is still very considerable. At most, I was just bitten. As for the rest, nothing has changed. Anything, even milk? When Liang Tian heard this, his face became even more excited. He nodded, his eyes fixed on Luoka in front of him. This figure is so cool. Sir, the milk here is all natural, you can rest assured. When Luoka heard this, a faint smile emerged on his face. He lowered his body slightly, revealing his heavy chest, and made a gesture of invitation. Sir, please. I don't know what type of car you want. I'll introduce it to you. Yeah. Let me see. Looking at the snow-white scene in front of him, Liang Tian coughed lightly, his face became serious and solemn, and he cleared his throat. Lead the way. I hope the milk here will suit my taste. Guarantee your appetite, Mr. Fogg. When Luoka heard this, he smiled slightly and nodded. I don't know, what's your name? Liang Tian. When Liang Tian heard this, he nodded and said something without any hesitation. Mr. Liang Tian, what price do you need for the car? About 3 to 5 million. For transportation. In that case, Mr. Liang Tian, let's go with 5 million. We have a car here that is just right for someone of your status. When Luoka heard this, his face became a little unhappy, but he still smiled and said something. 3 to 5 million, this is just the basic. I originally thought it would be more than 10 million, but I miscalculated. However, 3 to 5 million is also acceptable. No matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. What's more, she hasn't opened for business for a long time. For now, just make do with it. I don't know, what kind of interiors do the 5 million cars here have? When Liang Tian heard this, he looked at the figure twisting in front of him, his face became excited, and he rubbed his hands. Mr. Liang Tian, don't worry. I can definitely satisfy you. When Luo Ka heard this, his expression turned serious. What do you think of me? Excellent. Very good. Here we are. Mr. Liang Tian, this is the model I recommended to you, 5.2 million. I don't know, what do you think? After a while, the two figures came to a black Ferrari. Looking at the Ferrari in front of him, Roka said quickly with a faint smile on his face. Can I give it a try? Looking at the Ferrari in front of him, Liang Tian nodded, and looking at Luo Ka in front of him, there was a hint of greed on his face. Black stockings, long legs, and most importantly, a first-rate appearance and a devilish figure. It's simply boy's favorite. Sure. But, Mr. Liang Tian, you need to pay a 10% deposit first, which is 520,000. If you don't want it, we will return 5% of the deposit to you later. I don't know, what do you think? This. Looking at Luo Ka in front of him and the Ferrari next to him, Liang Tian's face hesitated. The interior is intact, except for the inevitable cracks. In addition, everything else is 90% new. And I know all the skills. Mr. Liang Tian, you can have 3 test drives. In addition, if you are sure to buy it, we will provide 10 free after-sales services. Looking at Liang Tian in front of him, how could Luo Ka not know what Liang Tian was thinking? Wasn't he just trying to take advantage of as much as possible? This. When Liang Tian heard this and looked at Luo Ka in front of him, his face was still a little hesitant. 13 times costing more than 200,000, and each time costing 20,000. This is a bit too expensive. Mr. Liang Tian, if you are sure you want to pay the deposit, I can give you 3 extra chances. Finally, Luo Ka's face became serious, he gritted his teeth, and said with a little heartache. 5 times. I'd pay for it if I could. When Liang Tian saw this, his face became serious and solemn. In that case, Mr. Liang Tian, deal. After hearing this, Luo Ka gritted his teeth, thought for a while, and agreed. Deal, I sweep you, or you sweep me? When Liang Tian heard this, his face became excited. I want to take it for a test drive tonight. Sure. Just scan me. Can I take it for a test drive, please? At this moment, Yi Chen, who was walking nearby, became a little interested when he saw a cool black Ferrari and spoke quickly. If I could, I'd like to try it now. Chapter 66, Just Have Money, That's All Part 2. Handsome, you want to test drive it? Now. Looking at Yi Chen, who was walking towards her with a serious and solemn expression, Luo Ka's face was filled with surprise and her beautiful eyes were filled with shock. Just now, the young man in front of me clearly ignored me and asked me to stay aside. But now, what Luo Ka didn't expect was that when he heard Liang Tian say that he wanted to test drive tonight, the young man in front of him suddenly became like a little puppy and immediately opened his mouth to ask for food. I actually want to test drive it, and now. Is this because you are afraid that others will get there first and you will only be able to eat the leftovers? Otherwise, why would you ask for a test drive now? This is a bit too surprising. Could it be that now you know the advantages and charm of a mature woman? It seems that I am still very attractive. Otherwise, there would be no such urgent request for a test drive. Sure enough, he is still a little boy. If you are a man, you can't resist the temptation of long legs and black stockings, especially little boys. Sure enough, this is true. Yes? I guess so. Looking at Luo Ka, who had a shocked expression in front of him, Yi Chen nodded and confirmed. I am still waiting to buy a suitable luxury car to bring back, and I need to pick up Shui Lufang tonight. Now, buy it without trying it. This is a bit of a disgrace to my identity as a rural person. This. Hearing Yi Chen's words and seeing Yi Chen's gaze, Luo Ka's face became even more surprised. Obviously, Luo Ka never thought that Yi Chen would be so impatient, to this extent. It's really too unbelievable. It seems that my charm is even more powerful and terrifying than I imagined. What did you say, you little brat? Do you understand that first come, first served? When Liang Tian, who was standing next to him, heard Yi Chen's words and saw Luo Ka's hesitant expression, his face suddenly became filled with anger, and his eyes were filled with a deep, cold look. This brat is so arrogant. He robbed people blatantly. He finally negotiated a price and wanted to try the feel of it in the evening. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, someone suddenly intervened. What's more, he is such a handsome young man. For a moment, there was a strong sense of crisis. In any case, he didn't want to eat other people's leftovers. Although, the Luoka in front of him must have had his meridians cleared. However, he didn't want to test drive a car that was damaged again. He is so handsome, he must have no shortage of girlfriends. He actually came to argue with me. Damn it. First come, first served. Do you need it? If you have money, it's fine. As for Yi Chen, seeing Liang Tian in front of him with an extremely angry face, he looked confused and bewildered, and had no idea what was going on. When buying a car, it's actually on a first come, first served basis. What they are interested in is not the same type of car with the same price. This is the first time I've heard of this. As long as you have money, it's fine. Brat, are you rich? When Liang Tian heard this, he was so angry that bloodshot appeared in his eyes and he roared. This brat is too arrogant. As long as you have money, that's all. The question is, do you have money? Oh my god. Do you know what kind of car this is? A car like this costs at least 5 million. 5 million, can you afford it? You are so young, why don't you learn something else? You actually learn to test drive like others. Do you have money? Someone like you will never make 5 million in your lifetime. What kind of car is that? In my eyes, it's nothing but a piece of junk. However, Yi Chen didn't care at all about Liang Tian's scolding and said, Handsome, if you want, I can do it tonight. But first you need to pay a 10% deposit. What do you think? Hearing Yi Chen's words, Luoka's face became excited and encouraged. Such a handsome young man, fresh meat, let alone test drive, even keeping him permanently is fine. After all, it's so handsome. Can I pay in full? However, when Yi Chen heard this, he shook his head. I don't like installment payments. Sure. Handsome guy, I don't know if you like candles, black stockings or white stockings. When Luoka heard this, his face became even more excited. You little brat, you want the full payment, did you get kicked in the head by a donkey? Liang Tian, who was standing next to him, saw Luoka, who had just run over to serve Yi Chen, and his face became completely furious, and he started to confront him directly. This is Liang Tian's car, not this brat's car. I speak without thinking. If you can pay me in full, I'll crawl back. He is just a brat, yet he is so arrogant. Is he stupid? Black silk or white silk? Looking at Luoka in front of him, Yi Chen's face was completely stunned. In this day and age, do you get black and white silk stockings for free when you buy a car? It's incredible. Can't you give me something useful? Don't like it? I get it, handsome. How about a fishing net? Seeing Yi Chen's puzzled expression, Luoka seemed to have thought of something and suddenly realized. I didn't expect that young people nowadays actually like this. No matter what service you want, we will try our best to satisfy you. The customer is God. The customer is God. If that's the case, what do you think I am? Am I not a customer? Liang Tian, who was standing next to them, was so angry when he heard the conversation between Luoka and the others. I, the customer who arrived first, have been ignored and have no sense of existence, but he still says that customers are God. Damn it! Open your eyes and take a good look. How can a brat like him come up with 5 million? Instead of trying to please him, why not let me test drive it? This is 1 million. Without any hesitation, looking at Luoka in front of him, Liang Tian slapped a check for 1 million on the front cover. I want a fishing net. Finally, he did not forget to look at Yi Chen next to him provocatively, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. This brat actually wanted to snatch it from him. Why? Is it possible? Impossible. How much is the most expensive car here? Looking at the provocative gaze in front of him, Yi Chen spoke with a gloomy voice and asked a question. Handsome guy, the most expensive one here is 30 million. If you want it, you can get a 99% discount. When Luoka heard this, although he didn't know what Yi Chen wanted to do, he still responded quickly. No. 30 million, that's 30 million. Crash. Just as he finished speaking, dozens of checks worth 1 million yuan fell from the sky and landed on the ground. Just right, 30 million. This. Looking at the check in front of him, Luoka's face was filled with shock and disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. Rich man. Which car? Lead the way. Yes, yes, yes. Handsome guy, please, please, please. This. How is it possible? As for Liang Tian, when he saw it, his face froze, his eyes widened, and he looked distraught. This is just a bad boy. How is that possible? As for Yi Chen's words, they made him so angry that he vomited blood. Also, some people said they would crawl back. I hope they can keep their word. Otherwise, what kind of man are they? Chapter 67. He told you to get out, didn't you hear me? At night, at the gate of Shanghai University, there is a large group of girls in short skirts coming in and out. Each of them is dressed extremely beautifully and full of energy. Outside the gate of Magic City University, there were many luxury cars worth millions parked, including BMW, Lamborghini, Ferrari, Maybach, etc. Some girls in short skirts and black stockings, without any hesitation, carried various brand name bags and entered various luxury cars. Afterwards, it disappeared into the air with gusts of strong wind, which was so cool. So beautiful. With such a charming figure, it would be great if I could have one of them. How is that possible? It's just someone else's, and I want it. Okay, buy a luxury car. In this way, let alone one, even if you have one every day, there won't be any problem. After all, now, Yulao no longer cares about marriage, now it's the god of wealth who takes care of it. As long as you have money, you can get any type, sweet or domineering. It's just a matter of a word. There are many people who are proficient in all kinds of martial arts. Playing musical instruments and singing, college life is so good now. That's right. Do you see that Rolls-Royce over there? Let me tell you. I see it almost every 3 days. And it's different every time. Fuck. It's so small, won't it get hurt? Rich people are so cruel. What do you mean by small? This kid is a smart kid. Others are already over 18 years old. Hey! I don't understand the world of rich people. When the people nearby saw this, they all looked helpless and couldn't help but complain. I didn't expect it to be so fun. Isn't that Yi Chen? I remember him. When they saw the figure of a young man in a black Ferrari next to them, they all looked surprised and shocked. No way. No way. Doesn't he already have Shui Lufang? Now, what's going on? He doesn't want to take a bite too. This Yi Chen, could it be that he just wants to have fun? Could this be the Super Sea King? Fuck. It really is. Senior walked over. No way. No way. Give one to me. I will definitely take good care of it. TSK. What you take good care of may be someone else's leftovers or discarded. What's so rare about it? That's right. There's nothing rare about it. It's not pollution-free at all. Could it be that you don't want black stockings and long legs, or you don't want to be held in arms and output? Handsome guy, are you alone? When Yi Chen opened the window to get some fresh air, the women in the row became excited and their eyes brightened when they saw the brand new black Ferrari in front of them. They were wearing short skirts and walked over quickly without any hesitation. Handsome guy, are you here to play too? Handsome man, do you want any service? If there is anything I can do, I will definitely satisfy you. Handsome guy, I can play all kinds of instruments and sing. How is it? Handsome, would you like some tea? Handsome guy, do you want some milk? Looking at the gorgeously dressed women in short skirts and black stockings walking towards him, Yi Chen frowned slightly and his eyes became a little gloomy. Am I that kind of person? I'm waiting for someone, not waiting to go to the hotel. Oh my god. The woman in front of him had long legs and a beautiful face. However, makeup is one of the 4 great evil arts. Who could know what kind of face is hidden under such a first-class appearance? Another point is that you can tell at a glance that these people are veterans of time. I am just a chick, so I will be completely contaminated. A road that has been walked by countless people, no matter how beautiful it is, will eventually be polluted. Besides, do I look like that kind of person? Oh my god. Who do you think you are? Sorry, I'm not interested in you. Looking at the chattering people in front of him, Yi Chen frowned slightly, his eyes became even colder, and he directly refused. Even if a woman like this was given to me, I wouldn't want her. Although, being self-reliant is very good. However, this approach of self-reliance is obviously wrong. However, others have the capital. You. When some women heard Yi Chen say that he was not interested in them, their faces became gloomy, their brows slightly wrinkled, their eyes became even colder, and they gritted their teeth. Let's go. And some heard it without the slightest hesitation, nor did they care at all. Others don't want to eat seafood, but some do. Yes, yes, yes. It's just a Ferrari, there's nothing to brag about. Let's go. Let's go. Handsome guy, are you really not going to think about this carefully? When everyone was leaving, at this moment, the figure of a woman with big wavy hair smiled slightly, raised her head and chest, and said something. I promise to satisfy all your fantasies. Do you want to add WeChat? Whenever you need me, I can fly to you right away, handsome guy. Unnecessary. Looking at the woman in front of him with a first-class face and a heavy chest, Yi Chen had to say she was very fierce. But, I'm not interested. Don't be so heartless. Boys always need it. After all, at your age, it's the hardest time. When the woman heard this, she smiled slightly, with a sweet smile on her face. Sister can come whenever you call. Roll. Looking at the woman who was approaching him all of a sudden, with a heavy forehead as if about to squeeze in through the car window, Yi Chen's face suddenly fell and he scolded her. Don't be so fierce. I know about you men. When the woman heard this, she just smiled slightly and looked at Yi Chen in front of her. Open the door, I'll open the door for you, how about that? Roll. Looking at the shy woman in front of him who blew him a kiss, Yi Chen almost spit out the leftovers. It was so disgusting. Brother, my sister needs your love and care. If you are not free today, how about tomorrow? I know what you guys mean by driving luxury cars here. Isn't that the case? The woman heard it, smiled slightly and said something. If you can get a handsome guy like this, it doesn't matter if you waste a little time. After all, it's so handsome. Roll. However, what responded to her was only Yi Chen's angry face and angry eyes. He just roared with a cold look. He told you to get out. Are you deaf? Don't you think everyone is as bad as you? Just as the woman was about to say something, a cold female voice came, with a hint of anger. Chapter 68 I Only Want Your Black and White Pairing Part 2. Who? After hearing the woman's voice coming from behind, which actually contained a strong sense of coldness, the woman did not hesitate at all, lowered the voice, and looked over instantly. Don't these people understand the principle of first come first served? Are they trying to completely break the rules of their industry? Damn it! Shui Lufang. However, when the woman turned around and found out who the owner of the female voice behind her was, her face suddenly turned surprised, and there was only deep shock in her eyes. Apart from this, there was no other expression. Obviously, she never expected that the person behind the scenes was Shui Lufang. Shui Lufang, the cold campus beauty of Magic City University who has always disliked meddling in other people's affairs, suddenly became nosy. Why? This made him completely confused. Go away. Shui Lufang, who was walking towards him in a white short skirt, white stockings, and a pair of high heels, didn't care at all about the woman's gloomy face and unhappy eyes. Instead, she spoke with a cold voice and a face as cold as ice. Shui Lufang never imagined that after dressing up nicely, she would encounter a scene like this. My boyfriend was actually hooked up with a big wave. This is simply unbearable. Could it be that this big wave doesn't know that this is its own person? Even though it is a big wave, it doesn't have its own scale. Oh my god. Shui Lufang, don't go too far. Hearing Shui Lufang's words, the woman's face suddenly fell and her eyes became cold. When you're out there, you have to follow the principle of first come first served. She didn't want to give up on such a handsome guy. Even if Shui Lufang is more beautiful, so what? Can we eat it? She is like an iceberg, so she definitely can't do that. And you can eat it yourself. Handsome guy, think about it carefully. You can play all kinds of music, such as playing musical instruments and singing. You can also do it tonight. Get lost. I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen anyone as shameless as this. You are blocking my girlfriend. Girlfriend? When the woman heard Yi Chen's words, she was stunned for a moment. It was like a bolt from the blue. The cold school beauty Shui Lufang is actually this young man's girlfriend. Impossible. That's absolutely impossible. Get out. You're in the way. However, when the woman was stunned, Shui Lufang's figure came to her side and said something. You humph. After listening to what Yi Chen and the others said, the woman's face became even angrier. She gritted her teeth, and finally snorted and left. If you don't leave yet, are you going to stay and let them play mixed doubles? No matter how shameless I am, I can't ask for a beating like this. No. Without paying any attention to the woman who left angrily, Shui Lufang looked at Yi Chen and asked a question. Before, Yi Chen was riding a Trek butterfly. And now, it has become such a new Ferrari. It must be newly bought. Yeah. Luxury cars and beautiful women. When Yi Chen heard this, he looked at Shui Lufang, who had a stunningly beautiful face in front of him. Her chest had a large and beautiful scenery with some white lace visible. He couldn't help but become excited and nodded. Lufang, you are so beautiful today. It can be said that this was the first time that Yi Chen saw Shui Lufang put on such delicate makeup. She was simply a little fairy. No. Shui Lufang looks like a little fairy even without makeup. Shui Lufang is now even more beautiful than a fairy. She is so pretty that one can't wait to pounce on her. In particular, a pair of long and slender legs, so white. She was sitting in the passenger seat with her legs folded together, which made people feel even more impulsive. I didn't expect that we haven't seen each other for just one day. Xiaochen, you are so sweet. Did your roommates teach you this? Before, Yi Chen was not so sweet-mouthed. And now, he is so sweet-mouthed. It's impossible not to be surprised. Do I need to be taught this? If I meet a woman I like, won't I learn it on my own? When Yi Chen heard this, a faint smile appeared on his face and he said something. If that's the case, then what happened to you just now? Do you want to have sex with each of them? After all, in Magic City University, luxury cars are parked outside the campus, and there are different black stockings ladies every night. When Shui Lufang heard this, a sweet smile appeared on her face. However, Yi Chen knew that at this moment, this smile was the most dangerous. If you answer one word wrong, you may start to suffer. I don't care. Holding hands with someone until old age, this is what I want. As for black and white silk, I only like your black and white combination, Lufang. The rest is nothing. Grr. So greasy. So earthy. When Shui Lufang heard this, she looked at Yi Chen in front of her with a serious expression and smiled for a moment, but her inner happiness was still revealed on her face inadvertently. So, where's your compensation? It can't be this car. I'm not a materialistic woman. And in the end, I got straight to the point. Shui Lufang was still very curious about how Yi Chen would compensate her tonight. Umbrella, presidential suite, do you like it? Yi Chen heard it, shook his head and said something. He. Do you want to come in? When Shui Lufang heard this, she smiled even more charmingly, blinking her beautiful eyes. I want to. Will you open the door? Looking at the slender legs wrapped in white silk in front of him and the heavy chest, Yi Chen nodded vigorously. How could I not want to? It's just that there is no chance. Well, I'll think about it. When Shui Lufang heard this, her face suddenly turned a little red, and there was a hint of shyness in her beautiful eyes. It can be said that Shui Lufang never expected Yi Chen to attack directly like this. And now, for a moment, I can't react. Don't think about it. Just do it tonight. It hurts. Then I'll be gentle. I heard it's very painful, I don't want to do it. I think. Ha ha. By the way, you haven't told me about your compensation yet. When Shui Lufang heard this, he immediately changed the subject. I'm serious. I'm serious too. Xiaochen, if you keep doing this, I'm leaving. Okay, I'll take you somewhere. Looking at Shui Lufang in front of him, Yi Chen finally sighed softly and said something. Where? You'll find out when you get there. It can't be a small dark room, an escape room. You guess. After saying this, he walked away without any hesitation. Fuck. My cold school beauty got into someone else's luxury car again. My heart. It hurts so much. Yi Chen, how did he win over the iceberg school beauty? These days, is it true that having money can allow you to do whatever you want? Money is not everything, but without money you can do nothing. Money can not only make the devil work, but also buy love. My goddess, my heart is broken. When some boys who were having supper nearby saw this, they felt like they had suffered a critical hit 10,000 times the damage. My glass heart is completely broken. Chapter 69. I can't wait anymore. The scenery here is quite nice. On the other hand, in a private room of a luxurious restaurant, there were two figures, a man and a woman, having dinner. The young man was wearing branded clothes, had a handsome face, and a pair of eyes as deep as the stars in the night sky. He looked profound. It is unclear and incomprehensible, and it has a sense of mystery. The woman sitting opposite him had a face like a fairy. She was wearing light makeup, and her phoenix eyes had light eyeliner. Her lips were as elastic as jelly, and she was wearing light pink lipstick, which made her look like a girl. A white and swan-like long neck, with a silver heart-shaped necklace, with even breathing, and a little starlight constantly emanating from it, beating the heart on the forehead. Because of the white suspender skirt, her perfect collarbone is exposed at this time. It feels like you can raise fish in it. I don't know how sexy it is. The slender waist that can be held in one hand outlines the perfect curves. I have to say that even if it is not a tight-fitting suit, Shui Liufang's huge and heavy chest still has very beautiful lines carved out, and it is so graceful that people can't wait to take a bite of it. At this moment, her long legs wrapped in white were stacked together. Her crystal high heels had been taken off and hung on her toes, shaking. She looked so sexy. It can be said that she is like a fairy from a myth. I didn't expect that. Xiaochen, you are really good at choosing places. Looking at the bright lights outside, the occasional cruise ship passing by, and the night view of the Bund in Shanghai with some Mickey Mouse lights, Shui Lufang couldn't help but nod and give a thumbs up. Of course, after all, I picked it carefully. Looking at Shui Lufang in front of him, Yi Chen's face showed a faint smile. He patted his chest and his expression became serious and solemn. When I complimented you, your mouth actually curled up to the sky. When Shui Lufang saw this, she smiled and her beautiful eyes blinked. The old woman is selling melons and bragging about herself. Hey! Is it not possible? Can. Looking at Yi Chen in front of him, Shui Lufang could only nod. Ding dong. At this moment, the doorbell rang. Handsome guy, beautiful girl, here's your meal. At this moment, a waiter's voice came from outside, reminding. Enter. Squeak. Following Yi Chen's order, the door of the box opened, and a woman in professional attire walked in with a faint smile on her face. Xiaochen, this is so much, can you finish it? Looking at the various delicacies in front of her, Shui Lufang looked puzzled and looked at Yi Chen. There's so much, how can I possibly finish it? If you can't finish it, just try a little bit of each. These are their specialties. When Yi Chen heard this, he saw the waiter next to him, waved his hand, looked at Shui Lufang, and said something. Don't waste it like this in the future. Yeah. You're right. You don't just want to treat me to a meal as compensation, do you? Looking at the various kinds of food in front of her, Shui Liufang's face became a little unhappy. She crossed her hands in front of her chest, pouted, and said something. No. There's a surprise coming up. However, when Yi Chen heard this, he just smiled slightly and shook his head. Wait, let's talk after dinner. In that case, I'll eat faster. Eat slowly, don't rush. There's enough time. Yi Chen saw it, smiled slightly and said something. Really? But I can't wait. Looking at the delicacies in front of him, Shui Lufang said nothing and quickly tasted them. Xiaochen, you should try it too. It's quite delicious. How do you know that? Of course I know. After all, abalone, how can it not be delicious? But I still like yours better. You. Looking at Yi Chen in front of her, who was serious and solemn, and talking nonsense in all seriousness, Shui Liufang's face turned red and she gritted her teeth. Really? In that case, Xiaochen, I'll give you a taste. Real. Hearing Shui Liufang's words, Yi Chen's face became excited, his face became hot, and even his eyes became brightened. Is it so easy to eat seafood? How could this not be exciting? Really? Do you want to? When Shui Lufang saw this, she smiled with a sweet smile on her face. Think. As for Yi Chen, he was like a pug at this moment, nodding vigorously. A pair of eyes looked at Shui Lufang in front of him, and at the heavy chest in front of him, wishing he could help grow it a little bigger and give it a good massage. In that case, here you go. While Yi Chen's face was excited and his eyes were fiery, Shui Lufang smiled slightly, without saying much, looked at the abalone in the bowl in front of her, and directly gave it to Yi Chen. Her pair of phoenix eyes blinked with a hint of mischief and cuteness. This. Looking at the abalone that Shui Lufang brought to him, Yi Chen's face was completely stunned, his expression froze, and even his gaze was frozen. He was completely dumbfounded, with disbelief on his face. This is not what you said. And now, you can still play like this. What's wrong? Hurry up and show your gratitude. This is the abalone in my bowl. I've already given it to you. When Shui Lufang on the opposite side saw Yi Chen's face, which was so wonderful, she smiled sweetly, and her two dimples were clear and charming. That's not what I meant. Seeing Shui Lufang's expression, Yi Chen knew that he had been deceived. He shook his head helplessly and explained. That's not what I meant. Then Xiaochen, what do you mean? When Shui Lufang heard this, her beautiful eyes blinked. Looking at Shui Lufang, who suddenly became naughty and cute in front of him, Yi Chen didn't know what to say for a moment. Shui Lufang should be very clear about what I mean. And now, he actually pretended not to know. As a veteran driver, Shui Lufang could not possibly not understand. Is this because he doesn't like it, or is he just pretending to be reserved? For a moment, Yi Chen couldn't think clearly at all. All right. I won't tease you anymore. If you want to eat my sister, you have to show some strength, Xiaochen. When Shui Lufang saw Yi Chen's helpless expression, she smiled slightly, tasted a bite of the delicacy in front of her, and sighed softly. You treated me to a meal, but you wanted to leave me with a scar that can never be erased. Don't you think that you are being very unprofitable? I know. Let's go. Listening to Shui Lufang's words, Yi Chen nodded, stood up, took Shui Lufang's hand, and left. Tonight, even if I can't eat seafood, I have to keep my distance. Chapter 70 Lufang, be my girlfriend. On the bund in Shanghai, two figures were walking side by side. The woman had long black hair that fluttered in the wind, and her hair moved around, giving people an endless enjoyment of beauty. The white suspender skirt seemed to fly up into the sky under the noisy breeze. However, in the end, I was not able to get what I wanted. Long and slender legs, wrapped in white stockings and wearing a pair of crystal high heels. Next to the woman was a handsome young man. He has a pair of eyes as deep as the night sky. After watching it for a long time, one can't help but be deeply immersed in it. A talented man and a beautiful woman, what an enviable existence they are. And when people around saw it, there was a 100% turning head rate. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Some sounds of pain were heard. Needless to say, it was obvious that some boys were staring at them stupidly. In the end, he was stomped on by his girlfriend or had his ears pulled. I didn't expect that the bund in Shanghai would be so lively at night. Looking at the people coming and going, Shui Lufang's face was filled with surprise and she closed her beautiful eyes. Quietly feel the sea breeze blowing by and gently touching your skin. Yeah. It's quite lively indeed. As for Yi Chen next to him, after hearing Shui Lufang's sigh, he nodded in agreement. By the way, Xiaochen, where is the surprise you said you would give me? Finally, as if he had thought of something, Shui Lufang went straight to the point without the slightest hesitation, his face becoming serious and solemn. I'm very picky. When I eat hot dogs, I want them with cream. So, ordinary surprises are not really surprises. If you want to eat it, there is not only cream, but also soy milk. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Shui Lufang showed a sweet smile on her face, and she smiled with her beautiful eyes blinking as she looked at Yi Chen. Without saying much, she walked towards the river, leaned on the railing, her profile was indescribably charming, and her beautiful eyes slowly closed. Xiaochen, where is the surprise you mentioned? Finally, he looked at Yi Chen next to him with a curious expression. Close your eyes. Yi Chen saw it and reminded him. As for Shui Lufang, when she heard it, she closed her beautiful eyes immediately without any hesitation. Shui Lufang was still very much looking forward to what kind of surprise Yi Chen would give her this time. Don't open your eyes until I say open them. No matter what happens. Looking at Shui Lufang, who closed her eyes in front of him, Yi Chen gave her a warning, his face becoming serious and solemn. As for Shui Lufang, he just nodded and didn't say much. What a nice view. What the hell? What is this? Plane. Drone. How beautiful. How romantic. Which rich guy is confessing his love to someone? I don't know. But, my God. There are so many drones. Is this a person? That should be it. Oh my God. So beautiful. No. Not one person, but two people. Isn't this nonsense? Of course I know there are two people. So beautiful. If a boy confessed to me like this, I would definitely run into his arms immediately. It's so romantic. That's right. It's so beautiful. Xiaochen, is it okay? Listening to the sounds around him, Shui Lufang began to get a little impatient. I don't know why, but I feel so sweet in my heart. This silly boy finally got it. Not yet. Looking at the drone above the Huangpu River in front of him, Yi Chen shook his head and his expression became serious. Wait a moment. At this time, the drone has not completed all the actions. Is it ready? Shui Lufang heard it and asked again after half a minute. That's enough. Lufang, open your eyes. When Yi Chen heard this, he nodded, his expression becoming serious and solemn. This is so beautiful. When Shui Lufang opened her beautiful eyes, she saw the scene outlined by the drone above the Huangpu River in front of her. Her face was shocked and her beautiful eyes were excited. Even his heartbeat began to speed up, his face full of disbelief. At this time, in the night sky above the Huangpu River, there are hundreds or even thousands of drones hovering. Their lights now outline the figure of a fairy-like woman and a graceful young man. And in the middle of the two figures, there was a symbol of an arrow piercing the heart. Needless to say, Shui Lufang knew what Yi Chen wanted to express. Her face turned slightly red, and her heart was sweet. I originally thought that this silly boy would not understand romance. What Shui Lufang didn't expect was that Yi Chen, a straight man, could be so romantic at times. It was a little unbelievable. This is me, am I so beautiful? Looking at the figure of the woman in a long skirt in front of him, Shui Lufang's face was shocked and he said something. Yes. In my eyes, Lufang, you are the most beautiful. Yi Chen, who was standing next to him, heard it and saw Shui Lufang looking at him. Without saying much, he knelt on one knee and took out a bouquet of roses and a diamond ring box. Snap! Under Shui Lufang's gaze, the diamond ring box in front of her suddenly opened, and a 20-carat diamond ring lay quietly in the box. So big! Oh my god! Such a big diamond ring, how many carats is it? It simply blinds my eyes. Such a big diamond ring, only a rich person can do that. A diamond ring like this would cost at least 1 million. Oh my god! 1 million! That's ridiculous! 1 million, you are dreaming if you want to get such a big diamond ring. It's impossible to get such a big diamond ring without 10 million. 10 million. Oh my god! It's too extravagant. Rich people, it's really unimaginable. It would be great if I had a boyfriend who could give me a 20-carat diamond ring. If that happened, I would be willing to eat sausage every day. Look at others, then look at you. When you confessed your love, all you gave was a bouquet of roses, not even as big as theirs. It's nothing. Look at others and learn from them. Really? At first, I felt so bad when I bought a diamond ring as small as a grain of sand. It was only over 3,000 yuan. Now, others' rings are as big as 2 thumbs. It's nothing. It's so pathetic, they are like heaven and earth. Really? The young couple nearby saw this and felt so depressed that they started to complain. Xiaochen, you. Looking at the huge diamond ring in front of her, Shui Lufang was stunned, with tears flowing in her beautiful eyes. Obviously, Shui Lufang never expected that Yi Chen's confession would be so romantic. Lufang, I've liked you since the moment I saw you. Be my girlfriend. Looking at Shui Lufang in front of him, Yi Chen said with a serious expression. Chapter 71 Promise Him a Kiss Update 1. Xiaochen. Looking at Yi Chen kneeling on one knee in front of her, and looking at the roses and the diamond ring in front of her, Shui Lufang's face was moved, and there was a glimmer of tears in her beautiful eyes. I never thought that something I had dreamed of for a long time would finally come true. At this moment, you can imagine how excited I was. The romance I need is just ordinary romance. But now, what Shui Lufang didn't expect was that Yi Chen's romance was not ordinary romance, but a romance that was far beyond his expectations. For her, Yi Chen's current romance is the ultimate romance. For a moment, it was impossible not to be moved. Promise him. Promise him. Promise him. How romantic. If it were me, I would have agreed to it. Yes, yes, yes. Promise him. When the people around saw Yi Chen kneeling on one knee in front of them, they all started to make a fuss. If it was romantic, if it were them, they would definitely agree. After all, girls are emotional. Cluck, cluck, cluck. As for Shui Lufang, when she heard it and saw the people around her making a fuss, she smiled with her lips pursed. Her eyes were simply blossoming with joy, and the smile on her face was so bright that it was hard to tell how dazzling it was. How much did you hire the atmosphere team for? The effect is quite good. How can money measure my love for you? Yi Chen heard it, shook his head, and said seriously. Cluck, cluck, cluck. As for Shui Lufang, when she heard it, she burst into laughter, and the heavy weight on her body was shaking continuously, making people worry that it was about to burst out. While everyone was cheering in under Yi Chen's gaze, Shui Lufang said nothing. She slowly bent her body, and Yi Chen could see all the mountains and take in all the beautiful scenery. The little hand stretched out and immediately took the bright red rose from Yi Chen's hand, then she stretched out her left hand with a sweet smile on her face. What are you standing there for, Xiaochen? Do you think I need to put it on myself? Looking at Yi Chen, who was stunned in front of her, Shui Lufang became a little angry, pouted and said something. I'll do it. I'll do it. When Yi Chen heard it, he reacted immediately. Looking at the white and tender little hand in front of him, he quickly grabbed it without any hesitation, took out his ring, and put it on Shui Lufang's little hand. Lufang, I like you. Looking at Shui Lufang, who was wearing a white suspender skirt in front of him, Yi Chen said something with a serious expression. Give me a kiss. Give me a kiss. Give me a kiss. The people nearby saw it and seemed to have thought of something. Without any hesitation, they helped in the car. Lufang. Looking at Shui Lufang in front of him, Yi Chen's figure gradually approached, slowly approaching. As for Shui Lufang, she just nodded when she heard it. Her voice was barely audible, and her face was becoming very red, and even her ears were beginning to turn pink. As for Yi Chen, he approached quickly without any hesitation and finally made contact. It feels like jelly, elastic, with a faint fragrance that makes people linger. While Shui Lufang was looking shy, Yi Chen advanced very domineeringly, as if he wanted to devour everything. This made Shui Lufang's face even redder, and her beautiful eyes became shy. I didn't expect Yi Chen to be so domineering. Finally, her body went limp. Before she was about to become completely powerless, Shui Lufang pushed Yi Chen away without the slightest hesitation, her face blushing. So many people are watching. No one expected that Yi Chen would actually dare to do that, and what Shui Lufang didn't expect even more was that Yi Chen would actually go straight in. If it wasn't here in the Huangpu River, in public, he would have pounced on me immediately. You are too impatient. Lufang. Looking at the little hand in front of him, seeing Shui Lufang pushing him away, Yi Chen didn't care at all. He grabbed it with a serious and solemn expression. I will definitely protect you and won't let you get hurt. Really? But, wasn't everything you did today just to impress me and then hurt me? When Shui Lufang heard this, she looked at Yi Chen in front of her with a serious expression, smiled slightly, and blinked her beautiful eyes. Listening to Shui Lufang's words, Yi Chen didn't know how to respond for a moment. The actors you invited are very good. Looking at the diamond ring on her hand, Shui Lufang nodded with great satisfaction. Today, I am very happy. It's windy here, I want to go back. Looking at the Huangpu River in front of him, Shui Lufang smiled slightly and said something. I send you. Yi Chen nodded when he saw it, and quickly followed behind Shui Lufang. Of course. Do you want me to fight back? Be careful or I'll bite you. Sure. Lufang, wait a minute, whatever you want. You humph. Looking at Yi Chen, who was so smug in front of her, Shui Lufang felt a little helpless. She pouted, didn't say much, and walked towards the Ferrari next to her. As for Yi Chen, he followed quickly without any hesitation. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Without any hesitation, the Ferrari instantly turned into a gust of wind and disappeared on the bund in Shanghai. The only ones left were some astonished passers-by. In Lujiazui, the magic city, outside a villa, a Ferrari is driving slowly. Xiaochen, that's enough. I'm home. Shui Lufang, who was sitting in the passenger seat, looked at Yi Chen, who was driving next to her. A faint blush appeared on her face, and her beautiful eyes were filled with a hint of shyness. Lufang, I worked so hard to bring you back. Now that we're at your doorstep, why don't you treat me to a cup of tea? As for Yi Chen, when he saw it, he grabbed Shui Lufang's little hand and his expression became serious. Ask yourself, is your conscience clear? It's okay. Why can't I get through it? However, what Yi Chen did not expect was that he originally thought Shui Lufang would nod and agree to let him in for tea. When Shui Lufang heard this, she just smiled, shook her head and refused. This made Yi Chen stiffen all of a sudden, and he felt a little at a loss. This is totally out of the ordinary. Not with this. Ha ha. I see, you don't want to drink tea. Your thoughtfulness is written all over your face. After seeing Yi Chen's astonished expression, Shui Lufang smiled and said something. I just don't want to expose you. After saying that, he took out the key, pressed it, and the door of the villa opened. Let's go. No one's home. Okay. When Yi Chen heard this, his face became excited for a moment. Without saying anything more, he stepped on the accelerator and rushed in. Who knows, tonight might be a sleepless night. Chapter 72 Shui Liufang's Villa Part 2. Lufang, this is your villa. Looking at the magnificent villa in front of him, Yi Chen's face was shocked and full of disbelief. I didn't expect Shui Lufang's villa to be so grand and elegant. This is a bit too unbelievable. The towers are built with jade and are magnificent. Even the gardens are endless. It is simply a sea of flowers. It is really terrifying. This is not a residence at all. It looks like it has reached the scale of a market. As expected, the Shui family is worthy of their name. The aura of this wealthy family is overwhelming. Well, how is it? Not bad, right? Seeing Yi Chen's shocked expression, Shui Lufang smiled faintly, nodded, and asked. Shui Lufang is very satisfied with the size of his villa. Shui Lufang is most satisfied with the decoration of her villa. In any case, this was designed and supervised by her personally. How could I not be satisfied? Excellent. Looking at the villa in front of him, how could Yi Chen not be satisfied? It is simply an existence that is extremely satisfying and one cannot help but give a thumbs up. Turn left ahead. As for Shui Lufang, when she saw Yi Chen's excited expression, she smiled and said something. Looking at the sea of flowers beside him and the fork in the road in front of him, Yi Chen nodded without any hesitation and turned left. Stop here. A few minutes later, they finally arrived at an open space outside the living room. Shui Lufang saw them and said something. As for Yi Chen, without any hesitation, he stepped on the accelerator and stopped. Lufang, don't you have a babysitter? Looking at the empty living room in front of him, Yi Chen's face was puzzled. From the time I came in until now, I haven't seen anyone. This is a bit unbelievable. Could it be that there doesn't even need to be anyone looking after the house? By the time they got off work, they had gone back. Shui Lufang heard it, waved his hand and said something. In fact, if she hadn't asked them to go back, they would never have been able to get off work so quickly. Everything is self-evident. I see. Yi Chen heard it and nodded stupidly. It seems that I can get some benefits tonight. Thump thump thump. Without saying much, Shui Lufang got out of the car, pushed open the door of the living room in front of her, and walked in high heels. Would you like something to drink? Looking at Yi Chen in front of her, Shui Lufang walked towards the refrigerator next to her and asked quickly. Drinks, milk, red wine. Soy milk. Freshly ground. When Yi Chen heard this, he sat down on the leather sofa next to him, a faint smile appeared on his face, and he said something. Xiaochen, if you want to go back, you can go back now. I don't like jokes. When Shui Lufang heard this, her face became serious and solemn as she looked at Yi Chen. I'm not kidding either. It would be even better if I could make it myself. I'm sure it will taste great. In that case, Xiaochen, go over there. There is a stone mill in there, used to make soy milk and so on. As for the taste, it is indeed more fragrant than the machine-made one. Soybeans are also in there, and you can choose the amount you want. After hearing Shui Liufang's words and looking at Shui Lufang in front of him, Yi Chen didn't know what to say for a moment. It's too helpless. I'm not kidding you. When Shui Lufang saw Yi Chen's stunned expression, a faint smile appeared on her face. She pursed her lips and smiled, and her beautiful eyes blinked. Give me a glass of milk. In the end, Yi Chen didn't say much, waved his hand, and sighed softly. Give. As for Shui Lufang, she didn't say much when she saw it. She walked to Yi Chen's side and handed the glass of milk in her hand to Yi Chen. Why? When Yi Chen took the milk from Shui Lufang, what Shui Lufang didn't expect was that Yi Chen's right hand suddenly grabbed her little hand. As for Shui Lufang's delicate body, she suddenly sat on Yi Chen's thigh. It seemed that for a moment, Yi Chen's face was stunned and a little dumbfounded. SS. Looking at the long legs in front of him, Yi Chen suddenly said something. I didn't expect it to be true. Xiaochen, you. As for Shui Lufang, when she heard this, her face suddenly turned red, her beautiful eyes became shy and evasive, and she lowered her head. Although, under normal circumstances, Shui Lufang is a very good driver and can hit hard. However, Shui Lufang was not like that at all. She was a virgin and felt her heart beating faster, like a deer running around. Looking at the messy skirt lifted in front of her and her own white lace, her face became even redder. I wish I could find a crack to crawl into. It's so embarrassing. Lufang. As for Yi Chen's right hand, it was already placed on his thigh, and he felt an endless smoothness, which was so attractive that he couldn't let it go. Yi Chen had never seen Shui Lufang like this before. She was shy, like a young girl who was just beginning to fall in love. It made people want to pounce on her. Bing! Shui Lufang's heartbeat quickened, and her face turned even redder, as if she sensed something. Her delicate body straightened and became stiff in an instant. Lufang! Yi Chen saw Shui Lufang lowering her head shyly in front of him, and the red lips in front of him, and greeted her without any concern. Xiaochun. As for Shui Lufang, she originally wanted to struggle, but now she no longer had the strength to do so. Before, on the bund in Shanghai, Shui Lufang was in a state of high tension because there were so many people there. But now, in her own territory, Shui Lufang was completely relaxed and didn't have any strength to resist at all. Lufang. As for Yi Chen, he didn't say much when he saw it, and he didn't know how overbearing it was. Shui Lufang's charming body turned sideways and was already lying on the sofa, her face indescribably red and hot. Lufang, is it okay? Looking at Shui Lufang with a shy face in front of him, looking at the beautiful scenery and slender long legs in front of him, Yi Chen swallowed his saliva and his face became serious and solemn. Xiaochun. As for Shui Lufang, when she heard it, she didn't agree or give any answer, and her face turned extremely red. What exactly does Yi Chen want to do next? Needless to say, Shui Lufang knew it all very well. As for Yi Chen, when he saw Shui Lufang remaining silent, his face became even more excited. Puff puff puff. In an instant, the clothes were scattered. An inaudible sound floated into his ears, along with a faint fragrance, which made Yi Chen completely excited. Shui Lufang, this is accepted by default. Etc. What's wrong? Looking at Shui Lufang in front of him, Yi Chen was confused. It's just the finishing touch. Chapter 73 My lung capacity is larger. Update 1. Are we moving too fast? Looking at Yi Chen, who had a puzzled expression in front of her, Shui Lufang's face turned red, like a ripe apple, which looked so beautiful. Yi Chen, you just confessed half an hour ago. And now, he actually wanted to pry open her door. This is too fast, isn't it? She is Shui Lufang. No matter what, she is not the kind of person who does things casually. Otherwise, she would not have been able to keep herself clean for 20 years. Lufang, I. When Yi Chen heard this, he didn't know what to say for a moment. I'm sincere to you. I know. But men are all pigs. You are sincere now, but who knows if you will change your mind in the future. Shui Lufang heard this and nodded. Looking at the white lace that had been removed, he pulled it up instantly without saying anything, his face becoming even hotter. I can guarantee with my character that I am absolutely sincere to you. Looking at Shui Lufang in front of him, Yi Chen's face became anxious and he explained quickly. With a gentle pull of his right hand, Shui Lufang's deceleration had already reached Yi Chen's arms, and the damage increased dramatically. You. As if she sensed something, Shui Lufang's face turned red. She wanted to be angry, but ended up pouting. No. Xiaochun, I have to test you. During the test, if you don't do anything to let me down, I will accompany you no matter what you want to do. How about that? When Shui Lufang saw Yi Chen's somewhat lost expression, he became serious and began to explain quickly. Looking at Yi Chen's hands in front of him, he did not stop him, which could be considered as a little compensation to Xiaochun. This. When Yi Chen heard this, he didn't know what to say for a moment. Looking at Shui Lufang in front of him, feeling that his hands were not restrained, and seeing Shui Lufang's clenched hands, Yi Chen knew that this level was probably the maximum that Shui Lufang could accept. Okay. How long is the probation period? And in the end, his face was somewhat confused. It won't take 100 years. Ha ha. How is that possible? I still want to enjoy the happiness you give me, Xiaochun. In 100 years, by that time, there will only be a box left. How can I enjoy the happiness you give me? Shui Lufang heard this and smiled. About a year. A year. That's too long. How about a month? Yi Chen heard it, shook his head and said something. 1 month. Too short. No. At least half a year. When Shui Lufang heard this, his expression became serious and solemn. Xiaochen, I don't really understand you now. You don't really understand me now either. Wait, after you take everything from me, you just walk away. What should I do? Lufang, I'm already at the pinnacle of my life to be able to marry a woman as beautiful as you. It's like a blessing that I've cultivated for 3 lifetimes. How could I just take advantage of her and leave? That won't work. You men's words cannot be trusted. Before I have a thorough understanding of you, Xiaochen, I will not let you complete the finishing touch. Okay. In that case, Lufang, let's get to know each other better now. Looking at Shui Lufang in front of him, Yi Chen swallowed his saliva. The snow-white and rosy skin, with a rosy complexion and white lace, is a beautiful scenery that makes people want to pounce on it. While Shui Lufang was about to say something, Yi Chen came up to greet her. As for Shui Lufang's delicate body, she was lying on the sofa at this time, her face was flushed, her heartbeat was accelerating, and even her body temperature had risen a lot. May I? Looking at Shui Lufang, whose face was rosy in front of him, Yi Chen asked. No. Xiaochen, I want to give you everything on that day. For now, except for that place, everything else is fine. Okay? When Shui Lufang heard this, he shook his head and his expression became serious. Bing! Suddenly, a pleasant sound came from the living room, like the sound of nature, tingling and numb. Whoosh whoosh. An hour later, Shui Lufang lay quietly on the sofa, her face flushed, even her ears were red. Looking at the things scattered on the ground next to her, Shui Lufang's face became even more shy. For an hour, Shui Lufang was in a completely strange state, as if her soul had left her body, and her whole body felt light and fluttery. You're still laughing. Looking at Yi Chen in front of her with a bright smile on his face, who seemed so happy, Shui Lufang's face became even redder, and she felt extremely shy inside. Now, you know how powerful I am. As for Yi Chen, he looked at Shui Lufang, whose face was burning with anger, and he felt so proud that he just smiled. Ha! Did you often eat snails before? When Shui Lufang heard this, she instantly folded her long legs together, gave Yi Chen a fierce look, and pouted. Of course it is, otherwise it wouldn't be so powerful. No. It's just that my lung capacity is higher. You. When Shui Lufang heard this, she didn't know how to answer for a moment and just pouted. I'm going to take a shower. Looking at the messy things around him, he picked them up quickly without saying anything and walked into the room. After a while, he walked over to the portable bathroom with a set of pajamas. Lufang, where is my room? Yi Chen saw it and asked. You still want it right here. When Shui Lufang heard this, she was stunned for a moment. She turned her head in surprise, her face full of disbelief. This is going too far. It's so late, can you bear to let me go back alone? What if I meet bad guys on the way? I'm still a child. When Yi Chen heard this, he nodded seriously, looking pitiful, as if he didn't see Shui Lufang's shocked expression. You're still a child. When Shui Lufang heard this, her face turned pale with shock and her mouth opened wide. It's outrageous to speak without thinking. Yes. I haven't tasted my girlfriend's tenderness yet. I will be very disappointed if I go back empty-handed. You don't want to see me disappointed, do you? Lufang. You will be lost. When Shui Lufang heard this, her face turned even redder, there was a hint of anger in her beautiful eyes, and she roared. Tiger, you're not afraid, I've eaten everything. What else are you afraid of? Get out of here. Lufang, don't be angry. Don't be angry. Seeing Shui Lufang staring at him closely, picking up the slippers she was wearing and wanting to put them on his face, Yi Chen's face turned a little pale. Lufang, see you tomorrow. Tomorrow, I want to eat cream-crusted tiger's head. Xiaochen, go to hell. When Shui Lufang heard this, her face turned even redder with shyness, and she stomped her feet vigorously. As for Yi Chen, he stepped on the accelerator and left. Yi Chen knew that what he got today was enough. If I ask for more, Shui Lufang might really feel disgusted. Knowing when to stop is the best way to improve feelings. This brat. As for Shui Lufang, she pouted when she saw it. So embarrassing. When she thought of the crazy scene just now, her face became extremely shy. Looking at the wet lace next to her, she ran into the bathroom. So embarrassing. Chapter 74 You Will Regret Sooner or Later Part 2. What's wrong with you guys? When Yichen came back from outside, Wu Xiaobo and the others suddenly surrounded Yichen, with evil smiles on their faces, like devils, making people feel cold all over. Dormitory head, what's wrong with us? What do you think? When Wu Xiaobo saw it, he smiled, but his eyes suddenly became serious. Tell me the truth, dorm leader, where did you go to fool around today? Pan Lao, who was standing next to him, saw this, smiled proudly and started asking. I didn't go anywhere. I just went out for a drive tonight. What's wrong? What's wrong? Dormitory head, you're on the school's hot search today. What else? Look. Look. Lu Maozhong saw it and handed the phone in his hand to Yichen without any hesitation. I never thought, dorm leader, that you actually had a tryst with the cold school beauty Shui Lufang. Most importantly, you drove a luxury car. A Ferrari. When Wu Xiaobo saw this, he became a little angry, looked very frustrated, and started roaring. Why are you back? Why are you back? You are really stupid. Why are you back? After much difficulty, I managed to get Shui Lufang, the cold school beauty, out on a date. But instead of booking a presidential suite and enjoying a wonderful life and a beautiful night, I came back in disgrace. Wu Xiaobo was completely helpless about this, and felt a little disappointed. Yes. Dormitory head, why are you back? Aren't you supposed to be in the presidential suite now? That's right. You've already made an appointment, but you don't even want to eat seafood. Dormitory head, you're going to regret it sooner or later. Head of the dorm, I look down on you from the bottom of my heart. Do you know what Shui Lufang wanted most after she agreed to go out with you? She has already gone out with you, which means she is also interested in you. If you behaved better and acted a little tougher tonight, you would definitely be able to eat seafood. Now, you are wasting such a golden opportunity in vain. Are you a fool? Dormitory head, remember this, when a woman says no, she often means yes. It's not that she doesn't want it, but you haven't fully mobilized her emotions and every sense of her cells. If you don't prepare properly and suddenly want to clear her meridians, will she agree? Really? If you guys are so capable and sensible, why don't you have a girlfriend yet? When Yichen heard this, Wu Xiaobo and the others became completely autistic. I'm going to take a shower. Looking at the autistic Wu Xiaobo and the others, Yichen found a set of clothes and walked into the bathroom. All he felt in his heart was bitterness. It seems that there is indeed something wrong with the steps I just took. I really didn't do enough preparation for Shui Lufang just now. If I had done it myself, would I have ended up staying overnight in Shuliafang Villa now? When he thought of this, Yichen almost wanted to vomit blood. It's a tragedy caused by lack of experience. However, being able to progress to that level today and being able to make Shui Lufang be honest with me is probably a huge improvement. The only thing I can do is to comfort myself in this way. Otherwise, your mentality will explode. Master. In another place, in the living room of a villa, a young man was sitting on a sofa chair, looking at the servant in front of him with a cold face and sharp eyes. This made the servants' faces turn even paler, and even their bodies began to tremble, with fear in their eyes. They know very well what kind of personality their young master has. At this moment, it is better not to provoke their young master. Otherwise, he will be the one in trouble. Have you investigated it clearly? As for the young man, seeing the pale and trembling servant in front of him, he didn't say much, but asked a question while looking at the information in front of him. Master, I have fully investigated everything. Miss Shui Lufang got into the car of that brat Yichen at the school gate and went to eat. Afterwards, Yichen confessed his love to her at the Bund in Magic City, and what? Hearing the servant's words, the young man's face became completely gloomy, his eyes were extremely cold, and his hands were clenched instantly. He didn't expect that he had just returned and his woman had been poached by someone else. And, he's actually a brat. It's simply seeking death. And that brat actually kissed Miss Shui Lufang. When the servant heard this, he reported quickly without saying anything. Bang! Just as the servant finished speaking, the cup in the young man's hand fell heavily to the ground with a bang. His face was filled with anger and bloodshot in his eyes. Anything else? Master, after Yichen sent Miss Shui Lufang home, he stayed in Miss Shui Lufang's villa for an hour and a half. Any idea what they did? When the young man heard this, he gritted his teeth and his eyes turned blood red, like a rabbit. 1.5 hours is enough to finish everything that should be done and what should not be done. The young man knew very well what Shui Lufang looked like. In this world, there are absolutely few people who can resist Shui Lufang's charm. Sometimes, even if they are women, Shui Lufang can make them change their personalities. And now, there are two of them, a man and a woman, living in the same room. It is easy to imagine what will happen in the process. Master, I don't know. Our people can't enter Miss Shui Lufang's villa. When the servant heard this, he looked a little helpless and shook his head. Have no idea. When the young man heard this, his eyes became extremely gloomy as he looked at the photo in front of him of Yichen kissing Shui Lufang under countless drones and in an extremely beautiful night scene. He swung the fruit knife in his hand, and with a bang, it hit Yichen in the photo. Now, I think I don't need to say anything, you know. Finally, he looked at the servant in front of him, his voice serious and solemn. I don't want to see this brat again. I want him to completely disappear from Shui Lufang's world. He is just a brat, but he has the courage to touch his goddess. If this isn't courting death, what else could it be? In that case, I want to be polite and will help you. I know. Master. When the servant heard this, he looked at the photo nailed to the table with a fruit knife in front of him, and finally nodded seriously. Let's go. Don't let me down. As for the young man, he just waved his hand. Yes. Master, I promise to complete the task. The servant heard it, nodded, and left. Yichen, since you broke the rules, don't blame me for being rude. You can't touch my woman. Chapter 75, Gymnasium Sign-In, Ballgame Specialization First Update. Ding dong. Master, mission. On the second day, when a ray of light shone in from outside, a mechanical voice sounded in Yichen's mind, followed by a few lines of words appearing in Yichen's mind. Sign in at the school gymnasium and be rewarded with ballgame proficiency. Mastering ball skills. Looking at the words in front of him, Yichen's face was surprised and his brows frowned slightly. For a stay-at-home guy like me, this seems to be something that has no effect at all. After all, I don't like playing ball, and I even less like rap. What's the point of me becoming proficient in this ball game? That's right. Master, you are good at all kinds of balls. It doesn't matter what kind of ball it is. As long as you can hold it in your hand, everything will be fine. 3-pointers wrapped in basketballs, etc. The Supreme Sign-In system heard it and responded quickly. In that case, does that include that kind of ball? When Yichen heard this, he looked confused. If it is included, Shui Lufang will be very satisfied. After all, he was a master of ball games. Master, please be normal. Okay. This system is a normal system. When the Supreme Sign-In system heard this, the voice turned cold. I didn't expect that my master's car speed was so terrifying. It's really so terrifying. I said, I didn't say anything. It's obviously a perverted system, and you still say you're not. Yichen heard this and complained. When the Supreme Sign-In system heard this, it became completely autistic. Get up. Looking at his roommate who was sleeping soundly, Yichen roared before entering the bathroom. It's late. It's late. It's late. You're late. When Wu Xiaobo and the others who were sleeping soundly heard Yichen say that he was late, they jumped up instantly without saying anything, their faces turned pale, and they quickly kicked away the quilt. 10 laps. They don't want to. What? It's only 7:20. What? 7:20. Without saying anything more, he jumped out of bed instantly, all sleepiness gone. I'm leaving first. A few minutes later, looking at Wu Xiaobo and the others in front of him, Yichen waved his hand, packed up his things, and left. Remember to close the door. Fuck. Dormitory head, why don't you wait for us? You are so heartless. Angry accusations from Wu Xiaobo and the others came from behind, but Yichen ignored them and walked towards the cafeteria. Ding dong, congratulations to the owner for signing in successfully, and reward for ball proficiency. Ball mastery, master all balls, and you will be the king of balls. Note, except for that one ball. Looking at the notes in front of him, Yichen really didn't know what to say. It really is perfect. Morning, Shaochen. While Yichen was biting a bun and preparing to walk from the gymnasium to the playground, a woman's voice came from the side. Lufang, why are you here? Looking at Shui Lufang walking towards him, Yi Chen's face became a little excited and he asked. Today, Shui Lufang, for some reason, wore a white tight top, a pair of sweatpants, and a pair of white sneakers, giving people a completely different feeling. Fresh and natural, exuding a light fragrance. Being able to see the flowing water early in the morning really makes me feel happier. It simply makes your kidneys refreshed. I have a physical education class later, so I came here. As for Shui Lufang, when she saw Yi Chen shamelessly approaching her and holding her hand, she originally wanted to refuse, but in the end she let him do it. So that is how it is. After hearing this, Yi Chen looked at Shui Lufang, who was wearing sportswear in front of him, and finally understood something and nodded. It turns out that even a goddess has to go to class. However, Shui Lufang in sportswear, especially the heavy chest, is visually stunning and one can't help but stare at her closely. What's that look in your eyes? Looking at Yi Chen, who had been staring at her, Shui Lufang's face turned a little red. She gave Yi Chen a fierce look with a cold gaze. Just know how to take advantage. Look at your girlfriend's eyes, isn't that okay? You. For a moment, Shui Lufang didn't know how to refute Yi Chen's words. When he thought of the scene of last night, his face turned even redder, and finally he shook his head vigorously. What on earth are you thinking about? It's 8 o'clock when you're ready. Don't you need military training? Seeing Yi Chen, who was about to make trouble in front of him, Shui Lufang looked serious and solemn and reminded him. I don't want to. What's the point of military training when I have a girlfriend here? Come, give me a hug. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Seeing Yi Chen trying to hug her and take advantage of her, Shui Lufang just gently moved to the side and easily avoided Yi Chen's attack. Xiao Chen, it's not right for you to do this in public. Looking at Yi Chen in front of her, Shui Lufang smiled and walked back to the gymnasium. Xiao Chen, you. At this moment, a figure suddenly approached from behind, causing Shui Lufang's delicate body to stiffen instantly and tense up. Obviously, Shui Lufang never thought that Yi Chen would do this in public. It was too helpless. Okay. A hug every day will make you more energetic. When Shui Lufang was about to lose her temper, Yi Chen blew gently into Shui Lufang's ear, and without any hesitation, he let go with a faint smile on his face. You. As for Shui Lufang, her face turned red at this moment, and she wished she could beat Yi Chen severely. Was I being teased just now? Damn it. I went to military training. After saying this, he ran away in an instant before Shui Lufang could even get angry. This brat. As for Shui Lufang, the only thing he could do was to stomp his feet and grit his teeth. This time, I was actually taken advantage of. As if he sensed something, he didn't say anything and quickly ran to the bathroom. Yi Chen, where did you go with Sister Lufang last night? When Yi Chen arrived at the playground, Hua Chingying, who was wearing a military training uniform and had a chubby face, came up to him without any hesitation. Her expression was serious and her beautiful eyes were fixed on Yi Chen. Sister Lufang, you couldn't have been captured by Yi Chen. Damn it. Where have I been? When Yi Chen heard this, he looked at Hua Chingying's expectant eyes and smiled slightly. Why should I tell you? You. When Hua Chingying heard this, she was so angry that she gritted her teeth and stomped her feet. This guy is so abominable. My sister Lufang couldn't really be captured, right? Yeah. Everybody, assemble. When Hua Chingying was depressed, who we saw it, coughed lightly, and said something in a serious and solemn voice. Today, we will continue to train in horse stance. You only have 3 days. Yi Chen. Arrive. Step out. Yes. Today, you will supervise. If you don't do it to standard, you will be punished by 1,000 meters. Yes. Chapter 76 Yi Chen, you are a good person part 2. Why? Looking at the text message reply in front of him, Yi Chen's face became a little helpless. He sighed softly and shook his head. I originally wanted to ask Shui Lufang out for milk tea tonight to improve our relationship. If possible, you can also drink soy milk. However, what Yi Chen did not expect was that Shui Lufang did not hesitate at all and directly refused. This is too sad. Dormitory head, what are you thinking about? Why can't you ask Shui Lufang out? And when Yi Chen sighed softly, a figure suddenly put his right hand on Yi Chen's shoulder with a grin on his face. It seems that your plan to eat seafood has gone down the drain, dorm leader. Last night, you didn't even seize such a golden opportunity. Now, it's too late to regret it. Pan Lao, who was standing next to him, saw this and shook his head, his face looking a little regretful. If you can win over the cold school beauty Shui Lufang, it will be a good thing for us. It will be very proud if we tell others about it. Head of the dorm, how about we go out for a midnight snack? To celebrate your success in finding your partner? Lu Maozhong also came up and made a suggestion. Of course. I know where to find some delicious seafood outside. It costs 300 to 500. Not expensive. Dormitory head, you wouldn't be reluctant to spend this little money, would you? $300 to $500 worth of seafood, is this real seafood? Fuck. Shabo, you are doubting me. In that case, you lead the way. No. Is seafood so cheap nowadays? I thought it would cost 1 or 2,000. 1 or 200, are there no more? How can there still be seafood that costs only 1 or 200 yuan these days? You must be dreaming. That's right. A random hairy crab costs 200 to 300 or even more. How can it be only 1 or 200? It's just a dream. Okay. You guys make the arrangements, and I'll pay for the expenses. Is that okay? Looking at his 3 roommates, Yi Chen thought for a while and finally nodded. Doing horse stance during the day is tiring enough. And at night, you also need to watch military education. Now, it's only 9 o'clock and it's not enough. The real nightlife for young people has just begun. Now, it is also very nice to go out and have a good meal to replenish your body. After all, there is nothing to do. Squad leader, are you guys going out for a midnight snack? Just as Yi Chen finished speaking, a woman in a white short skirt came over and asked. What's wrong? Looking at the woman in front of him, Yi Chen nodded. Hua Chingying's roommate, Li Chen, already has a boyfriend who goes to the university next door. In that case, squad leader, Chingying is now in your hands. We Chingying also want to go out for a midnight snack, but we already have an appointment. You can't bear to leave this girl alone outside, right? After Li Chen finished speaking, she pulled Hua Chingying, who was trying to sneak away, over to her side, and said something with a sweet smile on her face. Li Chen, I'm not hungry. When Hua Chingying heard this, she was confused and her face turned red. It looks so cute. I'm not really hungry at the moment, and I don't even want to go out for a midnight snack. And what exactly is going on with my roommate? For a moment, Hua Chingying couldn't help but feel confused. I feel like my own brain is not enough. Of course, it's just one more person, it's just one more pair of chopsticks. Right. Dormitory head. Our dormitory head is not such a stingy person. Isn't it? Helping others is a quality that our dormitory head has always possessed. Let alone an extra pair of chopsticks. Even if there are 10 more beauties like the deputy monitor, our dormitory head will take good care of them. Wu Xiaobo, you guys. Looking at Wu Xiaobo and the others who were smiling in front of him, Yi Chen wanted to say something, but when he saw Hua Chingying, who had a ruddy face and looked pitiful, he sighed softly and shook his head. Let's go. It's really dangerous for a girl to be out alone at night. Yi Chen. Li Chen heard what Hua Chingying wanted to say. Without any hesitation, she pushed Hua Chingying into Yi Chen's arms with a bright smile on her face. Come on. After saying that, he left in a flash. Smells so good. Looking at the light flower in front of him that only reached his chin, a faint fragrance wafted over, which made Yi Chen's face change in surprise. Yi Chen, you. As for Hua Chingying, she felt it without any hesitation and stepped back, breaking away from Yi Chen's arms. His face was flushed, his heartbeat accelerated, and he had a strange feeling inside. This made Hua Chingying completely confused and she had no idea what was going on. For a moment, the only thing she could do was to give Yi Chen a fierce look and pout. This little girl. As for Yi Chen, he smiled helplessly and shook his head. What I did just now was really not intentional. You little brat, why don't you lead the way? Didn't you say there was seafood? If there's no room later, I'll only ask you. Seeing Wu Xiaobo and the others sighing beside him, Yi Chen rolled his eyes at them, his face a little gloomy, and said something. These guys really just know how to stir up trouble. Apart from making a fuss, I really don't know what else they can do. Don't worry, dorm leader. I guarantee there will be a spot. I've already told the boss. When Wu Xiaobo heard this, he chuckled, patted his chest, and made a serious promise. It feels like you guys planned this. Hee hee. After all, I'm so tired. If I don't give the roommate a good beating, I'd be letting myself down. Yes, yes, yes. Stop talking nonsense and lead the way. Hey, hey. Dormitory leader. Let's go. When Wu Xiaobo saw this, he smiled, looked at Hua Chingying next to him, and finally gave Yi Chen a thumbs up. The one who can have the best of both worlds is the icy school beauty on the other side, the sexy school beauty on this side, and a little princess in the middle. This is simply the pinnacle of life. It's impossible not to admire him. Deputy Monitor, let's go. Are you afraid that Yi Chen will eat you? Yes, yes, yes. The Deputy Monitor is gone. Gone. Don't worry. Our dormitory head doesn't look like a good person at first glance. No. Yi Chen is a good man. Hua Chingying heard it, denied it, and said it with a serious expression. Yi Chen, how could he not be a good person? He is definitely a very good person. The only annoying thing was that Yi Chen was competing with her for Sister Lufang. Snort. Did you hear me? I'm a good person. Listening to Hua Chingying's evaluation of himself, Yi Chen couldn't help but nodded. I didn't expect that I would be given the nice guy card. But, to some extent, Yi Chen, you are not a good person. Chapter 77, The Relationship Between Hua Chingying and Shui Lufang Part 1. What do you think, dorm leader? I told you there would definitely be a spot. I wasn't lying to you. At a barbecue stall outside Magic City University, Wu Xiaobo smiled smugly as he looked at Yi Chen in front of him. It's not bad. But, can you finish all this? Looking at the pile of seafood in front of him, Yi Chen looked puzzled and asked. Abalone, crayfish, king crab, scallops, oysters and so on. These guys actually ordered so much, can they finish it? Of course. Pan Lao, who was standing next to him, heard this, chuckled, took a sip of the beer in his hand, and his expression became serious. I can't finish it. After listening to Pan Lao's words, Yi Chen didn't know what to say for a moment. Deputy Monitor, is the king crab delicious? As for Lu Maozhong, who was standing next to him, he saw Hua Chingying chewing a king crab in front of him, smiled smugly and asked a question. It looks like there is some conspiracy. Don't try to cause trouble, you bastard. Seeing his roommate's look, Yi Chen reminded him with a helpless look on his face. Yi Chen had figured out 90% of the personalities of his roommates. He often likes to make trouble and watch the fun, and he never thinks it is a big deal. It's delicious. I've never eaten it cooked this way at home. Hua Chingying heard it, nodded, and the smile on her face was so bright. There were some oil stains on both sides of the cheeks. The sweet smile is so healing and gives people a naive feeling. Hey, Deputy Monitor, would you like some beer? It goes best with barbecue. Wu Xiaobo saw it and said something indulgent. Really? Normally, I usually drink coconut milk. When Hua Chingying heard this, she looked puzzled and her beautiful eyes blinked. The little hand had already picked up the cup in front of him and stretched it towards Wu Xiaobo. No. Girl, why are you drinking beer? Waiter, give me a bottle of coconut juice. However, looking at his roommate's smiling face, Yi Chen stopped himself, looked at the waiter next to him, and said something. Don't corrupt the children. Kid. When Hua Chingying heard Yi Chen actually call her a child, her face suddenly fell, her eyes became blooming, and her brows furrowed. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on Yi Chen, with a strong sense of coldness in them. I'm not a child anymore, I'm 18. He actually said that he was a child. Hua Chingying couldn't agree with this at all. At home, being treated like a child is fine. Outside, I was actually treated as a child. I absolutely disagree with this. Looking at the beautiful eyes staring at him, looking at the heavy chest in front of him, and seeing some pink lace, Yi Chen didn't know what to say for a moment. Indeed, he is not a child anymore, he is a little smart guy. This girl's size is almost catching up with Shui Lufang. This is really terrifying enough. Ha ha. Indeed, our deputy monitor is already quite big. Quite big. Yes. You are not a child anymore. Indeed, our deputy monitor is no longer a child. Did you hear me? I'm not a child anymore. Listening to what Wu Xiaobo and the others said, Hua Chingying didn't hesitate at all, and her face became serious and solemn. He grabbed a bottle of beer next to him and quickly poured himself a glass. Done. Looking at Wu Xiaobo in front of him, without saying much, his face looked so heroic and he directly raised the wineglass in his hand. Cheers! Deputy Monitor, it's so cool, cheers! Yes, yes, yes! Dormitory head, what are you standing there for? Go! Yi Chen, you wouldn't dare to drink it. While Yi Chen was hesitating, Hua Chingying's face was smiling with a hint of pride. Girl, who said you dare not? But you can only have one cup at most. When Yi Chen heard this, he suddenly became angry. Without saying anything more, he poured himself a glass and raised it. Cheers! Oh, right. Deputy Monitor, try this. We boys love this kind of seafood the most. After drinking it all, Wu Xiaobo said nothing more. He picked up an abalone for Hua Chingying and a faint smile appeared on his face. I've eaten this before, it's delicious, I like it too. Hua Chingying saw it, nodded, and her expression became serious. But the ones I eat at home are bigger than this. They are delicious. Yes, yes, yes. It's delicious. When Pan Lao and the others heard this and saw the innocent smile in front of them, they chuckled. Our dorm leader likes it, too, especially the ones that are all natural and pollution-free. It's best eaten raw. Eat it raw. Won't it have lots of bacteria? Aren't you afraid of getting sick? When Hua Chingying heard this, she looked confused and frowned. When he looked at Yi Chen, his face was full of disgust. It's like looking at a pervert, don't even mention how much contempt I have for him. Yi Chen, I suggest you go see a doctor and have a thorough physical examination. Really? Don't give up on treatment. Seafood has the most bacteria. What Hua Chingying didn't expect was that Yi Chen actually liked to eat it raw. This is too shocking. Ha ha ha. When Wu Xiaobo and others nearby heard Hua Chingying's words and her contemptuous looks. All of a sudden, I burst into laughter, I couldn't express how happy I was. I didn't expect that their deputy monitor could be so cute. Regarding this, they really don't know what to say, how naive. Girl, what they say is not the same as what you understand. When Yi Chen heard this, he shook his head helplessly and sighed softly. This girl really is as blank as a piece of paper in certain areas of knowledge. If it were taken away by some people with ulterior motives, it would definitely be eaten until not even a bone was left. Maybe he has been sold by someone else, and he is still foolishly helping others count money. I really don't know what to say about this. Isn't it the same thing? When Hua Chingying heard this, her face turned pale and her big watery eyes blinked. Isn't this the same thing? Could it be that there are two things with the same name? It really is, I don't understand. Enjoy your king crab. However, when Yi Chen saw it, he did not give any explanation. Instead, he touched Hua Chingying's head and said something. Don't touch my head, I won't grow taller. Hua Chingying heard this and pouted, looking so cute. Looking at the king crab in his hand, he showed his little fangs without any hesitation. He glanced at Yi Chen and bit down all at once, as if giving a warning. This made Wu Xiaobo and others nearby laugh so happily that they didn't know what was going on. By the way, Vice Class Monitor, what is your relationship with the icy school beauty Shui Lufang? Looking at Hua Chingying, who was eating another big lobster in front of them, Pan Lao and the others looked puzzled and started asking. This sentence made Yi Chen curious as well, and he looked at Hua Chingying. Chapter 78 Yi Chen, you are the third party part 2. This. You want to know? When Hua Chingying saw Wu Xiaobo and the others looking at her one by one, a blush appeared on her face, and there was a hint of drunkenness in her eyes, and she smiled. I want to know. Yi Chen, do you want to know too? After seeing Yi Chen nod as well, the smile on Hua Chingying's face became even brighter and sweeter. The two dimples are as clear as the dizzy river water and very charming. Yi Chen, you are the third party. Hua Chingying took a sip of the coconut juice in her hand and uttered a sentence without saying much. A third party? No way. As for Wu Xiaobo and the others standing next to them, they were all shocked when they heard it. His face was full of disbelief, it was like a bolt from the blue. I didn't expect that I could hear such shocking news from Hua Chingying. Their dormitory head was actually a third party. This is so scary. That's impossible. Could it be that Shui Lufang is the Sea King? How is this possible? Deputy Monitor, this is not a joke. Impossible. When Yi Chen heard this, he shook his head and his expression became serious and solemn. The scene last night was enough to prove that Shui Lufang still had precious things that she had kept for 20 years. Shui Lufang also said that she wanted to give herself the most precious thing she had guarded for 20 years on that day. Moreover, judging from Shui Lufang's reaction and expression, etc., Shui Lufang definitely does not have a boyfriend. Yi Chen was very clear about it. Last night, he was just one step away from success. That layer of obstruction can be clearly felt. But now, Hua Chingying said that she was the third party. This is absolutely impossible. How is it impossible? Yi Chen, you are the third party. Before you showed up at Magic City University, Sister Lufang was mine. We ate together, lived together, and even took baths together. In the past, our relationship was so good. Sister Lufang would take me with her no matter what she did. But now, after you showed up, Sister Lufang doesn't pay much attention to me. She is also lukewarm to me and has given you everything she has. Tell me, are you the third party? When Hua Chingying heard this, her face became serious and cold, with a hint of anger in her eyes. If it weren't for Sister Lufang protecting you, I would really want to beat you up. Although, I can't beat you. But I'm not afraid of you. Don't drink it. Kid, you can't drink this. Seeing Hua Chingying in front of him picking up a bottle of beer next to her and sipping it without any hesitation, Yi Chen's face became anxious. Leave me alone. Hua Chingying saw that she wanted to snatch it away, but Yi Chen had one hand on her head, and her little hands could not reach it at all. In the end, he could only pick up a hairy crab next to him with great frustration, revealing his sharp fangs, and bit it hard again. Waiter, give me another dozen. While looking at the waiter next to him, he gave an order. Listen to her. Seeing the waiter looking at her, she looked at Hua Chingying, who looked drunk. Yi Chen looked a little helpless, and finally nodded. This girl is already drunk, so you'd better obey her. Otherwise, wait a minute, who knows how long this will end. Deputy Monitor, did you and Shui Lufang eat and live together before? When Lu Maozhong and others nearby heard this, they looked confused and shocked. He asked as if he had discovered some treasure. Hua Chingying actually knows Shui Lufang. This is too unbelievable and too shocking. If Hua Chingying didn't say it, they would have no idea why Hua Chingying was so jealous. And now, they finally understood. Yeah. Before, no one played with me. It was always Sister Lufang who played with me and took me to eat delicious food. Hua Chingying heard it, nodded, and her expression became serious. We grew up together, so we can be said to be childhood sweethearts. Dormitory head, this year's lilies are blooming so beautifully. Yes. Yes. I didn't expect, dormitory head, that you are the third party. Go. 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 Listening to what Wu Xiaobo and the others said, Yi Chen looked helpless and waved his hands. Humph. Yi Chen, if it weren't for you, Sister Lufang would still be mine now. As for Hua Chingying, who was gnawing on a king crab, she heard it, snorted and pouted. Well. When Yi Chen heard this, he didn't know what to say for a moment. I didn't expect that this girl actually had such a history. Damn it. It's so damn unlucky. This time, I lost so much. I heard that there are many beautiful girls in Magic City University. I worked so hard to get in. But in just a few days, not only did the cold school beauty fall into the hands of Yi Chen, that stinky boy, but even the sexy school beauty is so close to that stinky boy. Damn it. That's right. I'm so unlucky. I originally thought that I could come in and have a good shot at the cold school beauty Shui Lufang. After all, that figure is not to be underestimated. It's simply, absolutely stunning. Yes. Yes. I thought I could conquer her and listen to her crisp voice. I didn't expect that I would be taken down by a brat. It's so big, it must be very comfortable and soft to use as a pillow. I still like those long legs. I just can't wait to pounce on them. Isn't she the iceberg school beauty? Why do you suddenly like a brat? Do you think she is just pretending to be noble? No way. No way. This is the most famous iceberg beauty in the Magic City University. It's impossible that she's pretending to be noble. How is it impossible? I tell you, Shui Lufang, I knew it at the first sight. She is just pretending to be noble to attract boys. She can't move when she sees a handsome guy. If that brat hadn't gotten there first, Shui Lufang would definitely be eating sausage in my arms right now. Of course. Everyone knows that Master Song Yi is very handsome. If you meet Shui Lufang, given her romantic personality, her legs will definitely become weak and she won't be able to walk. Yes, yes, yes. After all, she is just a prostitute who can't move when she sees a handsome guy. Have you heard that according to gossip, Shui Lufang is said to be very open-minded? I wonder how many handsome boys she has met in private. No way. No way. The cold and beautiful schoolgirl of Magic City University can't possibly have this kind of personality. How could it not be possible? You can only judge a person by his appearance but not his heart. Shui Lufang, I heard that he has gone completely dark, and I don't know how many tricks he has left. 3 more years of mending. I'm not just saying this. Bang. While people at the nearby table were discussing Shui Lufang, Hua Chingying's face became angry. He threw a beer bottle at me with a cold look in his eyes. Sister Lufang is not that kind of person. I won't allow you to slander Sister Lufang like this. Chapter 79 Hit Me Hard, Update. Who is it? Damn it, don't you have eyes? When the few people who were grinning and slandering Shui Lufang saw the beer bottle suddenly thrown at them, their faces fell, their eyes turned cold, and they started roaring. They were talking and laughing when they were suddenly interrupted. No matter who it is, they will be extremely angry if something like this happens. Without saying anything more, he immediately looked towards Yi Chen and the others' table. I didn't expect that Master Song Yi would be provoked by a beauty. The person next to him was wearing an ordinary suit. When he saw Hua Chingying, who looked drunk in front of him, his face showed surprise. In just a moment, there was a strong color of greed in his eyes, and his eyes were fixed on the flower in front of him. She has long black hair, twin ponytails, a chubby pink face like a baby, and a hint of drunkenness. It looks so beautiful. The most important thing is the heavy chest and the pair of long legs wrapped in white stockings. It's simply the best. Such a person will definitely cry if you hold him in your arms during a fight. Yes. Yes. He is a little boy with a big heart. Now, Master Song Yi, you are in for a treat. Oral, shouldn't she take it orally? Tonight's happy life is definitely indispensable. Master Song Yi, congratulations. Congratulations. When the people around saw the light flowers in front of them, they were all stunned for a moment. In the blink of an eye, he actually started smiling. Looking at the light flower in front of him, his expression became grim. A lowly's face, a mature woman's figure, and a lowly's voice. This is simply tempting. You, what do you want to do? Looking at the 6 people walking towards her step by step, Hua Chingying's face turned a little pale. What do we want to do? Little sister, don't worry. We are good people. After seeing Hua Chingying's panic-stricken expression, several people smiled slightly, and the smiles on their faces became even brighter. However, you just offended our young Master Song Yi and disturbed his good mood. It's not right for you to accompany our young Master Song Yi to have 3 drinks. Yes, yes, yes. Beauty, no matter what, you have to drink 3 cups with our young Master Song Yi. Otherwise, this matter will not be resolved. How can you make it difficult for me? A few grown men bullying a little girl, is that glorious? When Wu Xiaobo and the others saw this, they stood up immediately without saying anything, their faces gloomy and their eyes even colder. Are these people causing trouble on purpose? She actually slandered the woman who was their dormitory head. If this isn't courting death, then what else could it be? And now, they actually want Hua Chingying to accompany them. It's really ridiculous. It seems like you guys want to be a hero and save the damsel in distress. Next to him, a young man with a pale face was sitting on a chair with a sneer on his face. Without saying anything more, he stood up instantly, his voice full of impoliteness. If you want to be a hero and save the beauty from my hands, it depends on whether you have enough skills. They are just a few minions, but they dare to be so arrogant in front of him. It's really ridiculous. Changsha, kill people. If you are not afraid of death, take a step forward and let me see. I'm from Changsha. You idiot. I'm from Guangdong. Damn that province. When Wu Xiaobo heard this, his face also became gloomy and his eyes became cold. You. Bang. Before Song Yi could even say anything, a figure came up to his side. Without any hesitation, he attacked instantly and punched him in the face. Bang. As for Song Yi, who was originally very proud of himself, he was punched in the face by Yi Chen at this moment. Even his face was crooked and one of his teeth was missing. He looked bruised and battered. As for the figure, it fell to the ground beside it with a bang. There was a buzzing sound in my head and I was completely dumbfounded. Obviously, Song Yi never expected that someone would be so arrogant, come to his side without saying a word, and then punch him hard. This is too unbelievable. Master Song Yi. The people next to him also did not expect that Yi Chen would be so unexpected. He didn't say anything to them and just took action directly. For a moment, it caught them off guard. Without saying much, when he saw Song Yi lying on the ground next to him, he quickly went over and helped him up. This is a tragedy. You're looking for death, you little brat. When one of them saw it, his face turned gloomy and his eyes became even colder. You're looking for death. Really? You dare to insult our friends and threaten our vice-class leader. I think you should be the ones looking for death. When Wu Xiaobo and others nearby heard this, they stood up immediately without any hesitation. He came to Yi Chen's side, his eyes were cold, and he was alert at all times, ready to take action. I haven't moved for a long time. This time, I can move around. When Pan Lao heard this, he also smiled, rolled up his sleeves, and looked cold. Do you know who I am? Looking at Yi Chen and the others in front of him, Song Yi's face turned angry and he almost started roaring. Believe it or not, I can kill you with just a flick of my finger. Really? In that case, you can try it. I'm so scared. When Lu Maozhong heard this, he smiled slightly and looked disdainful. You can kill them just by moving your fingers, it's really possible. You. Hearing what Lu Maozhong and the others said, Song Yi's face became even more depressed for a moment, his brows furrowed, and his eyes became cold. Today, I'll give you two choices. First, apologize and let her stay with me for one night. After tomorrow, everything will be treated as if nothing happened. Second, I'll beat you up completely, and then she will still stay with me. As for how long, it's not up to you. Don't worry. When I get tired of her, I'll return her to you. Deputy Monitor, what do you think? When Wu Xiaobo and the others heard this, their faces turned gloating and they looked at Hua Chingying. Is there something wrong with this person's brain? What kind of power does the Hua family have in the Magic City? This person actually has no idea. Is the Hua family a family that can be offended at will? It really is. Let me give you 4 words, digging your own grave. Bad guy. When Hua Chingying heard this, her face became even angrier, her body trembled, and there was deep anger in her eyes. Yes. I'm not a good person. Little sister, I promise to make you feel comfortable tonight. Ha ha ha. Right. Our Master Song Yi is very big, guaranteed to be comfortable. Don't be afraid, little sister. There are lollipops for you to eat. Shameless. Vile and filthy. When Hua Chingying heard this, her chest began to tremble violently and she was extremely angry. He looked at Wu Xiaobo and the others and his voice became cold. I choose the third one. Beat him. Beat him to death. Okay. When Wu Xiaobo and the others heard this, they rushed forward without any hesitation. You are looking for death. As for Song Yi and the others, their faces turned completely cold and their eyes were icy. Hit me. Hit me hard. Bang bang bang. Chapter 80, Such a Big Tone, Second Update. You. Looking at Wu Xiaobo and the others who took action instantly, Yi Chen's face showed a little touched. I didn't expect that at this time, my roommate would be so loyal. I couldn't help but be moved. Dormitory head, what are you standing there for? I still want to eat hairy crabs. That's right. My big lobster is still waiting. Hurry up and take care of it. 2 or 3 per person, no problem. All right. Looking at Wu Xiaobo and the others in front of him and hearing what they said, Yi Chen's face was covered with cold sweat and he felt helpless. It seems like I was just moved for nothing. Give me back my feelings. 2 or 3 per person, you are so arrogant. In that case, come on. As for Song Yi, he heard and saw Yi Chen and the others in front of him who didn't care at all. His face suddenly turned gloomy, and he was so angry that his hair stood on end. This brat completely looks down on me. Bang bang bang. Yi Chen, be careful. While everyone was fighting, Song Yi quietly slipped behind Yi Chen. Without any hesitation, he smashed Yi Chen's head hard with the beer bottle in his hand. Bang. With a loud bang, countless glass pieces shattered and blood dripped down. As for Yi Chen's right arm, there were a lot of glass fragments piercing it, and blood was dripping down. There was also blood flowing on the forehead, and some scratches looked extremely hideous. "You're looking for death." A cold voice came from Yi Chen's throat, and as for Yi Chen's figure, he instantly swept towards Song Yi with a whip-like kick. Bang! How could Song Yi, with his pale face, be a match for Yi Chen? His lower body was unstable and he fell with a bang. Ah! As for Song Yi, he wailed in pain at this time. The shards of glass on the ground pierced into his skin without any mercy. Bang! However, before Song Yi could even wail for a few seconds, a fist hit him in the face with a bang. In an instant, a tooth broke off and blood flowed all over his face. Bang bang bang! Dormitory head, are you okay? Wu Xiaobo and the others nearby saw this and quickly moved towards Yi Chen with serious expressions. His brows furrowed, his eyes becoming even colder and more alert. This time, I'm in trouble. Fine. Looking at Song Yi, who was being rubbed on the ground by his hand in front of him, Yi Chen shook his head. The blood flowed down from his forehead, but he didn't care at all. Instead, he smiled slightly. He looked at the people next to him, raised his fist, and his eyes were cold. Come up and give it a try. Yi Chen. Let's talk it over. Let's talk it over. When Song Yi came back to his senses from his daze, he saw the fist in front of him and felt severe pain. He completely ignored the buzzing sound in his head. Instead, his face turned pale and he quickly begged for mercy. This person is too scary. I am sure he is not a martial artist, as he can actually kill me in an instant. Is this kind of skill and instinct that a college student should have? Impossible. Yi Chen, are you okay? When Hua Chingying, who was standing next to him, saw Yi Chen with a lot of blood on his face, her face became anxious and pale. If it weren't for my momentary emotion and impulse, this would never have happened. You can imagine the guilt inside. Fine. However, Yi Chen smiled slightly and shook his head. He didn't pay any attention to the blood dripping down. It looks like there's a hint of madness. This person actually slandered Shui Lufang in such a way. He is simply courting death. Get out of the way. Finally, he looked at the people holding beer bottles nearby with a cold gaze, and his voice became even more impolite. Otherwise, I don't mind letting your so-called young master Song Yi taste the pain. What are you standing there for? Get out of the way. Didn't you hear me? Get out of the way. When Song Yi heard this and saw that his follower was stunned, he became anxious and started roaring quickly. This group of guys are more likely to cause trouble than to do anything else. He can't even do such a small thing. Damn it! Beep beep. At this moment, there were bursts of sirens, followed by several uniformed figures getting out of the car and running over quickly. What happened? Who called the police? This. When they saw the scene in front of them, they were stunned for a moment and immediately surrounded the crowd. Brother Zhang Gong, you must make the decision for me. When Song Yi, who was pressed to the ground by Yi Chen, saw the middle-aged man in uniform walking towards him, he looked anxious and spoke quickly with a pitiful look in his eyes. Song Yi Xiao, what's going on with you guys? When the middle-aged man called Zhang Gong heard this and saw Song Yi, who was pale and bleeding, and was pressed by Yi Chen under a pile of glass fragments, his expression instantly became serious and solemn, and his eyes were cold. Brother Zhang Gong, all of this is due to this brat. My friends and I were eating barbecue, and this brat punched me for no reason. No matter who it is, they will be angry. I was just defending myself. I didn't expect that this brat would be so violent. You have to take charge of this for me. When Song Yi heard this, his face became anxious and he spoke quickly. Let go. Let go. Let go quickly. Several uniformed figures nearby saw Song Yi being held down by Yi Chen, and without saying anything, they quickly walked over and pulled them apart. Is that so? Hearing Song Yi's words, Zhang Gong's face became serious and solemn, and he looked at everyone present. Yes. We were just having a barbecue. This girl threw a beer bottle at us without knowing what was going on. We just said a few words, and the brat just hit Brother Song Yi. Comrade JC, no matter what, you have to make the decision for us. When Song Yi's followers heard this, they nodded seriously, looking pitiful. Look at me. Look at me. I've been beaten to a pulp. These people are just crazy. They beat anyone they see. That's right. My arm is broken. That's not the case at all. It's obviously you. Listening to the accusations of the people in front of her, Hua Chingying became anxious and spoke quickly. How can these people confuse right and wrong like this? This is too abominable. It was clearly them who said hurtful words, but in the end I had to accompany them. Yi Chen just started fighting. But now, they are the bad guys. What is wrong with this world? Alright. Everyone, take them all away. When Zhang Gong heard this, he didn't listen to Hua Chingying's explanation at all, and his eyes were cold. Take him away. Take him to the hospital to treat his wounds first, then record his statement. Yes. Let's go. Seeing everyone looking at him, Yi Chen smiled slightly, without caring at all, and said something. Take away. Grandpa, the young master, he was taken away by the police. While Yi Chen and the others were being taken away, in a dark corner, a figure quickly made a phone call and reported. You know how to deal with it. How can you grow up without going through hardships? However, few people have the ability to touch my son. Grandpa, I know. The black figure heard it, flashed away, disappeared into the corner, and merged into the vast crowd. Chapter 81. I like people who know the time's first update. Let me out. In a ward, a woman in a pink princess dress looked at the middle-aged man with a big belly in front of her. Her face suddenly fell and her eyes became cold. Miss Chingying, please be patient. The middle-aged man in front of him heard Hua Chingying's words, smiled slightly and said something. Wait a moment, you can leave soon. Originally, Xia Tian didn't want to come and deal with this matter. It is enough to leave ordinary cases to Zhang Gong. However, when Xia Tian heard that Hua Chingying was among the parties involved, he ran over without any hesitation. Hua Chingying, the eldest daughter of the Hua family, is someone I cannot afford to offend. After all, a behemoth like the Hua family would not give you much sense of security even if you were wearing a uniform. Instead, it would feel like a thorn in your back. The Hua family can make him pay for his mistakes with just a flick of a finger. No one would provoke the Hua family for no reason. Instead, he will try every means to please the Hua family and thus achieve success. Now, Hua Chingying, the eldest daughter of the Hua family, is here. Isn't this a chance for me to show my best? When he thought of this, Xia Tian's face became even more excited, as if he had already seen himself ascending to heaven. At that time, I was not yet able to call the wind and rain. I'm leaving now, immediately, right now. Looking at Xia Tian, who was smiling in front of her, Hua Chingying's face became serious and solemn, her eyes were cold, and she said something. Now, no one knows what happened to Yi Chen and the others. No matter what, you have to leave. Hua Chingying could still guess a little bit about these people. Song Yi, know these people. And at this moment, if I don't go over to help, they will definitely do harm to brother Yi Chen and the others. Miss Chingying, this. Looking at Hua Chingying, whose face was serious and solemn, Xia Tian broke out in a cold sweat. For a moment, I was at a loss. Hua Chingying is so beautiful, you can't offend her. Get out of the way. Looking at Xia Tian, whose face was covered with cold sweat, Hua Chingying didn't say anything polite. Her voice was ice cold and her beautiful eyes were even colder. Yi Chen and the others were injured entirely because of me. And now, no matter what, I have to go and take a look. Also, these people must have connections, and if Yi Chen doesn't go there, he might be framed. I am one of the most important witnesses. Now, I'm completely trapped here. This is too abominable. Miss Chingying, this. Chingying, you are naughty again. Just when Xia Tian was becoming at a loss, a man's voice came from outside, with a hint of helplessness. Then a middle-aged man in a black suit walked in from outside, with a stern face and cold eyes. It gives people a feeling of awe without being angry, and a full sense of oppression. And this person is none other than the current head of the Hua family, Hua Xiaotian. Mr. Xiaotian, you are here. When Xia Tian, who was standing next to him, saw Hua Xiaotian walking in from outside, a faint smile appeared on his face. Without saying much, he rubbed his hands and walked over quickly. Welcome. Welcome. If I could help it, I wouldn't want to come. When Hua Xiaotian heard this, his face darkened, his eyes became even colder, and he said something. Finally, he looked at Xia Tian in front of him. Chingying, can I take it away? I didn't expect that after not seeing my daughter for such a long time, she would get into such big trouble. You are so young, why don't you learn anything good instead of learning these things? At this moment, one can imagine the mood. Yes. Yes. Please, please, Mr. Xiaotian. When Xia Tian heard this, he smiled slightly, didn't say much, and quickly made a gesture of invitation. I can't afford to offend this person, the head of the Hua family. Otherwise, you might not even know how you died. After all, in a family as big and powerful as the Hua family, no one would be a fool to provoke them for no reason. Instead of doing this, it is better to give them some face and thus gain their favor. And this time, Xie Tian hurried over precisely because of this. Hua Xiaotian saw Xie Tian in front of him, nodded and made a gesture of invitation. Without saying much, he nodded and looked at Hua Chingying. Light, go home. Daddy. Daddy. Can I? Hua Chingying wanted to say something, but Hua Xiaotian looked over at her instantly. This made Hua Chingying calm down all of a sudden. Obviously, Hua Chingying is still very afraid of her father's authority. Dad. Please help Yi Chen. This incident was caused by me. Yi Chen and the others are innocent. Looking at her father's serious and solemn expression, Hua Chingying gritted her teeth and said something in a serious tone. With his father around, Yi Chen and the others will definitely be able to get out safely. All I need is a word from my father, just one word. Yi Chen, Chingying, what is your relationship with him? When Hua Xiaotian heard this, his face suddenly became a little gloomy, and his eyes became even colder as he looked at his daughter. Dad, we are just classmates. When Hua Chingying heard this, her face turned a little red, and she finally answered quickly. Classmate relationship? Yes. Dad. We are just classmates, ordinary classmates. When Hua Chingying heard this and saw the look in her father's eyes, she nodded seriously and confirmed it. I understand. Someone, take the young lady back. Hua Xiaotian heard it, nodded, and looked at the servant next to him. Dad, you are the best. You must bring Yi Chen and the others out. When Hua Chingying heard this, her face suddenly blossomed with a sweet smile. Miss, please. The servant next to him saw the look in Hua Xiaotian's eyes, and without saying anything, he immediately made a gesture of invitation, his face slightly pale. They knew their grandfather's temper very well. As for Hua Chingying, she heard it, nodded, and skipped away. With his father intervening, this matter is no longer a big deal. Mr. Xiaotian, this. Looking at Hua Chingying, who was jumping away, and looking at Hua Xiaotian, who was looking at him. Xie Tian's face turned a little pale and he became embarrassed. I don't want people with ulterior motives to get close to my daughter. So, you know what to do. When Hua Xiaotian saw this, his face turned serious and his voice was filled with coldness. Some people always like to curry favor with the powerful and try to turn themselves into a phoenix. I hate anyone who approaches my daughter with a purpose. I think you should understand this now. After saying that, he ignored everything and walked out. I understand. I will definitely not let you down, Mr. Xiaotian. When Xie Tian heard this, he smiled slightly with a cold look in his eyes. I like people who know the times. Chapter 82. Brother, I have plenty of money. Part 2. You little brat, I advise you to just confess. On the other hand, in a ward, a figure was wrapped in bandages and wearing loose clothes. In front of the young man, at this time, was the figure of a man in uniform, with a gloomy face and even colder eyes, and he spoke. What? Looking at Zhang Gong in front of him, Yi Chen had a faint smile on his face, not caring at all, and said something. I think you know exactly what it means. Provoking trouble, fighting, and brawling. When Zhang Gong heard this, his face turned serious and cold as he looked at Yi Chen, as if he wanted to put some pressure on Yi Chen so that he could handle the matter better. You don't want your school to know, do you? If your teachers and classmates knew about this, how would they view you? If this matter gets out of hand, it won't do you any good at all and you will even face expulsion. So, if I confess, it means that a big thing will be reduced to a small thing, and a small thing will be eliminated? When Yi Chen heard this, he smiled slightly and looked at Zhang Gong in front of him as if he was a fool. I say, is there water in your head? Or, you must have been kicked by a donkey. Otherwise, how could you say such shocking words? If I confess, wouldn't that just prove my guilt? At that time, at Shanghai University, all the teachers and classmates knew that he was a fighting maniac with a criminal record. Would I be so stupid as to do something like this? Will you admit it yourself? Oh my God. You. As for Zhang Gong, his face suddenly turned gloomy when he heard Yi Chen's words. He wanted to say something, but in the end he could only grit his teeth and speak in a cold voice. Whether you admit it or not, we have surveillance. Do you really have to reach that point before you give up? This guy really won't give in to any persuasion. In that case, don't blame yourself for being rude. Yes. I was a hero saving a beautiful girl, so I took action. I admit it. As soon as Zhang Gong finished speaking, Yi Chen didn't care at all. He nodded quickly and acknowledged it. Yi Chen was very clear about Hua Chingying's power. Now, if I want to get out of the current predicament, there is only one way, and that is to take advantage of the situation. This way, a lot of unnecessary trouble will be avoided. I don't need to say this myself, I believe Wu Xiaobo and others are also very clear about this. Otherwise, he would not have asked Hua Chingying before actually taking action. You. Sure enough, when Zhang Gong heard Yi Chen's words, his face suddenly turned gloomy, his eyes were cold, and he gritted his teeth. Although there was surveillance, it was Hua Chingying who was the first to do it. As for what Song Yi and the others said, it no longer matters. Because the Hua family is not something that the Song family can shake. And now, this brat actually knows how to take advantage of the situation. Damn it! What's wrong? While Zhang Gong's face was depressed and gloomy, a series of footsteps were heard, followed by the figure of a middle-aged man walking in from outside. When he saw Zhang Gong with a depressed and gloomy face, he asked quickly, "JZ?" As for Zhang Gong, when he saw Xie Tian walking in from outside, his face became anxious. He bowed respectfully without saying much and quickly saluted. "How's it going?" Xie Tian saw it and waved his hand. When he saw Zhang Gong pulling a chair over from the side, he sat down without saying anything, with a puzzled look on his face. JZ. This brat is so stubborn. He won't admit it no matter what. Zhang Gong looked so depressed and gnashed his teeth. Yeah. However, when Xie Tian heard this, he just smiled slightly, without any anger, and looked at Yi Chen. Yi Chen, right? Listen to my advice. Just admit it. Make a big thing small, and a small thing nothing. Otherwise, the consequences. I can't afford the consequences? When Yi Chen heard this, he smiled slightly, not caring at all. He looked at Xie Tian in front of him with a cold gaze. You guys know Song Yi, right? Needless to say, Yi Chen knew these people very well and they must have some skills. Otherwise, it's impossible. Young man, watch your words. Sometimes, if you say the wrong thing, the consequences can be very troublesome. When Xie Tian heard this, his face darkened and his eyes became even colder. Song Yi, the young master of the Song family, how could he not know him? 50% of the reason why he was able to sit in such a position was due to his reliance on the Song family. Otherwise, if you just rely on yourself, you will never reach the current height in your lifetime. Really? I thought you two knew each other. Seeing Xie Tian's cold expression, Yi Chen's face showed a faint smile. I'll give you 10 times what he gave you. How's that? Yi Chen, you can insult me, but please don't insult my sacred profession. When Xie Tian heard this, his face darkened and his voice became cold and serious. Isn't that enough? In that case, 1 billion. Is that enough? I told you that you can insult me. But don't insult my profession. This outfit. Some people, when they put on this dress, become holy. However, some people are originally dark, and putting on this dress will only make them darker. White can turn black, but black, no matter what, can never turn white. Right. Yi Chen. 1 billion is not enough. In that case, how about 2 billion? Gurgle gurgle. When Zhang Gong, who was standing next to him, heard Yi Chen say 2 billion, his face turned red and he kept swallowing his saliva. This is 2 billion. It's impossible to say I'm not moved. It's not enough. In that case, 5 billion. That's enough. Yi Chen saw Zhang Gong swallowing his saliva and Xie Tian's gloomy face. He smiled slightly and slapped a black and gold card on the table. You think I don't have money? Brother, I have plenty of money. Yeah. Yi Chen, do you think we can humiliate you with money? When Xie Tian heard this, his face darkened even more, and he was already ready to make a move. 5 billion. This matter was originally just a trivial matter. And now, it's impossible to say that I'm not moved. Really? In that case, I won't insult you. I was just joking. When Yi Chen heard and saw the expressions of the two people, he smiled slightly and took back his black gold card. Yi Chen. Do you know what you are doing? When Xie Tian saw this, his expression became even colder. What behavior? Yi Chen heard this, smiled slightly, and looked at Xie Tian in front of him. Life needs humor. Is it not okay for me to make a joke? You. When Xie Tian and the others heard this, they were furious for a moment. This brat actually played tricks on them. Damn it! Xiaochen, your mother is calling you to go home for dinner. At this moment, a woman's voice came from outside, followed by a woman's figure walking in. Chapter 83 Mysterious Woman Update 1. Who are you? Looking at the woman who walked in from outside, wearing a black short skirt and with long black hair. Yi Chen's face was puzzled and his brows were slightly furrowed. He didn't recognize the woman in front of him at all. A stunningly beautiful face, with a hint of smile in the phoenix eyes. Zhu Dan's lips look like you can bite them. The most important thing is that the heavy chest wrapped in the black short skirt is simply eye-catching. The devilish figure, the slender waist, and the long legs wrapped in black stockings are all exciting. And Yi Chen was sure that he had never seen this person before. Now, the other party can call out my name easily, which is a bit unbelievable. Who are you? We are currently investigating a case. All irrelevant personnel, please leave immediately. Otherwise, we will take action. Tian was stunned for a while, and when he saw the woman walking in from outside, his face suddenly turned gloomy, his brows slightly wrinkled, his eyes became even colder, and he said something. He didn't know who this person was. However, what Tian knew was that no matter who it was, no one could interfere with his interrogation. Ha ha! Interrogation, is this an interrogation? Listening to Xie Tian's words in front of her, Yi Qianying's face showed a faint smile and she smiled with pursed lips. Her beautiful eyes were blinking, and her two dimples looked unusually clear. I think that's not right. It's more like forced confession than interrogation. You little bitch, do you know what you are saying? When Zhang Gong, who was standing next to him, heard Yi Qianying's words, his face suddenly turned gloomy, his eyes instantly turned cold, and he pointed at Yi Qianying and roared. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Yeah? However, Yi Qianying did not hesitate at all for what Xie Tian and the others said. She looked at Yi Chen next to her, smiled slightly, and walked over step by step. Who are you? Looking at the woman in front of him, with her angelic face, devilish figure, and enchanting body, Yi Chen was puzzled. The other party didn't seem to have any malicious intent. But now, he didn't recognize the woman in front of him. Who is this? Brother Yi Chen, why don't you recognize me so quickly? I am your sister. I will be very sad if you do this. While Yi Chen was looking puzzled, the woman in front of him came to Yi Chen without any hesitation, hugged him, and had a bright smile on her face. As for Yi Chen in Yi Qianying's arms, at this moment, he finally understood why the facial cleanser was so fragrant. Let me go. Let me go. When he felt he was about to suffocate, Yi Chen struggled frantically. This is too fierce and scary. Who did this? When Yi Qianying saw Yi Chen in front of her, who was wrapped in bandages, she looked at Xie Tian beside her. Her face became even gloomier, her eyes were cold and sharp, and she spoke in an arrogant tone. I beat my brother like this without paying any price. I cannot accept this result. I can't accept this. Who the hell are you, you little bitch? Do you know who we are? The JC is doing this, it has nothing to do with you, just stay away. When Zhang Gong, who was standing next to him, heard Yi Qianying's words and saw her gloomy face, his expression also fell, his eyes became cold, and he roared. This woman is simply a lunatic. He actually questioned them. Ridiculous. It has nothing to do with anyone else. My brother has been hurt. As a sister, if I don't come out to protect him, am I still a sister? When Yi Qianying heard this, her face darkened, her brows slightly furrowed, her eyes became even colder, and she looked towards the door. Xiao Hanin, he's my brother. I'll take him away. Is that okay? Xiao Han Han. When Xie Tian and the others heard Yi Qianying's name, they looked confused and looked out the door. Their faces suddenly turned pale, their foreheads were covered with cold sweat, and their legs were shaking. Han Tian. Han Tian, his boss. But now, what Xie Tian didn't expect was that he actually alarmed Han Tian. This is too unbelievable. Under normal circumstances, Han Tian would never interfere in their affairs. And now, it's here. For a moment, I was stunned and confused. Who is this woman? Sure. My dear aunt, as long as you are happy. As for Han Tian, who came in from outside in formal clothes, his face turned pale and there was a lot of cold sweat on his forehead when he heard Yi Qianying's words. He nodded vigorously. He can't afford to offend Yi Qianying. Now, it can be said that I can't wait to send Yi Qianying away. Otherwise, who knows what kind of troubles may arise. In that case, Xiao Hanin, see you when you have time. When Yi Qianying heard this, she smiled slightly, looked at Yi Chen in front of her, and pulled Yi Chen away while he was confused. Besides, I don't like others to harm my brother. I think, Xiao Hanin, you should know what to do. No need for me to explain it. When leaving, Yi Qianying suddenly paused and looked at Han Tian with a bright smile on her face. However, in Han Tian's eyes, he was like a devil. I understand. I promise you'll be satisfied. Ha ha. Little Hanin, I like people who know the times, and you are a very good one. Besides, this is my younger brother. After saying this, he left without even stopping. Sir. This. Looking at Yi Qianying and the others who left in a swagger, Xia Tian was stunned, with dense beads of cold sweat on his forehead. He looked at Han Tian beside him, hesitating. What's wrong? You're unhappy. As for Han Tian, looking at Xia Tian who was hesitating in front of him, he asked with a cold voice and sharp eyes. My lord, this is. Xia Tian had no idea who this woman was. And now, he can actually give orders to his superior in this way. It is too unbelievable and too terrifying. Who is she? You don't need to know this. Just do your job honestly. Sometimes, meddling in other people's affairs can bring bad luck. Looking at Xia Tian in front of him, Han Tian's face was cold and his eyes were angry. Don't think I don't know about what happened between you and Song Yi. This time, find a way to solve it yourself. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Yes, yes, yes. My lord, I will definitely solve it properly. When Xia Tian heard this, he didn't say much, just nodded and agreed. I hope so. Otherwise, it's time to change people. After Han Tian finished speaking, he sighed softly, turned around and left. JZ, this. When Zhang Gong, who was standing next to him, heard this, his face turned pale and he was stunned. What the hell? Do I need to teach you how to do this? Yi Chen, Hua Chingying and the others were just defending themselves. As for his roommates, why don't you let them go? Yes, yes, yes. Chapter 84, A Sister Appeared Out of Nowhere Part 2. Can you let me go now? And at another door, at the hospital entrance. At this time, a young man saw the white little hand tightly holding his in front of him, his face became helpless, and he spoke something. Who is this person? Yi Chen has no idea at all. He. Don't like it? When Yi Qianying heard this, she was not angry at all. Instead, she smiled slightly with a sweet smile on her face. She looks extremely beautiful, especially the two clear dimples. Who are you? However, Yi Chen ignored her attempts to get close to him, and instead asked cautiously. In this world, no one will treat you well for no reason. If so, then the world is not normal. And this woman actually said that she was his sister. That was too ridiculous. From childhood to adulthood, I have never heard that I have an older sister. I only have a younger sister. And now, how could a sister not make people alert when she suddenly appeared out of nowhere? System, is this your fault? Finally, as if he had thought of something, he asked a question. Currently, the only thing that can do this is our own supreme sign and system. Otherwise, Yi Chen really couldn't think of it. Master, this system is not so boring. This system will not play such a prank. I am serious. The supreme sign and system heard a mechanical voice that denied Yi Chen's guess. He. As expected, Xiaochen, you don't remember me. I'm so sad. While Yi Chen was thinking about the problem, Yi Qianying in front of him saw Yi Chen staring at her closely, and her face suddenly turned sad. Oh. As expected, Xiaochen, now that you have a girlfriend, you will forget about your sister. Oh. Looking at Yi Qianying in front of him, Yi Chen almost punched her and knocked the crying monster down with one punch. Are you really my sister? Finally, his face became confused and he began to question. Could it be that there is a gap in my memory or something is wrong? You guess. When Yi Qianying heard this, she smiled slightly and said nothing more. She looked at a Rolls-Royce next to her and walked over. Let's go. Sister will take you back. What's wrong? Are you worried about your roommates? Don't worry. I think they should know how to treat your roommates. Unless, of course, they can't bear it. As if he understood what Yi Chen was worried about, he smiled and said something. All right. As for Yi Chen, he didn't think much about it. He nodded, opened the car door, and sat in the passenger seat. Magic City University, right? Oh, and this is your entrance gift. I was not available before, sorry. As if she had thought of something, Yi Cheniying quickly took out a box and handed it to Yi Chen. What's wrong? Don't dare to accept it? Don't worry. There's nothing in here, just some photos of my sister. There are all kinds of styles. Ha ha. I was just kidding. How could a sister give such an embarrassing thing to her brother? Open it and take a look. You will probably like it. When Yi Chen looked autistic, Yi Cheniying smiled slightly and said something with a sweet smile on her face. This is. Looking at the watch lying quietly in the box in front of me, its appearance is very beautiful, giving people a feeling of the starry sky. Watch. Yi Chen never imagined that the gift given to him by this so-called sister in front of him was actually a watch. This is a bit confusing. Yes. When a watch moves, it represents good fortune. I hope my little Chen will have good luck and love every day. Yi Cheniying heard it, nodded, smiled slightly, and said something. If I have romantic luck every day, I'll be exhausted to death. Yi Chen heard this and complained. Ha ha. Xiaochen, I didn't expect you to be so humorous. As for Yi Cheniying, when she heard it, she just smiled with a bright smile on her face. How much is it? I'll give it to you. Thank you very much for this time. I will definitely return this favor to you in the future. Looking at Yi Cheniying, who was driving next to him, Yi Chen said something. This person, on the surface, says she is my sister, but she doesn't even have a sister. He doesn't like owing others things. Not much. I told you it's a gift for your college entrance exams, so there's no reason for me to ask you for money. Yi Cheniying heard this and waved her hand. The night gave me black eyes. At this moment, the cell phone in the bag next to her suddenly rang. Yeah. I got it. What's wrong? Looking at Yi Cheniying with a serious expression in front of him, Yi Chen's face became confused. It seemed like something important had happened. It's okay. Xiaochen, I was going to stay with you for a few more days. I'm very sorry, but I have to leave soon. Ouch. Yi Cheniying shook her head and sighed softly. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. And at the end, without further ado, a break. As for the Rolls-Royce, it stopped accurately in front of Magic City University. In that instant, I don't know how many people's attention it attracted. Xiaochen, we're here. Looking at Yi Chen next to her, she had a sweet smile on her face. Yes. Thank you very much. Yi Chen saw it and didn't say much. He nodded and opened the car door. Xiaochen, college life is good, make more girlfriends. Sister, I'm watching you. If someone doesn't like you, don't bear it. Get him. Looking at Yi Cheniying, who clenched her fist in front of him, Yi Chen didn't know what to say for a moment, and there was a trace of cold sweat on his face. Without saying anything more, he walked towards the school gate. No matter who this woman is, this time, it was a safe bet. Magic University. I miss it so much. Looking at Yi Chen leaving, Yi Cheniying showed a faint smile on her face and sighed softly. Once upon a time, I was also one of them here. My lord, what do you want? Without saying anything more, he quickly made a phone call. Modu, the Song family, and the Zhou family, I don't want to see them exist. His voice was cold, his eyes were angry, and he spoke quickly. These people don't have the ability to deal with his own brother. I understand. Sir, I promise to satisfy you. The person on the other end of the phone heard it, nodded, and replied seriously and solemnly. I trust you to do the job. After hearing this, Yi Cheniying nodded with satisfaction, her eyes cold. Don't worry, little brother. I'm here with you. I won't let anyone hurt you again. No matter who comes, it won't work. After saying that, without further ado, he stepped on the accelerator and left. No matter what, she would never allow the last tragedy to happen again. Anyone who wants to bully my brother must get down on the ground. Who asked me to cover up my shortcomings? Chapter 85. Wake up. Foolish son. First update. Fuck. Dormitory head, are you okay? When Wu Xiaobo and the others returned to the dormitory, they saw Yi Chen playing with his mobile phone in front of them. They were shocked, surprised, and full of disbelief. Fuck. This is so unfair. You, the main culprit, actually came back earlier than us. This is so unfair. Yes, yes, yes. That's unfair. Originally, it was thought that Yi Chen would come back last, but they came back first and gave Yi Chen a big surprise. However, things went against their wishes and they did not give Yi Chen a big surprise. Instead, Yi Chen gave them a big surprise. They were really surprised. I'm back. Yi Chen saw it, smiled slightly, and pointed at the hairy crabs and lobsters on the table. Your midnight snack. It's still hot. Fuck. Dormitory head, you actually brought midnight snacks. My dorm leader loves you so much. Go. 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 Looking at Wu Xiaobo and the others in front of him, Yi Chen waved his hand. Oh right. Dormitory leader, how did you get out? Those people were obviously targeting you. Yes. Dormitory head, how did you get out? I thought you couldn't get out. Those people might be commanded by someone. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a coincidence. Now that I think about it, there really is something wrong. By the way, where is the deputy squad leader? Has he gone home? Don't worry. I've already gone back. Yi Chen heard it, waved his hand and said something. In fact, how could Yi Chen not know that some people were operating behind the scenes? Otherwise, he wouldn't be so picky. Of course, I was fooled, that's it. Yi Chen was the first one who couldn't stand the slander against Shui Lufang. Sure enough, it's great to have the deputy monitor here. Someone's backing me up. Yes, yes, yes. However, dorm leader, I think you still need to be careful. You may have been too high profile these days, which may have made some people unhappy and caused them to make trouble. Low key. Sorry. I don't even know how to write the word low key. Yi Chen heard it and waved his hand. As for the mastermind behind this, I don't think I need to worry about it anymore. Fuck. The Song family went bankrupt, the Zhou family went bankrupt. Is this such a big news? Where? Where? Let me see. Let me see. Fuck. This is so satisfying. It seems that everything is caused by that pretty boy Zhou Yang. He can't stand the fact that you, the dormitory head, are with Hua Chingying. So he resorted to such a rubbish method. Yes, yes, yes. This is so cool. You. Looking at his roommate, Yi Chen shook his head helplessly and sighed softly. Is it really that simple? Yi Chen thinks, not necessarily. Oh right. Dormitory leader, what is this? A box that falls to the ground? When Pan Lao, who was standing next to him, saw the exquisitely packaged box on the table in front of him, he looked puzzled and started asking. It's just a watch. It's nothing. Yi Chen heard it, shook his head, waved his hand, and said something. It's just a watch. Was it given to you by Shui Lufang? After hearing Yi Chen's words, Wu Xiaobo and the others looked puzzled. No. Yi Chen shook his head. He didn't want it at first. And in the end, there was no way. After all, others have already rescued themselves. If you still reject other people's kindness, then you would be a bit ungrateful. If you want to see it, feel free. Seeing several people looking at him, Yi Chen said calmly. Fuck. Patek Philippe. When Lu Maozhong and the others opened the box in front of them, the words national quintessence burst out, and their faces were filled with shock and disbelief, as if they had seen a ghost. Fuck. Pat.Reward. Fuck. What's wrong? Looking at Wu Xiaobo and the others who were reciting the quintessence of Chinese culture one sentence after another in front of him, Yi Chen's face was filled with confusion. It's just a watch, no need to be so shocked. It's just a watch. Dormitory head, do you know? Patek Philippe, this is a luxury product. It's impossible to buy it without hundreds of millions. When Wu Xiaobo heard this, his face turned helpless, but he suddenly calmed down. That's right. Even the bicycle is worth more than 30 million. To you, the dormitory head, it is really just a watch. When Wu Xiaobo thought of the Trek butterfly that Yi Chen rode at the beginning of school, he had to nod his head. Fuck. 220 million. Pan Lao, who was standing next to him, once again spat out the traditional Chinese medicine with a look of deep shock on his face. No way. No way. 220 million, this is the price of 2 sets of Thompson first class. Oh my god. Is it so extravagant? One of the 2 most high-end luxury homes on the road. This is literally a walking 220 million. I say, why do I feel like you are scolding me? After hearing what Wu Xiaobo and the others said, Yi Chen looked helpless and complained. So beautiful. Looking at the watches in front of them, everyone's faces were shocked and excited. Dorm head, can you give it to me? You wish. After eating, take a good shower and go to bed. Yi Chen heard it, waved his hand and said something. What is the origin of that woman? She actually said she was her sister. How so? On the other hand, a young man looked at the scene in front of him and suddenly, he completely collapsed, as if it were a bolt from the blue. All of a sudden, he knelt on the ground with a thud. Look! Look! Who have you offended? As for the middle-aged man in front of the young man, he was looking at his son with a look of deep disappointment, his eyes were filled with anger. I've said it before, keep a low profile. Keep a low profile. There are many people in this world who are more powerful than you. What exactly does it mean to be low-key? Don't you have any idea? Dad, Looking at his father, Zhou Yang's face turned completely pale, and he regretted his decision so much. How could Yi Chen have such great power to force his father to go bankrupt? Another thing is that at this moment, I have to leave. This is so horrible. Let's go. Your father still has some savings overseas. This time, I think you should understand who you should not mess with. Looking at his son, Zhou Long sighed softly. If I had known this would happen, I should have sprayed it directly on the wall and let it dry thoroughly. It's true, he is not capable of accomplishing anything, but is always causing trouble. Unfortunately, even if this account is completely useless now, Zhou Long has no way to maintain a small account. But what? You still want to seduce others like Hua Chingying. I tell you, you should be clear about your identity. I have found a school for you abroad. Let's go. When Zhou Long saw this, he basically roared. You really want to kill your father, don't you? Hua Chingying is not your type. You don't have the ability to do that. Wake up, silly son. Chapter 86 Playground Sign-in, Rewards for Fighting More and More Courage Second Update. Ding dong. Congratulations to the owner for successfully signing into the playground. The reward is more courageous. On the next morning, when Yi Chen arrived at the playground, a mechanical voice sounded, followed by several lines of text appearing in Yi Chen's mind. More courage with more fighting, break through your own limits once a day, including physical strength, power, speed, etc. All-round breakthroughs make you stronger. You can become a martial arts master even when lying down. You can become a martial arts master even when you're lying down, don't tease me. Listening to the words of the Supreme Sign-in system, Yi Chen's face was covered with cold sweat. How is that possible? It's absolutely impossible. How is it impossible? Break through your own limit once a day. Even if you are only 8 centimeters, after a long time, you can still break through to 18 centimeters. How is it impossible? The Supreme Sign-in system seemed to know what Yi Chen was thinking and immediately objected. How is that impossible? Don't doubt this system is professional. Okay. Professional driving. When Yi Chen heard this, he had to nod in agreement. Squad leader, what's wrong with you? After a while, figures came over one after another. When he saw Yi Chen's appearance at this time, he asked. Could it be that he got injured while competing with others for the Iceberg School Beauty? Let me see, monitor, you are being beaten by a mixed doubles of an icy school beauty and a sexy school beauty. Fuck. Why is there a mixed doubles? I want mixed doubles too. Class monitor, please give me some advice. Needless to say, last night must have been very intense. Right? Ha ha. I just fell down. Looking at the figure in front of him, Yi Chen smiled slightly, scratched his head awkwardly, and said something. Stop. Squad leader, what the hell? When did you start wearing a watch? Yes. So beautiful. What brand is it? Let me see. Holy shit. Patatrix. By Dechueli. It can't be the most expensive one. 220 million, a walking 220 million. Fuck. It really is true. Squad leader, please protect me. When Yi Chen scratched his head, everyone saw the watch he was wearing and their faces were shocked. His face was full of disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. He is worthy of being a man riding a bicycle worth 32 million. I have to admire him. No. This is just an ordinary watch. Looking at the shocked people in front of him, Yi Chen quickly explained. Last night, for no apparent reason, a beautiful lady came out to help. In the end, he even gave himself the most expensive watch. This is a bit like a dream. What a pity, I forgot to ask for a contact method. Otherwise, we can find out who that woman is. Yi Chen, are you okay? At this time, Hua Chingying came in front of Yi Chen. She was wearing a military training uniform, her face was fair and clean, and she looked extremely cute. It's okay. What can happen? Thank you for last night. Looking at the light flowers in front of him, Yi Chen smiled slightly and said something. That woman should have been invited by Hua Chingying, and it was just a prank. Otherwise, how could a rural child like me living in the mountains have such a powerful sister? It must be a ghost. Yi Chen, I'm sorry. I clearly asked my father to help, but my father, he didn't. He's a big liar. After hearing Yi Chen's words, Hua Chingying's face looked even more guilty. My father had clearly promised to help me. However, in the blink of an eye, they changed their attitude, even faster than turning the pages of a book. She only found out about this when she woke up this morning, and that's why she hurried over. After all, everything that happened last night was because of me. But in the end, the ones who were unlucky were Yi Chen and his friends. It was a bit unreasonable no matter how you look at it. Didn't you send someone to help last night? Looking at the light flower in front of him, Yi Chen was stunned. Impossible. No. What's wrong? My father, that bad guy, didn't do that at all. This. Listening to Hua Chingying's words and looking at her expression, Yi Chen looked confused. Could it be that I really have a sister? This is impossible. Deputy Monitor, Dormitory head is fine, we are in trouble. It hurts so much. Ouch. Wu Xiaobo, who was walking over, said breathlessly. That's right. We are so exhausted. Deputy Monitor, shouldn't you express your opinion? Looking at the light flower in front of him, Wu Xiaobo smiled and said something. Then I'll treat you to a feast. Hua Chingying heard it and chuckled, with a bright smile on her face. I know where to get some good food. Want to have a big meal? Why not go to karaoke? When the military training is over, let's go to karaoke. When Pan Lao heard this, he seemed to have thought of something and made a suggestion. I'm tired of eating every day. I'll listen to you. Hua Chingying saw it, thought for a while, and nodded. Dad. I want to ask you something. As for Yi Chen, he quickly made a phone call at this time, his face serious and solemn. Son. Don't be so serious. What's wrong? No living expenses? Dad will see how much we have and transfer some to you. It's not easy to make money these days. You have to spend frugally, do you understand? On the other end of the phone, the voice of a middle-aged man came, and he sighed softly. I know. Dad, isn't this the case? If it's not living expenses, then it's a relationship issue? Do you have a girlfriend? When will you bring her home? Dad. I don't like jokes, I'm serious. When Yi Chen heard this, he looked helpless and a trace of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Do I have another sister? Puff puff puff. When the middle-aged man on the other end of the phone heard this, he spat out a mouthful of tea and his face turned red. Obviously, this was choked. Silly son, do you have a fever or something? You only have one sister, how could you have an older sister? Are you okay? Or are you possessed? Dad, really? Could it be that when you were young and full of vigor, you had an affair with a fair, rich, and beautiful woman? Silly son. Your father is an upright farmer who has only been out of the house a few times in his life. How could he possibly be favored by a beautiful, wealthy woman? If a beautiful, wealthy woman had favored your father, would he have been so poor and destitute, living in the mountains and forests? Now, there would be no place for you. Really? Have you read too many novels and become insane? Do you have any money left? Go see a psychiatrist. If that doesn't work, I still have several thousand kilograms of rice at home. I can sell it. Stop, stop, stop. Dad. I'm fine. I'm just asking casually, I really don't have anything. You little bastard, come back and see if your mother won't beat you. Dad, excuse me. Goodbye. When Yichen heard this, he hung up the phone without saying anything more. Who is she? Gather. At this time, Hu Hui's voice came. All of them. Chapter 87 Patek Philippe, only 220 million. Oh my god. Dormitory leader, I can't take it anymore. Tell me, when will this kind of military training end? And under a big tree in the playground, there were several figures, and they began to sigh and complain. Yeah. This sun is really damn hot. Even with sunscreen on, I still feel my skin burning at this moment. It's horrible. I'm in trouble now. When will this end? I am a little girl and I have nothing to complain about, but you grown men are complaining like this. Sometimes, it's not that I look down on you, but you make me look down on you. Looking at Wu Xiaobo and the others who were complaining in front of her, Hua Chingying felt a little helpless and made a complaint. That's right. The other girls didn't say anything, but you guys, as boys, actually said it was not okay. Looking at Wu Xiaobo and the others in front of him, Yi Chen's face became serious and solemn. He nodded, indicating that he agreed with Hua Chingying's statement. Head of the dormitory, you have to know that there are only damaged oxen, not damaged fields. That's right. Fuck. So handsome. While Yi Chen and the others were talking, a series of surprised voices were heard from the side. What followed was a young man who walked towards them step by step under the gaze of everyone. The young man has short black hair, a handsome face and a faint smile on his face. He was wearing a set of branded sportswear and had his hands in his trouser pockets. Isn't this Tang Tang? One of the four most handsome men in Modu University. What is he doing here? The four most handsome boys on campus, is there still a handsome boy on campus at Magic City University? I thought there were only school beauties. How can there be no school hunks? Brother, you are very short-sighted when you say that. Let me tell you, each of the four school hunks in Magic City is either rich or noble, and they are all young masters of big families. And the Tang Tang in front of us is the second young master of the Tang family, a big family in Magic City. No way. So handsome. Is this the school idol Tang Tang? I didn't expect him to be so handsome. Not only handsome, but also so capable. It's so exciting. If possible, I really want to test the depth of Tang Tang, the school hunk. Fuck. Are you serious about this? I want to give it a try, too. Who knows, I might end up becoming the wife of a wealthy family. Your dream is a bit too big. Nowadays, even an ordinary person can't marry into a family worth tens of millions, let alone a wealthy family. Not to mention a family like Tang Tang, it's simply impossible. You think others will be attracted to you. You don't have any capital. Even if you have a good figure, others will just play with you. Which of the big families nowadays is not a combination of the strong? It's impossible to turn a pheasant into a phoenix. I heard that Tang Tang is Shui Lufang's suitor. Do you think that Tauntaun's appearance here this time is related to Shui Lufang? So, there's something interesting to watch. If I remember correctly, Yi Chen, who studies management, is also a rich second generation. When school started, he showed up riding a 32 million Trek butterfly. I heard that last time, Yi Chen was seen driving a 30 million Ferrari with Shui Lufang out for a ride. Is this joyride serious? Could it be that while joyriding, I suddenly went deep into Shui Lufang's heart? Impossible. Who knows about this kind of thing? Only the people involved know. The show is about to begin. Quiet. Quiet. While everyone was talking, Tang Tang walked towards Yi Chen without any hesitation and finally came in front of Yi Chen. This made everyone suddenly quiet down and just watch the show. Everyone knew that the show was about to begin. You are Yi Chen. Looking at Yi Chen in front of him, Tang Tang's face was a little gloomy, and he asked a question. Fuck. A Swiss watch like this should cost at least 3 million. When they saw Tang Tang inadvertently revealing the watch on his hand, they all looked surprised. Everyone knows that the competition begins from here. That's right. I am Yi Chen, who are you? As for Yi Chen, he didn't care at all when he heard it. Looking at Tang Tang in front of him, his face was gloomy, his voice was also lowered, and his eyes were cold. Needless to say, you can tell at first glance that this person has bad intentions. And since this is the case, there is no need for me to be polite. Fuck. Since when did Yi Chen start wearing a watch? Can anyone check how much it is? I don't know. But a watch like this, so exquisite, must be very expensive. Indeed. Watches of this type are not cheap nowadays. He is already riding a 32 million yuan bicycle. Is it possible that he would wear a watch worth tens of thousands of yuan? Just think about it, it's impossible. Yes. At least a few million is enough to be worthy of it. Otherwise, I will look down on you. Fuck. Patatriel. Patek Trivoli. What is this? A watch? Patek Trivoli. Holy crap. It's the most expensive one. Oh my god. 220 million. 220 million. Are you kidding me? You mean, one of Yi Chen's watches is equivalent to 2 sets of Thompson's first-class watches in Magic City? No way. No way. A Dozong strongman is so terrifying. Horrible. When the people around saw the two men's watches, they were all frightened. Finally, when they saw Yi Chen's watch, they were completely shocked and fell silent. A watch worth 220 million yuan is actually worn on the body. It is equivalent to 2 sets of mobile Thompson Epine. This is too crazy. In terms of money, Yi Chen obviously wins. This so-called school hunk Tang Tang is no match at all. Yi Chen's watch completely crushes anything Tang Tang has. Yes. This freshman is so terrifying. No wonder the iceberg school beauty values him. He has the capital to do all of this. 220 million for a watch, that's horrible. I can't even earn a fraction of that in my entire life. Yes. The terror of the rich is beyond imagination. This guy. Listening to the comments of the people around him and looking at Yi Chen, who didn't care at all, Tang Tang's face suddenly turned gloomy, his brows were furrowed, and his eyes were cold. Unexpectedly, he originally wanted to crush Yi Chen. The game had just started and he was already defeated by Yi Chen. This is too depressing. A pair of hands were clenched tightly and teeth were gnashed. Yi Chen, I advise you to leave Shui Lufang. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Chapter 88, Warning from the Campus Prince Part 2. I can't afford the consequences. Hearing Tang Tang's words, Yi Chen's face suddenly turned shocked and he froze. Finally, he sneered and looked at Tang Tang as if he was a fool. I say, senior, I don't know what the consequences you are talking about are. Here, I would like to advise you that sometimes, meddling in other people's affairs is not a very wise choice. In addition, you want to soak in Lufang with your current condition. You should go back and take a good piss to see what kind of person you are. Are you worthy of this kind of person who is weak in energy and walks frivolously? You may have completely ejaculated before you even enter. You. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Tang Tang's face suddenly turned gloomy. Originally, he came here to warn Yi Chen, but Tang Tang never expected that he would be warned by Yi Chen. After all, I am a senior. I was actually warned by a junior. Don't you have any face to save? Damn it. What do you mean by you? I'm telling you, you'd better leave Shui Lufang. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear the consequences. However, what Tang Tang did not expect was that Yi Chen not only warned him, but even threatened him directly in the end. She carried his words over with a cold look and returned them to him intact. Oh my god. What's going on? This is too exciting. Tang Tang, one of the 4 most handsome boys in the school, failed to threaten Yi Chen, and was threatened by Yi Chen instead. Oh my god. This is not a dream. How could I be dreaming? It hurts so much. I didn't expect that Yi Chen would dare to threaten Tang Tang, one of the 4 most handsome boys in the school. Why should we be afraid of this? The Yangtze River's waves behind push the waves in front, and the waves in front are beaten to death on the beach. The era that belonged to their seniors has passed. Yi Chen, good job. I'm rooting for you. Yes. Yi Chen, well done, we are counting on you. When the people around heard this, they didn't say much, but nodded one by one to express their agreement. So what if he is a senior? So what if he is one of the 4 most handsome boys in school? Those present are the post-2000s generation, who are fearless. If you don't agree, just do it. It's such a simple thing. Whether it is a dragon or a snake, you will know only after you touch it. You. Listening to Yi Chen's threat and looking at the people shouting beside him, Tang Tang's face became even gloomier. His eyes were cold and he stared at Yi Chen closely. This brat is so damn annoying. If you have nothing else to do, Senior Tang Tang, get out of here. Do you really want me to give you a ride? Yi Chen didn't care about Tang Tang's anger at all. Instead, he warned her in a cold voice. You, Yi Chen, right? I'll remember you. I hope you won't regret your decision today. After hearing this, Tang Tang gritted his teeth, looked cold, and said nothing more. He left amid the sighs of the crowd. His face was flushed and his eyes were icy cold, as if he wished he could find a crack to crawl into. Today, I really lost more than I gained. You can imagine the depressed mood among them. Dormitory head, awesome. Wu Xiaobo, who was standing next to him, saw this and had to give a thumbs up, his face filled with shock. I didn't expect Yi Chen to be so tough. Tang Tang is one of the foremost handsome boys in Shanghai University. As for the Tang family, it is one of the big families in Magic City. I didn't expect that even with such a terrifying family, my roommate was not afraid at all. This is too surprising. What's the big deal? It's just a small family. When Yi Chen heard this, he smiled slightly and didn't care at all. However, when Tang Tang, who was walking away from there, heard this, he almost vomited blood. Unexpectedly, their Tang family was actually called a small family. This is simply a shame. A pair of eyes looked at Yi Chen, as if wanting to remember Yi Chen's appearance firmly. Yi Chen, be careful. Although the Tang family is a big family in the Magic City, their strength is still very terrifying. When Hua Chingying, who was standing next to him, saw that Yi Chen didn't care at all, she quickly explained, her face becoming serious and solemn. Any big family is not so easy to deal with. In a place like Shanghai where every inch of land is worth a lot of money, any family that can become a big family must have sufficient foundation. Otherwise, it would be impossible. Therefore, underestimating the enemy is a very serious mistake. You care about me. Looking at the light flowers in front of him, Yi Chen smiled and joked. SHHHHHH. When Wu Xiaobo and the others nearby heard this, they all began to sigh. When Hua Chingying heard this and saw Yi Chen's eyes staring at her, her face instantly turned red. With a hint of shyness in her beautiful eyes, she ran away. Head of the dormitory, you are playing 3 games at once, aren't you afraid of capsizing? I'm so jealous. Hey! I wish I could become the king of the sea someday. Everyone, assemble. While Wu Xiaobo and the others sighed softly, Hu Wei next to them roared quickly without saying much. Assemble! Assemble! The rest time of more than 10 minutes passed in a flash, and then the intense horse stance exercise proceeded steadily. Magic City University, in the pavilion in the center of Swan Lake. At this time, a woman wearing a black long skirt and black stockings was quietly looking at the lake in front of her. And in his hand was a fishing rod. On the table next to it is a bunch of grapes. The breeze blew the woman's long hair, and she gently tied it with her right hand. Her legs were stacked together, and her high heels were swaying on her toes. It looked so relaxing and comfortable. Thump thump thump. There were sounds of footsteps coming from the side, and along with it came the figure of a woman with an equally stunning face. She was wearing a white short skirt that revealed her perfect collarbone, her long legs were wrapped in white stockings, and she was wearing a pair of white sneakers. Coming. Please. When the woman fishing in front heard the footsteps beside her, she smiled slightly, put the fishing rod in her hand on the railing, turned around, looked at the woman in the white dress in front of her, and said something. Yes. Here it comes. As for the woman in the white dress, she just nodded when she heard it. I heard that he got into trouble last night. Why don't you go over and help him? If I don't watch over him for a day, he'll cause trouble everywhere. Ha ha ha. Is this the person you like? Looking at the woman in front of her, a sweet smile appeared on the face of the woman in the black dress, and she spoke. I like him. It has nothing to do with whether he causes trouble or not. I like him as a person. As for the woman in the white dress, her expression instantly became serious and solemn when she heard it. There is someone behind him. Do you know? No need to know. If he wanted me to know, he would tell me. Yeah. The woman in the black dress heard this, smiled slightly, and took out a photo. She really is a fairy. When the woman in the white dress saw this, her face darkened and her eyes turned cold. You still care about it? Ha ha ha. As for the woman in the black dress, when she saw the reaction of the woman in the white dress, she smiled coquettishly for a moment. You say no with your mouth, but your body is very honest. A girl who says one thing and means another. Chapter 89 Lufang, listen to my argument part 1. Yi Chen, you're here. And at night, in a restaurant, several figures walked in from outside. When the door of the box was pushed open, a figure in a pink princess dress saw Yi Chen coming in from outside. Without saying much, she trotted over quickly with a bright smile on her face. Deputy Monitor, don't do that. You are being extremely prejudiced. That's right. Extremely prejudiced. Wu Xiaobo and the others standing nearby complained when they saw Hua Chingying actually smiling at Yi Chen. We obviously contributed last night. It's really unfair of you to do this. That's right. Deputy Monitor, are you interested in our dormitory head? He. Vice Class Monitor, the one who is close to the water tower gets the moon first. If you like him, just take the initiative. Otherwise, it's rare to find a boy as handsome as our dormitory head. Yes. What are you talking about? I don't like him. When Hua Chingying heard this, her face became a little angry. She pouted, put her hands on her hips, and looked at Wu Xiaobo in front of her with a cold look. What are you talking about? A woman's voice came from the box, which made everyone look over and their faces turn pale. Shui Lufang. Looking at the woman with a stunningly beautiful face sitting next to a glass table, with long black hair draped over her shoulders, Wu Xiaobo and the others turned pale and embarrassed. They never expected that Hua Chingying would be the one treating them and there would be no outsiders. And now, what they didn't expect was that the cold school beauty Shui Lufang was also here. In front of the cold school beauty Shui Lufang, he teased Yi Chen and Hua Chingying. How brave he was. This is too much of a suicidal thing. Sister Lufang, don't be angry. I am your little cotton padded jacket, and I only like you. When Hua Chingying heard it, she trotted over with a sweet smile on her face. Dormitory head, you have a rival now. Dormitory head, your opponent is a bit difficult to deal with. Head of the dorm, I suggest that you make it a done deal. That way, you won't be afraid of someone else snatching it away. The lilies are blooming a bit more brilliantly this year. Dormitory head, do you know who those three people next to Shui Lufang are? They are so beautiful. Yes. Long legs, black stockings. The rhythm is simply driving me crazy. It can't be the roommate of the cold school beauty Shui Lufang. Dormitory head, it's up to you. Our brother's happiness all depends on you, dormitory head. Yes. Dormitory leader, come on. You. Looking at his roommate in front of him, Yi Chen's face became a little helpless, and he walked towards the glass table in front of him. This time, Hua Chingying treated everyone because of what happened last night. As for Yi Chen, there was nothing to do. So, I came here. Although Hua Chingying promised to go to KTV later, it would be better to treat this girl to a meal first. Here it comes. Shui Lufang, who was sitting next to him, smiled and said something when she saw Yi Chen coming over. Yes. Here it comes. As for Yi Chen, he just nodded when he heard it. Looking at Shui Lufang in front of me, I actually felt a little scared. At this moment, the quieter Shui Lufang was, the more serious Yi Chen knew the situation would become. Needless to say, everyone can understand this. Yes. Sister Lufang, this is your boyfriend. Before, we always wanted you to bring him to us, but you kept refusing. This time, we can finally see him in person. A woman with a delicate face and short black hair next to him smiled and said something when she saw Yi Chen coming over. Wearing a white bodysuit, a pair of cropped jeans and black stockings. It looks like it has a unique flavor. That's right. I didn't expect that he is even more handsome in person than in the photo. A woman standing next to him, wearing a long black skirt, with long legs wrapped in black stockings and also having a delicate face, saw it, smiled slightly and nodded. That's right. She's my type. No wonder she's favored by you, Sister Lufang. As for the last one, she was a woman with a delicate face, a pair of phoenix eyes, and wearing a black short skirt and white silk stockings. When he saw Yi Chen, he also nodded. How can one not be addicted to such a young and handsome guy? Ha ha. Thank you for the compliment. Listening to everyone's comments about him, Yi Chen's face became a little embarrassed and he smiled. I didn't expect that I would be teased. Yes. Let me introduce you. These are my roommates, Fengyu, Yuan, and Dong Xin. Seeing that Yichen looked a little overwhelmed, Shui Lufang didn't say much and quickly introduced himself. Hello? Looking at the three women in front of him, Yichen finally understood and nodded. The one with short hair is Fengyu, the one in the black long skirt is Yuan, and the one in the black short skirt is, needless to say, Dong Xin. These are my roommates, Wu Xiaobo, Lu Maozhong, and Pan Lao. Finally, when he felt the fiery gazes coming from behind him, Yichen didn't say much and quickly introduced himself. At the moment, I'm single. Hello? When the three heard this and saw Wu Xiaobo and the others, they nodded and greeted them. Hello? Hello? When Wu Xiaobo and the others saw this, they looked extremely shy and nodded. When you are young, you don't know how helpful your senior schoolmates are, and you mistakenly treat your junior schoolmates as treasures. The senior sister in black skirt and black stockings is simply YYDS. Xiaochen, last night, I heard that you acted like a hero saving a beautiful girl. After sitting down, Shui Lufang looked at Yichen in front of her, smiled slightly, took a sip of tea, and spoke. When everyone heard this, they were afraid to move. The show is about to begin, and everyone looked at Yichen. Wu Xiaobo and the others present knew that Shui Lufang, the icy school beauty, was angry. The consequences are very serious. Lufang. This. Looking at Shui Lufang with a pair of beautiful eyes staring at him, Yichen's face was covered with cold sweat. From Shui Lufang's expression, tone and actions, Yichen knew very well that Shui Lufang was angry. This is so embarrassing. He looked at Hua Chingying next to him, and Hua Chingying leaned into Shui Lufang's arms all of a sudden, quietly, not daring to say a word. When he looked at his roommates again, what made Yichen's face bleed was that his roommates whistled one by one as if they didn't see anything. This is really frustrating. You really are my good brother for not helping me in need. Lufang, listen to my excuses. No. Listen to my explanation. It's not what you think. Seeking help was fruitless, so I had to solve it myself. Don't do this anymore. I'll be worried. When Yichen wanted to quibble, Shui Lufang spoke. This made Wu Xiaobo and others, who were preparing to watch the show nearby, almost vomit blood. Damn it! Full of dog food. Chapter 90. We met on the internet part 2. Yeah. I get it. Looking at Wu Xiaobo and the others who wanted to watch the show but didn't have any chance at all, Yichen smiled brightly and nodded. This group of guys who are only afraid of chaos in the world, there is nothing to say now. Sister Lufang, aren't you going to punish Yichen? As for Hua Chingying, who was lying in Shui Lufang's arms, she was completely stunned when she saw that Yichen was actually fine and that Shui Lufang didn't look angry at all. Shouldn't he punish Yichen severely so that he can take advantage of the situation? And now, what's going on? Certainly. When Shui Lufang heard this and saw Hua Chingying looking at her, she looked at Yichen with her beautiful eyes and smiled slightly with a sweet smile on her face. It's Saturday, my birthday. Tianla Manor. I see. Looking at the invitation letter handed to him, Yichen smiled slightly, nodded, and took it. Is this a punishment? Wu Xiaobo, who was standing next to him, was originally expecting something, but when he saw Shui Lufang handing Yichen the invitation letter, he didn't know what to say for a moment. Is this a punishment? If this was considered a punishment, he would eat the table in front of him. It's not a punishment at all, it's a fucking reward, okay? For a moment, Wu Xiaobo and the others didn't know how to complain. It's too depressing. Sister Lufang, is this a punishment? Hua Chingying, who was lying in Shui Lufang's arms, was also stunned when she saw the invitation letter handed over to her. For a moment, I didn't know what to say. It's clearly a reward, not a punishment. Yes. Isn't it? He still needs to think carefully about what birthday present he should give me? When Shui Lufang heard this and saw Hua Chingying's confused expression, she smiled slightly with a bright smile on her face and nodded. I see. As for Hua Chingying, she felt something was wrong but she couldn't find what it was. In the end, I could only nod. Anyway, what Sister Lufang said must be right. This naive person. When the people nearby heard this and saw Hua Chingying with a bright and innocent smile on her face, they didn't know what to say for a moment. As expected, naive people are easy to deceive. Gurgle gurgle. At this moment, Hua Chingying's stomach made a rumbling sound. This made Hua Qing's face rosy, like a ripe apple. Sister Lufang, I'll go ask what's going on. Why isn't the food ready yet? Without saying anything more, he ran out. Yi Chen, when did you and Sister Lufang meet? At this time, Feng Yu next to him felt that the atmosphere was a bit strange. His face became curious. He looked at Yi Chen in front of him and asked quickly. Yes. Yes. Yi Chen, did you and Sister Lufang know each other before? You must be childhood sweethearts. Otherwise, how could Lufang pick you up at the school gate? Yes. Dormitory head, how did you two know each other? Not only Shui Liufang's roommate Feng Yu and others were interested in how Yi Chen knew Shui Lufang, but even Wu Xiaobo and others next to him became interested at this time, and their curiosity was completely piqued. They had already asked Yi Chen about this before. However, Yi Chen just mentioned it briefly and didn't say anything more. Now, I have to take this opportunity to ask clearly. We just met online. When Yi Chen looked over, Shui Lufang spoke without saying much. Yes. Indeed. We met during the summer vacation, and I asked her many questions. Lufang would answer them one by one. I never thought that a senior girl I randomly added would turn out to be the cold and beautiful schoolgirl of Magic City University. Yi Chen had never expected this. When I first received the admission letter, I was so excited that I couldn't sleep the whole night. I was happy for several days before I calmed down. After all, Shanghai University is one of the top 10 universities in China. Not only does it have very high-quality educational resources, it also has very strong teaching capabilities. And it will definitely be a good help for your future employment? After calming down, he began to learn about Magic City University. However, all you can find on the internet are some photos and introductions. Photos can be indistinguishable from the real thing. As for most of the introductions, they are from some forums and cannot be taken seriously. They can only be used for reference. And one night, an ID claiming to be from her senior schoolmate suddenly added her as a friend. For some unknown reason, Yi Chen directly clicked to agree. As for that person, it could be Shui Lufang. Who else could it be? Later, Yi Chen asked a lot of questions about Mota University, and Shui Lufang answered them one by one without any impatience. Sometimes, when he was free, he would go directly to Yi Chen to play games. The only regret is that Shui Lufang did not turn on the voice chat when playing the game. In the end, I didn't expect that she turned out to be the cold and beautiful campus girl from Shanghai University. Even if Yi Chen racked his brains, he would never be able to figure this out. Indeed. We met online. When Shui Lufang saw everyone looking at him, he didn't care at all. He nodded in agreement. Sister Lufang, is this really the case? As for Feng Yu and the others beside Shui Lufang, they smiled slightly when they heard it. As if he understood something, his smile became so bright. Do you really treat those you met online as children? It really is true, I believed your lies. Is it possible? Something absolutely impossible. It's up to you to think what you want. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Seeing her roommate looking at her with a chuckling expression, Shui Lufang waved her hand and said something. Oh, right. Didn't Chingying go to Tsuwaitsai? Why hasn't she come back in such a long time? As if he thought of something, his face turned confused and he quickly changed the subject. I don't know, maybe he went to the bathroom. As for Feng Yu and the others, when they heard it, they just smiled and said something. I didn't expect that the little princess of the Hua family would listen to you so much. This, too, is surprising. The Hua family is also a big family. But now, the flower looks light like this, like a lily. For a moment, they didn't know what to say. Let me go. At this moment, in the corridor outside, Hua Chingying's voice was heard, with a hint of anger. Girl, have a couple of drinks with me. I'll give you a tip. Let me go. Otherwise, I won't be polite. Snap. Just as Hua Chingying finished speaking, a slap was heard. Light. As for Shui Lufang, when he heard it, he stood up instantly, looked cold, and ran out quickly. I don't know who this unlucky guy is. When Wu Xiaobo and the others saw this, they followed just as quickly. Chapter 91, Daring and Audacious First Update. This. When Wu Xiaobo and the others walked out of the box, they saw Hua Chingying, a girl in front of them, wearing a pink princess dress and with a palm mark on her face. His face froze for a moment, as if he had seen a ghost. Let me go. As for Hua Chingying at this time, her little hands were completely held by a young man. No matter how hard he struggled, he had no ability to break free, and he could see some red marks on it. Who on earth is this person? He is too brave. Looking at the young man in front of them, Wu Xiaobo and the others couldn't help but look shocked. Hua Chingying is the little princess of the Hua family in Magic City. The apple of my eye. But now, I didn't expect that I would be treated so disgustingly by someone. If this isn't courting death, what else could it be? Girl, stop pretending to be noble. Stay with me, your brother, for one night. I can give you whatever you want. You dress up so pretty and cute, isn't it just to please us rich people? Don't worry. I have seen many princesses like you before. They would all be very happy to call me brother and let you pick them. Looking at Hua Chingying struggling in front of him, Xiao Pei showed an obscene smile on his face and spoke. As you are, don't worry. I will hold you in my arms. I promise, it won't hurt. It can be said that Xiao Pei has seen countless people like this. Whether it is KTV, bar, hotel, guest house, or something like that. As long as you have money, there is nothing you can't have fun with. Now, you pretend to be so indifferent and so noble, isn't it just that you are not satisfied with your own price? I want to increase the unit price a little bit. This, he Xiao Pei, understands. However, little did he know that he was completely wrong. The reason why Hua Chingying dressed up like a little princess is because she is actually a little princess. This is a real little princess, who can be compared with those glamorous bitches. Let me go. Looking at Xiao Pei in front of her, looking at those obscene eyes, looking at that greedy face, Hua Chingying's face became even more anxious, and she didn't know how disgusting it was. Girl, you are not satisfied with the price. 100,000 is fine, right? However, Xiao Pei ignored Hua Chingying's anger. I thought it was because the price I offered was not attractive enough or not enough. 100,000, Master Xiao Pei, you've really invested a lot this time. Last time, the total of the 6 of us didn't even reach 100,000. That's right. It seems that Master Xiao Pei, you like this princess very much. TSK, TSK, TSK. When the young men nearby heard what Xiao Pei said, their faces showed surprise, and finally they sneered. It can be said that as long as their young master Xiao wants something, there is nothing he cannot get. The reason why you can't get it is simply because your price is not attractive enough. As long as the price is high enough, there is nothing you can't get. Let me go. You bastard. When Hua Chingying heard this, her face became even angrier, and her eyes were filled with anger. This guy, who does he think he is? Damn it. Girl, just give in to me. You're dressed so beautifully, isn't it just for me to see? I promise, it won't hurt. It's okay. I'm fine. When Xiao Pei saw Hua Chingying struggling, his face became even more excited. This kind of person, who is a little smart but very smart, is the best. Especially, for people like Hua Chingying, the more they struggle, the more excited they become. Once you conquer it, the feeling will be even more exciting. Bang. However, when Hua Chingying was struggling and Xiao Pei was feeling smug, a figure came behind him. Without any hesitation, she raised her long legs and kicked him hard in the crotch. Ah! A miserable wail sounded, and Xiao Pei was already lying on the ground. His whole body was shaking and even his face turned pale. The severe pain made his face look extremely hideous. His brows furrowed and he covered his crotch with his hands. Xiao Pei never imagined that someone would give him such a severe blow. It's just a faint sadness. This is too hateful. Master. When the people nearby saw Xiao Pei lying on the ground in front of them and wailing, their faces turned pale and they ran over quickly. They didn't expect that their young master would suffer such serious injuries right under their noses. This time, there is no way to explain it. Sister Lufang. After Hua in front of him easily broke free from Xiao Pei's restraints, she didn't stop at all and threw herself into the arms of Shui Lufang beside her like a moth to a flame. All right. Stop crying. Stop crying. As for Shui Lufang, looking at Hua Chingying who threw herself into his arms, his expression suddenly became gentle, and he gently stroked Hua Chingying's head to comfort her. It's okay. It's okay. The other little hand gently patted Hua Chingying's back. Sister Lufang, it hurts. A pair of beautiful eyes looked pitiful as she stretched out her little hand, revealing her bruised arm. On it, because Xiao Pei grabbed it too hard just now, a palm had formed with marks on it. One can imagine how delicate Hua Chingying's skin is. It's okay. It's okay. Don't worry. Leave the rest to me. When Shui Lufang saw this, his face suddenly became completely gloomy, his brows furrowed, and his eyes became even colder. It's too rough to treat such delicate skin like this. As for Hua Chingying, she nodded very obediently when she heard it. Just like a little girl, she is so sensible and obedient. With Sister Lufang around, Hua Chingying believed that Sister Lufang would be able to handle everything. Who are you, you little bastard? You know who I am. On the other side, Xiaopei, who was rolling on the ground, heard this and his face suddenly turned angry. Veins on his forehead were bulging. Looking at Shui Lufang in front of him, he basically roared. I didn't expect it. I thought I could get it. As a result, he had no idea what was going on, and suddenly, he was kicked. For a moment, I didn't know what to say. A sneak attack from behind. Young man, you have no martial ethics. What a nice view. However, when Xiaopei saw Shui Lufang in front of him, his face froze and he was shocked. There was a strong greed in his eyes, he was almost drooling. Bang. However, at this moment, Shui Lufang did not hesitate at all. He raised his long legs again and kicked hard. Ah! The next moment, tragic wails were heard. As for Xiaopei's figure, he knelt on the ground again and rolled over. Chapter 92. The third leg was wasted. Part 2. Master. The people around saw Xiaopei suddenly lying on the ground and wailing again. At this moment, they had no idea what to say. This woman is too strong. Just once, that's all. And now, it happened for the second time. You little bitch, you. As for Xiaopei, seeing Shui Lufang who didn't care at all, his expression became even colder, his brows furrowed, and his eyes were angry. Just once, that's all. And now, it's coming for the second time. This is too much of a disrespect to myself. Someone, catch him. And in the end, without the slightest hesitation, he roared quickly, his eyes were cold and his face was even more angry. Thump thump thump. As for the people around them, at this moment, without any orders from Xiaopei, they had already surrounded Shui Lufang and the others, waiting for Xiaopei's order. Xiaochen, I leave it to you. As for Shui Lufang, when she saw the people surrounding her, she didn't care at all. She looked at Ji Chen next to her and said something. Don't worry. Hero saving beauties is our dorm head's specialty. When Wu Xiaobo and the others saw this, they didn't say much, but stood up and their faces fell. In front of a beautiful woman, of course you need to perform well. Otherwise, where would your luck and love come from? Now is the best opportunity. If you miss this opportunity, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Damn it. Come on. Thump thump thump. And when the few people were confronting each other, they instantly ran towards each other. There were waves of footsteps, followed by the sounds of collisions. Bang. In front of Yi Chen, the two fists collided with each other. What surprised Yi Chen was that he only felt a little pain. As for the guy who rushed towards him, he now fell directly to the ground, wailing. It looks so incredible. Go to hell, you little bastard. And behind Yi Chen, a young man appeared at this time. Without any hesitation, he hit Yi Chen's back of the head hard. Bang. However, what greeted him was just a punch from Yi Chen, who turned around. Sister Lufang, I didn't expect that your boyfriend is so good at fighting. A man like him can definitely protect you. Yu Wen and the others nearby were surprised when they saw the people in front of them constantly colliding with each other. Shui Lufang, the boy chosen, seems to be not just a handsome guy, but also a martial artist. This is really a bit surprising, I have to be surprised. Certainly. When Shui Lufang saw this, she smiled slightly, nodded, and looked a little proud. The person I choose must be powerful. Sister Lufang, you don't want me anymore. And Hua Chingying in Shui Liufang's arms heard Shui Liufang's explanation, and for a moment, a branch of pear blossoms was wet with rain. There were tears flowing in her watery eyes, which made her look indescribably pitiful. Girl, just be quiet. When Shui Lufang saw this, he looked a little helpless for a moment and said something. Otherwise, Sister Lufang, I really don't want you anymore. No. Sister Lufang, I'm obedient. When Hua Chingying heard this, she suddenly became quiet. This made Fengyu and the others nearby look helpless and shook their heads. The lilies this year are really brilliant. For a moment, I didn't know what to say. Bang bang bang. And next to them, with several bang sounds, several figures were knocked to the ground. For a moment, the whole place fell silent. How is that possible? After watching his followers being knocked down one after another, Xiaopei's face was filled with shock, surprise, and disbelief. His followers, although not martial artists, are very skilled. But now, what he didn't expect was that even so, at this moment, they all lay on the ground and wailed. For a moment, I didn't know what to say. Bang! However, before Xiao Pei could even react, Yi Chen kicked him hard in the crotch. As for Xiao Pei, he was lying on the ground helplessly. His face was hideous and his expression was distorted. Lufang, how do you want to solve this? And finally, he looked at Shui Lufang next to him with a serious and solemn expression. He was just a bad boy, but he ruined my fun. It's simply courting death. Destroy his third leg. What no one expected was that Shui Lufang was not polite at all when he heard it. Looking at the bruises on Hua Chingying's arm in front of him, his face became even gloomier and colder. How dare you? Do you know who I am? As for Xiao Pei, who was lying on the ground, after hearing Shui Lufang's words, his face suddenly became angry, cold, and depressed. You are just a little girl. I paid you to accompany me, but you are so arrogant. If this isn't courting death, then what else could it be? Is there something wrong with this person's brain? When the people around saw Xiao Pei being so arrogant and threatening Shui Lufang, they all looked helpless and shook their heads. Shui Lufang is the eldest daughter of the Shui family in Shanghai. And now, he actually has the courage to be so arrogant in front of Shui Lufang. Could it be that he was kicked in the head by a donkey? Bang! However, before Xiao Pei could say anything, Yi Chen had already appeared in front of him. Without any hesitation, he stomped hard on Xiao Pei's crotch. Don't want. Looking at the right foot in front of him carrying a heavy force, Xiao Pei's face turned pale. He wanted to say something, but before he could say anything, Yi Chen stomped his foot hard. Ah! A faint sadness sounded, and as for Xiao Pei's figure, there was no doubt at this time. He let out a wail and completely fainted. This. The followers nearby were shocked and incredulous when they saw Xiao Pei, who started wailing in the blink of an eye and finally fainted. They looked as if they had seen a ghost. Their young master is from the Xiao family in the imperial capital. But now, what they didn't expect was that these people were so arrogant and so terrifying. You're dead. You're dead. You little bastard, you are dead. Do you know who my young master is? My young master is from the Xiao family of imperial capital. You are playing with fire and getting burned. Just wait for me, our master will definitely not let you go. Looking at Xiao Pei, who had fainted in front of them, the few of them uttered some harsh words and carried him away in disgrace. If you don't leave now, when will you leave? Stay to get beaten? Let's go somewhere else. It's so unlucky. Shui Lufang saw it, looked at everyone and said something. Agree. When everyone heard this, they nodded and left without any hesitation. Chapter 93. Sign in at the first-year female dormitory downstairs and get a reward from Thompson Epine. First update. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully at the girls' dormitory downstairs. You will be rewarded with a set of Thompson products. On the second day, when a young man walked over downstairs of the girls' dormitory, a clear mechanical sound was heard, followed by several lines of text appearing in Yi Chen's mind. Thompson first grade. Not bad. Listening to the voice of the system in his mind, Yi Chen nodded with satisfaction. It just so happens that I am still short of a luxury house. And now, you don't have to go buy it yourself. The Thompson Epine procedure is being processed. Once completed, it will be delivered to you, the owner. Not bad. Listening to the system's words, Yi Chen had to nod and give a big thumbs up. Yi Chen, why are you here? Just when Yi Chen was about to walk towards the cafeteria, a girl's voice came from the side, with a hint of shock and her beautiful eyes full of surprise. Hua Chingying never thought that Yi Chen would appear in the girls' dormitory. Could it be that Yi Chen came here specifically to wait for me? Impossible. Yi Chen, you already have Sister Lufang. For a moment, I don't know what happened, but I felt a little confused. Ha ha. Just taking a walk. Looking at Hua Chingying, who was wearing a military uniform and had a fair and clean complexion with a rosy tint and a touch of baby fat on her face, Yi Chen smiled awkwardly. He appeared downstairs of the girls' dormitory early in the morning. Fortunately, he was not considered a pervert by others. Otherwise, you will definitely be in tears. Just taking a walk? Hua Chingying saw this and came over bouncing, with her hands behind her hips, her body slightly bent, a faint smile on her face, and her beautiful eyes blinking. Have you taken a fancy to any of the freshmen? If so, I can introduce them to you. Even if I don't know them, I don't think they would refuse to be friends with a cute little princess. If Yichen really has someone he likes, and she is a freshman, then if I can help to make the connection, then Sister Lufang would be my one. When I thought of this, my face became so excited. This is a very good way. Great idea. Well. Listening to Hua Chingying's words and looking at the pair of watery eyes in front of him blinking at him, Yichen's face showed a hint of surprise, and finally shook his head. What on earth are you thinking about, girl? I just want Lufang. Don't touch my head. You won't grow taller. As for Hua Chingying, when she saw Yichen touching her head, she actually wanted to close her beautiful eyes and enjoy it. He reacted all of a sudden, his face puffed up, he put his hands on his hips, pouted, and said something. Don't pinch my face. Ahak. By the way. Your hand, is it okay now? Looking at the light flower in front of him, Yichen seemed to have thought of something, his face turned puzzled, and he asked quickly. Last night, Shui Lufang helped to deal with it. However, that bastard used too much force when he grabbed Hua Chingying. Therefore, even with timely treatment, the blood stasis on the arm could not be eliminated in time. And now, Yichen has no idea what is going on. Yichen, you care about me. As for Hua Chingying, when she heard it, she blinked her beautiful eyes at Yichen, with a somewhat puzzled expression on her face. Then, as if she realized something, her beautiful eyes became even more shy and she shook her head hard. The one I like is Sister Lufang, what on earth am I thinking? Oh my god. As classmates, shouldn't we care about each other? Yichen heard it, smiled slightly and said something. Indeed. Take care of each other. As for Hua Chingying, she nodded hard with a sweet smile on her face. I don't know why, but I feel a sense of loss in my heart. Yichen, they didn't get up? How is that possible? They ran to the third-year girls' dormitory so early in the morning. Now, they must be holding hands and eating breakfast. Last night, they were all grinning like idiots, it was so noisy. Yichen heard it, shook his head and said something. Wu Xiaobo and the others were acting unusually abnormal today. In the past, under normal circumstances, I was the first one to get up. As for Wu Xiaobo and the others, they were soundly sleeping and didn't wake themselves up. They had no idea what an alarm clock was. But today, what Yichen didn't expect was that when he got up, they all disappeared. As for what to do, needless to say, Yichen knew it very clearly. After all, which junior can refuse a senior sister with black stockings? Cluck, cluck, cluck. When Hua Chingying heard and saw Yichen's expression, she suddenly smiled, and the smile on her face was so bright. The heavy weight on his chest was shaking all over. What a smart little boy. Then, let's go to the cafeteria together? As if she remembered something, Hua Chingying's face flushed a little as she looked at Yichen in front of her and said something. Can. When Yichen heard this, he didn't say much, but nodded in agreement. Yichen, instructor who said that practical training will begin today. Do you know what the training will include? Looking at Yichen in front of her, Hua Chingying's face became puzzled and she asked quickly. Hua Chingying had no idea what the practical training that Hui mentioned was. And now, I have to wonder. If it's those, I don't think you can hold on. Yichen heard it, but didn't say much. He nodded seriously. With your physical condition, it can be fatal. Dead man. How is that possible? When Hua Chingying heard this, her face turned pale with shock. Her beautiful, watery eyes looked at Yichen in front of her. His face was full of disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. It's an exaggeration, but it is true. However, even if it is a simple one, with your physique, you will lose a layer of skin even if you don't die. So, you've experienced this before? Hua Chingying heard it, looked at Yichen in front of her, and spoke quickly. I must have experienced it, otherwise it would be impossible. Yeah. I've been through this many times. Military training in Guangxi is no joke. When Yichen heard this, he nodded, his expression becoming serious and solemn. Whenever I think about what I experienced before, I tremble all over. Compared to our military training, your previous standing at attention and so on is simply weak. Then Yichen, what is your military training like? When Hua Chingying heard this, her face became curious and her eyes became excited. She stared at Yichen intently, blinking. It sounds like fun. It should be fun. Fun. Looking at the innocent eyes in front of him, for a moment, Yichen really didn't know what to say. Fun. How is that possible? Well, that's simply the devil. isn't it? Tell me about it. Chapter 94 Yi Chen's Troubles Part 2. I say, you two, are you going to buy breakfast or not? If not, please don't block the students behind you. Okay? While Hua Chingying was looking curious, the cafeteria lady in front of her saw it and said something in a serious and solemn expression. That's right. That's right. If you don't want to buy it, please move aside. We are in a hurry. Sorry. Sorry. Give me a meat bun and a cup of soy milk. When Hua Chingying heard this and saw the figures behind her looking at her, her face suddenly turned red and she wished she could find a crack to crawl into. This is really too embarrassing. I just want a cup of soy milk, a steamed bun and a boiled egg. Yi Chen saw it, said something quickly, and started ordering. Yi Chen, you haven't answered my question yet. After buying breakfast, the two walked towards the playground while eating breakfast. Wait a minute, I think you will know. As for Yi Chen, he just waved his hand. Is it true as a certain audio channel said, will you have tank military training? Yeah. There's also fighting. That's the military training in Guangxi. I don't quite understand the ones in other places. Regarding this point, Yi Chen, who had received military training, could give a complete answer. I see. Your horse stance was also learned during military training. After hearing this, Hua Chingying finally understood what was going on. She nodded and her expression became serious. No wonder Yi Chen's basic skills are so solid. Even the instructor praised Yi Chen's basic skills. And now, Hua Chingying finally knew what was going on. It turns out that everything was because of what Yi Chen had experienced before. Chingying, I want to ask you something. Looking at Hua Chingying, who was eating a bun in small bites and sipping soy milk in front of him, Yi Chen looked a little confused and asked quickly. What's going on? As for Hua Chingying, she just nodded when she heard it, her expression serious and solemn. Do you know what Lufang likes? Hua Chingying is Shui Lufang's younger sister, although not her biological daughter. But the relationship between the two is like that of sisters. After being childhood sweethearts for such a long time, you must know what Shui Lufang likes. Otherwise, Yi Chen really didn't know who he should ask for help. Yi Chen, don't you know what gift you should give to Sister Lufang tomorrow? When Hua Chingying heard this, she immediately understood what Yi Chen wanted to do. Tomorrow is Shui Lufang's 20th birthday. And now, Yi Chen asked himself what Sister Lufang liked, and he definitely didn't know what to give Sister Lufang. But why should I tell you? But under Yi Chen's expectant gaze, Hua Chingying smiled slightly, with a sweet smile on her face, and asked back a question. Listening to Hua Chingying's explanation, for a moment, Yi Chen didn't know how he should answer. This is too embarrassing. Sister Lufang. Sister Lufang likes meaningful gifts, unique gifts. As for rings, bracelets and so on, Sister Lufang has no shortage of them. So, think about it carefully. A unique gift, a meaningful gift. Listening to Hua Chingying's explanation, Yi Chen was completely helpless for a moment. What is the difference between this explanation and no explanation? It can be said that there is absolutely no difference. Yes. So, think about it carefully. Hua Chingying heard it and smiled slightly. Chingying, what gift are you giving Lufang? When Yi Chen heard this, he looked confused. If I can get the information about Hua Chingying's gift, I should be able to guess what Shui Lufang likes based on the gift Hua Chingying gave me and try again. Keep it a secret. However, as if seeing through Yi Chen's thoughts, Hua Chingying did not reveal anything at all. Instead, she smiled slightly and skipped towards the playground. Looking at Hua Chingying, who was jumping and running towards him, Yi Chen didn't know what to say for a moment. This girl. I originally thought that I could get some information from Hua Chingying's mouth. However, the girl kept her mouth shut. For a moment, I had no choice but to do nothing. Something meaningful, something with heart? For a moment, Yi Chen couldn't think of anything. This is really too helpless. Yi Chen, what is the instructor doing? What are those two trees for? When Hua Chingying arrived at the playground, she saw two tree trunks as thick as thighs on the field not far away. For a moment, she looked puzzled and looked at Yi Chen. The devil's moment is coming. However, when Yi Chen saw it, his face turned pale instantly and he shook his head. What's wrong? Nothing, I just remembered bad memories. Looking at the beautiful eyes staring at him, Yichen felt embarrassed and shook his head. I didn't expect that. I originally thought that the military training in my place would be serious, but the military training in other places would not be serious. Didn't they say that the last batch of students from Shanghai University just stood at attention? And now, what is going on? It actually happened for real. For a moment, I didn't know what to say. Homeroom teacher. Good morning. When Hua Chingying saw Wu Yingying walking over, she greeted her quickly. However, what puzzled Hua Chingying was why there were several figures in white coats following Wu Yingying. Well, Yichen, Chingying, starting today, military training may be difficult. You guys, pay attention to the status of your classmates. If there is anything, report it in time. In addition, I will also pay attention. When Wu Yingying heard this, she nodded and her expression became serious and solemn. Starting this year, the military training at Shanghai University has begun to reform. It's not just standing at attention like before, it's just a small fight. Instead, it is a military training that will be unforgettable for everyone. I see. Although she didn't know why the head teacher said that, Hua Chingying still nodded and agreed. Wu Yingying heard this and nodded with satisfaction. What is this for? I don't know. Maybe it's the start of a new military training program. No way. What on earth are these two pieces of wood used for? They are so long. Why are there so many doctors and nurses around? This is not right. This is a bit abnormal. I don't know. Maybe something bad is going to happen. A quarter of an hour later, figures began to walk over from the side one after another. Seeing the scene in front of them, no one would not be confused. Everyone is here, right? In that case, we have them all. When Hui saw this, his face became serious and solemn, his eyes were cold, and he spoke. Today, we will start real military training. In a word, it was a complete mess. Love, as painful as it was before, was not the real deal. Chapter 95 The Devil's Military Training Part 1. Real military training. No way. Could it be that the previous ones were not considered military training? Oh my god. This is real military training. No way. No way. Real military training is too terrifying. Could it be that these two trees are used for military training? So many medical staff. Holy shit. It looks like this is real. It's tragic. When everyone heard Hu Hui's words, their faces turned pale and were filled with disbelief, as if they had seen a ghost. I didn't expect it to be real military training. This is too unbelievable. Aha! Everybody, be quiet. While everyone was talking, Hui saw it and spoke quickly without saying much. Just put it here. I saw a few people next to me carrying two trees again, pointing to the open space next to them and saying something. Today, we will start the real military training. What you have learned before is just the basic skills. Now is the real start. And, when the military training is over, you will also conduct actual combat exercises. The final ranking will be determined based on the survival rate of the actual combat exercises. This time, I hope you can win a good ranking for the class. Did you hear me? Looking at the people in front of him, Hu Hui's face became serious and solemn. Understood, instructor. When everyone heard this, they nodded. What did you say? Speak louder. I can't hear you clearly. Clear. Very good. Looking at everyone's expressions and their answers, Hui looked quite satisfied and nodded. In that case, everyone, all of them. Row one tree at a time, carry it on your shoulders, and run around the playground twice. Looking at the people in front of him, Hui didn't say much and pointed to 4 trees next to him that were about 10 meters long. 2 laps. When everyone heard this, their faces turned pale, their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief, as if they had seen a ghost. Running 2 laps is tiring enough. But now, what they didn't expect was that they had to carry such a long tree as thick as their thighs. And it looks like nothing was done. This is still raw. Oh. I forgot. Boys and girls, half and half. Cut in line. Looking at the people in front of him, Hui nodded. From the first row to the third row, from the first and third rows, the odd-numbered ones go to the back row. From the second and fourth rows, the even-numbered ones go to the front row. All of them. Day. When everyone heard it, there was no delay at all. They know their instructor's temper very well. Yi Chen. Looking at Yi Chen, who appeared behind her, Hua Chingying's face turned a little red. She didn't know why, but even her heartbeat accelerated a lot, and her beautiful eyes were shy. He. Vice class monitor. Don't worry. The dormitory head is here, and he will definitely protect you. Wu Xiaobo, who was standing next to him, saw this and smiled slightly, his face full of smiles. Very good. Now, men and women are balanced, and there is no such thing as fair or unfair. On the battlefield, everything is unfair. You may not have as advanced weapons as others, and you may not have as many skills as others. But we never complain. Why? Because we always believe that people have a million possibilities. The Chinese are miracle workers, and they are hardworking and persevering. This is a fine tradition passed down from generation to generation. I hope you can pass it on to me. All of them. Now, one in each row. Whoever is last will make one extra circle. No one can fall behind. Those who fall behind will make one extra circle as a whole group. No way. Oh my God. It's the devil. I want to go home. Oh my God. This is so heavy. Why is it so heavy? And you have to run 2 laps. It's like the devil. When everyone was carrying the wood next to them, their faces turned a little pale and they were gritting their teeth. Some of them were even gasping for breath. Obviously, this is a fat otaku who has no training. At this moment, I don't know how painful it is. All of them, run. Looking at the people in front of him who were all carrying wood, who we gave orders quickly without any hesitation. Run. What the hell? What are you doing? What's going on? That's not right. Brother, slow down. Slow down. I can't keep up. The one in front, slow down. Watch out, we're turning. Fuck. Slow down. Slow down. Just as Hu Wei finished speaking, a group of people rushed out at once. Some are fast, some are slow, and the pace is not consistent at all. Some of them were even thrown out when turning and fell on the lawn. For a moment, it was a mess. Why? Looking at the scene in front of him, Hu Hui's face became a little helpless. He sighed softly and could not bear to watch it. The main reason why I was looking for a 10-meter-long piece of wood was to test these people's physical strength, endurance, and ability to unite. But now, I didn't expect that there is still a long way to go. It's such a mess. How long will it take for it to become neat and efficient? Coach Hu, is this really okay? Wu Yingying, who was standing next to him, saw the people stumbling and moving crookedly in front of her, and her face became a little worried. She looked at Hu Hui with her beautiful eyes and asked. It had just begun and 5 students had already been thrown off and had their skin scratched. If this continues and their parents find out, they complain? At that time, it will be troublesome. After all, nowadays, most people are spoiled. Don't worry. This is within our expectations. You can't see the rainbow without going through the storm. Now, your physical condition is already so poor, what will you do in the future? When Hu Hui heard this, he waved his hand and said something seriously. As long as they understand the steps and the key points, it won't be a problem. In fact, the most important thing about this project is to test the group's ability to cooperate. But now it seems so confusing. Okay. Always be prepared. After hearing this, Wu Yingying could only nod her head. During military training, at most I can just watch from the side. As long as nothing serious happens, everything will be fine. As for the main content, it is still determined by their instructors and I have no right to interfere. Fuck. This is too difficult. It's impossible to run a lap. It's too hard. I can't keep up. I'm so tired. I say, can you guys slow down a little? The one in front is too slow, hurry up. The one in front is too fast. Slow down. I'm so tired. Someone come and save me. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. While everyone was complaining, rhythmic sounds were heard. This made everyone look over instantly with surprised expressions. Chapter 96. I want to report that someone is cheating. Second update. What the hell? What's going on in the first row? Is he cheating? That's not right. How can they be so neat and tidy? It's too unbelievable. Instructor, I want to report that someone is cheating. Fuck. Some squad leaders are just good. Captain, save me. Captain, save me. When everyone looked towards the source of the sound, their faces were filled with shock. His face was full of disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. While they were staggering here and there, all the people in the first row were running forward in unison, step by step. Although it was very slow, no one fell behind and no one could keep up with the pace. How could this not be shocking? I see. The next moment, everyone seemed to understand something. Without saying anything, they nodded, got up, and started running again. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. Suddenly, uniform voices rang out in the playground. Very good. Your squad leader is very good. He has given me many surprises during this period. Looking at the first row in front of him moving in unison, Hui had to nod his head. I have a very deep impression of Yi Chen. Not only was his standing at attention very standard, but even his horse stance was very standard. And now, I can immediately see the purpose and intention of this military training program. Therefore, I have to give a thumbs up. Well, this is a very nice young man. Listening to Hu Hui's words, Wu Ying had to nod, a faint smile appearing on her face. Report. A quarter of an hour later, the people in the first row had completed 2 laps. Yes. First row, everyone, move freely. Hu Hui saw it and nodded, quite satisfied. Squad leader, awesome. Thank you very much this time, monitor. Squad leader, you are simply a god. Juaj Wazi. With the squad leader here, we are no longer afraid. Squad leader, please lead me. When everyone heard this, their faces became excited. They quickly put down the wood on their shoulders and praised Yi Chen. There was not much to say. Although it was a free activity, almost everyone found a shady place under a small tree nearby, sat down, and gasped for breath. Come on, second row. There's only 1 lap left. You can do it. Come on, third row. Catch up with the second row. Be brave and don't be afraid of difficulties. Go for it. Come on, fourth row, fight for second place. For a moment, it can be said that no matter how big the matter is, it is not a big deal. When the people in other rows heard this and saw the people in the first row looking at them as if they were watching a play, they gritted their teeth and were extremely angry. However, there is no other way. In the end, I can only comfort myself that without the squad leader, the first row is nothing. All of them, rest where you are. A quarter of an hour later, looking at the people staggering in front of him, Hui shook his head vigorously, his face showing helplessness. The young people of today. My physical fitness is really getting worse day by day. I'm too spoiled. I think you have figured it out by now. If you want to run faster and not fall behind, the only way is to unite and help each other. The fast ones should slow down and take care of the slow ones. As for the slow ones, they should try their best to increase their speed and keep up with everyone else. The same is true in life. I hope that you can always remember the core content of this project. It will accompany you for the rest of your life. Looking at the people in front of him, Hu Hui's face became serious and solemn. Everyone, take a break for a quarter of an hour. After a quarter of an hour, continue. And, I will only give you a quarter of an hour for the 2 laps this time. As for how to coordinate, it's up to you. No way. Help. How can I possibly finish this? It's impossible. Oh my God. Please spare me. All of a sudden, countless people groaned, their expressions filled with despair, feeling like they had lost all desire to live. Xiaoxiang, you are here too? On the stands of the gymnasium, a woman with long black hair like a waterfall was holding the railing. Her beautiful face was very charming, and her pair of almond-shaped eyes were watching the military training on the playground. The breeze blew the woman's long hair, and Guo Xiaoxiang simply stretched out his little hand and gently lifted it up. It looks like flowing clouds and running water, which is a unique beauty. The black skirt fluttered in the wind, and the heavy chest was in close contact with the railing in front of her. The peach-like buttocks were now outlined with perfect curves. Long and slender legs, wrapped in black stockings and wearing a pair of branded sneakers. And next to him was a young man with short black hair, an arrogant face, and all branded clothes. When he saw Guo Xiaoxiang, his face suddenly turned hot and there was a hint of greed in his eyes. This slender waist and this perky butt are simply driving people crazy. Even just a back view is enough to drive people crazy. Not to mention, that angelic face that fascinates boys and makes girls envious and jealous, it is simply stunning. In fact, the most important thing is the heavy heart. When looking at a beautiful woman, the first thing you look at is definitely her legs, then her breasts, and only then her face. After all, a pair of beautiful legs, no matter what, can't be fake. And the heavy chest is the favorite of countless men. After all, who doesn't love facial cleanser? Secondly, it's the face. Her face is just so-so, but if she had superb legs and a big boob, she would definitely be considered a beauty. But if it's bucket legs, then no matter how big your heart is, you will just feel it's a pity. I'm here, isn't it? Looking at the young man walking by, Hua Chingying smiled faintly and said something. Xiaoxiang, that's not what I meant. When the young man heard this, his face suddenly became a little depressed. He looked at Hua Chingying and said something. I have no idea. However, when Hua Chingying heard this, he did not give the young man any face at all and directly retorted. What do you think of this class of freshmen? And in the end, as if she had thought of something, a pair of beautiful eyes looked at the young man, and a faint smile appeared on her face. She smiled at me. When the young man heard this, his face was filled with excitement. Unexpectedly, Hua Chingying, who had always ignored me. This time, he actually smiled brilliantly at me. I am not dreaming. It's just so-so. Without saying much, he quickly explained. This kind of opportunity can't be missed. Really? I think they are pretty impressive. Especially one of the freshmen. After saying that, he walked out without even stopping. Yi Chen? The young man heard it and looked at Hua Chingying, who didn't care at all. His hands clenched instantly, his face was angry and his eyes were cold. Chapter 97, Children Only Answer Multiple Choice Questions Update 1. Head of the dorm, have you had enough shopping? You have shopped all over the mall. Oh my god. My legs. At night, in a shopping mall in Magic City, several young people were walking. And the figure next to him was basically bent over at this time and said something complainingly. I was already exhausted from today's military training. What Wu Xiaobo and the others didn't expect was that Yi Chen actually wanted to take them shopping in the mall. Needless to say, when they heard this, Wu Xiaobo and his friends initially refused. However, when they heard Yi Chen say that he was buying something for Shui Lufang as a birthday present, and tempted them to give some gifts to Feng Yu and the others, Wu Xiaobo and the others ran out without any hesitation. But now, what Wu Xiaobo and the others did not expect was that at this moment, they completely regretted it. Because it took me 2 hours to visit the entire mall. What they didn't expect was that even so, Yi Chen hadn't found what he wanted to buy. For a while, there were complaints everywhere. You guys? Hey! Looking at Wu Xiaobo and the others in front of him, who looked extremely helpless, Yi Chen sighed softly. I know there's a shopping mall somewhere. Let's go shopping there. Wait, I'll treat you to a midnight snack. Is that okay? You said it, dorm leader. Tonight, I'll risk my life to accompany you. After all, we are your roommates. That's right. Let's go. I want to see, dorm leader, what exactly do you want to buy for Shui Lufang? When Pan Lao and the others nearby heard this, they looked curious and nodded as well. Obviously, they are still very curious about this matter. Yi Chen heard it and didn't say much. He walked towards the parking lot next to him. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In just a blink of an eye, it turned into a series of afterimages and disappeared in the mall. The Magic City International Shopping Mall is the largest shopping mall in Magic City and has a wide variety of things. At the same time, it is also the shopping mall with the largest number of people. It's just that it's quite far from Magic City University. Head of the dorm, we have a deal. After shopping in this mall, no matter if we buy anything or not, we must go back. It's already 9 o'clock now. Lu Maozhong and the others saw it and said something quickly. Yes. Sure. As for Yi Chen, he just nodded and agreed. Ah. I don't believe it. I can't pick it up. When Yi Chen and the others walked over, the first floor was a video game arcade. At this moment, a familiar voice came from the side, which made everyone look over instantly. At this time, in front of a claw machine, there was a figure of a woman wearing a pink princess dress, with 2 ponytails, long and slender legs wrapped in white stockings, and wearing a pair of white sneakers. At this moment, there was a hint of anger on her tender pink face. She pouted her lips and her face looked like a goldfish blowing bubbles. It looks so cute. Deputy Monitor, why are you here? When Wu Xiaobo and the others saw Hua Chingying holding the doll in front of them with an angry look on her face, they were surprised. I didn't expect that Hua Chingying would dare to come out alone. This is a bit surprising. Yi Chen, you followed me. When Hua Chingying, who was grabbing a doll, heard the voice coming from the side, her face suddenly turned surprised, and then her watery eyes looked at Yi Chen pitifully. Don't look at me like that. Looking at Hua Chingying, who was looking at him pitifully, Yi Chen's face became a little helpless and he said something. What's going on with this innocent look? However, what Yi Chen knew was definitely not a good thing. Brother Yi Chen, you don't want to see me unable to grab the doll, do you? After Yi Chen finished speaking, Hua Chingying spoke, in a fatherly voice and with a coquettish look on her face, looking at Stitch and the claw machine. If you say so, I think so. When Yi Chen heard this, he smiled slightly and said something. You. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Hua Chingying's face suddenly became angry. She stomped her feet hard, her eyes were cold, but in the end she was helpless. If you don't know how to pinch, just tell me. I won't embarrass you. Brother Yi Chen. So corny. When Wu Xiaobo and the others nearby heard this, they got goosebumps all over their bodies. Looking at Hua Chingying in front of them, they suddenly hugged their hands. Deputy Monitor, where is your roommate? Hua Chingying, it's impossible for her to come out alone. They went on a date, and I was bored, so I could only wander around. When Hua Chingying heard this, she pouted and put her hands on her hips, looking indescribably cute. A bunch of ungrateful fellows, they come running over here right when there's something delicious to eat. Humph. After listening to Hua Chingying's words, Wu Xiaobo and the others broke out in cold sweat. This rich young lady is really a little naive. Boss, give me another 100 yuan. I don't believe I can't get it. Go and do your work. I want to get one for Sister Lufang. After saying that, he trotted over. Dormitory head, this. When Wu Xiaobo and the others saw this, they had no idea what to say. Just wandering around. As for Yi Chen, he had already walked up to the second floor. Dormitory head, wait for me. Damn it. Yi Chen, I will bite you to death. As for Hua Chingying, when she saw it, she stomped her feet so hard that she was almost exploding with anger. How come Yi Chen doesn't know how to be gentle and considerate to women? Damn it. Head of the dorm, haven't you found the one you like yet? Now, this is the last one. And an hour later, several figures walked into a store. Looking at Yi Chen, who was looking around seriously, they didn't know how to complain. My legs. My midnight snack is ruined. What a tragedy. Let's go. There's nothing I want. Looking at Wu Xiaobo and the others who were sighing in front of him, Yi Chen waved his hands, sighed softly, and said something. I originally thought that if I took a good stroll, I could find something I liked as a gift for Shui Lufang. However, what Yi Chen didn't expect was that he couldn't find it at all. This kind of thing is not what Yi Chen wants at all. There is nothing ready-made, so it seems that I have to find another way. Day. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. When Yi Chen and the others arrived on the first floor, a familiar voice came from the side. Deputy Monitor, why hasn't she left yet? When Pan Lao and the others saw this, they were surprised for a moment. However, when they saw a few young men who looked like unemployed vagrants walking towards Hua Chingying, their faces suddenly turned gloomy and their eyes became cold. Dormitory head. When they wanted to say something, Yi Chen had already walked over. This made them smile slightly. Although they seemed not to care on the surface, they actually cared very much. After all, Lolita, mature lady, these are choices only made by children, but adults will definitely want them all. Chapter 98. I'll remember you, you're so cruel. Beauty, you're alone. While Hua Chingying was grabbing the doll, a young man's voice came from the side, with a sneer and pride. You are blind. It's not just one person, it could be 3. As for Hua Chingying, she looked depressed. She looked at the young man in front of her who was wearing ordinary clothes, waved her hand, and didn't care at all. This person must have something wrong with his brain. You little bitch, you. When the people nearby heard Hua Chingying's words, they wanted to say something, but the young man in the lead just looked over. This made him shut up instantly and he didn't dare to speak anymore. Interesting. I like beauties like you. Looking at the smart little girl Hua Chingying in front of him, Chingying smiled faintly and spoke. I didn't expect that she not only has a face of a loli, but also has the figure of a queen. And now, just listening to this tone makes people feel excited. This kind of beauties are the freshest. I feel like throwing up because of this garbage. Sorry. Can you please move aside? When Hua Chingying saw the young man in front of her suddenly come to her side, her face became angry and her voice was cold. Not being able to catch the doll I wanted was already frustrating enough. And now, what Hua Chingying didn't expect was that a piece of trash with a problem in the brain actually came over. This makes people even more upset, okay? You. Hearing Hua Chingying's words, Chingying's face suddenly became gloomy, but then he smiled slightly. He likes this kind of beauty with this kind of personality. Beauty, now there are only two of us. What's the point of catching dolls? Why don't we study the structure of the human body? Looking at the light flowers in front of him, Chingying smiled slightly and said something. Okay. Okay. Can you let me dissect it? I also want to see what the structure of a boy is like. When Hua Chingying heard this, she nodded vigorously, her face excited, and her beautiful watery eyes sparkled brightly. You. As for Chingying, he was so angry when he heard it. This girl must have done it on purpose. Damn it. It is not necessary to study the structure of the human body. However, we can study the origin of life. Finally, his expression turned greedy, he looked at the light flower in front of him, and swallowed heavily. This girl's voice must be very beautiful. He looked at the followers beside him, each of them showing an evil smile. Without saying much, they walked towards Hua Chingying step by step. You, what do you want to do? As for Hua Chingying, when she saw Chingying and the others approaching step by step, her face turned a little pale and her eyes showed a little fear. What do we want to do, dear sister? What do you think? When everyone heard this, they all sneered and looked complacent, looking at the light flowers in front of them. Don't worry. Our boss is very kind and gentle to women. He will make sure you won't suffer too much. Such top quality products are rare in the world. No wonder my boss likes it so much. They like it very much, too. Don't come over here. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Looking at Chingying and the others approaching step by step, Hua Chingying became more anxious and her eyes were filled with fear. You're welcome. How can you be so rude? When several people heard this, they sneered. I'm so scared. How can you be so rude? I can do whatever you want me to do. As Hua Chingying looked pale and frightened, a young man walked over. He looked at the people in front of him with a cold gaze. How about I take you guys out for tea? Yi Chen. Looking at Yi Chen who suddenly stood in front of her, Hua Chingying was moved, with a glimmer of tears in her eyes. Who are you, you little brat? You're alone, so I advise you to stay out of other people's business. As for Chingying and the others, when they saw it, his eyes were cold and his brows were furrowed. What I hate most is this kind of guy who is a bad guy but does good things for the sake of doing good. Alone? Who said I was alone? However, when Yi Chen heard it, he smiled slightly. Dormitory head, it seems that we have to exercise our hands and feet. A sigh was heard, followed by the figures of Wu Xiaobo and others walking over with helpless looks on their faces. How about coming in and having a seat? Food and lodging are provided. After saying that, he raised the phone in his hand. I guess it won't be long before we get there. Boss, what should we do? When the people nearby saw this, their faces turned pale and they looked at Chingying. They had already gone in once not long ago. Now, it's not easy to get out. But I don't want to go back and study again. You are so cruel, you little brat. We have a long way to go, I hope you won't regret it. Chingying saw it and looked at his pale-faced followers with a gloomy look. Without saying anything more, he waved his right hand and spoke in a cold voice. Walk. I'll remember you. Goodbye, I won't see you off. In response to his warning, Wu Xiaobo and the others just smiled and didn't care at all. Who doesn't know how to say harsh words? Oh my god. Yi Chen, you haven't left yet? Watching Chingying and the others leaving, Hua Chingying looked at Yi Chen with a puzzled look on her face. I originally thought that Yi Chen and the others had already left. However, what Hua Chingying did not expect was that Yi Chen and the others had not left at all, but came back to save the situation. This is somewhat touching. Deputy Monitor, why do you only have the dormitory head in your eyes? Do we not exist anymore? I'm so jealous. Wu Xiaobo, who was standing next to him, heard this, shook his head and said very sadly. We are so loyal that we come out to support you. I didn't expect it. I didn't expect it. Oh. I didn't mean that. When Hua Chingying heard this, her face turned red in an instant. She stomped her feet and began to explain. That's not what I meant. What did I mean? Could it be that we are getting in the way? As expected, there is no love anymore. There is no love anymore. Lu Maozhong, you. When Hua Chingying heard this, she was so angry and indignant that she stamped her feet in anxiety. These guys are so damn annoying. Oh, right. Deputy Monitor, we're going to eat some barbecue. Would you like to have one? Yi Chen is treating us tonight. Pan Lao, who was standing next to him, seemed to have thought of something. He looked at the light and seductive flower in front of him. I promise, it's delicious. This. When Hua Chingying heard this, she swallowed her saliva, touched her stomach, and her face hesitated for a moment. Her eyes became struggling and she looked at the claw machine next to her. I haven't caught the doll yet. But, grilled skewers sound delicious and very fragrant. For a while, it was a dilemma. You can't have both kebabs and dolls, so. Forget it. You guys go ahead. I want to grab the doll. After hesitating for a long time, he shook his head hard, looked lost, and said something. Why? At the side, Yi Chen sighed softly, walked towards the claw machine, looked at Hua Chingying, and spoke. Insert a coin. Chapter 99 Brother Yi Chen, come on. First update. Insert a coin. After hearing Yi Chen's words, Hua Chingying was stunned. Without saying anything, she ran over quickly and put in the coin. For some reason, Hua Chingying had an inexplicable trust in Yi Chen and always believed that Yi Chen could do it. As for where this trust of hers came from, Hua Chingying had no idea at all. Dormitory head, are you capable? This kind of claw machine won't let you hook it so easily. Wu Xiaobo, who was standing nearby, saw Yi Chen walking towards the claw machine, a faint smile appeared on his face, and he joked. This is a great opportunity to show off, dorm leader, you must seize it well. Xiaobo, as a man, you can't say no. As for Yi Chen, when he heard it, his expression became serious and solemn. He looked at Wu Xiaobo with cold eyes and a serious expression. Why don't you try it? Dormitory head, I won't participate. When Wu Xiaobo heard this, he waved his hands vigorously as if he had thought of something bad. This kind of claw machine is a scam. I was once like Hua Chingying, who was so desperate that I spent hundreds of dollars but still failed. Finally, in a fit of rage, he bought the entire claw machine and smashed it to pieces. I took out the rag doll inside and felt relieved. But now, no matter what, Wu Xiaobo doesn't want to experience that feeling again. Otherwise, you will be the one in trouble. Hey! Wu Xiaobo, you are obviously not good enough. Pan Lao, who was standing next to him, saw this and smiled slightly, adding fuel to the fire. That's right. That's right. I didn't expect that, Wu Xiaobo, you would actually give in sometimes. When Lu Maozhong heard this, he also nodded and joked. You two are awesome, come on. We won't. Listening to Wu Xiaobo and the others making noise nearby, Yi Chen didn't know what to say for a moment. Are you proud? Even the fact that one doesn't know something can be said so confidently. It's so helpless. Yi Chen, are you okay? As for Hua Chingying, after listening to what Wu Xiaobo and the others said, she looked at Yi Chen with her beautiful eyes and asked cautiously. If not, let me do it. This kind of claw machine is simply a devil and a nightmare for those who don't know how to use it. No matter how many times you try, it just doesn't work. It has nothing to do with the number of times or the effort. Therefore, after listening to what Wu Xiaobo and the others said, Hua Chingying's face suddenly became confused, and she couldn't help but doubt Yi Chen's ability and technical level. Deputy Monitor, if you want to know if our dormitory head is capable, why not give it a try tonight? Our dormitory head will definitely make you feel very comfortable. Yes. Our dormitory head has been thinking about how to keep fighting for a long time. Unfortunately, without actual combat experience, everything is just talk. If you don't mind, you can help our dormitory head improve the strategy. Yi Chen, is this true? Do you need my help? No wonder you are so good at fighting, it turns out you have always been imagining imaginary enemies. When Hua Chingying heard this, her expression became serious and her eyes were filled with admiration. So that's how it is. Hua Chingying now seems to have figured out why Yi Chen is so good at fighting. It turned out that all of this was because Yi Chen had been studying other people's fighting methods, and thus constantly improving his own combat experience. So that's it. As expected of Yi Chen. Sharp. Clatter. When Yi Chen, who was playing the claw machine nearby, heard Hua Chingying's words, his face froze for a moment, and he almost vomited blood. As for the doll that had been clamped, it fell down with a plop. Ah! My doll! Looking at the rag doll that disappeared in front of her in just a moment, Hua Chingying's face suddenly became aggrieved and pitiful. The rag doll that I had finally caught was gone just like that. Damn it! You girl, do you know what they are talking about? Looking at Wu Xiaobo and the others who were smiling and trying hard to hold back their emotions, Yi Chen really didn't know how to complain. The flowers are light, isn't that too ignorant? It's simply as blank as a piece of paper. This is too frustrating. Now, the wheels of the car had already rolled over her face, but Hua Chingying was like a little child, not understanding anything at all. I don't know. But I know, Yi Chen, you can definitely do it. If you need my help, as long as I can help, I will definitely help. When Hua Chingying heard this, she smiled slightly, with a sweet smile on her face. Okay. Just stay quietly, that's the best help for me. Looking at the light flowers in front of him, Yi Chen waved his hand and said something. Yeah. I understand. As for Hua Chingying, when she heard it, she nodded without any hesitation. Like a little kitten, it stayed quietly by the side. Looks cute and well behaved. Dormitory head, awesome. As for Wu Xiaobo and the others, when they saw it, they had to give Yi Chen a thumbs up, their faces were filled with shock and disbelief. I didn't expect Yi Chen to be so powerful. This is really admirable. Of course, don't you see who I am? As for Yi Chen, he just nodded, patted his chest, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Success! Hua Chingying, who had been waiting quietly like a little white rabbit at the side, became excited when she saw the claw machine in front of her and pounced on Yi Chen. Brother Yi Chen, you were so awesome. I didn't expect Yi Chen to be so powerful. This is really horrible. It's simply a 100% hit rate. If it weren't for the mistake I made just now, it would have been a 100% hit rate. You little girl, come down quickly. Seeing someone suddenly rushing towards him, feeling the softness on his chest, and looking at the vast expanse of white scene, Yi Chen didn't know what to say. There was a faint fragrance and a large area of white, which was very likely to make people get irritated. Oh my god. Let's go. When Yi Chen wanted to turn around and leave, Hua Chingying suddenly grabbed Yi Chen, with pitiful eyes, and took out a pile of coins. Originally he wanted to say something, but seeing the pair of beautiful eyes in front of him looking at Hua Chingying pitifully, Yi Chen could only sigh softly. Even a hero cannot resist the temptation of beautiful women. So embarrassing. Brother Yi Chen, you are the best. When Hua Chingying saw this, she suddenly smiled and looked excited. Without saying much, he quickly inserted the coin, clenched his fist towards Yi Chen, and cheered him on. Brother Yi Chen, come on. Chapter 100. The boat will naturally straighten out when it reaches the bridgehead. Second update. Hee. Now, all the dolls are mine. And in another, on a street. At this time, a girl wearing a pink princess dress appeared, holding a large bag of dolls in one hand, with a sweet smile on her face. Her beautiful eyes, as bright as an elf, were now half closed. When he looked at the rag doll in front of him, his face was filled with so much satisfaction. Without saying much, he looked at the milk tea in his hand and started gulping it. You girls, do you like dolls so much? Looking at the big bag of dolls in Hua Chingying's hand, Yi Chen didn't know how to complain. Just now, I thought Hua Chingying only had a handful of coins. However, what Yi Chen did not expect was that Hua Chingying was actually a bag of coins. For a moment, Yi Chen and his friends who originally wanted to have a barbecue had to give up their plan. And in the end, it turned into drinking milk tea. As for barbecue, we'll talk about it next time. Yi Chen, you don't know this. Don't you think the doll is cute? Hua Chingying heard it and looked at Yi Chen in front of her with a sweet smile on her face. This time, I made a lot of money from dozens of dolls. Well. When Yi Chen heard this, he originally wanted to say that he was not cute at all, but in the end, he could only hold it back. Girls are truly magical creatures. This is for Sister Lufang. No. This one is better. Let's take this one. Looking at the rag doll in front of her, Hua Chingying's expression became hesitant. Each one of them is very beautiful, and I want to give them all to Sister Lufang. But it's so beautiful and cute, I want it too. For a moment, I was in a dilemma and a little hesitant. Let's take this one. The pink one is for Sister Lufang, and the aqua blue one is for me. Hee. Looking at the rag doll in front of her, Hua Chingying's face unexpectedly became intoxicated, and no one knew what she was thinking. Dormitory head, it seems that you have a long way to go. Otherwise, be an adult. Wu Xiaobo and others nearby saw Hua Chingying smiling and jumping, looked at Yi Chen and smiled. Sometimes, it's best to have both the queen and the lowly. Right. Only children do multiple choice questions, adults want them all. Go. Drink your milk tea. After hearing what Wu Xiaobo and the others said, Yi Chen's face was covered with cold sweat. He waved his hand and said something. These people really don't mind making trouble. Regarding this, I really don't know what to say. Hey. When Pan Lao and the others heard this, they just smiled smugly and didn't say much. Brother Yi Chen, I'm leaving first. When she returned to the school gate, Hua Chingying looked at Yi Chen in front of her, smiled slightly, waved her hand, and walked towards the girls' dormitory building. Oh, right. Brother Yi Chen, Sister Lufang might like something you made yourself. Sometimes, a gift doesn't need to be expensive, as long as it's thoughtful. In the end, Hua Chingying didn't say much, waved her hand, and left. Something you made yourself? Listening to what Hua Chingying said, Yi Chen's face became a little solemn, his brows slightly wrinkled, and he suddenly fell into a state of deep thought. Something you made yourself? Dormitory head, I figured it out. Wu Xiaobo and others nearby saw it and asked quickly. No. Seeing the expectant eyes of everyone looking at him, Yi Chen finally waved his hand and said something. Well. As for Wu Xiaobo and the others, when they heard it, they didn't know what to say for a moment. Originally, I thought Yi Chen had thought of what gift to give. However, what they didn't expect was that it was completely useless. This is too embarrassing. Let's go. We'll work it out when we get to the bridge. As for Yi Chen, he just waved his hand and walked towards the dormitory building. After Hua Chingying's reminder, Yi Chen seemed to have thought of something for a moment. Maybe, you can give it a try. It seems that tomorrow is a very good day. On the other hand, in the courtyard of a villa, there was a female figure wearing a white short skirt. She had an angel-like face with a faint smile on her face. Her beautiful eyes blinked as she looked at the grapes on the table in front of her and tasted them gently. And next to him, a woman walked slowly towards him, and finally stood quietly beside him. He didn't make a sound, for fear of disturbing the woman in front of him. Is everything ready? As for the woman, she saw it and asked quickly, her face showing curiosity. Well, miss, everything you ordered has been prepared. The woman heard it and nodded, her face serious and solemn. Everything is in progress, and we guarantee that it will be completed on time before tomorrow afternoon. Very good. Listening to the servant's words, Shui Lufang showed a faint smile on her face. She nodded with satisfaction and waved her hand. I'm at ease with you doing the work. Everyone is tired, take a good rest tonight. Tomorrow will be a tiring day. Everyone's salary will be tripled. Yes, miss. When the woman heard this, she said nothing, her face was excited, she bowed respectfully, and then left. Who should I invite? Looking at the stars in the sky above her head, Shui Liufang's expression suddenly became hesitant. Some people have been invited before. And now, we are checking for deficiencies in filling them. Tomorrow, I'll be the general. Looking at the stars in the sky above her head, a faint smile appeared on Shui Liufang's face. It looks like there is a hint of mystery. Tomorrow, there should be something very wonderful. On the other hand, in a villa. At this time, a woman wearing a black short skirt and long slender legs wrapped in black stockings appeared. Looking at the starry night sky in front of her and above her head, a faint smile appeared on her face, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, and her eyelashes curved. It looks so charming. Her long black hair fluttered in the wind, and her charming body, set against the black dress, outlined her perfect curves, which was so attractive. Tomorrow, Yi Chen, what will you choose? Lufang, what will you choose? Looking at the night sky in front of him, a faint smile appeared on Guo Xiaoxiang's face. He smiled slightly without saying much. Guo Xiaoxiang is very curious about what kind of show will take place tomorrow. Yi Chen, I hope you can make the right choice. Looking at the chessboard on the table in front of him, he made his move quickly without saying anything. Checkmate. Chapter 101, one is willing to fight, the other is willing to be beaten. Update 1. Ding dong, Master, mission. On the next morning, when Yi Chen woke up from his sleep, a crisp mechanical voice was heard, followed by lines of text appearing in his mind. Sign in at Antique Street and get Taba skills as a reward. Taba, it can quickly, effectively and accurately identify the treasure from many things. Taba skills. Looking at the reward in front of him, Yi Chen's face was a little surprised. Antique Street and Taba skills, this is a perfect match. Let us go and have a look. Looking at the task in front of him, Yi Chen nodded. After thinking carefully last night, Yi Chen already knew what he needed to give to Shui Lufang. And now, an Antique Street should be just right. Dormitory head, so early. When Yi Chen got up, Wu Xiaobo's face showed surprise. Don't you want to take a break? No. I haven't bought any presents yet. When Yi Chen heard this, he waved his hand, walked towards the bathroom, and quickly brushed his teeth and washed his face. Then he took a glass of milk and a piece of bread and went out. Dormitory head, come on. When Wu Xiaobo saw this, he smiled and without saying anything, he curled up his body and fell into a deep sleep. Seeing this, Yi Chen broke out in a cold sweat. It feels like this brat is only supporting me mentally. There was no action at all. Bang. Without saying anything more, he slammed the door and left. Antique Street, as the name suggests, is a place where antiques are sold. However, as to whether it can be found, I don't know. After all, today's imitations are so realistic that even some experts can't tell the difference. There are also many people who have been deceived. However, as an Antique Street, it is going to give a thrilling feeling. With good luck, you will become rich overnight. Bad luck, bankruptcy. It's so simple, it's all about the heartbeat. As for getting rich quickly, that is certain. 90% of the people who come to the Antique Street are here to find treasures and become rich again. Otherwise, who would be interested in coming here? Is this the Antique Street? Looking at the endless stream of figures coming and going in front of him, Yi Chen's face was filled with surprise and shock. I didn't expect that there would be so many people on the Antique Street in Shanghai. This is a bit surprising. Ding dong, congratulations to the owner for signing in successfully, and reward Taba talent. At this moment, a mechanical voice came into Yi Chen's ears, followed by several lines of text appearing in his mind. Let's take a look. I hope we can find something useful. Looking at the people coming and going in front of him, Yi Chen sighed softly, said nothing more, and walked away. My dear brother, if you pass by, don't miss it, come and have a look. When the vendors nearby saw this, they quickly started shouting. Just ordinary. Looking at the things on the ground in front of me, I felt nothing at all. System, don't I already have a talent for Taba? Why do I feel like it's useless? For a moment, his face was confused and he asked quickly. Master, the talent for Taba has been rooted in your body, your soul, and your consciousness. The Supreme Sign-In System heard it and explained quickly without saying anything more. If you, the Master, encounter a treasure, you will naturally feel it. Now you don't feel anything, which means that you, the Master, have not encountered any treasure. I see. I understand. After hearing what the Supreme System said, Yi Chen finally understood what was going on. No wonder, I didn't feel anything at all. It turns out that everything is because the things in front of us are garbage. In that case, take a good look. Without saying much, Yi Chen continued to move forward, watching the people coming and going in front of him. What do you fancy, young man? At this time, when Yi Chen stopped, the stall owner next to him said something quickly. I'm just taking a look. Yi Chen heard it, shook his head and continued walking. As Yi Chen continued to move forward, he suddenly had a feeling. Without saying much, he looked at a store next to him. The store is not very big, and it looks a little shabby, giving it a sense of age. Without saying anything more, he walked in. Young master, if you want to buy something, feel free to look around. If you like anything, just tell me. When Yi Chen walked in, a middle-aged man quickly walked up and said with a smile. So expensive. Looking at the calligraphy and paintings in front of him, Yi Chen's face was filled with shock and disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. I didn't expect that each one would cost over $1 million. This is funny. Even if you want to cheat your father, don't do this. It's true, one is willing to fight and the other is willing to be beaten. Regarding this, Yi Chen had no idea what to say. Expensive? As for the middle-aged man next to him, after hearing Yi Chen's words, his expression suddenly fell, his brows slightly wrinkled, and his eyes became even colder. It was as if he was a different person, and his voice wasn't polite at all. What I have here are all famous paintings. They are expensive, isn't that natural? This brat, I originally thought he came here to appreciate calligraphy and paintings. I didn't expect that he was here to cause trouble. How could this not be gloomy? How could this be polite? Famous people and famous paintings. After hearing the words of the middle-aged man in front of him, Yi Chen didn't know what to say for a moment. Famous paintings. It looks like nothing more than a replica, but they have the nerve to call it a famous painting. This is really shameless. Of course, as long as you can pick it, as long as you are lucky. The middle-aged man nodded and said seriously. Yi Chen, why are you here? At this time, a woman's voice came from the side, followed by the figure of a girl wearing a JK skirt, with a chubby face and peach blossom eyes, looking at Yi Chen in front of her in surprise. Yi Chen never thought that she would see Yi Chen on the antique street. This is really a bit surprising. You are Senior Sister Chen. Looking at Yi Chen in front of him, Yi Chen wanted to blurt out Senior Sister Baihu directly, but quickly corrected himself in the end. Yi Chen, whom I met in the library. At that time, Yi Chen couldn't get the book she wanted, so she jumped up and down, and even sat on herself. At that time, Yi Chen discovered that it was a little brain axe, and a very beautiful one at that. Brother Yi Chen, I never thought that we are destined to meet. Yi Chen heard it, nodded, and trotted over with a sweet smile on her face. Chen, who is he? However, a cold voice came from the side, carrying a strong chill. Chapter 102 Yi Chen, my good friend part 2. Who is this guy? Looking at the figure of a handsome young man in branded sportswear walking towards him, Yi Chen frowned slightly and his face became gloomy. No matter where you go, you will encounter these people who are looking for trouble. For a moment, Yi Chen didn't know what to say. It's too helpless. Junior Yi Chen, my good friend. As for Yi Chen, a faint smile appeared on her face when she heard it. She quickly introduced the people and finally looked at Yi Chen. Yi Chen, this is my friend, Xiao Yuan. Good friend. When Xiao Yuan, who was standing next to him, heard what Yi Chen said, his face suddenly turned gloomy. His brows furrowed slightly, and his face became even gloomier. Under normal circumstances, Yi Chen would not care so much about strangers. And now, when introducing Yi Chen to himself, he actually said that Yi Chen was his good friend. Xiao Yuan was very clear about Yi Chen's character. Under normal circumstances, Yi Chen would not contact boys. Even I have known Yi Chen for several years. And now? Now, Yi Chen still ignored me and maintained a lukewarm attitude towards me. Now, when treating Yi Chen, he was so enthusiastic. This, to say the relationship is simple, is not simple at all. Therefore, Xiao Yuan had to be serious at this moment. Yes. Good friend. What's wrong? As for Yi Chen, when she heard it, a faint smile appeared on her face. Her smile was so sweet, as if she didn't notice Xiao Yuan's gloomy expression. By the way, Yi Chen, are you here to shop on Taobao as well? And the next moment, when looking at Yi Chen's face was confused and excited. He suddenly held Yi Chen's right hand and asked quickly. Yeah. But I just came here to take a look. When Yi Chen looked at Yi Chen, who was holding his right hand in front of him and had a large white area on her chest, there was a hint of helplessness on his face. This girl is really amazing. Not only does she have a very pretty figure, but she also has a big heart. In particular, her long and slender legs wrapped in white stockings were now wearing a JK skirt. There is also a faint fragrance coming, which makes people feel hot. Ha ha. Come and take a look. That's right. People like you can only come and take a look. As for Taobao, forget it. When Xiao Yuan, who was standing next to him, heard Yi Chen say that he was coming to take a look, he saw that Yi Chen's good hands were actually holding Yi Chen's right hand. When Yi Chen's right hand was tightly squeezing the heavy chest in front of him, his face suddenly became angry. How could this brat deserve the favor of Yi Chen? This really makes people feel too envious and jealous. What on earth does this guy want to do? Looking at Xiao Yuan, who was actually sneering at him, Yi Chen frowned slightly. Looking at the heavy white area on He Qianqian's chest in front of him, Yi Chen's face became even more helpless. Beauty is a disaster, there is nothing we can do about it. There's nothing I can do, I'm just too good. Chao Yuan, how can you talk like that? As for He Qianqian, when she heard it, her face suddenly turned gloomy and her eyes became cold. This guy, I had just finished introducing Yi Chen. I didn't expect that now I would be directly ridiculed. If this isn't a lack of face for oneself, then what else could it be? Qianqian, this kind of person cannot be trusted. When Chao Yuan heard this, he became anxious and began to explain quickly. You can't believe it. Ha ha. If you can't eat the grapes, you say they're sour. When Yi Chen heard this, he smiled slightly with a look of disdain. You. As for Chao Yuan, when he heard it, his face sneered and his eyes were full of disdain. This guy must have valued Qianqian's beauty. We must not let Qianqian fall into his hands. Otherwise, it will be ruined. Senior Qianqian, why are you here? As for Yi Chen, he ignored Chao Yuan at all. Instead, he looked at Yi Qianqian in front of him and asked a question. Are you here to shop on Taobao too? Yeah. I heard it's fun. So I came here. Yi Qianqian heard this, nodded, and a faint smile appeared on her face. Brother Yi Chen, are you here to shop on Taobao too? And at the end, a pair of beautiful eyes looked at Yi Chen, a faint smile appeared on her face, and she asked a question. Yi Chen saw it and nodded quickly without saying much. This time, I really came here to shop on Taobao. And now, he even has the Taobao skill. Yi Chen wants to try out his skill and see if it is as the system says. Ha ha. Taobao, it's up to you. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Chao Yuan's expression suddenly turned into a sneer, and his eyes were disdainful. I think you should just go back to bed. Otherwise, you might lose everything. Ha ha ha. That's right. You actually want to go shopping on Taobao. You really overestimate your own abilities. Do you think you are our young master Chao Yuan? Yes, yes, yes. Not everyone can accurately judge treasures like our master Chao Yuan. Yes. Yes. It's impossible to turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Chao Yuan, what do you mean? Looking at Chao Yuan in front of her and listening to the words of the follower beside Chao Yuan, He Qianqian's face suddenly became gloomy and her eyes became cold. Junior brother Yi Chen is my friend. And now, these people actually treated their friend like this, they were really disrespecting her. Qianqian, listen to my explanation. It's not what you think. Looking at He Qianqian in front of him, Chao Yuan's face became anxious and he quickly explained. If He Qianqian misunderstands me, it would be very tragic. And now, no matter what, I have to explain it clearly. It's not what I thought. So tell me what it is like. When Yi Qianqian heard this, her face became even gloomier. She stared at Chao Yuan with her beautiful eyes, and there was already a hint of anger in her eyes. This guy is so abominable. Yi Qianqian, I just want to have a good competition with brother Yi Chen. When Chao Yuan heard this, he looked at Yi Qianqian who was protecting Yi Chen tightly in front of him, as if he had thought of something, a faint smile appeared on his face, and he said something. Competition. What do you want to do? As for Yi Qianqian, her expression suddenly became alert, her eyes were cold and her brows were furrowed when she heard it. This Chao Yuan is definitely up to no good. It's very simple. Brother Yi Chen, why don't we try to see who can find the treasure? When Chao Yuan heard this, he smiled slightly and said something. Of course, to make it more exciting, we need to add a little bit of stakes. Chapter 103, Betting, a small goal update 1. Chao Yuan. When Yi Qianqian, who was standing next to him, heard Chao Yuan say that he needed to increase the stakes, her face suddenly turned gloomy and exploded. His brows furrowed, and his eyes became even colder. Chao Yuan and Yi Qianqian know it very well. In the field of antiques, Chao Yuan still has a very high level. Another point is that this is not groundless. Chao Yuan has found several antiques before. This is simply impossible without the slightest ability. And now, Chao Yuan in front of him was challenging Yi Chen to a competition. What exactly did he want to do? Don't think that Yi Qianqian didn't know. Isn't it just that you want to severely suppress Yi Chen and then make a fortune? If Yi Chen really agreed to Chao Yuan's words, then what would happen next would be extremely tragic. After all, Yi Chen is just an ordinary college student. Although you have some money, you can't just use it to gamble casually. What's more, there is a very high probability of losing. Qianqian, let us boys solve the problems between us, okay? When Qianqian looked over, Chao Yuan's face became serious and solemn. He looked at Yi Chen in front of him, smiled slightly, and said something. Right. Junior Yi Chen, you don't want to hide behind a woman all the time, do you? What kind of man are you? Junior Yi Chen, don't. Listening to Chao Yuan's words and seeing his provocative eyes and expression, Yi Qianqian shook her head hard, looking anxious. If you really agree at this time, you will fall into Chao Yuan's trap. Therefore, no matter what, you must never agree to it. Since Senior Chao Yuan wants to have a good competition, I don't mind. Seeing Yi Qianqian's concerned expression and eager eyes, Yi Chen smiled slightly instead. Looking at Chao Yuan in front of him, he took a step forward, a faint smile appeared on his face, and nodded. I don't know, Senior Chao Yuan, what exactly do you want to bet on? In this case, why not give your Taobao skills a try? Let us see what happens. This brat has taken the bait. He actually dared to challenge the boss and gamble with him. If this isn't courting death, what else could it be? Ah! Another ignorant person. This time, he must be regretting it. You ignorant human beings will never understand what crushing means. Now, I want to see how you regret it. Now, there will be something interesting to watch. When Chao Yuan's followers heard Yi Chen's words and looked at Yi Chen, who was eager to try, they shook their heads and sighed softly. This brat is still too stupid and too young. Fighting with their boss is nothing but courting death. Brother Yi Chen, you are really courageous. In this case, if you lose, then you must leave Qianqian forever. In addition, I will give you your Ferrari. How about that? Looking at Yi Chen in front of him, Chao Yuan's face showed a faint smile, his eyes were disdainful, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. The big fish was finally caught. Now, I can have an extra luxury car. Yi Chen. When Yi Qianqian, who was standing next to him, heard this, her expression suddenly became even more anxious and she looked at Yi Chen. It turns out that Chao Yuan is not against Yi Chen just because of himself. And now, it was all because of Yi Chen's Ferrari. This is a bit too much. It kills two birds with one stone. It makes people feel cold. So, Senior has a great idea to kill two birds with one stone. It's really amazing. Hearing Chao Yuan's words, Yi Chen's face showed a faint smile, and he didn't care at all. It's just a Ferrari, worth just over 30 million, it's nothing at all. Why, you don't dare. However, when Chao Yuan heard this, he smiled slightly and looked at Yi Chen in front of him. I thought that Yi Chen was also a hero. He was able to spend a fortune on a beautiful woman. But now, I didn't expect that I was wrong. What if you lose? Looking at Chao Yuan in front of him, Yi Chen smiled slightly and asked back. You little brat, did you get kicked in the head by a donkey? How could our boss lose? This is really funny. When the follower next to him heard Yi Chen's words, for a moment, he looked at Yi Chen as if he were a fool, with a strong sense of mockery on his face. This brat must have something wrong with his brain. Otherwise, it's impossible. I heard that your Ferrari costs more than 30 million. If I lose, I'll give you 40 million. Is that okay? When Chao Yuan heard this and saw Yi Chen's serious and solemn expression, he said something disapprovingly. This is a villa I own in the Magic City. It's estimated to be worth 45 million. If I lose, it will be yours. After saying that, he took out a notebook and placed it in front of Yi Chen. No. This isn't exciting at all. However, when Yi Chen heard this, he shook his head, waved his hand, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Without saying much, he quickly took out a notebook and his face became serious and solemn. Why don't we try something exciting? This is a Thompson building. I don't know how much it costs. But at least we should be conservative and say 100 million. If you win, it's yours. If you lose, you not only need to leave senior sister Qianqian, but also never bother her again. In addition, you also need to give me 100 million. How about that? No way. This brat, is his brain confused? Isn't this sending money to our boss? Yes. How can you be so arrogant? This is 100 million. Now, we're rich. The boss eats the meat and we drink the soup, just right. Isn't it wonderful? When the people nearby heard this, they all looked surprised, then excited, and their eyes actually became brightened. 100 million. This is so horrible. Yi Chen. When Yi Qianqian, who was standing next to him, heard Yi Chen say 100 million, her face also became excited and her eyes became anxious. 100 million, that's an astronomical figure. Unexpectedly, not only Chao Yuan had a big appetite, but Yi Chen's appetite was even bigger now. It was just a small target, and to be honest, it really scared him. 100 million. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Chao Yuan's face froze for a moment, his eyes filled with shock. Obviously, Chao Yuan never expected that Yi Chen would directly propose a small bet. This is simply giving away money. Looking at Yi Chen in front of him, it was like looking at a money tree, pure money. Yes. 100 million, Senior Chao Yuan, you are not scared. When Yi Chen heard this, he smiled slightly and started to sneer. If you're scared, get out of here now. It's not too late. Afraid. Junior brother Yi Chen, what do you think of me? I would be afraid. When Chao Yuan heard this, he smiled slightly and his eyes became serious. Make a deal. Sure. I don't know, how do you want to bet? Yi Chen saw it, nodded, and spoke. Chapter 104 Taba Skills, Second Update. Brother Yi Chen, since we are all here, why not do this? When Chao Yuan heard this, he smiled slightly, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Let's use this store as a location and have a good competition to see who can find the most valuable treasure. How do you think? No restrictions on any price range? Looking at Chao Yuan in front of him, Yi Chen nodded without any opinion and quickly asked a question in return. No. Chao Yuan heard it, nodded and smiled slightly. Even if you spend 100 million, as long as the price of the item you find is higher than mine, there will be no problem, and you will win. How do you think? I see. It's okay. In that case, let's get started. After seeing Yi Chen agree, Chao Yuan's face became excited and his eyes brightened. The small goal of 100 million seems to be right in front of me, and I have even grasped it firmly in my hands. How could I not be excited at this moment? Yi Chen, are you really okay? Looking at Yi Chen in front of her, Yi Qianqian looked anxious. It's not too late to leave now. After all, Chao Yuan hasn't picked anything yet. No need. Don't worry. I will definitely be the winner. When Yi Chen heard this, he smiled slightly, looked at Yi Qianqian in front of him, and shook his head. But Yi Qianqian wanted to say something, but at this moment, Yi Chen shook his head, looked at the dazzling array of so-called antiques in front of him, and frowned. These white dots of light should be ordinary. And within Yi Chen's field of vision, there was only a large area of white light spots. Seeing this, Yi Chen's face became confused and his brows furrowed. That's right. Master, this is the Taba skill. Taba skills will be measured based on what you see and the price of your time. The darker the color, the higher its value. The voice of the supreme sign and system sounded in Yi Chen's mind, and he quickly explained. Is this white one normal? Hearing the words of the supreme system, Yi Chen asked quickly, his face serious and solemn. Things like color must be clarified. Yes. Master, the preciousness of treasures can be divided into white, yellow, purple, red, dark red, and black according to their colors. The most precious, of course, is gold, which is equivalent to the golden legend in your world. The supreme system heard it and responded quickly. I see. After hearing the words of the supreme system, Yi Chen nodded and finally understood the division of colors. Where is that treasure from before? Looking at the dazzling array of things in front of him, Yi Chen's brows furrowed slightly, and his eyes became a little solemn. Before, I clearly felt that there was a treasure here. Yellow, so. When Yi Chen looked to the side, a yellow light came into his field of vision, which surprised Yi Chen a little, and then he shook his head. At the very least, the concept stated by the system has now been confirmed, and this Taba skill is indeed not deceptive. That's what I want. At the same time, Chao Yuan came to a piece of blue and white porcelain, looked at it, and without saying much, he made a quick decision. Brother Yi Chen, could it be that you also have a crush on this blue and white porcelain vase? Finally, when Chao Yuan saw Yi Chen looking at him, a faint smile appeared on his face and he said something. If you, Yi Chen, are interested in it, I can give it to you. No need. It seems that you have decided on this, Senior Chao Yuan. When Yi Chen heard this, he smiled slightly, not caring at all, and waved his hand. Yes. I've decided on this one. Junior Yi Chen, I don't know if you have made your choice yet? Why are you in such a hurry? Of course, let the bullets fly for a while. No. Let luck fly for a while. When Yi Chen heard this, he smiled slightly and shook his head, not caring at all. In that case, then, junior brother Yi Chen, you should look carefully. Look carefully. Please don't make a mistake. When Xiao Yuan heard this, the sneer on his face became even more serious. He looked at Yi Chen in front of him and said something indifferently. He was just a brat still wet behind the ears, and he actually wanted to gamble with him. Isn't this money given by the god of wealth? What else could it be? Of course, I'll have to take a good look. When Yi Chen heard this, he walked over without any hesitation. Brother Yi Chen, are you okay? As for Yi Qianqian, who was standing next to him, when she heard and saw Yi Chen walking over, her face became anxious and she trotted over. It's shaking and trembling, it's so charming. Senior Qianqian, let me tell you something. As a man, you can't say no. Looking at the large circle of white in front of him, Yi Chen coughed lightly, his face suddenly turned gloomy, and his eyes became serious and solemn. Brother Yi Chen, you. When Yi Qianqian heard this, her face turned red and her beautiful eyes turned shy. Yi Qianqian never thought that Yi Chen would go directly on the highway for no reason. This is way too fast. How about it? Junior Yi Chen, haven't you made your choice yet? If you admit defeat now, I can give you a 50% discount, how about that? As for Xiao Yuan, he smiled slightly when he heard it, his face looked extremely proud, and he looked at Yi Chen with even more disdain. If someone wants to fight with him, as he has always been obsessed with studying antiques, even some experts may not be his match. And now, let alone a brat, it's even more impossible. Senior Xiao Yuan, if you admit defeat now, I can give you a 70% discount. How about it? However, when Yi Chen heard it, he smiled slightly and said nonchalantly. Give up. Yi Chen, have you lost your mind? I give up. Do you think it's possible? After hearing Yi Chen's words, Xiao Yuan almost thought there was something wrong with his brain. He looked at Yi Chen in front of him with an expression of disbelief. It's true, Yuan T turned back until you reached the wall. In that case, this time, I will make you give up completely. In that case, I'm very sorry. I will accept this small goal of yours without hesitation. As for Yi Chen, he just smiled slightly, looked at Xiao Yuan in front of him, and spoke. I've chosen it, I want this one. Looking at the hairpin in front of him, he spoke quickly without saying much. This. When Xiao Yuan heard this and looked at the rusty hairpin in front of him, he suddenly burst into laughter. Brother Yi Chen, you don't really know anything about antiques. No way. No way. Could it be that you think this thing is a treasure? This person really has something wrong with his brain. Isn't it? However, when Yi Chen heard it, he just smiled slightly, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Boss, pay the bill. Okay. 100,000, clearly marked price, no cheating. The middle-aged man heard it, smiled slightly and said something. Li Ming. Do you have any goods today? After Yi Chen swiped the card, an old man's voice came from the side. I'm here to try my luck again. Chapter 105, Master of Treasure Appraiser, Yuan Hua First Update. Yuan Hua, why is this guy here? When the middle-aged man called Li Ming looked towards the source of the sound, his face suddenly became shocked and his eyes became a little gloomy. Yuan Hua, the treasure appraiser of the Magic City, can be said to be ranked among the best in the whole of China. And now, what Li Ming did not expect was that Yuan Hua, who had just come to his place to buy some things on Taobao a few days ago, came again in just a few days. Now, if there is anything in my store, it might be taken away again. And if there are no valuable things, maybe few people will come to your shop in the future. There were some shops before, but Yuan Hua went in and returned empty-handed. Since then, the store's traffic has dropped by more than half. But in the end, it became deserted and completely closed down. After all, even other treasure appraisers can't find anything, let alone some people who want to get rich overnight. Even professionals can't do anything about it. How could an amateur be fooled? Therefore, this time, when Li Ming saw Yuan Hua walking over, his expression was solemn and worried. Yuan Hua. I didn't expect that Master Yuan Hua would come here as well. When Xiao Yuan, who was standing next to him, saw the old man coming over, his face showed shock and excitement. Yuan Hua is the most outstanding treasure appraiser in the Magic City and one of the most famous treasure appraisers in China. I didn't expect that I just came here to stroll around, but I would be able to see Master Yuan Hua, my idol. For a moment, it was impossible not to be excited. At this moment, I don't know how excited I am. Master Yuan Hua, I didn't expect to meet Master Yuan Hua here. He Qianqian, who was standing next to her, was also shocked when she saw the middle-aged man walking towards her. She was stunned and her eyes were excited. What's wrong? As for Yi Chen, looking at the shocked people in front of him and He Qianqian with an excited expression, he had no idea what was going on. For a moment, he was completely stunned, with question marks all over his face. He is just an old man, and is it necessary to be so shocked now? He looks as if he has never seen the world before. It's so confusing. Yi Chen, this is Yuan Hua. He Qianqian, who was standing next to her, heard this and said something seriously. You don't know him? Snowflakes are flying, the north wind is howling, and the world is vast. Yi Chen, not that Yuan Hua. When Yi Qianqian heard Yi Chen humming softly, her face suddenly became anxious and she quickly explained. Yuan Hua is the best treasure appraiser in the Magic City and one of the top 10 treasure appraisers in China. It can be said that he has never made a mistake in his more than 50 years of career. A few years ago, he became an overnight sensation after appearing on a treasure appraisal program. It can be said that he is a celebrity in the Magic City. I see. That's the treasure appraisal show where someone smashed someone else's 100 million yuan heirloom. After hearing this, Yi Chen finally understood something and nodded quickly. I originally thought it was some treasure appraisal program. I didn't expect that it would be the treasure appraisal program that smashed someone else's heirloom worth 100 million yuan. Brother Yi Chen, what I said is true. Yuan Hua is very powerful. When Yi Qianqian heard this and was interrupted by Yi Chen, she didn't know what to say at all. She could only nod seriously, staring at Yi Chen with her beautiful eyes. Yeah. I get it. But, our competition has nothing to do with him. Master Yuan Hua, I didn't expect you to come here in person. Li Ming, who was standing next to him, saw this, smiled, and quickly stepped forward to say hello. As an antique dealer, one cannot afford to offend an antique appraiser like Yuan Hua in the slightest. Otherwise, one word from others could lead to bankruptcy. In the antique world, there is such a famous celebrity that one would not have enough time to curry favor with him. I just came here to hang out and have a look around. Looking at Li Ming, who was walking quickly towards him, a faint smile appeared on Yuan Hua's face. He smiled slightly and nodded. What is this doing? When Yuan Hua saw the tit-for-tat expressions of Yi Chen and Xiao Yuan beside him, his face became a little confused, and he quickly opened his mouth and asked. Master Yuan Hua, these two guys are making a bet on who can find the treasure. Li Ming heard it, smiled slightly, and spoke quickly. Oh. There is such a thing. As for Yuan Hua, his expression suddenly became interested when he heard it. He looked at Xiao Yuan with a faint smile on his face. In that case, young man, do you mind if I appraise it for you? I guess you haven't found a suitable appraiser yet? Hearing Li Ming's words, Yuan Hua's face suddenly became excited. He rubbed his hands and looked at Xiao Yuan and Yi Chen in front of him. Yes. Master Yuan Hua. When Xiao Yuan heard this and saw Yuan Hua looking at him, he didn't say much, but nodded seriously with an excited expression. Master Yuan Hua, I am your biggest fan. Ever since you started the treasure appraisal program, I have liked your show. I admire you very much. You can accurately identify all the treasures. It is really amazing. Yes. Yes. Young man, work hard and you can become someone like me. When Yuan Hua heard this and saw Xiao Yuan's excited expression, he coughed lightly, his face became serious and solemn, and he spoke. Yes. Master Yuan Hua, I will definitely emulate you. My biggest dream is to become a treasure appraiser as good as you, and then become famous both at home and abroad, and make my own contribution to China's treasures. Can I have your autograph? Looking at Yuan Hua in front of him, Xiao Yuan's face became excited. He took out a notebook and looked at Yuan Hua in front of him expectantly. Can. As for Yuan Hua, he looked so satisfied that he nodded. Without further ado, he signed quickly. I didn't expect it, I just came out for a walk. And now, I can actually meet my die-hard fans and also gain a group of little fans. For a moment, I didn't know how excited I was. I seemed to be in a much happier mood. What do you think, young man? In the end, Yuan Hua didn't say much. He looked at Yi Chen next to him and said something quickly, his face serious and solemn. He won't mind. Before Yi Chen could say anything, Xiao Yuan quickly answered. Being able to get Master Yuan Hua's help in appraising treasures is a blessing he has cultivated for 3 lifetimes. Chao Yuan, you. He Qian next to her wanted to say something, but Yi Chen stopped her, shook his head, looked at Yuan Hua, and spoke. Sure. I also want to see how powerful the legendary treasure appraiser is. Chapter 106 Yi Chen, Don't Be Rude Part 2. Yi Chen, don't be rude. Hurry up and admit your mistake to Master Yuan Hua. When Chao Yuan, who was standing next to him, heard Yi Chen's words, his expression suddenly darkened. With a gloomy look, he looked at Yi Chen and began to warn him. He is just a brat, yet he speaks to Master Yuan Hua like that. If this isn't courting death, what else could it be? In an instant, it can be said that it has transformed into a loyal dog protecting its master. Another point is that, at this moment, if you perform well and slander Yi Chen, you may get the favor of Master Yuan Hua later. Even if it is not possible, throwing dirty water on Yi Chen at this time can also make Master Yuan Hua dislike Yi Chen, and then lower the level of Master Yuan Hua's appraisal of Yi Chen's things. For example, even if it is 1,000 years old, if you give Yi Chen a trick, you can directly say it is 800 years old. A gap of 200 years is a very big gap. It can be said that it kills 2 birds with 1 stone. Apologize. I didn't say anything, why should I apologize? As for Yi Chen, when he heard Chao Yuan's words and saw Chao Yuan looking at him with angry eyes, he sneered instead, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised and a look of disdain. If you like being a dog so much, you'd better not choose to be a human in your next life. You are quite suitable to be a dog. You. When Chao Yuan heard this, his face suddenly turned angry, and he was so angry that he was about to explode, with his chest heaving violently. However, I just don't know what to say, and I don't know how depressed I am. Yi Chen. He Qian, who was standing next to him, saw this and became anxious. She pulled Yi Chen's right hand and shook her head. At this moment, Chao Yuan obviously wanted to throw dirty water. And if you offend Yuan Hua, you can easily guess what the consequences will be. No one will offend the referee. Because a single word from others can determine your life or death. This is very irrational behavior. Senior Qian, don't worry. Our Master Yuan Hua will definitely not favor any party. Otherwise, how can he be a referee and ensure fairness and justice? Right. Master Yuan Hua. As for Yi Chen, after seeing Yi Qian's anxious expression and gaze, he smiled slightly, looked at Yuan Hua, and said something. Yeah. Of course. I'm not such a boring person. When Yuan Hua heard this, he originally wanted to say something, but for a moment, he didn't know what to say and could only nod. What a talented young man. Just a few words completely calmed him down. This person is not simple. Yes. Since both parties have no objection, let's start now. Without any hesitation, looking at the people in front of him, Yuan Hua coughed lightly, his face serious and solemn, and spoke. Please show us the treasures you found. Junior Yi Chen, you go first. Otherwise, you will accuse the senior of bullying others later. When Chao Yuan heard this, he smiled slightly and looked at Yi Chen with disdain. He's just a brat, but he wants to fight him. Is it possible? It can be said that it is absolutely impossible. Senior Chao Yuan, you should go first. Otherwise, someone will accuse me of not respecting the elderly and loving the young. When Yi Chen heard this, he smiled slightly and said something. You. When Chao Yuan heard this, his face suddenly became extremely gloomy and his eyes became cold. In that case, I'll go first. What's true can't be false, and what's false can't be true. Without saying anything more, he quickly took a blue and white porcelain vase next to him, looked at it seriously, and handed it to Yuan Hua. Master Yuan Hua, please take a good look at this. Is it a treasure? Let me see. Looking at the blue and white porcelain vase handed to him by Chao Yuan, Yuan Hua didn't say much. He quickly took it, his face serious and solemn, and began to examine it bit by bit. Master Yuan Hua, what's going on? A quarter of an hour later, Chao Yuan looked expectant as he watched Yuan Hua carefully checking the work in front of him, even using a magnifying glass to examine it once more. This time, whether he can crush Yi Chen and achieve a small goal depends on the blue and white porcelain vase in Yuan Hua's hand. If it was from the Qing dynasty, Chao Yuan was 90% sure that he could crush Yi Chen. This will keep Yi Chen away from Yi Qian and achieve a small goal. After all, this is an antique street, and 99% of the stuff here is a scam. As for the remaining 1%, most of them are things of unknown origin and no one knows where they came from. I want to find a treasure in such a harsh environment. You can imagine how difficult this is. This is. As for Yuan Hua, when he saw Chao Yuan looking at him and the eyes of people around him looking at him, he suddenly paused. Really? It's a blue and white porcelain from the Qianlong period of the Qing dynasty. Blue and white porcelain from the Qianlong period. When the people nearby heard this, they were all shocked and looked surprised. How is it possible? I didn't even notice it. As for Li Ming, he was stunned for a moment when he heard Yuan Hua's words. It was like a bolt from the blue. Hundreds of thousands of dollars disappeared. What a huge loss. The blue and white porcelain during the Qianlong period is a tragedy. As for He Qianqian, when she heard it, she had no idea what to say for a moment. Blue and white porcelain from the Qianlong period, doesn't this mean that junior brother Yi Chen is going to be in trouble? Among so much junk, Chao Yuan actually found a treasure. Damn it! If she hadn't been following Chao Yuan, He Qianqian would have suspected whether Chao Yuan had colluded with the owner of this shop. But now, it seems not. After all, there was no way Chao Yuan could have known that his junior brother Yi Chen would appear here. It's from the Qianlong period. Boss, that's awesome. The follower next to him became excited after hearing Yuan Hua's appraisal. This time, their boss won. A small goal. Even if they just drank the soup, it would be enough to satisfy them. During the Qianlong period. When Chao Yuan heard Yuan Hua's comments, he was also shocked, stunned, and finally excited. A small goal, no matter what, Chao Yuan has to set it. Brother Yi Chen, I advise you to just admit defeat. Otherwise, it will be very embarrassing later. And in the end, he looked at Yi Chen with a smile on his face that was so bright that his voice even became sarcastic. He's just a brat, but he wants to fight him. Is it possible? It can be said that it is impossible. Now, it's a tragedy. It's just a blue and white porcelain from the Qianlong period. What's the big deal? Mine hasn't been appraised yet. Everything is unknown. Senior Chao Yuan, why do you think you've won? However, when Yi Chen heard it, he just smiled slightly and took out a painting. Master Yuan Hua, tell me, what era is this painting of mine from? Chapter 107. If you can't afford to lose, don't bet. Update 1. What era is it from? This is ridiculous. No matter how you look at it, it looks like a knockoff. What era is it from? After hearing Yi Chen's words, Chao Yuan, who was standing next to him, sneered. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised, and there was a strong disdain in his eyes. I don't know where this brat came from, but he actually has enough courage to compete with me in Taobao skills. If this isn't giving away money, then what else could it be? Now, holding a fake painting, he actually has the nerve to ask Master Yuan Hua whether it is an antique. It's really ridiculous. Could it be that he is bewitched by a ghost? I really thought that what I had in my hand was an antique. Regarding this, Chao Yuan had no idea what to say. There was nothing but deep disdain in his eyes. You little brat, just wait till it's too late to regret it. It's ridiculous to compare yourself with him. Noisy. I saw people looking over here with puzzled expressions and a hint of gloating in their eyes. Yi Chen didn't care at all and looked at Yuan Hua. Hurry up. Don't waste my time. You little brat, you. Yuan Hua didn't care at all about what Chao Yuan wanted to say. A pair of eyes stared at the calligraphy and painting that Yi Chen took out in front of him. His face was shocked, and his expression seemed to be frozen. It looks so exaggerated. This is. Without any hesitation, he walked over quickly, his face excited and his eyes even more excited, as if he had seen some treasure. This is a painting by Qi Baishe. Looking at the shrimps in front of him, Yuan Hua's face became excited, and even his eyes seemed to be glowing, very bright. Qi Baishe's paintings. After hearing Yuan Hua's words, Chao Yuan and the others nearby were all shocked and looked incredulous, as if they had seen a ghost. Qi Baishe's paintings are too incredible. Isn't Yi Chen just an ordinary student? And now, you can actually tell at a glance that this is an antique, and it is a painting by the famous painter Qi Baishe. This is too unbelievable. How is that possible? Brother Yi Chen, you are so amazing. He Qianqian, who was standing next to her, was also shocked when she heard this. Her face was full of disbelief and her mouth opened wide. Unexpectedly, Yi Chen is actually a master of treasure appraisal. This is really too unbelievable and shocking. Impossible. This is impossible. After hearing Yuan Hua's words, Xiao Yuan next to him turned crazy and started roaring. How is that possible? I finally managed to find a blue and white porcelain vase. But now, unexpectedly, he was crushed by the opponent in an instant, and the opponent was a brat who was younger than him. This is impossible. Is it impossible? Are you doubting my ability to appraise treasures? When Yuan Hua heard this, his face suddenly turned gloomy, his brows slightly furrowed, and his eyes became even colder. Looking at Xiao Yuan in front of him, there was no politeness at all. As a treasure appraiser, this is the first time I've been suspected after such a long time. How could he not be gloomy for a moment? It was like being slapped in the face several times in public. It was so painful. Master Yuan Hua, that's not what I meant. When Xiao Yuan heard this and saw Yuan Hua in front of him with a gloomy face and cold eyes, he quickly explained. That's not what I meant at all. That's not what it means. Then what does it mean? This is Qi Baishi's painting. When Yuan Hua heard this, he said something seriously. This time, the result is obvious. I declare that the winner is Yi Chen. Finally, to everyone's shock, the announcement was made quickly. This. After hearing Yuan Hua's words, Xiao Yuan's followers were stunned and shocked. They couldn't believe their ears at all. I originally thought that their boss was the final winner and the one who had the last laugh. But now, what they didn't expect was that their boss was not the final winner, nor the one who laughed last, but the final loser, the dejected person. For a moment, I didn't know what to say. Drinking soup is impossible. 100 million disappeared without a trace. We won. Junior brother Yi Chen, you are so awesome. We won. Ha 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 ha. He Qianqian, who was standing next to him, became excited after hearing Yuan Hua's words and looked at Yi Chen in front of her. Without any hesitation, she ran over and finally threw herself into Yi Chen's arms. The smile on her face was so bright and sweet. She had been worried just now, still worrying whether Yi Chen had any chance of defeating Xiao Yuan, but all of a sudden, she got such a big surprise. It feels so good. Senior Qianqian. Seeing Yi Qianqian suddenly throwing herself into his arms, Yi Chen wanted to say something, but when he felt the softness of her being squeezed, he held it back. It's so comfortable, I can't bear to interrupt it. No. I just couldn't bear to interrupt this girl's joy. Looking at the huge thing in front of him and the large area of snow white, Yi Chen could only nod to comfort himself. Indeed, that must be the case. Qi Baishi's paintings. As for Li Ming next to him, after hearing Yuan Hua's words, his face turned pale, and he sat down on the ground with his pupils dilated. At this moment, he is the one who regrets the most. A blue and white porcelain vase from the Qianlong period was enough to make him regret. And now, unexpectedly, there are still paintings by Qi Baishi. At this moment, you can imagine how painful it is. If Li Ming had known that there were paintings by Qi Baishi, he would never have opened a shop. Wouldn't it be nice to keep it for yourself and then sell it? Unfortunately, at this moment, there is no room for regret, only painful consequences. Impossible. You are not Master Yuan Hua, you are not Master Yuan Hua, you two colluded. Yes. You colluded to murder me. When Xiao Yuan saw this, his face became excited and his eyes became crazy. This couldn't be true. The person in front of him must be trying to murder him. Damn it. You. When Yuan Hua heard this, he suddenly looked extremely angry. He gritted his teeth and looked cold. You know the consequences of insulting me. This person just now clearly agreed to let me appraise the treasure and to let me be the judge. But now, what Yuan Hua did not expect was that he was one of the best treasure appraisers. After the appraisal results came out, I was actually doubted. It's okay to be suspected. What is even more infuriating is that he actually said that he had colluded with Yi Chen to make a profit. This is simply a blatant insult. As for Xiao Yuan, his face turned even paler when he heard this and looked at Yuan Hua in front of him. I wanted to say something, but I swallowed it back. I say, if you can't afford to lose, then don't bet, okay? Seriously. Chapter 108, Yi Chen, you are so good. Yi Chen, you. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Xiao Yuan's face suddenly turned gloomy, his eyes were cold and angry, and his hands were clenched tightly, staring at Yi Chen in front of him. This time, it's a tragedy. I originally thought Yi Chen was the money-giving boy. But now, unexpectedly, Yi Chen was not the boy who sent money, but he himself was the boy who sent money. For a moment, I didn't know how depressed I was. Master Chow Yuan, you can't afford to lose. Please don't bet in the future. Okay. You look like a scoundrel when you do this. While Chow Yuan looked depressed, Yi Chen made a mocking remark with a cold look in his eyes and an even more sneering expression. If you want to compete with yourself, you must bear the consequences of failure. You. Please. A small goal. I think Master Chow Yuan is not someone who can't afford to lose. You don't want people to know that you, the great Master Chow Yuan, can't afford to lose. You. His face was filled with anger to the extreme. Looking at Yi Chen in front of him, he clenched his hands into fists, and his knuckles made clicking sounds. However, Chow Yuan did not have the courage to take action and could only look at Yi Chen with a grudge-like look. This time, you're really ruthless. You have guts. Without saying anything more, he quickly took out 2 notebooks and handed them to Yi Chen with an icy look in his eyes. This time, it's my bad luck. If this really gets out, my reputation will be ruined. For the sake of such a small goal, he ruined his own reputation. This is totally not worth it. Of course. Master Chow Yuan, you don't have to worry about this. Of course I have guts. Could it be that, Master Chow Yuan, you don't have guts? If that's the case, I don't mind introducing you to a doctor. Phew. He Qianqian, who was standing next to him, heard Yi Chen's words and chuckled. The smile on her face was so bright, sweet, and beautiful. The 2 dimples are even more fascinating and extremely clear. He Qianqian never thought that Yi Chen could be so humorous. For a moment, her face looked a little surprised. The 2 bright eyes blinked at Yi Chen with a hint of shock. You. Chow Yuan, who was walking outside, almost vomited blood after hearing Yi Chen's words, and his face was gloomy. I didn't expect that this brat could be so hateful. He glared at Yi Chen fiercely, as if he wanted to remember Yi Chen completely. If looks could kill, Yi Chen would have been torn into pieces at this moment. Snort! With a light snort, he left quickly without stopping. It's a sad place to be, a small goal was lost today. Ah! Sometimes, being too strong can also be a problem. Looking at Chow Yuan leaving, Yi Chen shook his head and waved his hands helplessly. Ha ha! Junior brother Yi Chen, I also want to be like you. Unfortunately, my strength does not allow it. He Qianqian, who was standing next to him, heard this and saw Yi Chen's helpless expression, and her face became a little angry. It's so easy to achieve a small goal directly. This ability is so cool. Brother Yi Chen, can you buy me the shrimp painting? Yuan Hua, who was standing next to him, looked at the painting in front of him, his face became fanatical, and finally looked at Yi Chen, rubbed his hands, and spoke quickly. For him, his favorite thing is to collect things like this. And now, the baby is right in front of me, I can't help but be excited. Sure. Just name a price. As for Yi Chen, when he heard it, he nodded quickly without any hesitation. To me, it's just a piece of paper. There's nothing worth collecting. I'm really not cut out for antiques or anything like that. In that case, then brother Yi Chen, I'll offer 100 million. I don't know, what do you think? Yuan Hua heard it and spoke quickly. 100 million. When Yi Qianqian, who was standing next to her, heard this, she didn't know what to say for a moment. All she saw on her face was deep shock. In the blink of an eye, I earned 2 small goals. This speed of making money is too terrifying. Is this still a human being? No. 300 million. If I can, I'll give it to you. However, when Yi Chen heard this, he shook his head and his expression became serious and solemn. Money, to me, is just a string of numbers. As for 1 or 2 more small goals, it really doesn't matter. However, what Yi Qianqian did not expect was that when Yi Chen heard it, he just shook his head and spoke. 300 million. After hearing Yi Chen's words, Yi Qianqian really didn't know what to say. She was petrified on the spot and completely stunned. 300 million, a painting. This is too extravagant. Sure. Deal. As for Yuan Hua, he heard it, thought about it for a while, and finally nodded. Without saying anything more, he handed Yi Chen a check. Make a deal. As for Yi Chen, he saw it, nodded, and accepted it without any hesitation. Puff puff puff. Li Ming, who was standing next to him, saw the 2 people making the deal in front of him. His face suddenly turned red with regret. In the very end, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and completely passed out in a coma, pretending to see nothing. Senior Chanxian, let's go. Looking at Yi Chanxian, who was stunned beside him, Yi Chen smiled slightly and said something. This time, we gained quite a lot. At the very least, 4 small goals were achieved at once. Without saying anything more, he walked outside. Junior Yi Chen, wait for me. Yi Chanxian heard it and quickly followed without saying anything. By the way, Junior Yi Chen, do you want to buy anything else? Finally, as if she had thought of something, her beautiful eyes looked at Yi Chen pitifully and acted cute. If you don't need it, help me pick something. It can be said that you can get rich overnight right now. Yi Chanxian also wants to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to achieve a small goal. Well, I was just trying my luck just now. Looking at Yi Chanxian, who was looking at him pitifully, Yi Chen scratched his head awkwardly and said something. Then, junior brother Yi Chen, can you help me try my luck? If you win, junior brother Yi Chen, I can promise you anything. Anything? Looking at Yi Chanxian in front of him, Yi Chen's face was a little surprised, and finally he shook his head. What on earth are you thinking about? Oh my god. Yes. Anything is fine. As long as I can do it, how about it? I want to just wander around. If I come across it, I'll tell you. Looking at the vast expanse of white in front of him, Yi Chen shook his head and said something. Brother Yi Chen, you are so kind. I wonder what else you want to buy. I want to get some top quality jade. Senior Chanxian, do you know where I can find it? Yi Chen heard it, thought for a while, and asked. I know. Come on. When Yi Chanxian heard this, she didn't say anything. She stretched out her little hand, pulled Yi Chen away and ran away. Chapter 109. I like it, I will do it myself. Brother Yi Chen, how about this? This is the largest jade shop on Antique Street. In front of a very large jade shop, 2 figures, a man and a woman, walked over quickly. Looking at the jade shop in front of them, Yi Chanxian smiled brightly and quickly introduced it. Indeed, it's quite big. As for Yi Chen, after hearing Yi Chanxian's explanation, he nodded, his face a little surprised. I have to say that the jade shop in front of me is indeed very large. At the very least, there should be quite a lot of things. Here, there are not only all kinds of processed jade, but also all kinds of jade, and even unprocessed ones. They can not only sell existing ones, but also allow customers to customize them. Of course, if you want to find someone to do it yourself, you can also buy the corresponding jade blocks from them and give them to the corresponding people to process. The raw materials here are still quite cheap compared to the market price. After seeing Yi Chen nod, Yi Chanxian didn't say much and quickly explained with an excited look on her face. I don't know, Junior Yi Chen, what kind of jade do you want? I don't know. Just take a look. Looking at Yi Chanxian, who had a curious expression on her face, Yi Chen shook his head and said something. I don't really know her. This time, I just wanted to come and take a look. Maybe, it will meet my expectations. Is that so? When Yi Chanxian heard this, she was at a loss for a moment and could only watch. Let's go. Junior Yi Chen, let's go in and take a look. Without saying much, he took Yi Chen's hand and walked into the jade shop in front of him. You need to see it to know what you want to buy. In that case, let us take a good look at it. Handsome guy, beautiful girl, what do you need? A bracelet, a ring, or a necklace? When Yi Chen and the others walked in, a middle-aged man with a big belly came over quickly, rubbed his hands, a faint smile appeared on his face, and he asked quickly. Uncle, we can just take a look. We'll call you if anything happens. Yes. We can just take a look. Yi Chanxian, who was standing next to her, heard this, smiled slightly, and nodded quickly. In that case, handsome guys and beautiful girls, take a look at them. Take a look at them. If you like any of them, please tell me and I promise to sell them to you at the lowest price. When the middle-aged man heard this, his face looked a little helpless, and finally nodded. Needless to say, anyone who says such things is doomed to fail. If you are really rich, you won't just take a look. Instead, they would ask directly, Boss, do you have any? Words like that. Where do these 2 young people get the money? Why? So beautiful. Looking at the dazzling array of various jade ornaments next to her, Yi Chanxian's face became excited. At this moment, the pair of beautiful eyes turned into starry eyes, as if they had seen some priceless treasure. It looks surprising. Senior Chanxian, do you like it? If you like it, I'll buy it for you. Seeing Yi Chen staring at one of the hairpins, Yi Chen asked quickly. Brother Yi Chen, no need for that. No need for that. I'm just taking a look, just a look. When Yi Chen heard this, she shook her head vigorously and refused directly. Yi Chen has helped me enough. And now, no matter what, I absolutely cannot accept Yi Chen's gift. Otherwise, I will feel guilty. Let's quickly check if there's anything suitable. Junior Yi Chen, I think it should be bought for Sister Lufang. Right. Listening to Yi Chen's words, Yi Chen nodded and said something without denying it. I really envy Sister Lufang for having a boyfriend as caring as you, junior brother Yi Chen. I'm so envious. Yi Chen heard this and sighed softly. How about giving this bracelet to Sister Lufang? I think it's pretty nice. When Yi Chen saw the bracelet next to her with a lifelike phoenix carving, her face became a little excited and she looked at Yi Chen with her beautiful eyes. She won't like it. However, what Yi Chen did not expect was that when Yi Chen heard it, he shook his head and denied it. This. Looking at the bracelet in front of her and then at Yi Chen's serious and solemn expression, Yi Chen didn't know what to say for a moment. Most girls will like such a beautiful thing. But now, unexpectedly, Yi Chen said that Shui Lufang didn't like it. For a moment, she was at a loss as to what to do. Then let's take a look over there. And finally, looking at the large pile of jade ornaments nearby, Yi Chen quickly made a suggestion. Who knows, maybe we can find something that Sister Lufang likes. It can be said that with so many types of jade jewelry here, there must be a type you like. Otherwise, it's impossible. No. However, what stunned Yi Chen was that at this moment, when Yi Chen heard it, he didn't even think for a minute, but immediately shook his head and directly refused. But, Junior Yi Chen, aren't you here to buy jade? This time, Yi Chen is totally screwed. For a moment, I didn't know what to say and was stunned. Here, there are all kinds of jade artifacts and various types of jade. But now, I'm not interested. This. Let's go over there and take a look. However, Yi Chen paid no attention to Yi Chen's shock. He looked at the pile of unprocessed jade next to him and said something. Raw material? When Yi Chen heard this, she looked over and was stunned. Yi Chen never thought that Yi Chen actually wanted to buy raw materials. This is really too unbelievable. Isn't it better if it's processed? You want it custom made? And at the end, as if he had thought of something, he asked quickly. Nowadays, jewelry is basically all the same template. A large number of people like customized ones. Because customized is unique. After all, different people have different ideas and creativity. Even if they have the same ideas, creative structure, etc., the details will be different. Therefore, customization is what contemporary young people like most. No. I like to do it myself. However, Yi Chen heard it, shook his head, and said seriously and solemnly. Do it yourself. When Yi Chen heard this, her face froze and her eyes whitened for a moment. It would be funny to do it yourself. You can imagine the difficulty involved. And fellow student Yi Chen can actually make jewelry by himself? Impossible. It's too unbelievable. While Yi Chen was stunned by the shock, Yi Chen had already walked towards the raw materials nearby. Chapter 110. Since there is no problem, then that's it. Second update. Handsome man, what can I do for you? Looking at Yi Chen walking towards him, a faint smile appeared on the middle-aged man's face. He rubbed his hands, walked up to him quickly, and said with a smile on his face, What beautiful jade do you have here? Looking at the pile of jade materials in front of him, Yi Chen frowned slightly. There are so many, but none of them can give me a sense of amazement. So helpless. Beautiful jade. Handsome guy, what do you think of this Hetian jade? Otherwise, we also have jade blood jade. When the middle-aged man heard it, he didn't say much. He quickly introduced himself with a serious expression. Dislike. However, looking around, Yi Chen shook his head and uttered a word. Not my type. This. As for the middle-aged man, when he heard it, a cold sweat broke out on his face. I'm not your type, are you kidding me? There are dozens of types of jade here, if not hundreds of them. There are dozens of types of jade, but you can't find one you like? This is not a joke. Now, he was somewhat doubtful whether Yi Chen in front of him was deliberately trying to make fun of him. Otherwise, how is it possible? Any questions? Looking at the middle-aged man in front of him with a serious expression, Yi Chen asked. Pretty. When the middle-aged man heard this, he had to give Yi Chen a thumbs up. Since there is no problem, that's it. This. Hua Chingying, who was standing next to her, saw this and for a moment didn't know what to say. Junior brother Yi Chen, you are too powerful. Handsome guy, since you said there's nothing here that you like, then I wonder what type do you like? As for the middle-aged man, he asked unyieldingly, his voice was cold and had a hint of impoliteness. I spent half a day introducing it, but in the end, I didn't like anything. The reason was not because it was too expensive, but because there was no type I liked. This made him a little dissatisfied. I like it. Looking at the middle-aged man in front of him who was staring at him closely with cold eyes, Yi Chen spoke slowly. Glass type Imperial Green. Puff puff puff. After hearing Yi Chen's words, the person next to him spat out a mouthful of mineral water, his face turned red, and tears flowed in his eyes. Glass type Imperial Green is the Emperor of Jade. But such things are extremely rare. Even though this is the antique street in Shanghai, it is the largest jade market on the antique street. However, it is still very difficult to get glass type Imperial Green. After all, this is the Jade Emperor. As soon as they are released, they will probably be snatched up immediately. There is no way they will get their turn. Well, that's rich people as food. Glass type Imperial Green. As for the middle-aged man, when he heard Yi Chen's words, his face was also shocked. His expression was stiff and full of disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost, and his eyes were wide open. Glass type Imperial Green, the king of jade. This kind of thing can only be owned by the rich. Even if they have jade in the market, it is only a small amount and will be sold out in an instant. Now, he was actually asked if he had glass type Imperial Green. Isn't this basically equivalent to asking a rooster to lay eggs? This probability is basically impossible. Yes. Is there? Hearing the middle-aged man's shocked voice and seeing his surprised expression, Yi Chen nodded seriously without any hesitation. Glass type Imperial Green. Now, only this kind of jade material can be worthy of Shui Lufang. As for other jade materials, they are not qualified at all. If you want to be the king of jade, be the king of jade. Handsome guy, are you kidding me? Glass type Imperial Green, do you know what that is? As for the middle-aged man, after hearing Yi Chen's words, his brows frowned, his eyes became gloomy, and his expression instantly became gloomy. It's like winning the lottery to get a glass-type Imperial Green. It's been a few months, and I haven't heard of anyone getting a glass-type Imperial Green. Also, do you think that if a glass-type Imperial Green is found, it will come to us? Looking at Yi Chen in front of him, the middle-aged man was sure. This brat came here just to entertain me. Damn it! Is it difficult? However, what made the middle-aged man vomit blood was that when Yi Chen heard it at this time, he was confused and asked a question without knowing how ignorant he was. Is it difficult? Of course. The middle-aged man looked helpless and waved his hands at Yi Chen. Go, go, go. Don't disturb me while I'm doing my business. Boss, in that case, do you know where I can get glass-type Imperial Green? Hua Chingying, who was standing next to him, saw the middle-aged man's impatience, a bright smile appeared on her face, and she asked in a delicate voice. My junior is in a hurry to get it. If there's anything I did wrong just now, I hope you cannot take it to heart, boss. Hey! For your sake, beautiful lady, I'll tell you. At the end of the antique street, there is a jade market. All the stones there are natural. As for what you can get, it depends on luck. Some people become rich overnight, while others lose everything. That thing is like riding a roller coaster. You never know whether you are going up the mountain or down the slope. Young people, I advise you not to gamble on jade. When the middle-aged man heard this, he waved at Hua Chingying and the others, sighed softly, and said something. 90% of people who gamble on jade in the jade market lose money instead of making any money. If you have money, you might as well buy ready-made ones. Betting on jade. Listening to the middle-aged man's words, Yi Chen next to him looked a little curious, and looked at Hua Chingying with a hint of excitement. As expected, beautiful women are different and have privileges. Brother Yi Chen, I think, it's better not to do it. I heard that it will lose money. Seeing Yi Chenji's gaze, Hua Chingying's face turned a little pale, and her eyes were a little fearful. The money that was hard-earned was gone in an instant. This is not what she wants. It's okay. I just went to take a look, and I believe in my luck. However, when Yichen heard this, he just smiled slightly, waved his hand, and walked out. Boss. Thanks. Junior Yichen, wait for me. When He Chanxian saw this, she looked anxious. Now, He Chanxian understood that it was impossible to stop Yichen from gambling on jade. The only thing is that I can only stay with my junior brother Yichen and stop the loss in time. Otherwise, you might just be left with your underpants. He Chanxian is very clear about the horror of gambling on jade. Therefore, we must keep up. Hey! 2 more youngsters. As for the middle-aged man, he shook his head and sighed softly. There are 2 more young people in this world who have lost their dreams. Chapter 111, Disaster. Is this the gambling stone market? Elsewhere on the antique street, when the 2 men found the gambling stone market, they looked at the huge courtyard in front of them with surprised faces and shocked eyes. So big. When He Chanxian, who was standing next to her, saw the courtyard in front of her, she didn't know how to describe the expression on her face. He Chanxian has been to the antique street many times. However, He Chanxian could say that she had never been to this gambling stone market before. But now, seeing the gambling stone market in front of her, He Chanxian couldn't help but be shocked. Imperial Green. Imperial Green. Imperial Green. As Yi Chen and his friends walked towards the gambling stone market in front of them, voices were heard one after another. There were already a bunch of people watching nearby. It was so packed that no one could get through. Glass type Imperial Green. It's glass type Imperial Green. Glass type Imperial Green. Hearing the shouts of the crowd, Yi Chen's face looked a little surprised. I just arrived and didn't expect to meet someone who produced glass type Imperial Green? Doesn't this save a lot of trouble? You can just buy it with money and don't have to open it yourself. Go and take a look. He looked at He Chanxian next to him and said something. As for He Chanxian, she just nodded when she heard it. Without saying anything more, the 2 walked towards the crowd of onlookers nearby. Shhhhhhh. However, when the 2 walked over, the crowd watching at this time let out a lot of sighs, and everyone looked disappointed. It's only the size of a palm, Master Deng Chang, you're losing money. It's such a shame. It's only the size of a palm. $30 million worth of stone only produced such a piece of rubbish. This is definitely a scam. That's right. It's definitely a shady shop. More than 30 million, and it's just this little. This time, I'm going to vomit blood. Don't worry. 30 million is just a piece of cake for Master Deng Chang. It's nothing at all. It's just for fun. It's a drop in the bucket. That's right. Isn't it just over 30 million? This is nothing. But, with over 30 million, I only got this little. It's really depressing. Even if I'm not short of money, I'd still be depressed. Yes. This. Listening to what everyone said and looking at the palm-sized glass-type Imperial Green jadeite blooming in front of him, Deng Chang's face darkened, his eyes became gloomy, and his brows furrowed slightly. He looked at a middle-aged man next to him, sharp and cold. Master Deng Chang, you have to accept the loss. We didn't expect this result. We don't know what is inside the stone. Besides, isn't gambling on stones just a game of heartbeats? Isn't it all about luck? When the middle-aged man next to him saw the gaze of the young man looking at him, his face turned a little pale, his brows slightly wrinkled, and his eyes looked a little scared. Deng Chang is the young master of the Deng family, a large family in Shanghai. As for his background and connections, they are very extensive and he has many backers. And now, no matter what, we must not offend him. Otherwise, you will be the one who is in trouble. If you think the price is wrong, Master Deng Chang, you can pick another stone here. Master Deng Chang, what do you think? Who do you take me for? Am I that kind of person? Looking at Su De, who had a frightened face in front of him, Deng Chang's face became even gloomier, his brows were furrowed, and his eyes became colder. It's just 30 million. I'm not someone who can't afford to lose. Master Deng Chang, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. When Su De heard this, a cold sweat broke out on his face and he smiled awkwardly. I don't know, Master Deng Chang, do you have any other instructions? No. Deng Chang heard it, waved his hand and said something. I'm just taking a look. In that case, Master Deng Chang, please come in. When Su De heard this, he didn't dare to say a word. Otherwise, it could be very tragic. After all, I can't afford to offend you. Stop. Looking around, Deng Cheng's eyes suddenly became cold, his brows were furrowed, his face was frosty, and he stared at a figure in one direction. Master Deng Cheng, I don't know, what do you want me to do? When Su De, who was standing next to him, heard this, he didn't dare to move at all and started asking quickly. This is losing money, losing too much and feeling like losing your temper? What a tragedy. I didn't say you. Seeing Su De nodding and bowing, Deng Cheng didn't care at all. His voice was cold and his eyes were disdainful. This allowed everyone to see and look in the direction Deng Cheng was looking. For a moment, everyone's eyes were focused on a young man and a young woman. Is this the person Deng Cheng wants to call? I have to say, he is still very handsome. However, the girl next to her seems more beautiful and more attractive. Especially that pair of long legs, which makes people want to pounce on it and have a good fight. Who is this person? And in everyone's mind, this question popped up at the same time. Deng Cheng actually asked this man to stop. For a moment, I was confused. Could it be that Deng Cheng knew this person? Let's go. As for Yi Chen, he didn't care at all about the eyes focused on him. He held Yi Qian's hand and walked to the side. Since this is a gambling stone market, Yi Chen plans to take a good look to see if he can get glass-type Imperial Green. You little bastard, I told you to stop. When Yi Chen walked towards the gambling stones next to him, Deng Cheng saw that Yi Chen did not pay any attention to his words. His face became even gloomier, his brows furrowed, his voice was cold, and there was a hint of anger in his eyes. This brat, could it be that he didn't hear what I said, or did he completely ignore me and pretend he didn't see it? For a moment, I was completely angry. Junior Yi Chen, he seems to be calling you. When Yi Qian, who was standing nearby, saw all the eyes focused on Yi Chen, she gave a cautious reminder in a small voice. Could it be that junior brother Yi Chen doesn't know this young man? But, if he didn't know him, this guy wouldn't have called Yi Chen junior brother. For a moment, I was completely confused. No. I don't know him well. I don't even know who he is. When Yi Chen heard this, he didn't hesitate at all. He just said something and waved his hand. After finding the glass-type Imperial Green, you still need to make jewelry yourself. Now, there is no time to waste with these people who are looking for trouble. Day. However, when Yi Chen walked to the side, a row of security guards instantly blocked his way. Seeing this, Yi Chen's face instantly turned gloomy and he spoke in a cold voice. You guys, what do you mean? Chapter 112, Sour Grapes Part 2. What do you mean? Brat, didn't you hear what our young master said? When the security guards nearby heard Yi Chen's words and saw his gloomy face, they smiled slightly. He looked at Yi Chen in front of him with a serious and solemn look, and even scolded him. This brat actually dared to completely ignore their young master's words. He is simply courting death. It can be said that in all this time, no one has ever been seen with such courage that dares to treat their young master like this. And what the consequences will be for this person next is imaginable. Sorry. I really can't hear you. However, what they didn't expect was that Yi Chen didn't care about their words at all. He nodded and emphasized loudly. Can't these people just stop finding fault? It's true that if you don't find fault every day, you will feel uncomfortable, right? You. The security guard next to him heard Yi Chen's words and saw his righteous expression. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. This brat is too arrogant. However, they did not dare to attack Yi Chen without the order from their young master. Otherwise, they will be the ones who are in trouble. Snap snap. When a few people were about to say something, the sound of slaps was heard. Under the gaze of everyone, Deng Cheng walked towards Yi Chen step by step. However, his face was already extremely cold, his eyes were filled with anger, and he stared at Yi Chen closely. This brat doesn't give me any face at all. Damn it! Master! As for the security guards who surrounded Yi Chen, when they saw Deng Cheng coming over, their faces were serious and solemn, and they quickly greeted him. Their young master must not be offended. Otherwise, it would be tragic. What's more, at this moment, their young master's condition is not quite right. Therefore, if possible, it is better to stay quiet. Boy, I know you. While Yi Chen had a puzzled look on his face and frowned, Deng Cheng, who was walking towards him step by step, spoke with a cold voice and angry eyes, looking at Yi Chen. I didn't expect that I'd become so famous. I don't know if you want an autograph or something. As expected, sometimes being too handsome can be a nuisance. As for Yi Chen, he was stunned for a moment, then became a little complacent and said something. But I don't know you. I've never seen you. If you really want an autograph, I'm sorry, I don't have time. You little brat, how dare you talk to our young master like that? When the security guard next to him heard and saw Yi Chen's smug expression, his eyes suddenly became angry. This guy, can't he see that their young master is angry? And now, what's going on with this guy? He is still so arrogant, and in front of their young master. That's right. Brat. Sign? Hearing Yi Chen's words, Deng Cheng's face was a little surprised, full of disbelief. Looking at Yi Chen in front of him, his brows furrowed. Sorry. Are you famous? This guy actually thought that I stopped him to ask for his autograph. Is it really good to be so narcissistic? For a moment, I didn't know what to say. I'm sorry. Am I not famous? In that case, how do you know me? You. After hearing Yi Chen's words, Deng Chang was so angry that he almost exploded, and his chest heaved violently. This brat definitely did it on purpose. Damn it. Yi Chen. And at the end, he said something with gritted teeth, and you could even hear the sound of his teeth rubbing against each other. It is conceivable how angry Zhang Chang was at this moment. It seems that I am quite famous. Otherwise, how could you say my name? Listening to Deng Cheng's words, Yi Chen immediately had a preliminary understanding. It seems that 90% of the troubles are caused by beautiful women. What a tragedy. You. When Deng Cheng heard this, he didn't know what to say for a moment. I've seen narcissistic people, but I've never seen anyone as narcissistic as this. Yi Chen, I didn't expect you to be such a person. Get away from Shui Lufang. Trash like you is not worthy of Shui Lufang. Looking at Yi Chen beside him, Deng Cheng's face became even colder, his brows furrowed, and his eyes were angry. It's just envy, jealousy, and hatred. Obviously, Shui Lufang already exists. And now, he is still flirting with other girls out there. It's so open and aboveboard, so arrogant. Damn it. A guy who plays 2 games like this is not worth Shui Lufang's attention at all. Wait, brother, don't misunderstand me, we are just ordinary friends. Yi Chen, who was standing next to her, heard this and became anxious. She quickly explained with a worried look in her eyes. No matter what, Yi Chen absolutely did not want to create a rift between Yi Chen and Shui Lufang because of her relationship. Similarly, Yi Chen didn't want others to misunderstand her relationship with Yi Chen. In his own eyes, junior brother Yi Chen was just a very reliable junior brother, who made him feel very reassured. As for the relationship between men and women, I have never thought about it. Moreover, at this moment, they are just friends. Even this time, the reason why Yi Chen came to the antique street, and even the jade market and the current gambling stone market, was all because Yi Chen wanted to give sister Shui Lufang a satisfactory gift. As for what's between them, everything is innocent and they don't want to be misunderstood. Just ordinary friends. Ha ha. Just ordinary friends, you can just hold hands casually, it's really ridiculous. Looking at Yi Chen and Yi Chen holding hands in front of him, Deng Cheng's expression became even more sarcastic, and he sneered and looked disdainful. They are already holding hands and are very close. And now, they even say that they are not in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, but just ordinary friends. Do you really think that Deng Cheng is a 3-year-old child who is so easily deceived? Impossible. This. Listening to Deng Cheng's words and looking at her little hand being held by Yi Chen's face turned red. Without the slightest hesitation, she quickly pulled away, with a hint of shyness in her beautiful eyes. I was holding it while watching the fun just now, and without realizing it, I didn't let go. And I haven't noticed it yet. This is a bit embarrassing. Now, how should I explain it? Deng Cheng, right? If I'm not mistaken, you should be Shui Lufang's suitor. While Yi Chen was at a loss, Yi Chen next to her spoke up, his voice was sarcastic, his face was disdainful, and his eyes were even more contemptuous. You say the grapes are sour when you can't eat them. How ridiculous. Tell me. What do you want to do? Chapter 113 Gambling on Stones Part 1. What I want to do is very simple. Since you are here to gamble on stones, why don't we have a good comparison? When Deng Cheng heard this, a faint smile appeared on his face. He looked at Yi Chen in front of him with a provocative look and his brows slightly furrowed. Yi Chen, don't. When Yi Chen, who was standing next to him, heard that Deng Cheng actually wanted to compete with Yi Chen, she suddenly grabbed Yi Chen, her face became anxious, and she shook her head quickly. This person has enough courage to compete with Yi Chen. Well, no matter what, this person must have some skills. And now, at this moment, if I compete with this guy, then won't I be falling into his trap? Absolutely not. It's okay. People like this will become obedient if you step on them hard. Otherwise, they will always think you are easy to bully. It's best to teach those who bully the weak and fear the strong a lesson. When Yi Chen saw it, he smiled slightly, with a bright smile on his face. Since you want to have a good competition, then I will grant your wish and have a good competition with you. I want to see what you are good at. Tell me. What do you want to bet on? Very good. You are quite straightforward and a real man. Otherwise, I would have looked down on you. When Deng Chang heard this, a faint smile appeared on his face. He looked at Yi Chen in front of him, and finally looked around. Today, everyone present can witness it. If I win, Yi Chen, you must leave Shui Lufang completely. Master Deng Chang, don't worry. We can testify. Yes. I have recorded your conversation just now. Master Deng Chang, don't worry. This brat actually has enough courage to bet with you. This is simply giving away money. Yes. Master Deng Chang, we support you. Dare to go against Master Deng Chang. Is this person stupid? Yes. For Master Deng Chang, gambling on stones is very powerful. This person is obviously here to give money. When the people around heard Deng Chang's words, their faces turned serious and they nodded. Most of the people present were there to watch the fun. And now, what they didn't expect was that there could be such a good show. This time, I have to be excited. What if I win? When Yi Chen heard it, he didn't care at all. Instead, he smiled slightly and said something. You win. Did you think that was possible? Hearing Yi Chen's words, Deng Chang's face sneered even more and he shook his head. That's impossible. If you win, I will leave Shui Lufang and never bother her again. That's the only stake? When Yi Chen heard this, he waved his hand, took off the watch on his hand, and his eyes became serious and solemn. Not exciting at all. How about this, let's compete, and whoever loses will leave Shui Lufang. In addition, pay 2 small goals. My watch, Patek Philippe, is worth 2.2 small goals. This time, it counts as 2 small goals. How about it? 2 small target watches. Holy shit. Oh my god. So, the whole body is wearing at least 2 sets of Thompson first-class clothes. This is simply too luxurious. By De Chui Li, I didn't expect it to be by De Chui Li. I'm impressed. Rich people. Hey. When the people around heard Yi Chen's words, they were all shocked and looked incredulous, as if they had seen a ghost. Patek Philippe has 2 small goals. This is too crazy. All at once, 2 small goals at stake. The world of rich people is really not something they can understand. Bat de Terry. As for Deng Chang, when he saw the watch Yi Chen took out in front of him, his face also became excited. Deng Chang has a little knowledge about watches. The watch of the 2 small goals, Patek Philippe, is what he has always wanted. However, it is too luxurious. Moreover, this kind of thing, under normal circumstances, is priced but not sold. But now, unexpectedly, it is so close at hand, so far away in the horizon. How can I not be excited? Yi Chen, since you offered it to me, there's no way I'd refuse it. Also, if you lose, don't cry. Looking at Patek Philippe in front of him, Deng Chang's face became excited and he quickly made the final decision. This is mine. 1 unit at Thompson 1, and 1 unit at Water and Sky. Basically, these are 2 small goals. Finally, without saying anything more, he quickly took out 2 small notebooks and placed them on the table next to him. The rules of the game are, whoever opens something with the highest value wins? Yi Chen saw it and said it again. Can. Deng Chang heard it without caring at all. He nodded, his face became serious and excited, and his eyes were filled with excitement. A watch with 2 small goals. No matter what, I must get it. Otherwise, you will regret it deeply. In that case, let's get started. This time, you will definitely lose. After saying that, Deng Chang walked towards a large area of rocks nearby without any hesitation. Yi Chen, this. He Qian, who was standing next to her, heard this, and at this moment, she had no idea what to say. This is too helpless. It's getting bigger and bigger. If this continues, wouldn't it be even more tragic? If you lose, you will lose everything. Don't worry. How can I refuse the money that comes right to my door? However, when Yi Chen saw it, he smiled slightly. Wait a minute, half for each. Yi Chen. Looking at Yi Chen walking towards the side, He Chanxian's face became anxious and she quickly followed him. Now, He Chanxian has to worry about Yi Chen. But there is no use worrying. I have already accepted the challenge. At this moment, I can only pray that Yi Chen's luck will be better. How can we distinguish so many stones? Looking at the stone in front of her, He Chanxian was completely confused. With so many stones, who knows whether there is jade among them? Everything, all depends on luck. What a tragedy. Purple. A quarter of an hour later, after a careful inspection, Yi Chen looked at the 4-meter-long stone in front of him, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Among all the stones in the venue, this one is purple and has the best color quality. There should be a lot of good things. I hope it's glass-type imperial green. Yi Chen, how do you see it? At this time, Deng Chen walked over from the side, looked at Yi Chen in front of him, and sneered. You don't know what to choose, do you? If you admit defeat right now, in addition to leaving Shui Lufang, I only want half of your bet. How about it? How is that possible? I want this piece. When Yi Chen heard this, he smiled slightly, shook his head, and replied. Now, at this moment, if you admit defeat, I can also take only half of your bet. How about it? Impossible. In that case, break the stone. When Deng Cheng heard this, his eyes turned cold, his expression serious and solemn, and he looked at Yi Chen next to him. No problem. Let's open the stone. When everyone heard this, they looked over with curious expressions. Who of these two people is more powerful? Chapter 114 Glass Imperial Green Part 2. Now, who do you think will win? I don't know. It looks like both of them are very powerful. It's really unclear who will win. It should be Deng Cheng. Deng Cheng's probability is even higher. After all, Deng Cheng has just opened a glass-type imperial green. Although it is only a little bit. But, it is also a glass-type imperial green. Regarding gambling on stones, no matter what, I'm still on Deng Cheng's side. Yes. Deng Cheng's vision is still very good. As for the vision of the young man next to him, I don't know. But when it comes to gambling on stones, it's basically 50%. Either you have it or you don't. This young man looks very powerful. I wonder who is more powerful. When the people nearby heard the two talking about cutting stones, their faces became excited and curious. All of a sudden, everyone started talking about it. Master Deng Cheng, are you sure you want to open the stone on the spot? Looking at Deng Cheng in front of him, a middle-aged man walked over quickly, looked puzzled, and asked. Just now, young Master Deng Cheng opened a rough stone worth 30 million. And now, what he didn't expect was that young Master Deng Cheng actually came. Suddenly, I had to ask. Of course, no need to bother. I've already paid the bill, open it for me. When Deng Cheng heard this, his face became serious and solemn, and his eyes were cold. Yes. As for the middle-aged man next to him, he didn't say much when he heard it. He just nodded and asked someone to move it over. Yi Chen, you will definitely regret this time. Because your opponent is me. Looking at Yi Chen in front of him, Deng Cheng had a faint smile on his face and a look of disdain. Really? But I only look at the results. Yi Chen didn't care at all about Deng Cheng's disdain. Instead, he said something calmly. In that case, just wait and see. For a moment, Deng Cheng's face turned angry and he snorted. This light. Glass-type imperial green. No way. No way. At this moment, there were shocked voices coming from the side. What followed were voices of shock and excited eyes, staring intently at the stone in front of them. Glass-type imperial green. Oh my god. It's really glass-type imperial green. This time, no way. No way. Glass-type imperial green, so big. Looking at the light in front of them, everyone's expressions were so excited, as if the glass-type imperial green that was cut out now was not Deng Cheng's, but theirs. Glass-type imperial green. Ha. When Deng Cheng saw that the piece of jade cut in front of him was actually glass-type imperial green, he suddenly burst into laughter. His face was excited and his eyes were excited to the extreme. This time, no matter what, I finally managed to get a glass-type Imperial Green jade as big as a bucket. Now, the 200 million are his. He's just a brat, but he wants to fight with me. Impossible. Yi Chen, did you see that? Did you see that? Glass-type Imperial Green, from now on, leave Shui Lufang. Shui Lufang is not someone you can match. And in the end, his face turned crazy, and he looked at Yi Chen in front of him, roaring with a cold gaze. He's just a brat. It's impossible to fight him. Really? Mine hasn't even been opened yet. And you know you've already won? Ha ha ha. Yi Chen, you can't afford to lose. Even if yours opens, what can you do? You must know the glass-type Imperial Green. This is the King of Jade, 1 in 10,000. And you, this time, are destined to fail? Hearing Yi Chen's words, Deng Cheng suddenly burst into laughter. The smile on his face was so bright, as if he had already won. I can't afford to lose. Do you think I'm someone who can't afford to lose? Another thing, how can you be sure that the glass-type Imperial Green the first have here isn't even bigger than yours? Looking at Deng Cheng, who was sneering in front of him, Yi Chen smiled slightly, not caring at all, and asked back a question. Before the results come out, everything is still unknown. You are too confident. You. Listening to Yi Chen's words and the discussions of the people around him. For a moment, Deng Cheng's face turned angry, his brows slightly frowned, and finally he smiled slightly. In that case, then please. Yi Chen, I want to see how you want to surpass me. He was just a bad boy, but now he has cut out glass-type Imperial Green. But now, wanting to surpass myself is basically impossible. Really? In that case, open it. Cut directly from this position. When Yi Chen heard this, he smiled slightly, looked at the middle-aged man next to him, said something, and drew a line on the stone in front of him. Okay. As for the middle-aged man, he heard it and said nothing more. He just nodded and started cutting. Yi Chen. When Yi Chen heard this, she clenched her hands. I wanted to say something, but in the end I could only swallow it back and didn't know what to say at all. At this point, there is no turning back. Could it be that he would let Yi Chen admit defeat, leave Shui Lufang, and pay another 100 million to Deng Cheng? This is obviously impossible. Therefore, at this moment, the only thing one can do is to hope that the goddess of luck is on Yi Chen's side rather than Deng Cheng's. Otherwise, it would be a case of losing both the wife and the army. It's very depressing, okay? Don't worry. Mine is not bad either, and it will only be better. How could Yi Chen not know Yi Qian's worries? Instead, he smiled slightly, waved his hand, and said something. In Yi Chen's eyes, Deng Cheng's raw stone in front of him was just a light purple. In this way, it is possible to produce Imperial-grade glass-type jade. As for mine, it's purple. Moreover, it is a deep purple color, and it is certain that it can also produce glass-type Imperial Green, which will be even more advanced. Otherwise, what's the use of my Taba skills? You're just bragging. Wait a minute, I'll make you give up completely. When Deng Cheng heard this, he sneered, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and looked disdainful. It's impossible to beat him. Chi chi chi. While Yi Chen was speaking, the middle-aged man next to him had already started the machine according to Yi Chen's instructions, and slowly cut along the lines drawn by Yi Chen. For a moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on the big rock in front of them, and their faces were full of curiosity and expectation. This stone, which was described so calmly by this young man, may contain something good. It will be revealed soon. Who will win the 200 million yuan bet? Just one cut and everything will be over. Chapter 115, Glass-type Imperial Green, got it update 1. This light. Looking at the light in front of them, the people around were shocked and looked incredulous. It was as if he had seen a ghost, his mouth opened wide and his eyes were wide open. This light, no way. No way. Oh my god. No way. This light is glass-type Imperial Green. Glass-type Imperial Green, no way. Another piece of glass-type Imperial Green. Too scary. It's really scary. Glass-type Imperial Green, so scary. The boss must be regretting this. Both of them actually opened glass-type Imperial Green. Shit. If I had known this would happen, I would have taken action just now. Ouch. Missed hundreds of millions. When the people around saw the light cutting out in front of them, they were all shocked. His face was full of disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. Glass type Imperial Green. 2 pieces of glass type Imperial Green were produced in one day. This is simply amazing. Glass type Imperial Green, how is that possible? When looking at the light coming out in front of him, Deng Chang's face next to him became surprised, gloomy, and his eyes were cold. I didn't expect that I could finally get glass type Imperial Green. And now, this brat Yi Chen has actually produced a glass type Imperial Green. Damn it! Holy shit! It's so big! When the people nearby saw the glass type Imperial Green that had just been opened, they all started roaring. A glass type Imperial Green jadeite as big as a foot basin, which is absolutely twice as big as the one opened by Deng Chang. For a moment, everyone's faces were stunned and full of disbelief. How is that possible? When Deng Chang saw that the glass type Imperial Green in front of him was twice as big as his own, he was shocked and looked unbelievable, as if he had seen a ghost. I originally thought that my glass type Imperial Green was stunning enough. But now, unexpectedly, in front of this brat, I didn't have any advantage at all, but was severely crushed instead. This is really too painful. Impossible. Deng Chang, right? Now, you lose. However, Yi Chen paid no attention to his shock. Instead, he smiled and said something. Is it possible to fight against yourself? It can be said that it is impossible. How is that impossible? You have to admit defeat. Now, you lose. Yi Chen saw it, smiled slightly, looked at the notebook in front of him, and picked it up without saying anything. As for your 2 houses, I will accept them without hesitation. This time, thank you for your generosity, Master Deng Chang. You. Looking at Yi Chen who was in his hand, Deng Chang looked so depressed that his face turned red and he almost wanted to spit out blood. It's really too much of a bully. I originally thought I could crush Yi Chen. However, now, what is the result? As a result, it was not Yi Chen who was crushed by himself, but he was crushed by Yi Chen. I don't know how depressing it is. This is for you. As for Yi Chen, he looked at the 2 small notebooks in front of him, without saying much, and quickly handed one of the notebooks to Yi Chen next to him. Brother Yi Chen, how can this be possible? When Yi Chen saw this, her face suddenly became anxious and she shook her head vigorously and refused. No merit, no reward, Yi Chen, this is what you got with your own ability. It's not mine. Just take it if I give it to you. I said before that we'll each have half. A man should stick to his word. You don't want me to be a person who breaks my promise, do you? Yi Chen saw it and spoke quickly. It's settled. But there's nothing to worry about. It was given to me for free anyway. The more fools like this, the better. Yi Chen, you. Listening to Yi Chen's words, Deng Chang's face next to him looked extremely depressed. It seemed like he came here to give money. Damn it! What are you talking about? Isn't it normal to accept defeat? If you find any other ways to make money next time, please let me know. Also, don't forget to leave Shui Lufang. You. Puff puff puff. When Deng Chang in front of him heard this, he vomited a mouthful of blood and completely fainted. Master! The follower next to him saw what was happening and rushed over without any hesitation, looking anxious. They didn't expect that their young master would lose to a brat, and what was even more unexpected was that he was so angry that he vomited blood. Now, how are they going to explain this to their grandfather? Master! Handsome man, I wonder if you have a glass-type Imperial Green Jade for sale? At this moment, a young man walked over to the side. When he saw Yi Chen, a faint smile appeared on his face and he asked quickly. Sell. How much are you offering? Looking at the young man in front of him, Yi Chen smiled slightly. I didn't expect that there are people who buy ready-made ones. How about a small goal? A small goal. Looking at the young man in front of him, Yi Chen sneered and looked disdainful. You think I'm the one who lacks that little goal? Just a small goal, want to buy your own glass-type Imperial Green? Could this person be teasing him? No matter how I sell it, this large piece of glass-type Imperial Green will not be just a small goal. You are so smart, why don't you go and rob? You. When the young man heard Yi Chen's words, his face suddenly became gloomy, his brows slightly wrinkled, and his eyes became even more angry. You're kidding me. No. I'm not kidding you, I'm teasing you. You. If you have nothing else to say, get out of here before I lose my temper. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Is it possible that such a person wants to take advantage of others? It's impossible. Boss, do you have a processing area here? Finally, he ignored the depressed young man next to him, looked at the middle-aged man in front of him, and asked quickly. No. I am only responsible for cutting and stone cutting. As for processing, you may need to find a specialized processing shop. At this time, the boss of the gambling stone market was extremely depressed. All of a sudden, 2 pieces of glass-type imperial green were produced, and they were so big. In just one day, we lost more than a dozen small goals. Not vomiting blood is already very good. I see. Yi Chen heard it, nodded, and looked at the middle-aged men next to him. Help me carry it, 1,000 per person. 1,000. Okay. Handsome, whatever you want. When the few people heard this, they didn't say much, just nodded vigorously and walked to the side. Let's go. Looking at the people carrying the things away, Yi Chen nodded, waved his right hand, and left. Now, we finally have the raw materials. Next, it's time to process. Chapter 116 Made Butler Part 2. In the Magic City, at Thompson first floor, a black Ferrari drove in quickly from outside. Handsome guy, please show me your ID. Are you the owner of this place? Next to her, a woman wearing a tight business suit, with long legs wrapped in black stockings and a delicate face saw it, smiled slightly, and said something quickly. Looking at the woman in front of him, she had long black hair, black stockings, and long legs. Yi Chen didn't say much and quickly took a few notebooks next to him. I don't know, which one do you want? This. Looking at the several notebooks handed to her, the woman's face suddenly showed surprise, followed by a slight smile. This handsome guy has several notebooks, which means he has several sets of Taochen Ipin. A set of Thompson Ipin already costs more than a small target. But now, I didn't expect that with a few notebooks, wouldn't it require several small goals? Most people wouldn't buy several sets of Thompson Ipin. And this person has several sets of Taochen Ipin. Needless to say, he is obviously a wealthy person at first glance. Sir, if it's okay, we can enter all of them. See, is that okay? Also, your license plate number, anything else? That way, we won't have to go through so much trouble in the future. I think there's nothing left for now. But there's still a bicycle. Yi Chen heard it, thought for a while, and finally nodded. Bike? When the female security guard heard this, she was stunned. She didn't expect that someone so rich could even have a bicycle. As a poor person, I really don't understand the world of rich people at all. What type of bicycle is it? Trek Butterfly. Trek Butterfly. Hearing Yi Chen's words, the female security guard was stunned and shocked. Her face was full of disbelief, and her beautiful eyes stared at Yi Chen closely. The one worth 32 million? Hello, handsome guy, this is my business card. If you need anything, just tell me. When the female security guard heard this, she didn't say much. She quickly handed over a business card with a faint smile on her face. Sorry. I'm not interested. However, when Yi Chen saw the female security guard half bending in front of him and handing him a business card, he smiled slightly and waved his hand. Is it ready? Okay. The female security guard heard it, nodded, opened the door without saying anything, and made a gesture to invite someone in. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As for Yi Chen, he didn't even stop, he stepped on the accelerator and left. Sisters, a handsome boy has come to our Thompson first class. Not only does he have several sets of Thompson first class, but his bicycle is a Trek Butterfly worth 32 million. Oh my god. He is so handsome. What should I do? What should I do? If it were me, I would definitely pounce on him. What else can I do? Yes. What's the license plate number? In the sister group, messages were being sent one after another at this time. In the blink of an eye, it became 99 plus, which is so terrifying. This should be my villa. On the other hand, when Yi Chen drove his Ferrari to a set of Thompson Ipin, he looked at the door in front of him, smiled slightly, and drove past without saying much. Master, welcome home. The door opened, and with it came a stream of young girls wearing maid outfits. When he saw Yi Chen driving in from outside, he quickly greeted him. I originally thought that my villa would be empty when I returned. However, what Yi Chen did not expect was that when he returned to his villa, he actually saw more than a dozen figures in maid costumes. He was so excited. Master, don't be too touched. As a system, this system understands the needs of you LSPs very well. How about this arrangement, are you satisfied? When Yichen looked confused, the voice of the supreme sign and system sounded in his mind. A mechanical voice, with a hint of pride. It seems that I can only give you a thumbs up. Looking at the maid who was helping to open the car door, Yichen could only nod. I have to give a thumbs up to this point. The system understands the needs of boys very well. Even if it's not possible, it's still very nice to take a look at. Hee hee. Of course, Master, don't you see, the system is omnipotent. It's just a beauty, it's nothing. The supreme system heard a smug voice, as if it didn't know how proud it was. Master, welcome home. Hello? I am the housekeeper here, Su Yingying. At this moment, a woman with long wavy black hair walked out of the living room. When she saw Yichen, she, who was wearing a maid outfit, walked over quickly without any hesitation, with a bright smile on her face, and started introducing herself. Hello? Looking at Su Yingying in front of him, Yichen was stunned for a moment. Whether it's appearance, figure, or temperament, this housekeeper of mine is actually first class. This is really surprising. Master, lunch is ready. Please. Su Yingying saw it, smiled slightly, and made a gesture of invitation. Yeah. Take the stuff out of my car. Looking at Su Yingying and the others in front of him, Yichen nodded and gave an order. This is glass-type imperial green. Such beautiful jade. When they saw the jade in the Ferrari, their faces were filled with surprise and their beautiful eyes were stunned. Well. You have good taste. Just put it in the living room. Yichen heard it, nodded, and walked towards the living room. Also, Su Yingying, right? Go outside and meet her. The things I need should be delivered soon. Looking at Su Yingying next to him, Yichen gave a quick instruction. Yes. Master. As for Su Yingying, when she heard it, she walked out without any hesitation. You guys entertain the young master well. Yes. Sister Yingying. The maids nearby heard this and nodded one by one. Without saying much, he quickly led Yichen into the living room. Master, what do you need? Milk, red wine, juice, or soy milk? Or do you want to drink something else? Just give me a glass of milk. Yichen heard it, nodded, and gave an order. Room temperature? Yes. Room temperature. Why are you standing? Sit down. Let's eat together. When he saw everyone standing nearby, Yichen said something quickly. Master, no. We are just. I told you to sit down and eat together, so just sit down and eat together. Otherwise, I will be angry. You understand? Yes. Master. Sit. Yes. Master. Bang. After lunch, Yichen went into a room without any hesitation and started his work. Chapter 117, Attending Shui Liufang's Birthday Party Update 1. At 6 o'clock in the evening, at Lotte Manor in Shanghai, luxury cars drove in from outside, and the place was full of lights and wine. Needless to say, you can tell at first glance that this is a party for rich people. There are tables in the courtyard. And on the table, there is not only red wine, but also various other fine wines. Of course, juice, is also available. Master Li Kai, long time no see, how are you doing recently? In the courtyard, there were many young men and women dressed very handsomely and beautifully. At this time, their faces were filled with bright smiles and they greeted each other. Ha ha. Master Zhang, what are you talking about? I don't know, what do you want to do for me? Take care of me or something? This should be you, Master Li Kai, who should take care of me. Master Su Nua, long time no see. Good evening. While everyone was talking, a young man in a black suit came over from the side with a confident smile on his face, looking so happy. This time, Shui Lufang invited himself to the birthday party, and Su Nua knew that his chance had come. As for tonight, no matter what, I must perform well. If you are not careful, you might be able to win the heart of the beauty. And it is precisely because of this that Su Nua dressed up nicely today. All for the sake of tonight, so that I can test the depth of Shui Lufang and taste its flavor. Needless to say, it must be very delicious seafood, and it is top quality seafood. Su Nua, why is this guy here? With this guy here, who else here has the courage to go against him? When the people nearby saw Su Nua walking towards them, they all looked helpless and sighed softly. Originally they thought they could try their luck. However, what they didn't expect was that there was no luck at all. With the promise, Shui Lufang is destined to belong to this guy tonight. For a moment, I couldn't tell how angry I was. I don't know, but if this guy comes over, we won't have any chance to drink soup. Yes, yes, yes. Oh. It seems that we can only watch. Good evening, everyone. Tonight, I would like to thank everyone present for taking the time out of their busy schedules to attend Lufang's birthday party. Thank you very much. Here, I would like to offer a toast to everyone. As for Su Nuo, when he heard the discussions around him, he just smiled slightly. Without saying anything more, he raised the glass in his hand and looked at everyone present. He looked like he didn't treat those present as outsiders at all, as if he was the best actor of the night. Master Su Nuo. Cheers. Master Su Nuo. Cheers. However, although everyone present looked helpless and even a little angry, no one had enough courage to express their inner dissatisfaction. Because everyone present knew very well that Su Nuo, the young master of the Su family, was not to be messed with. Don't mess with him. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At the gate of Latte Manor, a black Ferrari stopped. Looking at the security guard next to him, he didn't say much and quickly showed his invitation letter. Master Yi Chen, please. The young lady has been waiting for a long time. When the security guard saw the invitation letter handed over by Yi Chen, a faint smile appeared on his face and he spoke quickly. After you come out of the underground garage, go right. There is a wooden house next to the pool. The lady is inside. I see. Listening to the security guard's words, Yi Chen's face froze for a moment, and then he became very excited and his eyes brightened. Yi Chen never thought that Shui Lufang would give him a shortcut. How can I not be excited? It's so exciting to the extreme. Thank you. Here's your tip. Looking at the security guard in front of him, Yi Chen smiled slightly, took out a check and handed it over. 1 million. When the security guard saw the check in front of him, his face was filled with shock and disbelief, followed by deep excitement. I didn't expect that just by passing on a message and working a shift, I could get 1 million. This is simply like a dream. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Master Yi Chen, please be safe. If you need anything, just let me know. Seeing Yi Chen driving away with his foot on the accelerator, the security guard didn't say much but quickly reminded him. As for Yi Chen's figure, he had disappeared without a trace. This outfit should be fine. On the other hand, in an attic in Tianla Manor. At this time, there was a female figure with long black hair tied up and a golden hairpin that looked shiny. The angelic face was dressed in light makeup. A pair of almond-shaped eyes are painted with light eyeshadow. Her lips, as red, now look so delicate and fragile. Similarly, it exudes a strong fragrance and is tempting. She was wearing a white short skirt and sitting on a wooden chair. The long and slender legs are wrapped in white stockings and wearing a pair of high heels. Looking at herself in the mirror, she nodded without saying anything and quickly fixed her makeup. I don't know what his expression would be when he sees it. Looking at herself in the mirror, Shui Lufang nodded with great satisfaction. For normal self, you don't need to put on any makeup at all. Just a few light strokes will make you stunningly beautiful. After all, she has a face that is so beautiful that it can shame the moon and flowers. Even without makeup, she is already the pinnacle of beauty. At this time, I spent more than an hour dressing up. The beauty of it is beyond description. A faint smile appeared on her face, her complexion was slightly flushed, and her eyes were filled with a hint of shyness. Finally, he shook his head, not knowing what he was thinking. Half an hour left. Looking at the time on the phone in front of her, Shui Lufang slowly got up. By now, most of the guests should have arrived. And it's almost time for me to pass by. No matter what, tonight, Shui Lufang is the protagonist. Thump thump thump. At this moment, there were bursts of footsteps coming. This made Shui Lufang's face involuntarily blush. Needless to say, Shui Lufang knew very well who the other party was. Today, she left a message with the security guard at the gate. Now, the one rushing over is none other than Yi Chen. Thump thump thump. In just a few seconds, with the sound of footsteps, a young man appeared at the door. Lufang. A familiar voice was heard, and a figure outside the door knocked gently. Shui Lufang saw this and quickly sat down on the wooden chair, tidied her hair, and spoke. Enter. Chapter 118 Yi Chen's Gift Part 2. Lufang. When Yi Chen pushed open the door and saw Shui Lufang sitting in front of a desk, his face froze and he became excited. Just a back view can actually give people endless imagination. This is really, absolutely amazing. Yi Chen, you're here. Shui Lufang, who was fixing her hair, saw Yi Chen walking in from outside. Her face was slightly flushed, her beautiful eyes were filled with a hint of shyness, her long legs were pressed together, and her voice was like the sound of nature. Lufang, you are so beautiful tonight. Looking at Shui Lufang sitting at the desk in front of him, Yi Chen nodded. He smiled slightly, said nothing more, and walked over quickly. At this time, Shui Lufang was wearing a white short skirt decorated with some sparkling diamonds. She looked like a little fairy. What's even more terrible is that the fair and rosy skin and the flawless back are simply crazy making. Yi Chen, you. Shui Lufang, who was fixing her hair, never expected that Yi Chen would come straight to her and hug her from behind as soon as he came in. This made Shui Lufang's face turn red all of a sudden, and there was a hint of shyness in her beautiful eyes. This is too embarrassing. Lufang, I like you. When he saw Shui Lufang looking at him, Yi Chen spoke quickly. Today is Shui Lufang's birthday party, and she has invited countless people to attend. As for the others, no one could get a personal invitation from Shui Lufang. Only I received a personal invitation from Shui Lufang. What does this actually mean? Needless to say, Yi Chen knew it all. Tonight, Shui Lufang is ready to accept herself a little bit at a time. Even if he couldn't eat seafood, Yi Chen believed that he could still taste the tenderness of Shui Lufang. Yi Chen, wait. As for Shui Lufang, her face turned red at this moment, her long legs were suddenly leaned together, and her beautiful eyes were shy. Can't. Lufang, I. Originally he wanted to attack the enemy directly, but at this moment, Shui Lufang was like a frightened cat, unable to move forward at all. Yi Chen, not now. When Shui Lufang saw this, his face became serious and he shook his head vigorously. All right. As for Yi Chen, he could only nod and withdrew his hands. Lufang, happy birthday, this is my gift to you. As if she had thought of something, she quickly took a bag from the side and opened it. What's this? Looking at the several very exquisite boxes lying in the bag, Shui Lufang looked puzzled and looked at Yi Chen. Open it and take a look. There's a surprise. However, when Yi Chen saw it, he just smiled slightly and didn't say much, revealing a kind of mystery. What a nice view. When Shui Lufang opened the first box, inside was a jade pendant as big as a thumb. And on the jade pendant, there is a lifelike carving of a woman. Who else could it be but Shui Lufang? You did this? Looking at the jade pendant in front of her, Shui Lufang's face was filled with surprise and emotion. I didn't expect that Yi Chen would give me such a thing. So touching. Open it and take a look. When Shui Lufang looked at the other box, Yi Chen smiled slightly and said something. Shui Lufang saw this and opened it quickly without any hesitation. And in the box, there is a comb. The comb is very beautifully carved, and each tooth is distributed so evenly. And on top of it, there is a carving of a phoenix. Thanks. Looking at the comb in front of her, tears welled up in Shui Lufang's beautiful eyes. Without saying anything more, he continued to open it. In the third box, lying quietly inside was a pair of jade pendants. The jade pendant is in the shape of a moon with a little tiger on it. It looks so cute. When the fourth box was opened, there was a pair of bracelets, a pair of jade bracelets. It is crystal clear and has some very beautiful patterns on it. This. When Shui Lufang opened the fifth box and saw what was inside the box, his face froze for a moment. What followed was a rosy face and a hint of shyness in her beautiful eyes. What lies in the fifth box is a 20-carat diamond ring. What else could it be? Shui Lufang, be my girlfriend. As for Yi Chen, he didn't say much, took it quickly, looked at Shui Lufang in front of him, knelt on one knee, and said with a serious expression. Aye. Shui Lufang saw tears rolling in her eyes. She looked at Yi Chen in front of her and slowly stretched out her little hand. I do. Lufang. As for Yi Chen, he didn't say much. He looked at the little hand in front of him and slowly helped put it on. Looking at the red lips in front of him, Yi Chen's figure slowly approached. As for Shui Lufang, she seemed to realize something. At this moment, she slowly closed her eyes, quietly waiting for that tenderness. For a moment, the two embraced each other. Xiaochen, what are these two? When she felt that she was almost unable to breathe, Shui Lufang slowly let go. When he saw the two unopened boxes next to him, his face became puzzled and he asked quickly. Now, I have the jade pendant, jade comb, earrings, jade bracelet, and diamond ring. I can't help but wonder what's in the remaining 2 boxes. Keep it secret. If you want to know, then open it and take a look. However, if you open it, you must promise me to use it. Looking at Shui Lufang, who was looking at him with a curious and puzzled expression, Yi Chen smiled slightly and said something that kept things a secret. It can't be to keep out the rain. When Shui Lufang heard this and saw Yi Chen smirk, her face turned a little red, and she blinked her beautiful eyes as she spoke cautiously. How is that possible? Am I that kind of person? I am a gentleman. I guarantee it with my character. Ha ha. Really? In that case, I believe you. When Shui Lufang saw this, she smiled slightly, with a barely perceptible upward curve at the corner of her mouth and her beautiful eyes blinking. Without further ado, he opened one of the boxes. This. When Shui Lufang opened the box and saw what was inside, her face froze for a moment. She looked at Yi Chen with her beautiful eyes, and for some reason, she felt a little lost in her heart. It's really not. What was lying there was nothing but a pair of black stockings. How come Yi Chen has no sense of romance at all? You've already flirted with her, but you still don't intend to hit the nail on the head. So helpless. Without further ado, he opened the last box. When Shui Lufang saw what it was, her face instantly turned red and her beautiful eyes became shy. A Japanese specialty. Chapter 119. I won't let anyone bully you. Shui Lufang never thought that Yi Chen actually had enough courage to give her Japanese specialties. What's more, Shui Lufang didn't expect that it happened on her birthday. This is really embarrassing. He. You like it? When Yi Chen saw Shui Lufang's stunned expression, a smug smile appeared on his face and he placed his right hand on her slender thigh. You. As for Shui Lufang, when she heard this, her face became even redder and her beautiful eyes became shy. I want to say something, but I don't know what to say. Lufang, I. Before Yi Chen could say anything, a small hand was placed on Yi Chen's lips and shook his head. Her face was extremely red, and there was a hint of evasion in her beautiful eyes. It's getting late. Now, there is less than half an hour left before the banquet begins. And now, my party is not over yet. Wait a minute, I can't walk anymore, what should I do? Yi Chen, what do you want to do? When Shui Lufang walked out, Yi Chen gently pulled her, and her charming body leaned softly and weakly in his arms. A faint fragrance wafts over, making one's blood boil. Lufang, let's confirm our relationship. Looking at Shui Lufang in front of him, Yi Chen's face became serious and solemn, his beautiful eyes fixed on the enchanting body in front of him, a large area of snow white. The peaks and jade fingers are so tall that one would like to take good care of them. But when Shui Lufang felt Yi Chen's toughness and the masculine aura he exuded, her face became anxious. Her heartbeat quickened, her long legs came together, and a blush appeared on her face. Her beautiful eyes looked around with deep shyness. Is it too hasty in this place? Lufang. When Shui Lufang wanted to refuse, a domineering aura came towards him. Yi Chen. Her whole body was soft and weak, her face was extremely shy, her chest was heaving violently, her beautiful eyes were closed, and she didn't dare to look at him anymore. When Yi Chen saw this, his face became excited. As for Shui Lufang, she blinked her beautiful eyes as if she knew what Yi Chen was going to do next. Lufang, I like you. What's going on? Why hasn't Miss Lufang come yet? On the other hand, when the two men were fighting, the guests in Latte Manor were all confused and had no idea what was going on. Now, 5 minutes have passed. Normally, as the protagonist, shouldn't you arrive early? And now, Shui Lufang, as the heroine of tonight, why is she late? For a moment, everyone's faces were filled with confusion. They were stunned and completely at a loss. Yes. Miss Lufang, why haven't you come yet? What's going on? This time, he won't stop coming. How is that possible? Tonight is Miss Lufang's birthday party. He hasn't shown up yet, so he must have been delayed by something important. Yes. That must be the case. There must be something important that has delayed him. When everyone saw that time had passed and the banquet had begun, but Shui Lufang, the protagonist of the evening, had not arrived yet, they couldn't help but become curious. In the end, I can only comfort myself in this way. In fact, even if Shui Lufang really didn't attend the birthday party tonight, none of them would have the courage to express any objection. After all, the Shui family is a noble family. Among the guests present, Su Nuwa was probably the only one who had the courage to offend the Shui family. However, Su Nuwa is not a fool, and he would not offend the Shui family for no reason. For him, it was a thankless task. Therefore, it can be said that no one dares to offend the Shui family. What happened to Lufang tonight? Next to him, Su Nuwa, who was talking to someone, looked at the time, his face became confused, his brows furrowed, and his eyes became even colder. Shui Lufang, based on my understanding of her, she would not be late for no reason. And now, what is going on? This is a bit unlike Shui Liufang's style. Ha ha. Looks like we're in check. At a table in the courtyard, there was also a woman who attracted everyone's attention. She smiled slightly, as if she had thought of something. She was wearing a black miniskirt and black stockings. With her stunning appearance, she instantly became the center of attention. It seems that he is the general. Looking at the wine glass in front of her, she took a sip gently, her beautiful eyes filled with anticipation and the corners of her mouth slightly raised. Miss Xiaoxian, I toast you a glass. At this time, a young man came over, a faint smile appeared on his face, raised the wine glass in his hand, and said, "Please." As for Guo Xiaoxiang, he smiled slightly and raised the wine glass in his hand. In the attic, there was a woman with a charming body. She lay on the young man, her face flushed and her beautiful eyes filled with extreme shyness. The ground next to it looked a shocking mess. A bright rose appeared on the dressing table. You. Looking at the young man in front of her, the woman's face became a little angry. With a hint of blush, she licked her lips, glared at the young man, frowned, and her face was a little distorted. Now, what should we do? Looking at the messy ground in front of me and the strange smell in the air. At this moment, Shui Lufang wished she could find a crack to crawl into. That's too shy. Don't worry. Lufang, I will definitely treat you well. Yi Chen's right hand gently stroked the smooth back in front of him, his expression serious and solemn. I won't allow anyone to bully you. Xiaochen. When Shui Lufang heard this, she was touched and suddenly fell into Yi Chen's arms. Her rapid breathing slowly calmed down. No. Looking at Shui Lufang who suddenly bounced away in front of him, Yi Chen smiled proudly. When you are young, you don't know how helpful your senior schoolmates are, and you mistakenly treat your junior schoolmates as treasures. How about that? Just stand them up tonight and don't show up. No. Come and clean it up quickly. When Shui Lufang heard this, she shook her head, her expression becoming serious and solemn as she looked at Yi Chen in front of her. Tonight, I have everything ready. No matter what, you must never let go of your previous efforts and you must never give up. Otherwise, all my arrangements for tonight would be wasted. Shui Lufang has been preparing for this day for a very long time. Therefore, no matter what, we must proceed according to the plan. Today, I'm a checkmate. Tonight, I have something to announce. Chapter 120 Official Announcement Second Update. Thump thump thump. And in the courtyard, when everyone was wondering what was going on with Shui Lufang, at this moment, waves of footsteps came into everyone's sight. This made everyone excited, and they immediately looked in the direction of the footsteps. However, when they looked over with smiles on their faces suddenly froze and they were stunned. Because, at this moment, next to Shui Lufang, a young man in formal attire walked out with Shui Lufang, with a faint smile on his face. They look like a couple. The boy is handsome and the girl is beautiful, they are simply a perfect match. Who is this person? Looking at the young man walking towards them with Shui Lufang, everyone's faces were confused, stunned, and full of disbelief. On the day of the birthday party, she actually invited such a handsome boy to accompany her. There is no problem at all. It's impossible. Damn it. Who on earth is this guy? Who is this person? Why is he walking with Shui Lufang? I don't know. Shouldn't today be Shui Lufang's birthday party? Now, what's going on? I'm confused. I don't know. Maybe they're just friends. Friend. Are you kidding me? No matter how good your friends are, it's impossible for them to be the protagonists at your birthday party. Besides, why are there no girls? Yes. It's definitely not just a friend. Who is this young man? I don't know. Hateful. While everyone was talking, Su Nuwa, who was in the crowd, looked at Shui Lufang and Yi Chen walking together in front of him, and his face suddenly turned gloomy, his brows furrowed, and his eyes became even colder. Day. With a pair of hands clenched tightly, you can hear the sound of di. From this we can see how angry Su Nuwa was at this moment. Obviously, Su Nuan never thought that Shui Lufang would bring a boy into the birthday party so intimately. This is simply an unprecedented existence. Ha ha. It seems that you have made up your mind. As for Guo Xiaoxiang, she looked at the two figures walking side by side in front of her, a faint smile appeared on her face, and she smiled with pursed lips, her beautiful eyes blinking with a hint of agility. Tonight, he is indeed a general. I just don't know how many people will suffer from insomnia on a night like this. Aha! While everyone was talking, Shui Lufang walked over from the side. Looking at the people in front of her, she coughed lightly and cleared her throat. Her beautiful eyes instantly became serious and solemn as she looked around. A faint smile appeared on her face, with sweet dimples, so clear and charming, like two springs. As Shui Lufang spoke, the originally noisy courtyard suddenly became quiet, and everyone looked at Shui Lufang. There is envy, greed, and various other emotions. Tonight, I would like to thank you all for taking the time out of your busy schedule to attend my 20th birthday party. I am very happy and thank you all for coming again. Miss Lufang, you are too polite. It is our honor to be able to attend your birthday party. We are so happy. Yes, yes, yes. Miss Lufang, you are so polite. Being able to attend your birthday party means that you think highly of us. We are so happy. That's right. That's right. Miss Lufang, you are really becoming more and more beautiful. Miss Lufang, congratulations. Congratulations. Forever 18 years old. When the people nearby heard this, they began to flatter him. Shui Lufang is from the Shui family, a noble family in Magic City. No one would offend Shui Lufang. That is simply a suicidal existence. This time, the reason why I invited you all here is not only to share my joy with you, to have a good gathering with you, but also to allow you to get to know each other. Another thing is that I want to announce something. Looking at the people in front of him who were flattering him, Shui Lufang was not angry at all, and his face became serious and solemn. When everyone heard this, they instantly fell silent, their faces becoming serious and solemn. Needless to say, something to be announced at a 20th birthday party must be extremely important. Otherwise, it's impossible. After all, a birthday party is a very important event. Today, I want to announce to everyone present here. The little hand suddenly took Yi Chen's right hand, and a bright smile appeared on her face, like a flash in the pan, so beautiful that it was beyond words. This is my boyfriend Shui Lufang. From now on, if I offend you in any way, I hope you can forgive me. After saying this, without any hesitation, he raised Yi Chen's right hand and made it official. Boom! As for the people present, when they heard this, they were suddenly stunned. The expressions on their faces were completely petrified, and their eyes were wide open like copper bells. My mind was blank, with only a buzzing sound. Obviously, no one expected that Shui Lufang, who was originally thought to be announcing something important, would actually announce that she had a boyfriend. It felt like this birthday party was not held to celebrate Shui Lufang's 20th birthday, but to announce that she had a boyfriend. No! One could even say that this event was held entirely for her boyfriend. This is simply too unbelievable. Sister Lufang, Wu. My sister Lufang. Next to a table below, there was a girl in a pink princess dress drinking milk. After hearing Shui Lufang's official announcement, she suddenly felt depressed. In those beautiful, watery eyes, there are pearls rolling constantly, looking so pitiful. I didn't expect that my sister Lufang would actually be taken advantage of by a pig like Yi Chen in the end. For a moment, I didn't know how sad I was. Sister Xiaoxiang, woo-woo. When she saw Guo Xiaoxiang wrapped in black stockings next to her, she suddenly fell into Guo Xiaoxiang's arms, her voice choked with sobs, and her tears dripped onto her black stockings. You little girl. All right. All right. Here's Sister Xiaoxiang. When Guo Xiaoxiang saw this, his face looked a little helpless. He sighed softly, shook his head, and gently stroked Hua Chingying's head. Sister Xiaoxiang, you won't be taken advantage of by Yi Chen like Sister Lufang. Hua Chingying heard it, raised her big watery eyes and asked pitifully. When Guo Xiaoxiang heard this, his right hand stopped in the air for a moment and he was stunned.